Hien, after a long day at work, unexpectedly found himself in the world of Naruto, becoming the twin brother of Sasuke. Faced with the impending night of the Uchiha massacre, the good news was, his system had awakened. The bad news was, the system was exceedingly abstract. Task 1. Upon your arrival in the realm of cultivation, you have received a novice gift pack. Please attempt to defeat the Qingqiu Fox Clan. System, is there a possibility that I have crossed into the wrong world? Where am I supposed to find this Qingqiu Fox Clan? Task 2. In the spirit soul world, you have reached the appropriate age to awaken your spirit soul. Please go to the village entrance to seek out a grand soul master to awaken your spirit soul. Chapter 1. We are all living vigorously. Place of mental storage. Tell a myth. Once upon a time, there was a family standing at the crossroads, waiting for the traffic light. He had intended to relieve his exhaustion from working overtime by opening a short video. However, as soon as he opened it, he was struck by an unexpected jolt. The initial frame left him defenseless. After working late until past 11, he was already exhausted. How could watching a short video to relax lead him to encounter such unfortunate content? It truly dampened his spirits. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted. A large truck, accompanied by a chilling screech, barreled toward Hien. He looked up to see a blinding light, and then darkness enveloped him. In that haze, he could faintly hear unfamiliar men murmuring by his side. "Comrade, I thought it was a speed bump." "Not. Let's discuss this with my insurance." "You have no idea. We are all striving to live." Hearing those familiar words sent a shiver down his spine, as if he were engulfed in darkness, overwhelmed by despair. It was not difficult to deduce. He had been struck by a truck while waiting for the traffic light. "Wait. Help me. I'm not dead yet." He screamed internally, but received no response. Oh well, there was nothing worth missing in this world where he toiled like a beast anyway. "Wait, that MY phone hasn't been formatted yet." Just as he was about to give up, his concern for the study materials on his phone prompted a final cry from his heart. Uncertain how long it had been, when he finally opened his eyes to the light again, that he was astonished to find that his nearsightedness seemed to have worsened. The entire world had turned hazy. However, the stark white ceiling and lights, along with the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, confirmed his suspicion. He was in a hospital? Initially relieved, Hien was soon engulfed by an unsettling feeling. It seemed there were several people before him. Although he could not see their outlines clearly, it was evident from the figure clad in white beside him that they were hospital staff. What struck him as strange was he felt as though he were being cradled. How have I become so small? Hien opened his mouth, intending to exclaim a national treasure, only to be shocked to discover that his voice had transformed into an infant's cry. "Congratulations, clan leader Fugaku. Lady Mikoto has blessed you with 2 more boys." The nurse, cradling the infants, bowed her head to congratulate Uchiha, Fugaku beside her. Mikoto, you have worked hard." Fugaku maintained a stern expression, revealing no discernible emotions, though his eldest son Itachi could sense his father was in a good mood. "Father, Mama gave birth to twin brothers." Itachi was also in high spirits as he gazed at the 2 wailing infants in the nurse's arms, displaying a rare smile. "Children, let me see my children." Uchiha Mikoto extended her arms toward the nurse, her voice betraying her fatigue, yet her spirit remained remarkably high. Meanwhile, Hien, being handled by the nurse, was not only unable to comprehend the situation around him, but also grew increasingly anxious as he could not understand their words. What were these people talking about? What is happening now? Rebirth? Reincarnation? Or crossing? "Father, you haven't named the 2 brothers yet? Let's name them Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha YN.AS. Spring turned to autumn and cold gave way to heat. 6 years passed unnoticed in Konoha, the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Yen, with a serious expression mirroring that of his father Fugaku, approached Itachi, speaking with gravity. "In a scenario where both Sasuke and I could only survive one of us, who would you choose?" Sitting in the courtyard, Itachi feigned deep contemplation upon hearing his brother's usual inquiry, responding with the same serious tone. "That situation will never occur." Faced with his precocious younger brother, Itachi felt a profound headache. Since Yen had become aware, he frequently approached Itachi with such peculiar questions. At times, he would ask whose life Itachi would save if both he and Sasuke fell into a river. Initially, Itachi would answer with utmost sincerity. Yet, as time passed, he learned how to feign serious responses to appease his brother. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, the notion of drowning in a river was simply preposterous. Each time Itachi answered, Yin would nod in understanding before turning to head home. At that moment, Itachi would return home to be reprimanded by their father, being told how the eldest son should not bully his younger brother to understand. After receiving Itachi's perfunctory response once more, Yin did not rush inside to tell their parents of Itachi's teasing. He lowered his head, his gaze dimming, filled with regret. Little did he know that at such a tender age, his expression struck at the softest part of Itachi's heart. To tea that moment, Itachi only wished to seize his brother and pinch his adorable cheeks. However, the next second, Yin suddenly lifted his head, stretching his neck toward the house as if it could extend miles, and shouted loudly inside, "Father, this guy Itachi said you're not a good clan leader." As soon as the words left his lips, their father's stern voice echoed from inside. "Itachi, come here, Uchiha Itachi." "Here we go again." Itachi smiled wryly, raising his hand to flick his brother's forehead, but as he descended, Yin deftly dodged. "I have matters to attend to. It'll take you and Sasuke to practice shuriken throwing this afternoon. Remember to come." Itachi dusted himself off, and, as he stood up, he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a few bills to hand to Yin. "Don't tell Sasuke." Yin hesitated for a mere 0.01 seconds before accepting the offering. "All right, my lips are sealed." Itachi chuckled lightly, dismissing it as he walked toward the living room. Meanwhile, 6-year-old Yin stood in place, lost in thought for quite a while as he watched his brother's retreating figure. Since he became conscious, he realized he had crossed into the world of Naruto due to a stroke of luck. He had even accepted his new name and was prepared to face a brand new life. But why must he be reborn into the Uchiha clan as Sasuke's twin brother? As time had passed, Yin had forgotten some of the details, only vaguely recalling that shortly after Sasuke began school, the entire Uchiha clan met their tragic fate. One of the culprits is indeed his elder brother, as for the incessant inquiries directed at Itachi regarding a choice. It seems akin to seeking a prophecy from Uchiha Itachi. The night of the massacre should still be a year away. Survival has become the foremost concern for Yin. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled the negativity that filled his chest, raising his hand to pat his own cheek, as if to encourage and comfort himself. "It's all right. It's all right. The Uchiha clan is filled with geniuses. Perhaps, in a year's time, I might awaken a Mangeki." Yet as he spoke, Yin found himself momentarily at a loss, tilting his head back to lie on the ground, emanating an aura of despair. "Damn, what can I possibly achieve in a year?" Ding. Congratulations, host, on binding the immortal Emperor system. This system shall safeguard your growth, aiding you in ascending to the pinnacle of this perilous realm of cultivation. The system, the golden finger, has awakened. Wait, hold on. What did it just say? The realm of cultivation? Chapter 2. Something is off with the system. The smile on Uchiha Yan's face began to materialize, yet before it could fully blossom into a maniacal grin, it abruptly ceased. Why does this system feel somewhat abstract? Yin initially thought he must have misheard, quickly flipping upright from the ground and walking while patiently attempting to explain to the system. There must be an error, right? System, this is a world where the ninjas from Naruto sprint with their hands behind their backs. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed Yan's mind, causing his blood to surge and his eyes to gleam with excitement. Could it be that the rewards from the system involve techniques or artifacts from the immortal realm? Imagining this, Uchiha Yin envisioned himself shattering stars with a single hand and effortlessly suppressing the Otsutsuki clan. The mere thought of that fateful night when the Uchiha clan was eradicated felt like child's play. Upon exiting his daydream, Yin's expression grew increasingly arrogant. He glanced disdainfully at the family crest, a ping-pong paddle adorned in red and white not far from him, and spat dismissively. What a pitiful excuse for a Sharingan. I'm done with this. From now on, I shall defy the heavens. The system seemed rather unresponsive, incapable of answering his inquiries. It merely allowed him to peer into what resembled a game interface. Status, achievements, inventory, quests. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin clicked on Status to investigate. Name, Uchiha Yin. Age, 6. Cultivation, none. Technique, none. Physique, none. Spirit stones, none. The relentless appearance of these none entries filled him with a sense of helplessness akin to mockery. While he could accept the absence of techniques, could they not at least acknowledge his Uchiha bloodline? Each word on the status bar seemed to ridicule him, implying he was but an insignificant insect within the immortal realm. No worries, no worries. One step at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Today's weakness doesn't define his future. There is no telling what heights he might reach, perhaps even ascending to become an immortal ancestor, standing atop the world. Yin remained optimistic, recognizing that it was only natural for an immortal system to look down upon the powers of the ninja world. As for his physique, it likely pertained to innate Tao bodies or ancient sacred bodies. Ah, this system is indeed impressive. Let us see what else it has to offer. Clicking on Achievements. A failure prompt immediately sounded. This feature will unlock after achieving your first accomplishment. Upon reading this, Yin remained composed, nodding thoughtfully. Reasonable. If it were too easy to unlock, he would begin to question the system's strength. A system that requires a bit of effort to unlock signifies immense future potential. Continuing, he wondered if there might be a novice gift pack. Upon selecting the inventory option, within the grand square labeled 3010, a sparkling golden gift box appeared. Novice gift pack, unlockable at Chi refinement level 1. At this point, Yan's previous smile gradually faded. He took several deep breaths to calm himself. A minor issue. A minor issue. The Chi refinement stage shouldn't be too difficult. According to the tropes in novels, typically, completing the first novice task grants a boost to one's cultivation. Indeed, advancing to the Chi refinement stage shouldn't pose a challenge. Once more adjusting his mindset, Yin shifted his gaze to the quest's icon, pondering what his first task might entail. Would it involve challenging Naruto Uzumaki? Or perhaps confronting Zabuza Momochi? Or defeating Itachi Uchiha? The aforementioned tasks seemed a tad daunting. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Naruto, but the sensitivity surrounding the Uchiha clan's proximity to him made it precarious. If only he could challenge Sasuke instead. That way, he could wait until Sasuke fell asleep at night, sneakily cover him with a blanket, and give him a good beating to complete the task. Yin fervently prayed at that moment, invoking every deity he knew, before returning to wash his hands thoroughly and finally clicking on the quest's icon. Upon entering the immortal realm, even mortals should possess the courage to seek the Tao. Even an ant should aspire to shake the tree. A humble origin is not a shame. The ability to endure and adapt is what defines a true man. Ding. Newbie task triggered. Task. A large number of Rift Sky Demon Dogs have been detected in the vicinity, troubling the populace. Please show them a lesson. Defeat 10 Rift Sky Demon Dogs to intimidate the surrounding malevolence. Reward. Improve physique. Increase 100 chance of entering Chi refinement. Enhance 50 success rate for foundation establishment. Uchiha Yen. After repeatedly scrutinizing the task panel, Yan's expression darkened, and he fell into a profound silence. He slowly moved to sit before a stone table in the courtyard, his mind lost in contemplation. From the origins of humanity to the Trisolaran invasion of Earth. After a long while, Yin exhaled deeply. What the hell? What is this nonsense? System, what on earth have you detected? When did Konoha village ever have such dreadful creatures as Rift Sky Demon Dogs? System, answer me. In this world of Naruto, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, where on earth am I supposed to find these terrifying Rift Sky Demon Dogs? Yin, what are you doing slacking off here? At that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly emerged from beside him, clad in blue attire and black pants. His small face bore an expression of seriousness and anger as he gazed at his twin brother, who sat idly in the courtyard, embodying the disapproval of an elder towards a younger sibling. Yet, the puppy cradled in his arms utterly undermined the sternness of his demeanor. As sons of the Uchiha clan, we must diligently train to uphold the honor of our family. Yan's gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes dull and devoid of luster, lacking any desire to respond to Sasuke's words. Is the Uchiha honor merely about wetting one's pants? His unenthusiastic tone, coupled with the embarrassment of the truth, pierced through Sasuke's heart like an invisible blade, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone, his face visibly reddening. Nonsense. That was just water I spilled on the blanket last night. I did not wet the bed. Sasuke shouted loudly, as if raising his voice could somehow cover up the truth of last night's incident. Just then, Mikoto, passing through the corridor, overheard her younger son and smiled, casting a knowing glance at Yin. It was clearly Sasuke who had wet the bed, yet he boldly stood before her claiming it was Yin's doing. Mikoto was well aware that Yin would never do such a thing. His admission was clearly an attempt to protect Sasuke's fragile feelings. What a good child. Not wishing to interrupt the two brothers, Mikoto turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare hot tea for the father and son in the living room. You go play by yourself. I have no mind to entertain you today. Yin, feeling exasperated, was preoccupied with questioning his useless system and had no inclination to engage with Sasuke. Uchiha Yin, who said I wanted you to keep me company? Sasuke shouted defiantly, though his expression was filled with grievance. He turned, clutching the stray puppy he had found, and walked away, despondent. Wait, Sasuke, what are you holding? Chapter 3. Journey to the Rift Sky Demon Dog Den. Just after taking a few steps, Sasuke paused at the sound behind him. His previously despondent mood shifted abruptly at Yan's words. However, recalling the irritating comments from moments ago, he felt anger rise within him. Humph. My matters are none of your concern. Though Sasuke spoke thus, his posture, initially turned away from Yin, pivoted to face him. And he adjusted the puppy in his arms slightly. It was as if he was introducing his new friend to Yin. The Uchiha clan's reputation in the village was quite poor. People regarded them with the same trepidation as one would a plague. This unfortunate circumstance meant that the ordinary children of the Uchiha clan had little opportunity to make friends outside their kin. In simple terms, the descendants of the Uchiha clan are bound in a cycle of intermarriage. Outsiders in Konoha find it difficult to endure their ways. And the Uchihas themselves are equally intolerant of others, with few companions for their children and the weight of a stern clan leader as their father. The number of those who harbor awe, jealousy, and insincerity towards them is staggering. Fugaka, their father, not only instructs his two sons to limit their interactions with other village children, but also warns them against playing with their kin. In his solitude, Sasuke yearns for companionship, often feeling envious when he observes other children laughing and playing together. However, his father's strict demeanor constantly reminds him that family takes precedence over all else. Lacking friends, he finds solace in a stray dog he picks up along the roadside. Initially, Sasuke had no intention of engaging with this boy, Hyan, who had just mocked him. Yet, upon noticing Hyan's gaze fixed on the puppy in his arms, a smug expression suddenly crossed his face. Beg me, he thought. If Hyan pleaded, he would allow him to hold the dog. Sasuke felt a sense of pride, eager to share his newfound friend with his twin brother. As the elder sibling, it was only natural for him to look after his brother, even if Hyan constantly referred to himself as the elder. Return it. Take it back from whence it came. Hyan's tone was unusually serious, and his stern expression startled Sasuke. While Sasuke was indifferent to Hyan's disdain for his pets, he recognized that, above all, they were members of the Uchiha clan. From a young age, Hyan had observed the children within the clan and noted that many of them would, at certain times, begin to keep pets, cats, dogs, birds, and countless others. Yet, without exception, these pets would meet cruel fates, appearing before the children in gruesome ways. Most children thus experienced a jarring awakening. It was then that Hyan realized this was a deliberate act within the clan, designed to provoke intense emotional responses in the children and awaken their Sharingan prematurely. Such actions, in Hyan's view, were utterly disgraceful. He had no desire for his brother, whom he deemed less intelligent, to undergo such a harrowing experience. Upon hearing Hyan's words, Sasuke's teeth clenched in fury, and he shot a furious glare at him before storming off to his room without uttering a word. However, Hyan would not let him leave so easily. He seized the back of Sasuke's collar and yanked him backward. Sasuke, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively protecting the puppy rather than retaliating against Hyan. Hand it over. Hyan lightly pinched Sasuke's arm, then seized the soft flesh at the back of the puppy's neck. The dog yelped in pain, and the sound pierced Sasuke's heart like shattered glass, igniting his rage. Hyan, let it go. Sasuke sprang to his feet and grabbed a small stone from the ground, hurling it at Hyan's hand. With a slight sidestep, Hyan effortlessly avoided the projectile, maintaining a stoic silence as he walked toward the door. He casually ruffled the dog's head before tossing it outside in one fluid motion. By the time Sasuke reacted and chased after him, he found Hyan leaning against the door, seemingly intent on preventing him from leaving. Fists clenched tightly, Sasuke glared at Hyan, his voice low and seething with anger. Hyan, I will no longer acknowledge you. Yet, as he spoke, Hyan's expression shifted dramatically. He turned and flung open the door, darting outside to retrieve the puppy, which had not strayed far. At that moment, Hyan, fixated on the system prompt before him, fell into a prolonged silence. Ding! Defeated the Rift Sky Demon Dog. Task progress 110. Rift Sky Demon Dog. Hyan scrutinized the puppy before him, perplexed, unable to draw any connection between the creature and the designation. Not even the slightest hint. The puppy stretched its limbs. Its big eyes filled with a pleading innocence, even appearing somewhat endearing despite the harshness of its captor. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke snatched the puppy away and, while Hien stood in stunned silence, stealthily retreated to his room. I understand now. This system likely has a cognitive impairment. Hien mused, stroking his chin, arriving at this conclusion with a sense of seriousness. Though the task seemed abstract, it was undeniably a beginner's mission, setting aside the peculiar title of Rift Sky Demon Dog. He merely needed to venture outside and find a few dogs to complete the task. This task posed no significant challenge. With that thought, Hien dashed back to his room, realizing that if Sasuke had found a puppy, he must know where to locate more. Upon entering, he discovered Sasuke crouched in a corner, feeding the earlier puppy milk. Hien waited at the door for 5 minutes until Sasuke finished before entering and pulling the boy's arm to lead him outside. Sasuke forcefully shook off Hien's grip and, adopting a cold demeanor, began to issue threats. Let go of me, Uchiha Hien. I swear I will never. But just as he reached the crux of his declaration, Hien produced a bill and waved it before Sasuke's eyes. This unexpected development caused Sasuke's voice to falter, and by the end of his sentence, he swallowed his words. Instinctively, he reached for the money, but Hien lifted it just out of reach, leaving Sasuke grasping at air. You can keep a dog, but not in the house. Initially believing he was being toyed with, Sasuke's anger flared, yet upon hearing Hien's words, he felt a surge of frustration, which he suppressed. However, the fact that Hien agreed to let him keep a dog was a tremendous relief, having issued his earlier threats. Sasuke felt it would be beneath him to back down now. He snatched the bill from Hien's hand and tucked it into his pocket, feigning indifference. Today, I won't hold it against you. After all, I'm your older brother. Hien scoffed in response. I was born a minute before you. You speak nonsense, Sasuke retorted. His face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze from Hien's piercing eyes. Must we keep such meticulous accounts between brothers? Hien rolled his eyes, unwilling to pursue the argument further, fearing that Sasuke might embarrass himself in the process. Let us go. Take the dog outside to keep it. And show me if there are any other puppies. Having Sasuke care for the dog outside was a reluctant compromise. From the moment Sasuke had found the puppy, their father likely knew, perhaps even orchestrating the situation himself. Sasuke felt elated. Hien's words signified acknowledgement of his new friend, and he was thrilled to share this with Hien. Yet, it wasn't long before he began to fret, recalling his promise to train with his brother that afternoon. Come on, if you don't hurry. Give me back my money, Hien urged from the doorway, prompting Sasuke to snap out of his stupor. His mind was solely focused on completing the beginner's task and embarking on the path of training. As for chakra, he was done with it. Over the years, he had indeed put forth effort in his training, even receiving praise from that one who claimed he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. His chakra was limited, unlike those in the later stages of the series who could summon anything with a clap of their hands. However, having retained memories from his past life, he found that his extraordinary mental acuity afforded him remarkable control over chakra. Without deliberate practice, his mastery in chakra manipulation had already approached that of Itachi Uchiha. However, when faced with the formidable Genjutsu master, Uchiha Itachi, Yin truly grasped the extent of his terror. In every encounter, he was utterly oblivious to the moment Itachi unleashed his illusions during their 1 versus 7 skirmishes. From that point on, Yin realized that should he activate his Manjiki Sharingan, he might stand a chance against Itachi. Acknowledging the impracticality of activating the Manjiki before the night of the massacre, his training regimen became less rigorous, shifting towards a more joyful pursuit of knowledge. Yet now, equipped with a system and an opportunity for cultivation, he was determined to strive for success. As for the task at hand, he required Sasuke's assistance primarily because the little canine was easier to handle. It is worth noting that the dogs of Konoha possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, and when gathered in packs, he could not guarantee his safety in a confrontation with a multitude of ninja hounds. Are you dreaming? Sasuke exclaimed in indignation, yet complied and lifted the puppy, accompanying Yin as they departed from their home. The two walked along the streets of Konoha, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the outermost area of the Uchiha clan's territory, which bordered the village. Yin, this is the spot. This area is frequented by stray dogs. I've heard that the Inuzuka clan's dogs often come here. These little pups are likely abandoned by them. Could it be that these dogs are the wild offspring of the Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds? Young Sasuke, lacking many friends, possessed a simplicity of thought that surpassed that of his peers. Upon noticing Yin's silence, he assumed his brother also wished to adopt a puppy, and began meticulously selecting one for him. Yin, what do you think of that black and white puppy? With a little training, we could. Sasuke pointed at several frolicking puppies in the distance, patiently describing the characteristics of each one. However, as he turned to glance beside him, he found that Yin had mysteriously vanished from his spot. When he looked back, he saw Yin pinning several puppies to the ground, enthusiastically rubbing their bellies. Yow! The sight was startling. Yin's expression bore a fierce demeanor as he bullied the puppies, causing Sasuke to lose his composure. Yin, what are you doing? Do you have no compassion at all? Yin paid no heed to Sasuke's accusations, his attention consumed by the system notifications. Beep. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Hound. Task Progress 210. Beep. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Hound. Task Progress 310. Beep. Defeat the Rift Sky Demon Hound. Task Progress 410. Fully engrossed. Yin transformed into a relentless task machine, and even as Sasuke rushed forward, he could not deter Yin from his antics with the stray puppies. Eventually, Sasuke had no choice but to cling to Yin's leg, prompting him to cease his mischief. Of course, Yin's primary reason for stopping was that the task was already complete. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: improved physique, 100 increase in chi refinement entry probability, 50 increase in foundation establishment success rate. As the task concluded, Yin slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the system's power. The notion of improving his physique sounded remarkably impressive. Yet, 10 minutes passed, and aside from 2 additional lines in his status section, he experienced no noticeable changes. There was no miraculous growth or transformation occurring. Just as Yin prepared to voice his frustration with the system, a notification resounded in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement, Enemy of the Rift Sky Demon Hound. Enemy of the Rift Sky Demon Hound. By consecutively defeating the Rift Sky Demon Hound, you have now become an enemy of their pack. Wearing this achievement title grants a cultivation boost of 200. Uchiha Yin stood frozen, scrutinizing the achievement he had just acquired, utterly perplexed. What baffled him further was that the apparent benefits of the task reward seemed less advantageous than this so-called achievement. After all, a cultivation boost of 200 was quite significant. What should he focus on for his training next? Should he practice chakra control or hone his ninjutsu? At that moment, Yin was oblivious to the fact that a horde of stray dogs and ninja hounds from all over Konoha were beginning to converge on his and Sasuke's location. Woof. Woof. A woof. Thousands of ninja hounds raced through the streets of Konoha, causing the entire village to tremble. Each canine driven by a singular thought, to teach a lesson to the oblivious young man. They were determined to ensure he understood that the dignity of dogs should not be trampled upon. Yin, I believe you have gone too far, Sasuke proclaimed, trailing behind. Deeply disapproving of Yan's earlier treatment of the puppies. What is the big deal? I was just playing with them, Yin replied nonchalantly. However, upon witnessing a vast cloud of dust rising in the distance and hearing the relentless barking drawing near, he was suddenly seized by fear, grabbing Sasuke and fleeing in the opposite direction. Damn, so this is how it is in the world of cultivation. Picking on the young brings the old to seek revenge. The pursuit by the ninja hounds was absurd, yet Yin abruptly discovered that the recently acquired boost of 200 was indeed taking effect. Chapter 5. Youth, Passion, and Dogs. Have you heard? The 2 children of the Uchiha clan leader are being chased all over the village by dogs. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. The prodigious Uchiha clan had produced such embarrassing offspring. The disgrace they brought upon the Uchiha name was apparent to all. Indeed, they were the clan leader's sons. And in comparison to Uchiha Itachi, they were leagues behind. Recently, tales of the Uchiha clan leader Fugaka's twin sons being chased by dogs throughout the village had become a source of ridicule. At that moment, 2 small figures zipped past the streets of Konoha at a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. They weaved through rooftops and leaped over walls and lampposts. Their frantic yet graceful movements reminiscent of the Uchiha clan's mastery in battle. Had they not been pursued by a pack of large ninja hounds, the villagers would have struggled to recognize them as the Uchiha clan's 2 disgraceful boys. Only the normally composed Might Guy, witnessing this scene, bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. This is youth. Youngsters, I didn't expect you to be so passionate, even as members of the Uchiha clan. Oh my, today, I must run around the village 100 times. His oddly enthusiastic declaration caused discomfort among the surrounding villagers, prompting them to distance themselves from this peculiar man, fearing their children might be influenced negatively. Meanwhile, the 2 fleeing boys dashed past a throng of villagers and one particularly green figure, racing forward with fervor. Sasuke pumped his arms, his feet nearly leaving behind afterimages. Woof, woof, whoosh. Suddenly, two large ninja hounds leaped from the rooftops on either side of Sasuke, launching a coordinated attack. Sasuke skidded to a halt, twisted his body, and leaped into the air, simultaneously kicking out with both feet, sending the approaching hounds sprawling backward upon impact. The entire evasion and counterattack was almost instinctual. At the same time, he shouted angrily at Yin, who was not far away. Uchiha Yin, I hate you. Panting heavily, Yin supported himself with one hand on the ground, springing upwards like a coiled spring to evade the pounces of four ninja hounds. In midair, he twisted his body and threw four pebbles with precision, each striking the mouth of a hound with a sharp crack. Don't shout. Just tell me if your taijutsu has improved these past few days. It was undeniable that the benefits derived from the life-threatening circumstances were immense, not to mention the additional cultivation boost of 200 he now possessed. Running around the village for 20 laps barely left him breathless. The intense pressure also accelerated Sasuke's growth in taijutsu. Yin roughly calculated that the benefits they gained from their intense training over the past 3 days were equivalent to Sasuke's 6 months of practice. Throughout their arduous journey, they not only faced relentless attacks from a pack of ninja dogs, but also had to evade each assault while on the verge of physical exhaustion. From the initial state of being battered and bruised to their current adeptness, the improvement was indeed remarkable. Of course, had it not been for the dire circumstances, he would not have resorted to such a method to enhance his physical skills. He had anticipated applying the training boost of 200 to his ninjutsu and chakra refinement instead. Yet, upon donning the title of enemy of the sky-rending demon dogs, the village's dogs seemed to take offense and relentlessly charged toward their position, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Sasuke was momentarily speechless. He yearned to express the pent-up frustration within him, yet the rapid enhancement of his physical skills was undeniably faster than his solitary efforts. However, this method of gaining strength was not what he desired at all. When would they ever conclude this ordeal? If they continued running, they would soon be home. Having a brother so fixated on training with dogs was truly overwhelming for him. Almost there. Just hang in a bit longer. Yin encouraged, as he deftly maneuvered through the chaos of dogs, seizing one by the collar and executing a swift throw. He evaded several attacks and struck another with a flying knee, sending it sprawling. In mere moments, the ninja dogs around him were yelping and fleeing the scene. Observing Yin's formidable prowess, the remaining dogs hesitated, baring their teeth in apparent fear and retreating. Notification: congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new achievement. Sky-rending demon dogs enemy. You have vanquished all the sky-rending demon dogs near the village, and now you are perceived as an indelible terror in their minds. Wearing this title allows you to swap positions with any sky-rending demon dog within a 500-meter radius simply by shouting its name. Yin regarded the effects of his new title, massaging his temples as he struggled to suppress the urge to curse. All right, this abstract system is one thing, but even the achievement title is just as abstract. He found himself recalling the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. The question arose, what should he name this newfound ability? Dog Thunder God? Or Flying Thunder Dog? Would he really have to shout at his enemies, "What are you barking at?" Would that not provoke them into a frenzy, rendering them immune to pain? For a fleeting moment, Yin felt that this title was even less beneficial than its predecessor. Nonetheless, he decided to make do with it, viewing it as a potential life-saving skill. After the title evolved, the pursuing ninja dogs ceased their chase and fled the scene entirely. Yin and Sasuke took a moment to tidy themselves before cautiously entering their home. Having been in close proximity to dogs for so long, they both reeked of canine odor, necessitating a thorough cleansing before stepping inside. As they tiptoed through the house, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. However, before they could fully enter, they found their father, Uchiha Fugaku, sitting in the living room. He was seated before the coffee table, arms crossed, wearing a stern expression that could instill fear, with wrinkles that seemed to emanate a hint of menace. It was evident that their father had been waiting for some time, and his serious demeanor suggested that they were about to face a reckoning. Sasuke, feeling intimidated, shrank back at the sight of Fugaku, his head buried deep into his chest. Fidgeting nervously, "Father." Fugaku nodded silently, casting a glance at his two sons, his brow furrowing as he took a sip of the hot tea on the table. Though he said nothing, the atmosphere in the room became thick with tension. Yin stood beside him, slightly tilting his head, exuding a calm demeanor that contrasted sharply with Sasuke's anxiety. Fugaku set down his teacup and took a deep breath. "Did I not instruct you both to refrain from provoking those ninja dogs?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face drained of color. Under his father's gaze, he dared not lift his head and instinctively leaned closer to Yen. The sound of Fugaku slamming his hand on the coffee table echoed through the room, startling both boys. Speak. Explain why you did this. 3 days prior, when the two boys returned battered and bruised, Fugaku had delivered a severe reprimand. He warned them not to provoke the ninja dogs again, lest they become the laughingstock of the Uchiha clan, unable to fend off mere dogs. Yet now, their family name had been tarnished by their antics. Whenever the villagers spoke of the Uchiha, their first thoughts were not of the infamous Uchiha Madara or the prodigies Shursui and Itachi, but of his two sons, perpetually chased by dogs. Tensions within the family and the village had been mounting, and Fugaku felt he could scarcely contain the restless clan members. Faced with this situation, he feared that his sons might become the spark that ignited conflict with the village. Considering the family's reputation, calling for help would not only be humiliating but might even prompt the third Hokage to suspect that the Uchiha clan was deliberately provoking trouble. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Fugaku lamented the state of his family, his eldest son constantly opposing him, and his younger sons neglecting their training to frolic with ninja dogs. Father, Sasuke stammered, dropping to his knees. His head bowed as he prepared to admit his wrongdoing. Knowing his father's temperament, he realized that any attempt at defense would only incite further anger. Yen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sasuke, catching Fugaku's gaze. At that moment, Sasuke looked up at Yen's silhouette, shining with an almost radiant light. Was Yen truly willing to shoulder all the blame? However, as soon as Yen spoke, the warmth of Sasuke's admiration shattered into pieces. Sasuke's strength is inadequate. I took him for special training, and engaging in battles with ninja dogs is not shameful. Moreover, Sasuke is strong now. If you don't believe me, let him demonstrate. Sasuke. Yen's declaration was noble in tone, yet internally, he silently prayed for Sasuke's success. Forgive my foolishness. The rivalry for heirship has always been thus. You should bear the brunt of the criticism this time. Consider it a repayment for my help in your training over the past few days. Sasuke, bewildered, raised his head in shock, looking at Yen's resolute expression before glancing back at their father, who appeared ready to explode. Feeling already nervous about their transgressions, the unexpected turn of events left him more flustered than ever. Though he was deeply moved by Yen's willingness to accept the blame, he did not wish for it to be under such circumstances. Fugaku, dismissive of the notion that Sasuke had grown stronger, viewed it merely as an excuse for their mischief. After all, they were pure-blooded Uchiha, and their ties to the ninja dogs were tenuous at best. The idea of training with them was utterly absurd. Nonsense. Are you implying that your current abilities are sufficient to challenge me? Do you understand? Fugaku's reprimand was abruptly interrupted as Yen raised his hand. Enough, father. We shall leave the matter here for today. Let us eat. Fugaku? Sasuke. Yen's tone was more serious than that of his father, Fugaku, and there was even a hint of role reversal in his words. Fugaku himself felt somewhat disoriented. Am I the father, or are you? Sasuke was astonished to hear Yen speak to his father in such a manner, his mouth agape in disbelief, while beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. It took Fugaku a while to regain his composure, his expression darkened, and his anger began to simmer. With a loud crack, the wooden tea table broke under the mounting tension, as Fugaku emanated a powerful aura, ready for a scene of familial affection to unfold. Uchiha Yen. Just then, Mikoto pushed open the living room door, and upon seeing the three of them, smiled gently. Darling, dinner is ready. Let's eat first. She then waved at Sasuke and Yen, playfully chiding, You two should go wash up. You smell awful. Upon seeing his mother, Sasuke dashed to her side like a man escaping a dire situation, heading straight for the bathroom without a second glance. As for that insufferable Yen, he couldn't care less. Seeing Sasuke bolt, Yen quickly followed suit, but paused at the doorway to casually address his father. Sasuke is not cowardly. In Fugaku's eyes, Sasuke's constant pampering by Itachi was already concerning. But having Yen look after him only compounded the issue, leading to Sasuke's tendency to weep at the slightest setback. Unable even to lift his head in front of his father, his demeanor was entirely unlike that of the other children in the clan. Yen, of course, noticed this and could only conclude that the entire Uchiha clan, and indeed the entire ninja world, had a few screws loose. His younger brother, Sasuke, was perhaps the only one who was truly normal. For instance, while Sasuke's talent lay clearly in lightning-based chakra, Fugaku insisted on rigorously training him in fire techniques. The result? When Itachi first learned fire techniques, he could produce flames that spanned about 10 meters, nearly matching Fugaku's own. Itachi believed his talent was mediocre, and yet his first attempt yielded flames that stretched around 5 meters. In contrast, Sasuke could only manage a small flicker of fire upon his initiation. It seemed that from that moment onward, Fugaku began to harbor disappointment in Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's reputation has been tarnished by these unfilial children. Though Fugaku maintained a stern expression, Yan's departing words eased the tension in his brow. Mikoto found her husband's demeanor amusing, though Fugaku struggled to express himself. He cared deeply for his 3 sons. Each time he wished to communicate, he felt too embarrassed to have a proper conversation with them. After a moment, Fugaku turned to his wife, uncertain whether he was asking her or himself. "Mikoto, am I too harsh?" "Ha ha ha ha." Mikoto covered her mouth, chuckling lightly, and playfully gestured towards the door. "You should ask the children that. But that Yin sometimes has a mind even sharper than Itachi's." Upon hearing Yin mentioned, Fugaku's previously softened expression darkened once more. "Don't bring him up. You have no idea what that kid's attitude was just now." Before long, Sasuke and Yin finished bathing and sat at the dining table. Itachi was reportedly on a mission and would not return for the next few days, so he was absent for dinner. Throughout the meal, Sasuke devoured his food fervently, as if believing that finishing quickly might spare him from an impending beating. Yin, however, appeared indifferent, having long since accepted that such punishments had been part of his life since he discovered his father's hidden stash of money at the age of 3. "I'm done." After finishing, Sasuke put down his chopsticks, slightly bowed to the others, and turned to escape the dining room. "Wait." At that moment, Fugaku called out to Sasuke, his gaze fixed intently on Yin. "It seems I haven't assessed your training in quite some time." Fugaku felt his words were somewhat melodramatic and added a clarification to his intent. "Ahem, soon you will be starting school, so I hope you won't embarrass me there." "Humph. Keep up." Chapter 7. What are you barking at? The 2 brothers, well aware that there was no escaping it, obediently followed Fugaku to the training ground. It was indeed a cause for joy that their father, the clan leader, could spare time to evaluate their abilities. Typically, it was a rare occasion for him to be at home for dinner, let alone to accompany them in training. However, Sasuke found little joy in this. Among the 3 brothers, Itachi's talent was something Sasuke could hardly aspire to, as he idolized him. Sasuke was acutely aware of his own lack of natural ability compared to his brother. Yin also possessed considerable talent, having garnered praise from both their father and Itachi. The first ninjutsu they learned was the fire release, great fireball technique, and while Sasuke struggled for countless attempts to produce even a flicker of flame, Yin merely needed to observe once to successfully execute the technique, brazenly declaring that the great fireball was something even dogs wouldn't bother to learn. This clearly showcased Yin's extraordinary talent. Yet, despite this, Yin often slacked off in his training, leading their father to never commend him. In the presence of Yin and Itachi, Sasuke could not help but feel inferior. Now, as their father prepared to assess their skills, Sasuke was filled with trepidation, fearing that he would not perform well. Noticing Sasuke's downcast demeanor, Yin placed a hand on his shoulder and teasingly remarked, "Oh, my timid little brother. Have you already lost your courage before the battle has even begun?" Lacking the eloquence for sentimental words, he could only seek to provoke Sasuke's spirits. If one were to say Sasuke had talent, it was immediately apparent, especially during the clan's ceremony when he activated his Sharingan. It was indeed difficult to maintain composure. Yet, if one were to claim he lacked talent entirely, he would eventually rise to become one of the 2 most formidable figures among the Hokage. In this regard, Yin could only surmise that his brother's potential had yet to be fully unveiled. Take their recent training in physical techniques, for instance. Sasuke's improvement was nearly on par with the benefits Yin gained from his 200 enhancement. This scenario reminded Yin of those unassuming students in high school who suddenly skyrocketed to the top ranks during final examinations, leaving one utterly baffled. "I'm your brother." Sasuke brushed Yin's hand off his shoulder, reiterating his status as the elder brother. Yin was baffled as to why Sasuke was so fixated on this point. Lowering his head and shoving his hands into his pockets, he quickened his pace, deliberately distancing himself from Yin. As he approached Fugaku's side, Sasuke, whether to encourage himself or to assert his determination, declared, "I will not lose. Yin, I will definitely catch up to you in Nizen." Fugaku's gaze lingered on Sasuke for a moment, recognizing the immense pressure he felt. However, he refrained from saying anything further, believing that sometimes such pressure could serve as a motivating force. "You two go ahead." Fugaku, hands clasped behind his back, beckoned the brothers to proceed, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yin, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke. Of course, regardless of the situation, Sasuke was still his son, and as a father, he could not help but care. This approach was primarily intended to provoke Sasuke. "All right, father, be careful. I'm coming." Sasuke formed the necessary hand signs and swiftly drew kunai and shuriken from his waist pouch, launching them towards Fugaku. Yin, less courteous than Sasuke, began circling Fugaku the moment the battle commenced, inadvertently adding pressure to his father's stance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken and kunai flew through the air, each following a distinct trajectory, angling towards Fugaku's vital points with precision, his throat, his eyes, and other critical targets. Meanwhile, Yin had maneuvered to their father's rear, yet unlike Sasuke, he held back from attacking immediately, instead waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to his father. The theme was to showcase the tenderness of familial bonds. Fugaku stood resolutely, unmoving, as the shuriken hurled by Sasuke approached him. The sharp projectiles clattered against him, causing Sasuke to tighten his grip in anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, in the next instant, a loud bang echoed as Fugaku's figure transformed into a wooden dummy, crashing to the ground. "Yin, if you do not act now, your chance will slip away." Fugaku's voice rang out unexpectedly from behind Yin, startling him into action. He swiftly pivoted, executing a kick towards the source of the sound. With a swift motion, Fugaku raised his arm, blocking Yin's strike with the back of his hand, and deftly seized his ankle. He began to critique. "Your response was commendable, but your strength lacks substance." With a powerful yank, he sent Yin flying backward, while simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Sasuke's youthful voice broke through the tension. "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive fireball, over 2 meters in diameter, surged towards Fugaku, raising the temperature in the courtyard dramatically. Yin had once shared tactics with Sasuke, including the importance of preventing an enemy from forming hand seals. He had also advised against announcing the techniques, as it could render one vulnerable to counterattacks. However, the moment was too tempting for Sasuke to resist. He craved to showcase his progress before his father. "Remember, Sasuke, do not flaunt your fire style in front of a Uchiha unless you possess greater strength." Fugaku's eyes narrowed the moment he opened them. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan glimmered ominously. He remained calm, executing his seals as the fireball neared, inhaling sharply before exhaling a larger fireball that engulfed Sasuke's attack and barreled towards him. In a flash, a leg appeared before Fugaku, aiming directly for his face. His Sharingan whirled as time seemed to slow. He sidestepped slightly, evading Yan's trajectory and grasping his ankle once more. This time, the force of his grip was substantial. He intended to impart a profound lesson to Yin. "Are you truly so foolish as to think you can display your physical prowess before me, as if you were one of the village's ninja hounds?" Yin, caught once again, felt the world blur as he was lifted off the ground. Fortunately, a small dog materialized in his vision, a brown ninja dog outside the Uchiha gates, poised to relieve itself, momentarily alleviating his fears. As Yin was about to be slammed to the ground by his father, he closed his eyes, bracing himself, and shouted, "What are you barking at, dog?" Chapter 8. Sasuke, perplexed, asked, "Yin, is your dog clone technique truly impressive?" Fugaku stood frozen, stunned by his son's unexpected outburst, while Sasuke remained equally paralyzed, afraid to breathe. The family's discipline was traditionally strict. Fugaku's authority as a father was akin to an edict. Even Itachi, recognized as a genius, bore the stigma of rebellion when he disagreed with their father. Now, Yin had the audacity to shout such a thing in front of Fugaku, leaving Sasuke to wonder how they would navigate the future. Fugaku's anger surged within him, chilling the air around them. "Yin, if you have the audacity." Then, before he could finish, Yin vanished, only to be replaced by a brown ninja dog, its hind leg raised. "Woof!" The dog's wide eyes reflected confusion akin to that of Fugaku and Sasuke. The urge to relieve itself, built up over time, was now overshadowed by the menacing glare of Fugaku's Sharingan. However, the moment was ripe for action, despite its fright. The dog managed to dribble some urine onto Fugaku's pant leg. Sasuke, witnessing this, braced for the repercussions, fearing he would also face punishment. Just as he contemplated moving, he recognized the absurdity of the situation. Is this a dog clone? Yin had transformed into a ninja dog, a feat Sasuke had only seen his brother perform. It dawned on him that Yan's recent training must involve this technique. How infuriating. He deceived me into believing he was merely practicing physical skills. Fugaku gazed down at his damp pant leg, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The words of his rebellious son echoed in his mind. If it weren't for his restraint, he might have unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan by now. Just as his anger flared, Fugaku's brow furrowed in contemplation before he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are my son. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Sasuke stood bewildered at his father's reaction, fear washing over him. The dog, having just relieved itself, cautiously inched backward, realizing it was in peril. In the courtyard, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre under Fugaku's laughter, with Sasuke and the dog seemingly united in their desire to escape. Meanwhile, Fugaku reveled in the realization that Yan's recent display was not merely a dog clone, but a technique of space-time ninjutsu. My son, Uchiha Yan, is a genius. The burdens that had weighed heavily on Fugaku's heart dissipated at the thought of having a son capable of such extraordinary abilities. You barking at a dog. Yan's voice echoed again, and just as the dog began to retreat, he vanished once more. Fugaku's excitement surged as he witnessed his son wielding the technique again, his face flushing with exhilaration. Without regard for the earlier incident, Fugaku hurried toward Yan, eager to grasp his shoulders and inquire about the specifics of his newfound power. However, the dizzying effects of his abilities left Yan disoriented, and upon seeing his father's wide grin, he instinctively thought he had fallen victim to an illusion. Launching a punch toward Fugaku's abdomen with all his might. Yan, please tell me. Fugaku began, but before he could finish, a sharp pain struck him in the stomach, robbing him of his voice. He collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with shock and confusion as he looked up at Yan. Wait, father, did you just let me win? After a few moments of contemplation, Yan arrived at a seemingly absurd, yet somewhat plausible conclusion. After all, his father, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, should surely have been prepared for such an attack. Fugaku, still kneeling on the ground, coughed violently, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity, nearly choking on his own breath. Uncertain whether to mask his embarrassment with a cough or if he was truly in pain, Fugaku's face flushed a deep crimson. He feigned calmness as he rose, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Then, turning around with his hands clasped behind his back, he summoned his father's authority and spoke. Your training has shown improvement. I didn't realize you could discern that I was being lenient. His words betrayed no hint of weakness, and even the sound of his sharp intake of breath went unnoticed by the boy behind him. Enough. I have matters to attend to. You and Sasuke should return to rest. We will talk later tonight. Fugaku concluded, not waiting for the brother's response as he swiftly made his way inside. He was eager to inquire about the nature of the jutsu that Hikari had just demonstrated. However, his current state was somewhat disheveled, and he could not allow the children to witness him in such a compromised position, as it would tarnish the grand image he wished to uphold in their eyes. Sasuke, is everything all right with your father? Hikari pointed towards Fugaku's hasty departure, sensing something amiss with his father. Isn't that your dad? Sasuke retorted with a sidelong glance, feeling a surge of indignation, even contemplating why Hikari practiced new jutsu behind his back, but he held his tongue. Hikari, that dog clone technique you used, was it impressive? Hikari, caught off guard, nearly stumbled as he heard the question. He had pondered naming his technique something like Canine Thunder God or Flying Thunder Dog, but he never expected Sasuke would refer to it as dog clone. There was an odd, yet strangely fitting ring to it. Hikari's expression darkened as he turned back toward his room. I learned it from a teacher. If you want to learn, go ask him. Sasuke's eyes widened in realization, but before he could react, Hikari had already entered the house. He poked his head back out, surveying Sasuke with a challenging gaze. I'm still your older brother, yet I haven't heard you call me Nisan. Chapter 9. No need to send me off. Please open the microphone for communication. Nightfall descended. With his wife's assistance, Fugaku applied ointment to his wounds, taking a moment before calling Hikari into the study. The father and son sat across from each other at the tea table, their gazes locked for what felt like an eternity, neither willing to break the silence. Father, don't you have to go to the police station tomorrow? Hikari glanced at the clock, realizing it was already around 10 o'clock at night. Fugaku paused, a warm smile gracing his lips as he finally spoke. Hikari, what was that technique you used today? To obscure Hikari's use of ninjutsu, he had even gone out of his way to retrieve the brown ninja dog that had been wandering outside. He had observed that this particular dog bore none of the distinct markings of the Inuzuka clan, likely a failed breeding experiment. Tomorrow, he would send someone to inquire about purchasing such a ninja dog from the Inuzuka clan. Hikari's mastery of space-time ninjutsu must remain a secret from the village, as well as from the rest of the Uchiha clan. This was not only to protect him, but also to safeguard the entire Uchiha lineage. Oh. It was merely a positional switch with the ninja dog, Hikari yawned, his nonchalant demeanor nearly provoking Fugaku to clench his fists in frustration at the audacity of his son. Merely a positional switch, you say? In Fugaku's eyes, his son was putting on an act. Had he known his father's current sentiments, Hikari would have felt wronged. After all, compared to other achievements like cultivating immortal techniques, this accomplishment and its inherent abilities seemed rather trivial. He believed that receiving a tome on spiritual cultivation would far surpass this triviality. However, he understood the system's mechanics well enough. As long as he could trigger the system's missions, no matter how ludicrous the tasks, the rewards would ultimately justify the means. He was certain that in the near future, he would acquire spiritual cultivation methods, magical artifacts, and perhaps even divine beings. As for whether to conceal his abilities from Fugaku, Hikari chose to be forthright. After all, it was better to disclose such matters than to flaunt his abilities in front of outsiders. Despite the Uchiha clan's diminished influence in the village, they still held some sway. At least Sasuke was still alive. And there was a considerable time before the Uchiha clan faced annihilation. For now, his father could still ensure their safety. Seeing Fugaku silent, Hikari continued. It should be classified as space-time ninjutsu. After a prolonged silence, Fugaku, holding his cup, pondered for a full 10 minutes before responding. No. What you possess is a dog clone technique, akin to the crow clone technique used by Sasuke. Fugaku insisted on correcting him, and upon hearing the term again, Hikari nearly overturned the tea table in frustration. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that his father's insistence was likely a means of protection. But could you not choose a different name? Hikari sighed, taking a deep breath and reluctantly conceding, yes, it is indeed the dog clone. Fugaku's satisfaction with Hikari's response was evident as he poured a cup of tea for his son. Remember, do not mention this technique to anyone else. Not even Itachi or Sasuke. Hikari accepted the tea, casting a meaningful glance at Fugaku, his eyes revealing a touch of concern. Was their family and clan truly in such dire straits? Fugaku sighed, as if acknowledging Hikari's unspoken thoughts. He looked at his son, opening his mouth several times, yet hesitated to articulate his concerns. Go rest. You need not worry. I will handle this. Hikari bit his lip, eager to voice his thoughts, his heart heavy with the fear that his father might repeat the foolish actions of the original story. In that moment, he yearned for his father to call out. No need to send me off. Please open the microphone for communication. Alas, as he looked up, he noticed the streaks of white in Fugaku's hair and the deepening wrinkles on his face. All right, you should also get some rest. Ultimately, Hikari held back his true feelings. He was still weak and needed his father's protection. Whether his words carried weight was uncertain, but Fugaku would undoubtedly shield him from the clan's troubles. Hikari leaned against his knee, rising to bid Fugaku farewell, but just as he opened the study door, Fugaku called out to him. Hikari. He paused, responding softly, yes? I will ensure your safety. Fugaku held his teacup, seemingly perceptive of Hikari's earlier emotions, offering a facade of ease. Hikari lingered at the door for a while, and as he closed it, he replied, I know. I will protect you all as well. Hikari had unwavering faith in his usually stern, prideful father, who hoarded his savings, believing he would safeguard them. Yet, he remained oblivious to the potential chaos the foolish clan might unleash. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the Uchiha clan had its share of flaws. This group, in their quest to enlighten the next generation, resorted to extreme measures, often at the cost of their children's fragile hearts, which were already influenced by the Sharingan, leading to more extreme personalities. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan treated others in the village with arrogance, walking down the streets as if looking down upon everyone, entirely dismissive of other great ninja clans. They were only a breath away from claiming the Hokage position for themselves. While there were indeed normal individuals among them, the majority of the older clan members exhibited this behavior, and they imparted the same values to their children. If no issues arose from this, it would indeed be a miracle. Hikari's mind raced at the thought of an older brother who might one day take down clan members, alongside an Uchiha traitor wielding a blade against their own kin, causing him immense distress. Sasuke must be saved. As Yin contemplated, he returned to his room and soon fell into slumber. The following morning, he was roused from his deep sleep by the loud calls of Sasuke outside. They had shared a room, but due to a petty quarrel, Sasuke had taken his blanket and retreated to Itachi's room for the night. Brother, teach me the crow clone technique quickly. You've taught that guy Yin already. In the living room, Sasuke clung to Itachi, relentlessly pleading to learn the crow clone, leaving Itachi drenched in sweat. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach. Rather, Sasuke simply lacked the aptitude for it. How about I teach you a powerful fire release technique instead? It's one I frequently employ. Sasuke pouted, his stubborn nature flaring up as he initially refused, and then continued to shout, "No, I want to learn the crow clone." After pondering for a few seconds, Itachi spoke again. "Then I'll teach you a genjutsu." Sasuke, not even waiting for him to finish, forcefully interrupted, "No, I want to learn the crow clone." Yin has already asked you to teach him the dog clone. Itachi was taken aback, clearly puzzled. The only ninjutsu related to dogs that he was aware of belonged to the Inuzuka clan, and he had never heard of anyone mastering a dog clone technique. "Good morning, Sasuke." 1-7, Yin greeted, raising a hand in acknowledgement, but looking somewhat dissatisfied as he glanced at Sasuke. "Can you keep your whining down a bit this early in the morning?" Sasuke clenched his fists, turning away, refusing to meet Yan's gaze. As he still didn't wish to engage with him, Itachi awkwardly ruffled Sasuke's hair and offered an apologetic smile to Yen. "Sorry for disturbing your rest." Just as Yen was about to leave, he suddenly retreated to the living room, swiftly approaching Itachi to pose a rather probing question. 1-7. If you had to choose between Sasuke and me, who would you pick? Chapter 10. The closer you stand to the third Hokage, the further your father drifts away. Sasuke, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to Itachi, his expression more serious than Yan's. Life and death mattered little to him. He merely desired to know if his brother loved him the most. The two stood on either side of Itachi, their gazes fixed upon him like daggers, causing Itachi's heart to tighten with a sense of unease. Simultaneously, he felt helpless about Yen's early morning antics. "Yen, Sasuke, I just returned from a mission and haven't eaten breakfast yet. You two must be hungry as well, right?" Sasuke and Yen remained silent, their eyes locked onto Itachi, the intensity of their presence causing Itachi to break into a sweat. Sasuke's eyes shimmered with anticipation, waiting for his brother to reveal the answer he longed for. Yen frowned, observing Sasuke for a moment before chuckling lightly, pretending to be indifferent as he headed toward the dining room. Seeing this, Itachi sighed in relief. After all, Sasuke was easy to persuade, while the other brother was quite the challenge. But just then, Yan's voice floated in from the dining room, light in tone yet laced with pointed inquiries that sent shivers down Itachi's spine. 1-7. If you had to choose between the village and the clan, how would you decide? Itachi's gaze sharpened, his hands clenched tightly between his legs before he loosened them when glancing at Sasuke. He patted Sasuke's head, mustering a strained smile. "Sasuke, go eat first. Yen and I need to talk." Perhaps sensing the tension, Sasuke refrained from throwing a tantrum. He glanced at Yen, then at Itachi, nodding firmly. "All right, just don't argue." Sasuke was indeed fond of and admired his brother, yet Yen was also his brother. Even though Yen often teased him, he understood that Yen genuinely cared for him. If a dispute arose between Yen and Itachi, he would be at a loss for how to handle it. "I, the great Yen, can certainly out-argue Itachi." Yen spread his arms, shrugging exaggeratedly, a peculiar tone in his voice that left Sasuke fuming as he hurried away. Itachi shook his head with a smile. Every time he witnessed Yen teasing Sasuke, he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, his two brothers were undeniably endearing. After Sasuke departed, Itachi led Yen to the study. Once seated, the brothers fell into a profound silence, neither uttering a word. Outside the study, Mikoto and Fugaku pressed their ears to the door, their expressions grave, even holding their breaths in fear of attracting the attention of the brothers inside. Worried about Yen and Itachi after Sasuke left, he had rushed to inform their parents to check on the situation. At that moment, Fugaku's emotions were a whirlwind. From what he had heard from Sasuke, he could easily recall the brief mention of clan matters he had had with Yen. It was evident that Itachi's stance was gradually shifting towards the village. While he couldn't decipher Yen's thoughts, it was clear the child sought to protect his family. As for their stance, it should be somewhat aligned with his own. Reflecting on Yen's recently revealed talents and considering his position, Fugaku felt immense pride. Yet, safeguarding the family was no simple task. Mikoto, as a mother, hadn't thought too deeply. Her thoughts were mostly in line with Sasuke's. She merely wished for the two brothers not to let familial matters jeopardize their brotherly bond. Just as the couple strained to listen, a gasp from Yen suddenly echoed from within the study. "What? 1-7 father has a hidden stash of 100,000 Rio in the kitchen." Fugaku's expression darkened instantly, casting a frantic glance at his wife, his mouth opening to protest. Simultaneously, he secretly vowed to remember his eldest son's grievance. Mikoto shot a glance at her husband before delivering a swift reprimand, turning away to head toward the kitchen. The two tacitly departed, leaving Itachi inside the study, who sighed deeply, aware that Yan's antics were intended to drive their parents away. But could he not always be the scapegoat? As Itachi composed himself, he straightened in his chair and spoke earnestly to Yen. Yen, it's time to open your heart and have a proper discussion. After saying this, Itachi worried that Yen might not grasp his intent and added, like adults do. Yen nodded, remaining silent as he awaited Itachi's next words, eager to hear what his brother wished to discuss. Has father confided everything to you? Itachi knelt in front of the coffee table, his hands resting on his thighs, his fists trembling in dissatisfaction at their father's decision to disclose clan matters to his younger brother. This could endanger Yen. Yen gazed into Itachi's eyes for a long while. And after a few minutes, he shifted the topic, ready to discuss Shursui. 1 against 7. Can you promise me one thing? Sure. Itachi agreed without hesitation, not even inquiring what the request was. Naturally, he would not consent to anything that involved assisting their father in a coup that crossed the line. Protect Shursui. At that moment, Yan's gaze was so piercing that Itachi found it difficult to meet his eyes. From the earlier inquiries regarding the village and the clan, Yen had already discerned Itachi's stance. Itachi would still choose to stand with the village, thwarting their father's ambitions. While ensuring Shusui's safety might not alter the outcome, it could provide the Uchiha clan with a glimmer of hope, delaying the inevitable and preventing them from losing hope too soon in their fight against the village. Itachi suddenly furrowed his brow, as if struck by a realization, then nodded solemnly in agreement. I will. Yen, don't you have anything else to say to me? Itachi could not comprehend why Yen chose not to confront him like their father had, opting instead for a seemingly trivial request. I hope you can fulfill it. Yen propped his chin on one hand, idly toying with the teacup on the table, appearing utterly indifferent to Itachi's response. He had not placed all his hopes for saving Shursui on Itachi. He dared not speak too freely, fearing that Danzo might act against Shursui. And he was concerned that Itachi might immediately rush off to inform the third Hokage. Such a course of action would not only fail to change anything, but could also accelerate Danzo's intentions against Shursui. Enough. I truly do not know how to guide this bunch of incompetent allies. Yen shook his head, muttering under his breath as he rose to leave the study. Itachi, we are still brothers, aren't we? Itachi's sudden words did not halt Yan's steps, as the rift between them perhaps could never be reconciled. For now, let's consider it so. Who knows what the future holds? After Yen departed, Itachi sat in the study, pondering for a long while before gathering his belongings and deciding to head to the Hokage Tower. He intended to discuss with the third Hokage whether a gentler approach could be devised to mend the relationship between the village and their clan. In the small courtyard, Yen reclined in a chair, contemplating the future, occasionally envying his Navi younger brother. His greatest concern was merely that Itachi was not by his side, unlike himself, who had to begin considering how to ensure the survival of the Uchiha clan. If his father led the clan into conflict, Shursui and Itachi would undoubtedly side with the village and ruthlessly turn against their kin. Those two would be cast out of their own camp. Moreover, there was the hidden presence of Uchiha Ibido. It was known that the Uchiha clan harbored a suspected strongman of Mangeki Sharingan level Fugaku. Konoha was rough. There was no room for competition. Fleeing might offer a glimmer of hope, but he knew that as the clan leader, Fugaku would never abandon them. The others would not allow the Uchiha clan to sever ties with Konoha, unless, of course, they could eliminate Danzo immediately or confront Ibido during the night of the massacre. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would eventually have to sacrifice themselves for their foolish younger brother to awaken a Mangeki. Fine. I must rely on myself. He thought about perhaps wandering outside to trigger some tasks. For now, aside from enhancing his own strength, any other discussions were mere fantasies. Have you finished talking with Itachi? Fugaku had appeared behind Yen at some point, gazing in the direction his eldest son had departed, his heart a tumult of emotions. He likely knew where Itachi had gone. No need to overthink. Everything will turn out fine. Yen rolled his eyes, leaning back in the recliner with a deep sigh. Father, stop being foolish. You should be saying that to Sasuke, not coming to me. And do you expect me to console you with that troubled expression? Yen pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and offered them to his worried father, considering it a means of comfort. Ha 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 ha. Fugaku seemed to have heard something amusing, bursting into laughter so suddenly that it startled Yen, causing him to shudder. He lifted his head, bewildered and astonished, staring at his suddenly jovial father. Fugaku, what is so funny? With a thud, Fugaku raised his fist and playfully struck Yen's forehead, then sat beside him. taking a while to gather his thoughts. Though the village appears peaceful, beneath the surface, currents of turmoil are already brewing within our Uchiha clan. Fugaku spoke at length, reiterating the village and family matters until Yin grew somewhat exasperated. Just as he prepared to interrupt his father's lament, he heard Fugaku's tone shift. Yin, if one day your mother and I are no longer here, I hope you can take care of your younger brother. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Yin, and he turned to Fugaku with urgency. Wait, what did you just say? Seeing his son's reaction, Fugaku's expression turned slightly somber, and he began to repeat his earlier words. No, did you just mention peace? Fugaku nodded, though his expression became increasingly peculiar. After all this, you didn't grasp the main point at all. Fugaku thought, growing increasingly frustrated and even feeling the urge to scold his son. And then, Yin leaped from his recliner, turning to face Fugaku, taking several deep breaths as if resolving to make a declaration. I shall annihilate the ninja world. Fugaku? Upon hearing this, Fugaku began to question his own life choices. He even rubbed his ears, thinking perhaps it was his age affecting his hearing. What did you just say? Yin, feeling his previous declaration had not been loud enough, raised his voice several notches. I said, I, Uchiha Yin, shall destroy the ninja world. In that moment, Yin's words struck like thunder, leaving Fugaku's mind in a state of blankness, ringing with disbelief. He turned his stiff neck to glance at Sasuke, who was playfully casting small flames in the courtyard, then back towards Itachi's departing figure. Ultimately, he returned his gaze to Yin. Fugaku's expression shifted several times within seconds, from shock to confusion, then to astonishment and bewilderment. His mental journey was indeed quite tumultuous. His eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, constantly opposed him and seemed to side with others. His youngest son, Sasuke, was novice, lacking the traits of an Uchiha, and his talent was painfully inadequate. He had thought Yin would be a source of relief, yet here he was, declaring his intent to destroy the ninja world. Fugaku was utterly flabbergasted, turning to shout into the house, Wife, bring me my stick from the living room. It must be iron. Uchiha Yin, I see now that I have been far too lax in my discipline. As Fugaku cursed, he raised his leg to kick Yin, but Yin simply sidestepped with ease, then began to explain his reasoning to Fugaku. Father, I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush. Destroying the ninja world may not necessarily be a bad thing. The Uchiha clan had its share of troubling minds, and while others may not understand, as clan leader, Fugaku was well aware. His three sons all exhibited decent character, leading him to believe they were normal compared to the rest of the clan. No matter how abnormal they were, Fugaku felt they were better than the others. However, he could never have anticipated the existence of such a madman as Uchiha Yin within his own home. The more eccentric members of the clan merely aspired to usurp the Hokage, while his son had bypassed several stages, launching straight into thoughts of world destruction. Fugaku was already furious, and upon hearing Yin's defense, his blood boiled, veins bulging as he spat out a tirade of indignation. Ridiculous. You think you can justify destroying the ninja world? His anger was palpable, and upon noticing that Yin had evaded his earlier kick, Fugaku began forming hand seals. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from his father, Yin's hair stood on end, and in a primal instinct, he reacted. Stop barking. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two voices rang out simultaneously. However, at the moment Fugaku unleashed his fire, Yin vanished from the courtyard. After casting the fireball, Fugaku, overwhelmed with rage, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, fainting. Uchiha Yin, what other techniques have you learned in secret? Earlier, Sasuke had noticed the commotion between Yin and their father, thinking it was just his father testing Yin's training. This ignited his competitive spirit, and he immersed himself in his own training. Yet when he turned back, he discovered his father on the ground, and Yin had used that elusive clone technique. So powerful. I must learn this technique. Sasuke's desire for the clone technique reached its peak. Returning to the courtyard, Yin, upon hearing Sasuke's words, swiftly delivered a light smack to his head. You fool. Hurry and help father into the house. What? Father has been defeated by you. Sasuke's perspective is rather peculiar. Instead of immediately tending to his unconscious father, he remains resolute in his earlier thoughts. This jutsu is remarkably powerful. I desire it. Chapter 12. Task. You, the scholar, encounter the fallen fox spirit. On that day, after the brothers carried the unconscious Fugaku into the bedroom with Mikoto's assistance, he lay bedridden. When he finally opened his eyes, he incessantly shouted accusations at his unfilial son, Uchiha Sasuke. It was evident that Fugaku was truly enraged. To be frank, even if Yin were to prevent him from speaking, he could still convince himself that his children were young and naive, which was perfectly normal. But to immediately declare intentions to destroy the world? Do you truly find the Uchiha clan's demise insufficiently swift? Concerned for her husband's health, Mikoto promptly sent the two children away, warning them that their father was in a foul mood and it would be best for them not to see him for a while. Otherwise, she feared they might suffer the consequences. Yin found her reasoning sound and took Sasuke by the hand, leading him outside. As they departed, their mother worried that the children might engage in a battle with the ninja dogs at the village entrance, cautioning them once more. If Fugaku were to overhear any bad news, it could truly jeopardize his health. However, 3 days passed, and the two children showed no inclination to return home. By the river, Yin casually flicked his fishing rod, the transparent line whistling as it flew through the air, the float sinking into the water as they awaited a bite. Splash! Sasuke, engaged in water training, fell into the river once more. After floundering for a moment, he clambered back onto the shore. Yin, are you sure this training will truly make me stronger? Sasuke expressed his impatience, feeling no sense of progress from his attempts to ascend trees or the failures of his water training. Currently, his mind was consumed by the image of Yin defeating their father, and he was singularly focused on mastering that extraordinary clone technique. Yin, still fishing, didn't he even glance at Sasuke, casually uttering a perplexing statement. There are 10 lotus flowers in the pond. I'll pick one. Sasuke, twisting out his wet shirt, looked utterly baffled, unsure of the meaning behind Yin's words. Are you testing my arithmetic? I'll pick 9 lotus flowers? What does that mean? Yin nodded in satisfaction and reiterated Sasuke's words. You just practice more. Yin, you've gone too far. Enraged, Sasuke hurled his recently wrung shirt at Yin, who merely shifted slightly, causing Sasuke's attack to miss entirely. The shirt fell into the water. Sasuke rushed to the riverbank, feeling utterly defeated. He contemplated jumping in to retrieve it, but upon seeing Yin, a thought suddenly struck him. Uchiha Yin, hypothetically speaking, if Itachi and I both fell into the water and we could only save one of us, who would you choose? Yin paused, his fishing motion halting as he turned to scrutinize Sasuke closely, contemplating the question seriously. Unlike Itachi, who often dismissed matters, Yin genuinely pondered such inquiries. Yin mused. Falling into water could only lead to drowning, which occurs when a person inhales water instead of oxygen. Water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen. Sasuke? Knowledge invaded Sasuke's mind in a rather insidious manner, forcing him to retain this bizarre tidbit. Yet, he remained confused as to how the composition of water related to his question. Then, if I release a large lightning jutsu into the river, it would decompose the water into oxygen while simultaneously rescuing both of you. Sasuke was taken aback, his hair standing on end at the thought of being electrocuted in the water. Uchiha Yin, are you a demon? We are brothers. Yin shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, internally sighing. What a brat. Still trying to play games with me. Once Sasuke calmed down, he pressed Yin further. So tell me, between Itachi and me, who would you choose? You. This time, Yin answered without hesitation. For him, this was never a matter of choice. Sasuke was momentarily stunned by Yin's response. After a long pause, he leaned closer to Yin, whispering like a mosquito, Can you teach me the dog clone technique? Splash. Yin, unable to contain himself upon hearing that term, pushed Sasuke, sending him crashing into the river. You better practice your water training. If you don't do well today, there won't be dinner for you. Sasuke emerged from the water, teeth gritted in anger. Yin, you deceived me. I will never trust your words again. Just moments ago, he had felt a flicker of joy at Yin choosing him, only for that wretched guy to push him into the river. Uchiha Yin was indeed a heartless individual. Fuming, Sasuke declared that he would no longer acknowledge Yin. Hey, you too. This is my territory. At that moment, a yellow-haired boy suddenly burst forth from the bushes, pointing at Yin and Sasuke while shouting. He carried a simple, tattered fishing rod, which paled in comparison to Yin's specialized gear from the store. The boy also had a worn-out bucket hanging from his shoulder, appearing battered and possibly leaking. Naruto Uzumaki, after shouting, noticed Yin's fishing rod in the bucket beside him. Glancing at the two boys splashing in the river, he felt an unexpected wave of inferiority. Family, how wonderful. Nervously, Naruto hid his shabby fishing rod and bucket behind his back, continuing to shout at them. This is my territory. If you want to fish, go upstream. There are plenty of fish there. Sasuke immediately bristled at his words. Though he often bickered with Yin and acted spoiled at home, He had never shown kindness to anyone outside. Sasuke leaped out of the water, lightly stepping twice before standing atop the surface. He swiftly donned his shirt, patting the inconspicuous Uchiha crest, and glared at Naruto, tilting his head back arrogantly. "Hey, kid, who do you think you are?" By displaying the Uchiha crest, he sought to assert his background, while standing on the water inadvertently showcased his prowess. His haughty inquiry was a direct rebuttal to Naruto's earlier words. However, Yin could see that Sasuke was hesitant to move, knowing that any motion would result in him falling back into the water. "Sasuke, that's enough. Let us pack up and head home." Yin stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, deliberately leaving the fishing gear and bucket at his feet. He then swiftly pulled Sasuke from the water, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of others. "Humph." Sasuke snorted disdainfully, following Yin as they walked home together. It was tea until they had walked 10 meters that Naruto finally reacted. He hurriedly grabbed the heavy bucket and the seemingly expensive fishing rod, stumbling towards the two of them. "Hey, wait, you forgot your things." Yin raised his hand, casually waving to Naruto. "We don't need them. If you want them, take them. If not, just leave them." However, just as he finished speaking, the system's voice resonated simultaneously, nearly causing Yin to stumble. "Beep. Task triggered. You, the scholar. Encounter the fallen fox spirit." Yin, oh no. Chapter 13. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am a man of my word. Task triggered. You, the scholar, encounter the fallen fox spirit. As he journeyed to the capital for the examination, Yin encountered an injured fox spirit, prompting him to care for it attentively. The system's voice halted him in his tracks, casting a shadow over his countenance as his mind raced. "So, this is the promised realm of cultivation? Now I find myself embroiled in a tale akin to strange stories from a Chinese studio? The fox spirit's gratitude? You should have chosen another character. Besides, I'm not a scholar. I'm merely 6 years old. In the ninja world, how could I possibly be traveling to the capital for an examination?" Sasuke, trailing behind, noticed Yin had stopped and, eager to inquire, was taken aback by the sight of smoke rising from Yin's head. "Yin, why is your head smoking?" Sasuke was filled with concern, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. "I'm fine. We need to go home. Right now." Yin's peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto stumbling toward them, and various portrayals of fox spirits flashed through his mind. The image of the two overlapped, causing the 6-year-old Yin to scrunch his face in disdain. "This ridiculous task? I would rather not partake." The notion of a fox spirit's gratitude was far from appealing. Yin seized Sasuke's hand, quickening their pace as they swiftly departed the scene. The two moved so swiftly that Naruto, struggling to keep up with his full bucket of fish, could only watch their figures diminish in the distance. With a heavy heart, he set down the bucket and fishing rod, raising his hand to shout at the retreating figures, unconcerned if they heard him. "Hey, big brother, smelly guy, thank you for the fish. I will repay you. I, Naruto Uzumaki, always keep my promises." Sasuke and Yin, however, heard him, their movements synchronizing as they nearly stumbled in surprise. If not for their mutual support, they would have fallen. "Damn it, Yin. You shouldn't have given him anything." Sasuke was not only angry about the nickname, but also frustrated that Yin had unilaterally chosen to gift the fishing gear to that blonde brat. After all, he had purchased that equipment. Moreover, Sasuke was particularly displeased with Naruto's moniker for him. Had he merely referred to Yin as Big Brother, he would not have been so irked. "Yes, I regret it too. You should go back and reclaim it." Yin rolled his eyes, staring at the system prompt, feeling utterly exhausted and out of options. "Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, Fox Spirit's gratitude. Fox Spirit's gratitude. Night meeting with the Fox Spirit plot unlocked." In that moment, Yin desperately wished to voice his grievances to the system. "Brother, I beg you, could you perhaps change the world and then issue this reward? Even if the Fox Spirit were a different character, I would grit my teeth and accept this cursed reward." Yan's words provoked Sasuke's fierce discontent. "Why should I be the one to retrieve it? The item was given by you, and now you want me to go back and ask for it?" Sasuke glanced back, turning his head away with a huff, pretending to be indifferent. "Fine, I don't care." Though Sasuke's demeanor suggested disdain, Yin could see that the boy felt more sympathy, albeit too shy to express such emotions. Noticing Sasuke gazing toward Naruto, Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Proud little brat. I am not." Sasuke's voice rose a few pitches, adhering to the principle that a loud voice could mask his insecurities. While that blonde brat had been a bit brazen, his words implied that there were plenty of fish upstream. In truth, Sasuke had never encountered such a foolish individual. The signs of malnutrition and the multiple rips in Naruto's clothing reminded him of many orphans in the village who were in similar predicaments. How could he think to share the location of the fish? Foolish. The two brothers continued toward home, and during their journey, Sasuke suddenly sighed. Yen, don't you think it would be great if we could grow up faster? Then, father wouldn't be so worn out. Plus, when we grow up, we can learn many ninjutsu and become incredibly strong. Do you remember Father's three-tomo Sharingan? Perhaps we could possess such formidable power. Sasuke rambled on, discussing the powerful techniques within their clan and the prowess of the Sharingan, expressing a longing to learn the shadow clone technique. Yen listened attentively, refraining from interrupting his brother's dreams of the future. However, as they approached home, Yen, with his hands in his pockets, gazed up at the sun for a moment, feeling a tinge of sadness as he addressed his naive and foolish younger brother. Sasuke, sometimes growing up isn't necessarily a good thing. You will encounter many troubles and face numerous setbacks. He nearly divulged that strength does not solely depend on age, but chose to keep that insight to himself, fearing it might discourage Sasuke. Cut it out, Yen. Are you trying to talk like father or brother? How boring. The young Sasuke, unable to comprehend Yen's words, felt time dragging on, becoming increasingly impatient with the slow passage of their 6 years. Upon their return home, the night began to fall, and the system incessantly prompted them to visit the fox spirit's abode to trigger further tasks. Yen scoffed at this, feeling a headache coming on. He had initially thought the system was absurd for placing him in a cultivation world, but after the recent task reminiscent of a strange tale, he realized that the system was indeed malfunctioning. It was genuinely exhausting. As for the subsequent tasks, not only was the fox spirit's gratitude absurd, but as the son of an Uchiha clan leader, venturing alone at night to seek the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tantamount to courting death. Regardless, Yen had no intention of continuing with the series of bizarre tasks. Fine, if the system can trigger tasks, it means there is still hope. After Yen and Sasuke returned home, time seemed to fast forward, and before they knew it, a week had passed. It appeared Itachi had received another mission. But Yen did not forget to perform his routine divination before Itachi departed. Afterward, he saw no sign of him again. As for his foolish younger brother Sasuke, upon learning that he could not practice the shadow clone technique, the indomitable boy still struggled to accept the harsh reality. Running to the Inuzuka clan's doghouse for several consecutive days, he wandered throughout Konoha, from the Inuzuka clan's doghouse to the Nara clan's pharmacy and the Akimichi clan's barbecue shop, yet did not trigger any new tasks. One day, as Yen routinely visited the doghouse in search of Sasuke, he unexpectedly heard the familiar prompt from the system while passing by a flower shop. Beep. Chapter 14. Enough with the strange tales. Why is there a Plants vs. Zombies task as well? Beep. Task triggered. Task. The apocalypse is upon us. Zombies are about to invade your backyard. Please plant sunflowers before dark to collect sunlight and defend against the impending zombies. Reward. Special sunflower 2. Yen believed he could endure all abstract tasks from the system, but he truly did not anticipate such a twist. He held his breath, hastening to the wall, propping himself up, and began to breathe deeply. All right, Plants vs. Zombies. Is it? While the task reward lacked detailed descriptions, Yen could surmise that this sunflower would collect sunlight, if it had any utility. He would need to complete the task first before conducting any experiments to discover its effects. He no longer expects the system to issue any serious tasks and feels exhausted. Standing at the flower shop entrance, watering the flowers, Inoue turned her head and caught sight of a boy not far away, unable to tear her gaze away. She became so entranced that she forgot she was still watering the potted plant. The watering can overflowed, soaking the entire pot and splashing mud onto her shoes. Your flowers are dying. A stranger's voice startled Inoue, causing her to gasp. The watering can slipped from her grasp, and though most of the water had spilled, a few droplets still splattered onto the boy, Yen. Realizing what had happened, Inoue's face flushed crimson upon seeing Yan's wet clothes. She scolded herself inwardly for her foolishness, feeling both embarrassed and awkward. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Inoue stammered, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. In a frantic rush, she pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket, instinctively reaching to wipe Yen's damp clothing. Let me handle it myself. Yen's lips twitched as he grabbed Inoue's wrist and took the handkerchief from her. This action made Inoue feel even more embarrassed, and she lowered her head, searching for a crack in the ground to hide herself. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to bow and apologize again. I'm truly sorry. Yin wiped the water stains from his clothes and walked past Inoue toward a pot of sunflowers in the corner. How many sunflowers do you have? I need a lot. It would be even better if you could help me transplant them. The system task required him to fill the backyard with sunflowers before nightfall. So Yin decided to transplant them to be safe. After all, having encountered a relatively normal task, he was determined to secure the rewards, whatever they may be. Is it useful? Let's talk later. Inoue, why are you standing there doing nothing? Just as Inoue was about to respond, her mother, with a keen commercial instinct, noticed the large customer at the door. The Uchiha crest. What a wealthy household. Yin turned to look inside the shop as the shopkeeper, wearing an apron, pulled her daughter aside. With a smile, she inquired, "Dear customer, how much do you mean by a lot?" The entire yard. Yamamoto's eyes widened in astonishment. Realizing that the Uchiha indeed was a wealthy family, even their flower-buying habits deviated from normalcy. That's no problem. Just help me transplant the sunflowers in the backyard before tonight. Yin interjected, then waved to Inoue, who was hiding behind her mother, making a writing gesture. Inoue paused for a few seconds, quickly retrieving a pen and paper from her belongings, timidly offering them to Yin. However, while he wrote, she slyly lifted her head. Capturing every word, he penned with a mischievous glint in her eye. This address. Is it the Uchiha clan leader's home? As if uncovering a secret, Inoue carefully saved the note he handed her. Even after he left, she stood at the entrance, gazing at the boy's retreating figure. Since you're curious, why not just ask for his name? Yamamoto teased, causing Inoue's face to redden again. That's so annoying. I can find out when I deliver the flowers. Inoue averted her gaze from her mother's eyes and hurried to the back to arrange the delivery. Meanwhile, the hidden Umbu ninjas, lurking under the eaves, quietly took out their pens and began recording on their scrolls. August 28th, sunny. Uchiha clan leader's second son, Uchiha Yen, visited Yamamoto's flower shop to purchase a large quantity of sunflowers. Purpose unclear, significance unknown. Threat level, above. They also noted Sasuke's movements. August 28th, sunny. Uchiha clan leader's third son, Uchiha Sasuke, once again visited the Inuzuka clan's dog kennel, reportedly to learn the dog clone technique. After a week of observation, it has been determined that there is no connection between the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans, and it is concluded that Uchiha Sasuke is mentally unstable. Threat level. The Umbu ninjas had been monitoring the two brothers since their chance encounter with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Whenever the two ventured out, the Umbu followed, documenting everything they did. The result? Those tasked with the surveillance found themselves utterly drained. From day one, they had been ambitious, eager to uncover evidence of the Uchiha clan's potential rebellion. However, the two boys, one wandering around Konoha village and the other frequenting the dog kennel, exhibited bizarre behavior. Initially, the assigned Umbu ninjas believed the two children were under Fugaku's guidance, secretly plotting something significant. Yet, after several days of observation, they began to question their own judgment. Aside from wandering the village, Yin could be found in taverns, ramen stalls, and other shops, seemingly in a rush, shouting strange phrases like, "Hurry up and give me the task. Come on, release the cultivation mission," and other incomprehensible utterances. As for Sasuke, he spent his days pondering dog-related ninjutsu, constantly running to the Inuzuka's dog kennel. The Umbu ninjas were utterly baffled. You, an Uchiha, should be studying the Sharingan and Shuriken techniques. Why are you obsessed with the dog kennel? In summary, after a week of surveillance, all the Umbu ninjas arrived at the same conclusion. Fugaku's two sons were mentally unstable. Let's withdraw. There's no need to waste time on these two foolish sons of Fugaku. Let's report back. The Umbu squad leader sighed, and with a command, the other ninjas disappeared from the eaves. In the afternoon, Inoue, with the assistance of her co-workers, arrived at the Uchiha clan's estate, laden with sunflowers. She stood at the entrance for quite a while, staring at the doorknob, gathering the courage to raise her hand and gently knock a few times. Is anyone there? Perhaps her knocks were too soft, or her voice too quiet. 10 minutes passed without a response from within. Inoue glanced back at the closed door, then at the pile of sunflowers, suddenly feeling a bit lost. Just as she contemplated retreating to seek her mother's help, a commotion erupted around the street corner. Yin, let go of me. I'm about to learn that ninjutsu. Chapter 15. Fugaku, there is no place for you in this family anymore. At the Uchiha clan estate, Yin, holding a bouquet of carnations in one hand and tugging on Sasuke's arm with the other, walked expressionlessly towards home. The bouquet of carnations was something he had specifically brought back for his mother, since he had already purchased so many sunflowers. Bringing a bouquet of carnations for her was hardly a hassle. These flowers cost him nothing. The shopkeeper had given them to him for free as a gesture for being a valuable customer. Yin even intended to entrust the responsibility of paying the bill to his father, allowing him to feel involved. Sasuke, leaning back, resisted. Yin, you said you wouldn't interfere with me. Yin had previously promised not to disturb Sasuke during his training at the dog kennel and had agreed that he could return home before dinner. The time was still early, just past 2 in the afternoon, with at least 3 more hours until dinner. Naturally, Sasuke was upset at being interrupted, and his stubborn temper flared up. He struggled fiercely, but his strength was no match for Yin's, and his legs trailed along the ground, leaving a long mark. Wait a moment. Yin glanced apologetically at Inoue, who stood at the entrance, and suddenly released Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, already leaning back, found himself flipping completely over. If not for his quick reflexes and agility, he would have hit his head on the ground, likely resulting in a more painful fall. Sasuke rose from the ground, furiously pointing at Heian, and began to express his daily grievances, much like Heian routinely interrogated Itachi. Heian, I detest you. In the face of this situation, Ino stood awkwardly before the principal parties. Having never encountered a sibling quarrel before, especially between twins, her lips twitched slightly as she remarked, your brother is rather adorable. Upon hearing the blonde woman's words, Sasuke erupted in anger. Blonde, I detest you too. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan does not welcome you. Compared to his earlier remarks directed at Heian, Sasuke's words to the blonde Ino were notably colder. Ignore him, Heian said, turning the key and pushing the door open without sparing a glance at the fuming Sasuke. What? Ino had intended to lighten the awkward atmosphere and formally introduce herself, but had no idea that her words would provoke Heian's brother. I'll go bring the flowers inside, Ino declared, turning to fetch the sunflowers piled outside, as if that would alleviate her inner guilt. Sasuke, come help carry the flowers in, Heian commanded, disregarding Sasuke's anger and even assigning him tasks. Between brothers, what camaraderie existed was merely that of a master and his servant. Nonetheless, concerned about the progress, Heian formed hand seals to employ the shadow clone technique. With a series of pops, 3 clones appeared beside Heian. After a brief exchange of glances between the original and the clones, they understood their task and rolled up their sleeves to assist. Shadow clones, Ino exclaimed in surprise at the scene, but her heart was filled more with delight. Among girls, there circulated a dubious rumor that the higher the beauty of the Uchiha clan, the stronger their talent. Initially, Ino had dismissed such claims as nonsense, but now they seemed rather plausible. Humph, they're just shadow clones. What's so surprising? Sasuke scoffed, raising his chin slightly in disdain before forming hand seals to conjure his own clones. This technique was particularly demanding on chakra, and he had only just mastered it after completing his training on tree climbing and water walking. His impression of the blonde woman was poor, and his use of the shadow clone technique was not to assist, but rather to demonstrate to her that a chasm existed between ordinary individuals and those of a genius lineage. Sasuke conjured only 2 clones, and as they helped Ino carry the flowers, a smirk of barely concealed mockery played on his lips. Observing his overly dramatic brother, Heian felt that a little strategy would easily allow her to manage the situation. Heian, Sasuke, have you returned? The commotion attracted the attention of Mikoto, who was resting inside, softly calling out the names of the 2 children. Mom, Sasuke exclaimed as he rushed through the door with the sunflowers, greeted her, and dashed toward the backyard. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before he encountered his authoritative father, who blocked his path. Father, Sasuke said, noticing that his father's demeanor was not as casual as when he greeted his mother. He quickly set down the flowers and bowed to his father. Fugaka grunted, acknowledging his younger son. His gaze caught the golden blooms in the courtyard and the vast expanse of sunflowers outside, causing his brow to furrow as he cast a stern look in Heian's direction. Just then, Ino, peeking in, noticed Fugaka frozen in place, his fearsome expression resembling that of a predator ready to devour several children. Heian had long grown accustomed to this, and even suspected that her father's stern visage was innate. She stepped over the threshold, picked up the bouquet, and handed it to her mother, who was still contemplating the sunflowers at the door. Mom, for you. To be candid, Heian felt slightly embarrassed to express his feelings so directly. He stuffed the flowers into Mikoto's embrace and turned to lead the still-dazed Ino outside, pretending to be exceedingly busy. Mikoto gazed down at the bouquet of carnations, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This child, she murmured softly, her voice thick with emotion. Really? She glanced at Sasuke, who was covered in dirt, and sighed inwardly, lamenting her son's thoughtlessness. She had long noticed it but felt too embarrassed to inquire. Meanwhile, Fugaku and Sasuke's expressions darkened simultaneously. Sasuke even dared not look at his mother, realizing he had returned empty-handed and feeling ashamed. Humph. Fugaku let out another cold grunt, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. He no longer had the desire to inquire why Hien had purchased so many sunflowers, turning on his heel to leave. However, at that moment, Hien's voice rang out from outside. "Father." This call caused Fugaku to retreat to his previous position, and he cleared his throat twice, carefully adjusting his collar before assuming a paternal authority. With a half-smile, his expression was both solemn and grave, as if awaiting something. "The sunflowers were purchased from the flower shop. Please settle the bill for me." Hien's tone was no different from her usual exchanges with her father. Yet these words struck Fugaku with a chill colder than the sharpest winter breeze, piercing him deeply. "Get out." "Oh dear, why are you scolding the children, dear?" Mikoto could not bear to watch, cheerfully waving at Hien, her bouquet swaying in front of Fugaku, as if celebrating a victorious battle. Proud and triumphant, Hien replied. "Mom will cover the cost." Chapter 16. Sasuke, I detest the blonde. Eventually, Fugaku yielded to his wife's insistence and reluctantly paid the bill. What vexed him even more was that Hien expressed her gratitude solely to his wife. Not only did he feel insulted and injured, but he also had to foot the bill. Fugaku was furious and resolved not to see that brat for the next few days. The irritable father turned away and walked into the house, prompting Mikoto to find her husband somewhat amusing. How could a grown man behave like a child? Sulking over a matter involving his own offspring? Mikoto watched her husband leave and turned her gaze to the three individuals planting sunflowers in the courtyard. She barely noticed her youngest son, Sasuke, but her attention was drawn to Ino and Hien, unable to suppress a smile of maternal pride. "Did you remember everything I said?" Ino, wielding a small gardening trowel, explained the transplanting techniques while planting sunflowers. Speaking of her expertise, she exuded confidence, her voice no longer as timid as before. Though she still dared not meet Hien's gaze directly. "I remembered," Hien replied earnestly, nodding. His peripheral vision caught the damp strands of hair on Ino's forehead, and he suddenly recalled that he had yet to return her handkerchief. He took it from his pocket and extended it to Ino, who was crouching on the ground. "How about taking a break?" With the sun still above the horizon and half the work completed with Ino's assistance, he figured there was no rush. Deciding to let her rest, he was not an unfeeling taskmaster. "All right." Ino was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her handkerchief, then accepted it, cradling it to her chest as if it were a treasure. She set down her gardening tool, and Mikoto, observing from the side, stepped forward to take it and offered Ino some tea and snacks. Seeing the blonde woman leave, Sasuke carelessly tossed the gardening trowel aside and plopped down on the ground. Having previously utilized the shadow clone technique, he had exhausted a considerable amount of chakra, and as this was a newly learned skill, he had stubbornly maintained the clones to avoid losing face in front of the blonde. The fatigue he felt after the clones vanished was far greater than during his training in the doghouse. Hien, ever busy, noticed Sasuke resting and immediately called out, "Sasuke, hurry up, you're moving too slowly." "Uchiha Sasuke?" Hearing the words of that fellow, Sasuke was utterly astonished. He remained silent, raising his arm to emphatically gesture towards the room. His expression of anger was a silent indictment of the injustice he felt. Why was it that the woman could rest while he could not? Hurry up. If merely using shadow clones left him this exhausted, how could he ever grow stronger in the future? Yin spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Sasuke could only perceive it as a personal affront. Enough is enough. It was merely planting flowers with shadow clones. There was no need to treat it as if it were rigorous training. He could just as well practice diligently tomorrow. Under normal circumstances, Sasuke might have exchanged a few sharp words with Yin before reluctantly bowing his head to continue working. However, for reasons unknown today, upon catching sight of the blonde woman, an inexplicable anger surged within him. "I'm done." With a cold expression, Sasuke brushed off the dirt from his clothes, shoved his hands into his pockets, and headed towards the training ground. He had no desire to squander time here. In the room, Ino was intently observing the situation outside, her conversation with Mikoto distracted and unfocused. From time to time, she would glance down at her handkerchief, upon noticing Yin's brother throwing another tantrum. She promptly stood up and bowed to Aunt Mikoto. "Aunt, I think I should go help out. If my mother finds out I'm slacking, she'll definitely scold me." Mikoto smiled without a word, scrutinizing the young girl in front of her, causing Ino's cheeks to flush. "Then I'll take my leave." Flustered, Ino dashed outside and only sighed in relief once she reached the courtyard. "Yin, let me take over." Sasuke, who had barely taken a few steps, heard the blonde's voice and impatiently furrowed his brows, coming to a halt. Yin was busy transplanting sunflowers and had not paid Sasuke any mind. After all, it was unreasonable to allow the boy a bit of relaxation. With Ino's arrival, their pace had significantly accelerated. Sasuke, why have you returned? Yin, turning in surprise, found Sasuke laboriously toiling away with a sullen face, a stark contrast to the earlier defiance. Sasuke ignored him, continuing with his tasks. Though his gaze would frequently drift toward the blonde, Yin merely smiled. This naive brother of his was often far more endearing than he perceived. As evening approached, with the help of the three of them and Yin's shadow clones, they successfully completed the task of planting sunflowers. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, special sunflower X2. With the system's voice resonating, Yin gazed at the golden courtyard, finally letting out a sigh of relief. So beautiful. Ino stood among the sunflowers, delicately tiptoeing through the golden waves. Her golden ponytail swayed as she moved, resembling a fish joyfully swimming in water. After a moment, Ino suddenly turned to face Yin. Nice to meet you. I'm Ino Yamanaka, and I'm delighted to meet you today. Yin, taken by her bright smile and earnest introduction, felt himself smiling back. I'm Uchiha Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you. The two shared a smile amidst the flower sea, leaving Sasuke in the shadows, baring his teeth in frustration. What on earth are these two so happy about? After a long day, Sasuke felt no joy at all. He only found the blonde increasingly intolerable. With a dark expression, he shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged back to the room, feeling no inclination to converse with Yin. Tomorrow would be the same. Unaware of his brother's slight mood, Yin escorted Ino home before rushing back to the flower sea to check his system rewards. Upon opening the system, he found an icon of a sunflower in his backpack, displaying a quantity of 2. Everything seemed perfectly normal. After scanning his surroundings and finding no one, he clicked on the sunflower icon. As he did, a golden light enveloped him. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Yin, crouching on the ground, felt an unusual weight on his shoulders. To his astonishment, 2 sunflowers had sprouted on his shoulders, each bearing a face. They were indeed the sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies. But why were they growing on my shoulders? Is this an imitation of Jiraiya? As Yin turned his head, his gaze met that of the sunflowers, and suddenly, 2 deep male voices echoed in his ears. Jiangnan Leather Factory. Jiangnan Leather Factory has closed down. Crazy Thursday with 50 off. Shut your mouths. Yin whispered harshly. He was concerned about these peculiar sunflowers being discovered by his family. He could easily use the excuse of a summoning beast to cover for himself. The main issue was that having them sprouting on his shoulders was both abstract and somewhat embarrassing. Sasuke would surely laugh at him if he saw this. Snow Leopard. Be quiet. Quiet, quiet. The 2 sunflowers seemed oblivious to human speech yet managed to utter various comments that strained Yin's patience. In the end, he yanked 2 of the sunflowers he had transplanted earlier and stuffed them into their mouths. This action startled the long-faced sunflowers, and feeling their fellow beings in their mouths, their eyes turned fearful, no longer daring to provoke this cruel human. Seated on the ground, Yin closed his eyes, beginning to sense whether any changes had occurred within his body. Given that these peculiar sunflowers had sprouted on him, he found it hard to believe that nothing had changed. After about 10 minutes, Yin suddenly noticed a subtle shift in the chakra refining process within him. The speed of chakra refinement has increased? The chakra within him was now being refined approximately 10% faster than usual. While the increase wasn't substantial, the change persisted even after he ceased refining chakra. In simpler terms, the abilities of these 2 sunflowers seemed to include an automatic restoration of a small amount of blue energy, chakra. Yin cast a disdainful glance at the sunflowers on his shoulders and looked up at the starry sky. Perhaps there would be further changes during the day. This plant likely originated from Plants vs. Zombies, but considering he possessed a rather abstract system, the notion of having sunflowers spit out sunlight was unrealistic and might not even come to fruition. Of course, if they could indeed produce sunlight, that would be the most terrifying possibility, given that the sunflowers could automatically restore a small amount of blue energy. Yin speculated that this ability would likely be stronger during the day. Yin, who are you talking to outside? Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. A voice from inside the house made Yin jump, and he quickly concealed the 2 unusual sunflowers on his shoulders. Coming, he shouted, rushing to the bathroom to wash up. When he arrived at the dining room, his father and Sasuke, seated on either side of him, wore particularly grim expressions. Only his mother continued to serve him dishes. cheerfully reminding him that it was important to eat well at his age. She paid no attention to Sasuke, who was silently shoveling rice. Both Fugaku and Sasuke exchanged glances at Yen's bowl brimming with food, then looked down at their own bowls filled with rice, their expressions darkening further. "I'm full." "Me too." Neither of them had any desire to continue eating. They quickly finished their rice and headed straight for their respective rooms. Makoto, observing the two, expressed mild exasperation. "Honestly, you two are impossible to please." With that, she turned back to Yen with a smile, continuing to serve him food. "Eat more. Don't mind your father and brother." Yen forced a strained smile, replying, "Mom, please don't serve me anymore. I really can't eat another bite." Though reluctant to refuse his mother's kind intentions, he felt as if he had reached his limit. Continuing to eat would surely lead him to vomit. "Oh, by the way, Yen, what do you think of that girl from today? Have you two become good friends?" The innate gossiping nature of women was evident as Makoto inquired about Yen. Her eyes alight with curiosity, reminiscent of a young girl prattling about others' romantic affairs. However, she was gossiping about her own son. "Not bad," Yen replied, pushing some food from his bowl into his mother's. The image of Ino, now an adult, flashed through his mind, prompting him to add, "She's quite a lovely little girl." A smile graced Makoto's face, but out of concern for her son's discomfort, she refrained from teasing him further. Instead, she turned and retrieved 2 bags from the living room, placing them in front of Yen. "Your enrollment notice. In 3 days, you and Sasuke will be starting school." Yen's movements suddenly froze, and after a complex look at his mother, he nodded. "Okay, I understand." His mood turned somber as he picked up the notice and retreated to his room. The prospect of starting school was not something he looked forward to. It meant that the Uchiha clan's tragic fate was drawing nearer. Makoto immediately sensed Yen's unease. Scratching her head in confusion, she mused, "How strange. Isn't school supposed to be exciting?" The young girl from the Yamashiro family was of similar age to her 2 sons. Uncertain if they might be placed in the same class, Makoto had gone out of her way to ensure Yen could be with Ino, only to be met with this unexpected reaction from him. That night, Yen informed Sasuke about school, but the latter sulked, snatching the enrollment notice and retreating to Itachi's room in a huff. The following morning, as Yen practiced, he heard commotion from the living room and immediately ceased his training. Rushing out of his room, he knew Itachi must have returned from a mission. "HM? Yen, why are you up so early today?" Itachi, who was munching on bread in the living room, turned to see his neatly dressed younger brother, a look of surprise crossing his face. Typically, when he returned at this hour, Yen would either still be asleep or wandering through the living room in his pajamas. Today was indeed peculiar, as his usually lazy brother had risen early. Yen would not divulge that he had spent the night refining chakra while holding 2 sunflowers. He quickly approached Itachi and began his daily questioning. 1 against 7. I ask you. Hearing his brother call his name, Itachi's instincts kicked in. And without waiting for Yen to finish, he interjected, "I choose you and Sasuke. Both alive. Both alive." Yen. Itachi's response left Yen momentarily speechless. How dull. He pursed his lips, choosing to remain silent as he bypassed Itachi and went to the kitchen to grab a carton of milk. Is father not home? The house felt unusually quiet. Sasuke was still asleep, and at this hour, their parents should have been awake. Itachi remained silent for a moment, then, noticing Yen's gaze, he responded truthfully he went to a clan meeting. Then why didn't you go? Yen's question pierced Itachi's heart, and he forced a smile. I came back to check on you and Sasuke. By the way, I have some free time these days and can train with you. I can also take you to school. Itachi was always gentle when addressing his younger brothers, as if their presence could alleviate all his worries. I have plans today. Yen, now at the door putting on his shoes, firmly declined Itachi's offer. The anticipation on Itachi's face quickly turned to disappointment. Also, don't come home too often. You promised to take good care of Shursui. Yen had an unsettling feeling that Shursui's time was limited. Thus, he needed Itachi to keep a close watch on him to prevent any unforeseen incidents. He was preparing to hide a shadow clone by the Naka River and bring along a few dogs, as well as an antidote. Itachi, misinterpreting Yen's intentions, felt yet another wave of disappointment wash over him. I will. Sometimes, he felt as though Yen was the older brother. He sighed and continued. Please take care of Sasuke as well. Chapter 18. Oh my, what a delightful aroma. Itachi bid farewell to Yen, poked Sasuke on the forehead, and set off to the clan meeting. However, as he passed through the courtyard, he stood there vacantly for about 10 minutes. Yen, oblivious to Itachi's musings, assumed he was admiring his handiwork. After Itachi had been gone for some time, Yin chose not to leave immediately, but instead dove into the sea of flowers in the courtyard, eager to test the sunflower's efficacy during the day. Venturing outside might attract the attention of AMBU ninjas, especially given that the Uchiha clan was holding a meeting today. Finding a secluded corner within the floral expanse, Yin summoned his two bodyguards. Due to their recent encounter where they had been forced to turn on each other, they were now trembling and silent, much to Yan's satisfaction. He snapped off two nearby sunflowers, forcefully tore their blossoms apart, shredded them, and trampled them underfoot, hoping to instill a sense of dread in his bodyguards. Keep quiet for a while, understood? Use your abilities if you must, but if you make a racket, your fate will be the same as theirs. He gestured to the trampled sunflowers, casting a threatening glare at his bodyguards, as if to say, "Do you see? Disobedient sunflowers meet a grim end." The sunflowers trembled, their petals falling in fear. They dared not utter a word, simply nodding in agreement, convinced that this human was even more terrifying than the zombies in the backyard. Seeing that his bodyguards had settled down, Yin found a comfortable spot amidst the flowers and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus on refining chakra. Frankly, if he had access to cultivation techniques, he would have sought to advance to the chi refining stage long ago to unlock the novice gift package sent by the system. Alas, he found himself stuck at the threshold of the chi refining stage. He could only hope for further opportunities to encounter tasks from the realm of cultivation. He vowed not to mention the system's abstractions. For now, he had to rely on chakra cultivation to attain power. The azure chakra gathered in his abdomen, coursing through his limbs and permeating his entire body. The speed of refinement was remarkably swift, based on his previous pace. He would usually take nearly 10 minutes to feel any change, let alone spread it throughout his body. The chakra refinement speed had increased by 70%. Yin was astonished to clearly sense the transformations within him. He paused the chakra refinement, noting that the speed remained at 50% even after stopping. This meant that as long as he refrained from releasing any large-scale ninjutsu, the current chakra, combined with the recovery abilities of his bodyguards, would suffice for prolonged combat. The downside, this ability could only be utilized during the day. Nevertheless, the rewards from this mission were quite favorable, aside from the somewhat abstract nature of the two sunflowers. They had resolved his current inadequacy of chakra. Reflecting on this, Yin formed hand seals and initiated the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, 10 shadow clones materialized beside him. This was a manifestation of the technique under extreme conditions. When his father taught him this technique, he emphasized repeatedly not to perform it in such a manner, as excessive chakra consumption could jeopardize his life, even if it didn't threaten his life. The fatigue and mental strain upon the technique's cancellation would be unbearable for most. Yet now, after creating 10 clones, the chakra within him, bolstered by the sunflowers, returned to its peak state in less than a minute. He could even continue to use the shadow clone technique. Naturally, Yin chose not to proceed further. After he dispelled the shadow clone, he flicked the sunflower perched on his shoulder. "Can you expel something?" The two sunflowers tilted their heads to exchange glances, swaying side to side before promptly opening their mouths to spit sunflower seeds directly onto Yan's face. The seeds fell like a torrential downpour, and judging by the scattered shells on the ground, it seemed he wouldn't be getting any snacks from Sasuke today. Strangely liberated by the shower of seeds, Yin, however, felt anything but joy. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seized one of the sunflowers by its neck, growling in a low voice, "Stop. I'm not eating this for now." Taking a deep breath, he fought the urge to tear the two away, speaking patiently, "Give me something special. Don't tell me you can only spit out this stuff." Upon hearing this, the sunflowers appeared to comprehend the foolish human's request, bobbing their heads up and down, emitting a brilliant light. In that moment, standing still, Yin felt as if he were gazing upon the sun, reminiscent of a time in a video game when a teammate had thrown a flashbang right in his face. Blinded by the radiance, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury. "You two better prepare to lose your petals." After approximately 3 seconds, the blinding light began to fade. When he could finally discern his surroundings again, he discovered 2 golden orbs of light at his feet. This revelation caused his initial intention to deal with the guardians to dissipate. After all, that dazzling light could serve as a means of offense, potentially blinding his adversaries. Not bad. Yin reassured himself internally, crouching down to inspect the glowing orbs. After 3 minutes of meticulous observation, he found nothing particularly special about them, aside from their inherent mystique. Pointing to the glowing orbs, he tilted his head to inquire, "What is their purpose?" The sunflowers stared at the orbs, pondering for a while before nodding in unison. "They are edible. The children next door are drooling over them. Oh, the taste is simply authentic." Yan's expression turned serious as the sunflower's comments cast a heavy silence over the atmosphere, their eyes betraying a hint of guilt as they feared his wrath. Gazing down at the orbs for quite some time, the murderous intent within him began to seep out uncontrollably. He felt torn, anxious that he might impulsively harm the two creatures, continuously reminding himself, calm down, calm down. These flowers are useful. I cannot kill them. After several minutes of calming his emotions, he extended his right hand to grasp one of the glowing orbs and, adhering to the notion that it was edible, brought it towards his mouth. However, before it reached his lips, the orb disintegrated into countless specks that merged into his body. In an instant, Yin felt his cells within come alive. Is this the power of the sun? Or perhaps a healing effect? Closing his eyes to sense the changes within, his expression softened. Glancing at the remaining orbs, he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and made a small incision on his arm. As blood began to flow from the wound, he repeated the previous action. As the light transformed into specks, the wound on his arm healed. As he had anticipated, it appeared to be related to healing. It seems to have a connection to healing, Yin murmured, a flicker of delight appearing between his brows as he turned to head inside, eager to share this good news with his beloved younger brother. My dear brother, come here. Chapter 19. In the vast world of ninjas. Having a ninja flower is quite reasonable, right? Yin, do you think I'm a fool? Sasuke scowled, fist clenched, casting a sidelong glance at the insufferable figure before him. 3 minutes prior, Yin had forced Sasuke, who was sound asleep, out of his cocoon of blankets. Upon awakening, Sasuke's morning irritability erupted. However, upon seeing the two elongated-faced sunflowers on Yan's shoulder, he was so startled that he fell to the ground, exclaiming as he scrambled into the corner of the room. Yin then earnestly informed Sasuke that the sunflowers were summoning beasts. In the expansive ninja world, summoning beasts included ninja dogs, ninja cats, and so on. It was entirely normal for him to possess a summoning flower like a sunflower. Sasuke was left stunned and speechless. Yin's primary reason for seeking out Sasuke was to test whether the sunflower's healing abilities could extend to others. Furthermore, he had learned during their conversation that the sunflowers could release their orbs 3 times a day, providing a total of 6 healing opportunities. Healing himself was sufficient. The remaining opportunities were to see if he could heal others. I'm not lying. They can even talk, Yin stated earnestly, turning to deliver 2 hefty slaps to the sunflowers. Speak. The sunflowers seemed to grasp how to interact with this foolish human, and after receiving a couple of slaps, they began to showcase their linguistic prowess. The left sunflower, with a deep male voice, shouted, "Give him a live one. Go." Ignoring the order, the right sunflower first let out a low growl, followed by a boisterous roar. A woof, 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 woof. It howled while peering at Sasuke, resembling a menacing guard dog. When Sasuke heard the urgent barking from the sunflowers, he nearly popped his eyes out. What sort of ninja flower was this? Without a hint of emotion, Yin, even appearing somewhat cold, reciprocated the sunflower's performance with 2 more slaps, indicating he was gradually growing accustomed to this abstract behavior. All of it. The sunflowers, receiving their command, shut their eyes and began to radiate light. Sasuke, witnessing this bizarre development, felt a flicker of curiosity about what the dog-like sunflowers could achieve. He craned his neck, eyes wide with anticipation. The next moment, a dazzling flash of light filled the room. Having learned from his previous mistakes, Yin had preemptively closed his eyes while commanding the sunflowers. Sasuke, however, was not so fortunate. "Ah, Yin!" Sasuke cried out in pain, covering his eyes, but even with them shut, the world remained a blinding white. Minutes later, once he regained his composure, Sasuke, with a foul expression, kicked Yin out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Get out of my room." With a loud bang, Sasuke locked the door, leaving Yin standing alone outside. My bad, I should have warned you. But Sasuke, you should see if that orb inside can heal." Yin called apologetically, patting the door. He had barely checked on Sasuke's condition before he was unceremoniously expelled. After calling out for about 10 minutes with no response from within, it was evident that the boy was genuinely upset. "Fine, if you don't want to try, I have to head out. I'll bring you some glutinous rice balls when I return." After lingering at the door for a while, Yin finally shouted a few more phrases before turning away, retracting the sunflowers from his shoulder. 10 skewers, Sasuke shouted, his voice still brimming with anger, but a smile crept onto Yan's lips as he understood. Got it. With that, Yin closed the door behind him and left the house. The Nango River was not too far from Yan's home, and to avoid raising suspicion, he strolled about the streets as he usually did, When he reached his destination, he held in his left hand a takeout of 20 skewers and a cake, while his right hand grasped 2 Shiba Inu puppies he had bought from the pet shop. He also carried several bouquets of chrysanthemums. The chrysanthemums were purchased from Ino's flower shop, said to be used to honor the deceased. Yin felt it prudent to prepare for any eventuality, so he acquired several bouquets. If Shizue were to meet the same fate as in the original story, he would offer the chrysanthemums as a preemptive tribute. Should we keep watch, Senior Uchiha Yin? At this moment, the root ninja cast a glance at Yan's silhouette before signaling to his team leader, Shui. No need for that. He is nothing but an unseeing fool. With this statement, Shui paused for 3 seconds, then spoke in an oddly peculiar tone. Lord Danzo instructed that Fugaku's 2 sons should not be handed over to him. Even if they awaken the Sharingan, they are to be used for experiments instead. The mere mention of this caused Shui to recall the disdainful expression on Danzo's face when referring to those 2 brats. It seemed that insanity could indeed be contagious through the Sharingan. Shui understood Danzo's sentiments very well. After all, while other Uchiha had their character flaws, those 2 genuinely had issues. Let us withdraw. Our focus must temporarily shift to Shizue and Itachi. With a wave of his hand, several root ninjas nodded and vanished from the eaves. As the root ninjas departed, Kakashi, perched on a tree branch while reading Paradise of Affection, snapped his book shut with a resounding clap, mumbling to himself, Chrysanthemum? Offerings? Is this a memorial for the deceased? Assigned by the 3rd Hokage to monitor the situation. Kakashi squinted in the direction Yin had taken. It seems this lad isn't headed toward a graveyard, is he? Sensing something amiss, Kakashi stowed his book in his ninja pouch and disappeared from the treetop. Yin spent nearly 2 hours triggering tasks around the village, and only as the sun dipped below the horizon did he arrive at the Nakahi River. The area was vast, and he could not ascertain from the original text where Shizue had plunged into the river to end his life. Thus, Yin placed the chrysanthemums he held on the riverbank, worried the wind would whisk them away. He even picked up a few stones to weigh them down after arranging them. At each placement, he clasped his hands together, offering a moment of silent tribute for Shizue. He set 6 arrangements along the bank and 3 on the cliff. Having completed the preliminary memorial for Shizue, Yin began to lead his Shiba Inu in search of temporary lodging nearby. Watching the entire process from a distance, Kakashi could hardly contain his exasperation. Observing Yin, who was now walking his dog, made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Kakashi could only describe Yan's behavior of wandering the village, purchasing odd items, and arriving at the Nakahi River to walk his dog with 2 words, insane. After muttering his assessment, Kakashi resumed his reading of Jiraiya's literary masterpiece, leaning against a rock. Chapter 20. In Bloom, Youthful Days Shadow Clone, I leave these 2 to you. Yin handed the dog leash to his shadow clone. Once the time is right, I will dispel the shadow clone technique. Naturally, the shadow clone understood the deeper meaning behind this. Its task was to care for the 2 dogs by the riverbank while remaining concealed. When the day arrived for Shizue to leap from the cliff, the clone would dispel the technique, allowing Yin to receive the memories instantly. His home was approximately 6 kilometers away, and given the limitation of a 500-meter transmission range, he would need to return later to acquire a few more dogs from the kennel and settle them nearby. As for raising suspicions among others, the likelihood seemed minimal. After all, he and Sasuke had nearly tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation. The entire village was abuzz with talk of Fugaku's 2 sons, who were expected to rival the Inuzuka clan in terms of ninja dogs. With the dogs settled, and a reminder for the clone to act discreetly, Yin departed from the Nakahi River. Yawn. It seems we are done here. Kakashi stretched lazily, stifling a yawn as he closed his book and silently followed behind Yin. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of finishing his shift, Kakashi failed to notice what he had overlooked, or perhaps he simply did not care. I'm back. Yin returned just in time for dinner, opening the door to be met with the enticing aroma of food. Back already? His father stood like a guardian at the entrance, greeting Yin with a bland acknowledgement before his gaze shifted to a patch of sunflowers. Father, is there something you need? Yin noticed his father had been standing there for quite some time, suspecting he had something to discuss. Was it something concerning the family? Were they planning to take action against Konoha? Or had Danzo already made a move against Shizue? At that moment, Yan's mind raced. Then he saw his father, with a serious expression, raise his hand and point towards the sunflowers in the yard. Bring your brother out here. Humph, Fugaku declared, turning to walk back into the house. Casting a glance at Yin as he left. You are becoming increasingly unreasonable. After a tiring day at the meeting, Fugaku returned home only to find Sasuke squatting in the flower bed. While he could understand the innocence of children, he could not fathom why his younger son, in a fit of madness, had uprooted 2 sunflowers and was balancing them on his shoulder, shouting, "Make it faster, spit it out." This scene left Fugaku utterly speechless. As a father, he stood in a conspicuous spot, hoping Sasuke would notice him and emerge from the flowers to apologize. However, after standing there for over an hour, Sasuke remained in his bizarre state. This left Fugaku feeling defeated and deepening his resentment towards Yin. For it was Yin who had initially caused this chaos by planting so many sunflowers in the yard. And before dinner, clean up the yard. Fugaku's deep voice echoed from inside, leaving Yin bewildered. "So, you stood there all this time because you disapproved of my flowers? Why didn't you say something earlier?" After lamenting the adage of a father being akin to a tiger, Yin obediently knelt to uproot the sunflowers at his feet. "Change. Why won't you change?" At that moment, from within the sea of flowers came the voice of his foolish brother. Yin turned toward the sound, finding Sasuke crouched in the corner, completely entangled in transparent tape, bound to half-dead sunflowers. It was evident that apart from his head, which was free of tape, every other part of him was ensnared. Hidden among the flowers, one could hardly notice him unless they looked closely. What was even more disconcerting was that Sasuke was slapping the sunflowers while continuing to shout. From Sasuke's absurd behavior, it was clear that after Yin had left, he must have touched the light cluster and experienced some sort of healing. Was he intending to summon his spirit beast amidst these flowers? Yin smacked his forehead with a resounding clap, his expression mirroring that of his father. The flowers in the yard indeed needed to be cleaned up. "What are you doing?" Yin approached Sasuke from behind, prompting him to turn around. He glanced at the plastic bag Yin held, unable to suppress a gulp, then stubbornly resumed slapping the sunflowers. His face had turned crimson, as if he believed that continuing his actions would alleviate his embarrassment. "Make a change. Speak." At this moment, standing behind Sasuke, Yin regretted having tricked his foolish brother earlier in the morning. Yet, he found it difficult to explain the situation. He wished desperately for a way to divert Sasuke's attention. "Aren't you practicing your dog clone technique?" Yin inquired, but Sasuke remained silent, his slapping growing more forceful. "You can't give up on your training halfway. Didn't you say you would master the dog clone technique soon? Besides, are you sure this will grant you a spirit beast like I have?" Yan's words finally halted the stubborn Sasuke's actions. Gritting his teeth, he shouted back at Yin, "None of your business. I can become strong all by myself." Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, he had experienced the healing abilities of the sunflower, just as Yin had anticipated. Yet, this realization made him acutely aware of the widening gap between himself and Yin. He felt anger, not towards Yin, but directed at himself for not being as strong as Yin and Itachi, for failing to become a source of pride for his parents. Upon hearing these words, Yin's lips twitched uncontrollably, recalling how just that morning, someone had called him a fool for believing that the ninja world could possibly have a spirit beast like the ninja flower. Children truly are difficult to raise. Yin settled down next to Sasuke and casually pulled out the glutinous rice dumplings he had bought that day, offering them to Sasuke. "Tomorrow, I will take you to train. Shadow clones are not suitable for you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who had been facing away from Yin, seemed to waver internally. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Since school starts the day after tomorrow, can we begin tonight?" He had discovered that the orb of light seemed to alleviate the fatigue caused by training. This meant that as long as he possessed the ninja flower sunflower, he could train fervently without worrying about injuries or excessive chakra depletion. This was why he was so fixated on the spirit beast. Yin understood that part of Sasuke's desire to grow stronger stemmed from not wanting to bring shame to the Uchiha clan at school. He chose not to confront Sasuke's hidden thoughts, instead chuckling lightly. "All right, we shall begin tonight. Perhaps you could try training in lightning release." Chapter 21, Shattering Darkness with Thunder. "Are you ready? Wait a moment. Yin, are you certain this won't go wrong?" "Sasuke, we've already conducted safety tests beforehand. You can rest assured." "All right. But could you summon the sunflower first?" Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Yin arrived as promised to guide his brother in lightning release training. However, a minor mishap occurred. He suddenly realized his knowledge of lightning release was quite limited. The entire Uchiha clan, including himself, primarily practiced fire release, with very few pursuing lightning release even in Konoha. Before setting out, Yin had consulted his father, Fugaku, who nodded, indicating he would find a way, though it would take some time. Unfortunately, Sasuke was anxious, eager to grow stronger. Coincidentally, Yin had gleaned a small insight from the lightning release training in the Cloud Village. After bidding farewell to their parents, Yin led Sasuke to a nearby power pole, following a series of safety voltage tests, determined that in this ninja world, physically robust ninjas could safely endure a voltage of approximately 90 volts, a significant improvement over those from his previous life. After completing the safety tests, Yin tied Sasuke to the power pole and pulled 2 wires from above. To avoid reversing his family's electric meter, Yin specifically sought a secluded spot in the village that would not disturb others. He even chose a power pole that appeared to be abandoned and on the verge of being discarded. It's wise to err on the side of caution. At that moment, Yin looked particularly peculiar. To disguise himself, he had wrapped numerous sunflowers around his body, just as Sasuke had done before. He donned thick, insulating gloves on his hands. As he set down the 2 wires and opened his backpack, he summoned his 2 guardians. Sasuke, bound to the power pole, watched nervously as Yin held the 2 crackling wires, swallowing hard. His resolve to train was unwavering. No obstacle could deter his determination to grow stronger. Yet, truth be told, the thought of enduring electric shocks was far from reassuring. Donning the thick, insulating gloves, Yin bent down to pick up the 2 wires, his expression serious as he said, "Sasuke, are you ready?" Sasuke gulped again. "Yin, are you sure this is how they train in the Cloud Village? I feel like something is off." Hearing his brother, Yin's expression shifted several times. He could not directly reveal that lightning release chakra could stimulate the cells within the body, providing a powerful boost. Otherwise, Sasuke would surely question him further. As for whether it would succeed, he was uncertain. However, at the very least, it would help Sasuke build some resistance to lightning release chakra, which would be beneficial for mastering that technique in the future. The possibility of something going wrong had not crossed his mind. A ninja's physical resilience could surely withstand a little voltage. Not to mention, he had the healing orb to assist. "Sasuke, there's nothing wrong with this. If you wish to master lightning release, you must first experience the sensation of electricity coursing through you," Yin stated earnestly, his demeanor grave. Sasuke looked perplexed, glancing at the 2 sizzling wires in Yin's hands. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he muttered softly under his breath, expressing his concerns about Yin's reasoning. "But when we trained in fire release, we weren't burned. And we didn't have to submerge ourselves for water release, nor did we need to go to the mountaintops for wind release, right?" Yin, Sasuke's argument held a semblance of logic, leaving Yin momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he looked up at the moon and said, "Are you going to practice or not? If not, I can go back to sleep. If you're scared, then let's forget it." At this point, even if Sasuke wanted to back out, he felt embarrassed to voice it to Yin. "Come on, I'm not afraid at all." Sasuke shut his eyes tightly, biting down hard on his jaw, his body taut with tension. For a fleeting moment, he gave Yin the impression of an interrogated criminal. From a nearby tree, Kakashi observed the scene from above, silent and astonished. He had been trailing the 2 brothers since they left their home, witnessing their every action. Initially, he thought Uchiha Yin would genuinely have some lightning release techniques to impart to Uchiha Sasuke. As one of the few ninjas in the village proficient in lightning release, he was quite curious. However, the brothers' methods left him utterly shocked. Tied to a power pole and enduring electric shocks, was this truly not a form of interrogation? Kakashi could not comprehend this training method, yet he was profoundly astounded. After a long moment, he stared in the direction of the brothers. These 2 are out of their minds. This is utterly reckless. With a sigh, Kakashi turned and vanished from the treetops, hurrying towards Fugaku's home to see if he could find an opportunity to inform Fugaku. He was genuinely concerned that if he continued to monitor them, the brothers might end up harming themselves, and he would have no idea how to explain it to the 3rd Hokage. After Kakashi's departure, Yin began his special training for Sasuke, instructing the 2 guardians to keep a close watch on Sasuke's condition. If anything went awry, they were to immediately use the healing orb to assist him. "All right, I'm starting now." Yin tightened his grip on the wires and decisively connected them. With a crackling sound, the moment the 2 wires connected, a powerful current surged through Sasuke's entire body, producing a sizzling noise as he convulsed on the power pole. Shouting in agony, the scent of burning flesh quickly permeated the air, and under the influence of the current, Sasuke's hair stood on end, resembling a super saiyan. Whether he had grown stronger remained uncertain, but he certainly appeared formidable. Yin watched intently as Sasuke writhed, ever ready to summon the sunflower to deliver healing. Approximately 10 seconds later, with a loud crack, arcs of electricity shot from the power pole, creating a deafening bang, sparks flying around the 2 brothers. In an instant, every streetlight in Konoha extinguished, the sounds of televisions in the villagers' homes abruptly ceased, and the barks of dogs erupted in chaos. In that moment, Konoha seemed engulfed in darkness. and the villagers, alarmed, rushed outside to ascertain what had transpired. The Umbu and Root ninjas stood on high alert, swiftly heading towards the Uchiha clan compound. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stepped out onto the balcony, hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly at the moon above. He addressed Itachi and Shisui within. Itachi, has your father made a move? Itachi replied with a questioning expression, while Shisui remained silent. Chapter 22. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Have you ascertained the situation? Is the Uchiha clan preparing to strike? In the Root headquarters, Danzo, illuminated by candlelight, inquired of his subordinates behind him. The power outage in Konoha that night was exceedingly suspicious. Such an event inevitably led Danzo to wonder whether the Uchiha clan was planning to act. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, fully aware that the Uchiha would not act overtly. After all, Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan indicated that those inherently malevolent Uchihas would not confront the village directly. The ninja concealed in the shadows remained silent for about 10 seconds upon hearing Danzo's words. Recalling the power outage, a frown creased his masked face. It was indeed Itachi's brother, Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi, who had been training in lightning techniques and inadvertently caused the blackout by tampering with power lines. Once this revelation was made, the dimly lit room fell into an oppressive silence. After a significant pause, Danzo broke the stillness. How has Shisui been faring lately? The Root ninja lowered his gaze, not daring to speak. Itachi has been closely following him. We have had no opportunity. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply at this response. Tightening his grip on his cane, he struck it against the floor with force, reprimanding them harshly. Incompetence. I demand results, not excuses for failure. Go and accept your punishment. You know the consequences of failure. The ninja in the shadows trembled slightly, bowing his head in submission. Yes, Lord Danzo. With that, he vanished into the darkness. After contemplating for a long while, Danzo exited the Root base, leaning heavily on his cane. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was met with fervent pleas. Lord Third, you must trust us. My father would never declare war on the village at this time. Itachi spoke earnestly, with Shisui echoing his sentiments. Indeed, the clan leader would never engage in such reckless actions. Both Itachi and Shisui understood that they were the Uchiha clan's trump cards. Fugaku and the elder clan members intended to use their strength to influence the village's higher-ups without bloodshed. Facing the village directly, the Uchiha clan stood no chance. Moreover, they both wished to avoid conflict that could invite invasion from other villages. Is that so? The third Hokage's face was clouded with concern as he stared at his smoking pipe, his gaze lingering outside, lost in thought. Itachi, Shisui, I hope you will work together regarding the Uchiha situation. After a brief pause, the third inhaled deeply and continued, I will strive to devise a comprehensive plan. Thank you. Lord Third. Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances, sensing a clear path ahead for the Uchiha clan's future. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation, drawing the trio's attention. Lord Third, we must take our leave, Shisui bowed slightly, pulling Itachi with him as they prepared to depart. They felt it prudent to avoid any suspicion regarding the Umbu's investigation into the Uchiha clan. Not at all. It would be beneficial to hear them out. The third Hokage replied with a genial wave of his hand before calling out, Come in. The door opened to reveal an Umbu ninja. But the trio was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor, Kakashi. At that moment, all three shared a common thought. What business does Kakashi have here at this hour? Lord Third. Kakashi's voice came through his mask, laced with exasperation. I must report an incident. For the next 10 minutes, Kakashi detailed the events of the night, sparing no detail. Upon learning that the blackout was caused by Fugaku's two sons practicing lightning techniques, the room fell into a profound silence, with everyone, including Kakashi, rendered speechless. The third Hokage continued to smoke quietly, his expression visibly agitated. Shirsui's gaze remained fixed on Itachi, his face a mask of confusion. He recalled that Izumi and Sasuke typically did not behave so recklessly. Kakashi, having monitored Uchiha Izumi in recent days, found himself somewhat desensitized to their absurd antics. If these two were to engage in any additional outrageous behavior, he would hardly be surprised. Itachi felt the weight of their stares, his discomfort palpable. He was at a loss as to whether to explain himself to the third or to offer apologies. After approximately half an hour, the third Hokage finally broke the silence in the office. Itachi, have I placed too much pressure on you recently? To this, Itachi humbly replied, Not at all. For the village and our clan, it is my duty and obligation. The third shook his head, indicating he did not wish to hear such platitudes. Rising, He approached the bookshelf, retrieving a scroll, and tossed it to Itachi. This is a lightning technique, the lightning clone. Take it back for your two brothers. Ensure they do not continue their reckless behavior in the village. Regarding Itachi's brothers, the third had gathered from intelligence that they were rather simple-minded children, akin to Might Guy. What kind of person would train lightning techniques by tampering with power lines? Moreover, should the Uchiha clan truly attempt a coup against Konoha, the consequences would be unbearable for both sides. In short, a single ninjutsu scroll for a measure of peace was a worthwhile exchange. Itachi's expression faltered momentarily as he opened his mouth to explain that his brothers were merely mischievous, not foolish. However, seeing the third's resolute demeanor, he quickly accepted the scroll with both hands. Thank you, Lord Third. I will ensure they behave. Kakashi stood to the side, rolling his eyes. He did not believe Itachi could keep those two in check. Dismissed, the third waved his hand, and the three nodded in acknowledgement as they prepared to leave. Just as Itachi was about to exit, the third called him back. By the way, regarding tonight's losses, the third deliberately trailed off, elongating his final word. Itachi quickly grasped the implication, lowering his head with an apologetic demeanor. The Uchiha clan will bear the responsibility for all losses incurred. My father will ensure this is honored. The third nodded in satisfaction, waving Itachi off. At that moment, Danzo burst into the office, leaning heavily on his cane. As the door swung shut behind him, he began to shout, Hiruzen, tonight's blackout must be Fugaku's conspiracy. We must act against them immediately. Hiruzen, still unaware of his old friend's ulterior motives, gave Danzo a stern look and replied, You have been rather presumptuous lately. Do not forget your position, for I am the Hokage. The third emphasized his authority, reminding Danzo of his role as an advisor and warning him against reckless actions. The Hokage title had always been a sore spot for Danzo, and Hiruzen's words ignited his fury. With a huff, Danzo stormed out, leaving behind a chilling remark. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The conversation ended as it often did, tumultuous and unresolved. Meanwhile, at the scene of the incident, a charred Sasuke was celebrating with Izumi. Izumi, we did it. I think I figured out how to use lightning techniques. Chapter 23, Fugaku. As long as you do not destroy the shinobi world, everything else is negotiable. Yin opened his mouth, exhaling a plume of black smoke that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Could you please let me go? You are still electrified. At that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, his body charred and his hair standing on end, each breath filled with the acrid scent of singed air. The recent short circuit that had struck the entire village had indeed taken him by surprise, resulting in an unexpected electric shock alongside Sasuke. Yin found it difficult to comprehend Sasuke's excitement. What was the point? His aim was to help Sasuke develop resistance, thereby better adapting him to the practice of lightning release techniques. Yet, this boy had immediately proclaimed that he seemed to understand how to use lightning release. Together, their knowledge amounted to zero. They could only rely on the scanned information about electricity from his past life. What do you even know? Yin longed to retort, but upon witnessing Sasuke's exuberance as he jumped around, flailing his fists and shouting incomprehensible phrases, he swallowed his words. Fine, let him relieve some pressure, he thought. Yin, I really understand now. The essence of lightning release is to discharge electricity. What was that thing you mentioned at home that could store lightning release? Yin pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, a capacitor? Yes, that's it. A capacitor. I am a capacitor, Sasuke exclaimed, striking a stance with his feet firmly planted, elbows resting on his hips, and letting out a roar reminiscent of a primal beast. Upon witnessing Sasuke's antics, his hair standing even more upright, Yin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. For a fleeting moment, he began to question whether he had somehow been transported into the world of Science. Sasuke's voice echoed like a powerful engine, filled with strength and untamed beauty. Yet, at that moment, Uchiha Yin felt nothing of the wild or beautiful. He simply viewed his foolish brother as utterly absurd. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and Yin instinctively drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, sensing something was amiss. He then heard his father's voice, followed by the sight of Sasuke being sent flying. Damn it, what are you shouting about at this hour? Fugaku, clad in his pajamas, lowered his large foot, measuring size 43. Sasuke flew through the air without so much as a cry, succumbing to a sweet slumber. Fugaku appeared quite at ease, not asking any further questions as he turned his gaze toward Yin. What he saw was his son, adorned with charred sunflowers, much like Sasuke had been at home. However, Yin's condition seemed even worse. His complexion was darker, and his brows occasionally furrowed and then relaxed. The turmoil in Fugaku's heart was difficult for anyone, save for him, to comprehend, as he witnessed the distress caused by his two sons. Now, immediately, get back inside. Fugaku glared at his son, whose hair was standing on end and whose body was charred, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Yin instinctively shrank back at his father's furious demeanor, cautiously controlling his breathing under the same roof. The massive power outage in Konoha had genuinely caught him off guard. Who would have thought that this dilapidated power pole could cut off electricity for the entire village? Yin recognized his fault. Yet he still found himself grumbling internally about the significant issues within the village's governance. Such a decrepit structure, with its considerable safety hazards, should have been discarded long ago. He hurried to the pile of debris, checked Sasuke's nose to ensure he wasn't dead from their father's kick, then swiftly hoisted Sasuke onto his back and followed Fugaku. Fugaku remained silent, casting a glance before heading home. However, Yin noticed that his father let out a long sigh upon turning away. It was evident that alongside his anger, there was also concern for them. The three of them walked in a straight line toward home, illuminated by the moonlight, casting long shadows. Fugaku's shadow stretched out, while the moonlight failed to reach his sons trailing behind. Perhaps influenced by the surroundings, Yin suddenly perceived his father's figure as somewhat towering, albeit slightly hunched, causing his nose to sting with emotion. "I'm sorry, father. I never intended to cause you trouble." Yet, after he spoke, there was no further exchange between them. Yin kept his head bowed, silently following Fugaku. Sasuke, comfortably resting on his shoulder, occasionally mumbled in his sleep. "It's not a big deal. It's hardly a bother." Fugaku remarked, his pace slowing slightly, his tone more relaxed than before, devoid of the earlier distortion. However, the furrow between his brows had yet to dissipate. "As for lightning release techniques, I will find a way. Just don't give your brother any more bad ideas." Upon reaching the doorstep, Fugaku glanced back at Yin, gesturing for his two sons to enter the house while he remained at the entrance, showing no inclination to return home. "Father, is there anything I can do to help?" Yin asked earnestly, standing at the threshold without stepping inside. At this, his father suddenly chuckled softly, but as the smile faded, he resumed his usual stern demeanor, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "There is. Just don't destroy the shinobi world." With that, Fugaku turned and walked toward the Hokage building. Yin stood outside for a long moment, watching his father depart before finally entering the house. However, his father's words did not quell Yan's resolve. Rather, they solidified his conviction to save his family and the Uchiha clan. There was only one path to tread, and that was to annihilate the shinobi world. Of course, the method of destruction required careful consideration. Given the current climate, with the village so eager to act against the Uchiha clan and the restless clan members, the primary reason was simply that they had become too complacent, overfed, so to speak. Yin's strategy was to establish an organization within the shinobi world, directly declaring war against Konoha. When the time came, those villages in need of strength would not dare to provoke the Uchiha clan at such a critical juncture. The general plan mirrored that of the Akatsuki organization and Obito's tactics, ensuring they would have no escape. Thus, the question arose, how could he create a formidable organization and then declare war on Konoha? Suddenly, a jolt of electricity coursed through his back, interrupting Yan's thoughts and causing him to reflexively toss Sasuke away. "Ah!" Sasuke's cry rang out, his morning grumpiness flaring up once more. He scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin. "Uchiha Yin, are you out of your mind? I was sleeping peacefully, and now what?" As if realizing that the environment was amiss, Sasuke's tirade abruptly halted. "Wait, where am I?" Yin stood at a distance, not responding to his question, but instead fixating on Sasuke. "What was that noise just now? Why were you discharging electricity?" Chapter 24. Sasuke, who can discharge electricity while defecating the commotion in the courtyard, roused their mother, Makoto, who had unintentionally dozed off while waiting for her two sons. She hurriedly exited the living room, and upon seeing her sons, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Covering her mouth with one hand, tears brimmed in her eyes. However, upon noticing their outrageous hairstyles, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha. Did you both go outside to get new hairstyles for school tomorrow?" Makoto leaned against the doorframe, laughing so hard she could barely stand upright, tears streaming down her face. Unsure whether her feelings were of worry or amusement, Sasuke, initially eager to share his newfound strength with Yin, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing his mother's laughter. He raised a hand to touch his head, instantly turning red like a cooked shrimp, curling his body in a bid to hide his humiliation. Upon witnessing his mother in such a state, Yin, unlike his prideful younger brother, offered a carefree smile, followed by a playful ruffle of his hair. "Mom, what do you think? Sasuke dragged me outside to get a trendy hairstyle." Sasuke, instantly flustered, shouted in indignation. "I did not." Yan's comical antics, coupled with his tone and Sasuke's vexed expression, left Makoto unable to suppress her laughter, causing her to burst into fits of giggles, her hands pounding the floor. If earlier she had concealed her worries with laughter, now it was genuine amusement, her son truly having lightened her spirits. So delightful. Ha. Yin bore no resemblance to Sasuke, who always maintained an air of seriousness, deeply concerned about his dignity. Yin believed that making his mother happy was a stroke of fortune, and he was not overly concerned with embarrassment. Even if he were to appear foolish, he felt it was preferable to being a jester in the eyes of strangers, who would truly regard him as a clown while mother would only worry. Perhaps inspired by the laughter, he joined in. And even the typically prideful Sasuke's lips began to curl upward. After ensuring their mother was comforted, Yin led Sasuke to the bathroom for a wash. Upon returning to their room, it was already late into the night, yet both were brimming with energy. Yin settled onto the bedding, lowering his voice to inquire about Sasuke's earlier antics. What was that discharge about earlier? Sasuke, having eagerly awaited this question, tilted his head back in anticipation, his excitement barely contained. "Since you, as the younger brother, have earnestly asked, then I, as the elder brother." But before he could finish, Yan's fist landed on his head, forming a sizable bump and eliciting a startled cry from Sasuke, snapping him out of his moment of triumph. "Yin, are you insane? You could have just spoken," he protested, rubbing the spot where he had been struck, the pain nearly bringing him to tears. "Get to the point," Yin replied, crossing his arms over his chest, his expression remaining inscrutable and cold. If this kid continued to act up, Yin had no qualms about administering another lesson. Suddenly recalling the earlier scene outside, he reminded Sasuke, "Speak properly and refrain from that ridiculous display of shouting. Mother is already asleep." Sasuke's scion-like behavior was, to be honest, quite difficult for Yin to endure, especially with the impending night of their clan's annihilation. He felt that if Sasuke shouted a few more times, he might inadvertently summon his own demise, an exceedingly unfortunate prospect. Moreover, it was rather abstract. Hearing his immensely impressive technique referred to as a ridiculous display infuriated Sasuke, prompting him to shout back, though he quickly lowered his voice upon remembering their mother. "What do you mean by that?" "That was my new jutsu." Yin slightly lifted his chin, signaling for him to demonstrate. "Come on, show me what you can do. Watch closely." Sasuke sensed Yan's anticipation, throwing back the covers and rising from the bed, striking the same ridiculous pose as before. However, instead of shouting loudly, he only murmured softly, hum, as he assumed a stance reminiscent of a squatting position. Yin observed, and 10 minutes passed with Sasuke maintaining his original posture. Oh no. The boy scratched his back 6 times and swatted 3 mosquitoes in the meantime. Meanwhile, Yin had yawned 3 times, stretched twice, and fought off sleepiness numerous times. "Are you done yet?" Yin asked, growing impatient. It was 4 in the morning, and in just a few hours, he would need to rise for school. Though his current body was stronger than in his past life, he was still only 6 years old and could not pull off the all-nighter feats of his previous existence. "Don't rush me, I'm almost there." This was the 7th time he had said that. At last, Yin could no longer endure it. He rolled his eyes and lay back on the bed. But just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard a faint sound. Is that the sound of electricity? Yin bolted upright, witnessing arcs of blue electricity beginning to surge from Sasuke. There were only a few arcs, about 3 in total, as thin as hair, crackling and dancing across Sasuke's body. Sasuke was the first to notice the change, and upon seeing Yan's astonished expression, he felt an invigorating surge of energy, more exhilarating than before. Mimicking Yan's demeanor, he struck a cool pose and confidently declared, "Yin, speak." However, Sasuke's moment of pride was short-lived. As soon as he spoke, the flickering arcs of electricity vanished as if they had never existed. Yan's evaluation was high yet succinct. He had expected Sasuke to have truly grasped a powerful technique capable of generating arcs rivaling those of electrical poles. Instead, he sighed. "You made me wait all this time for this?" He turned away and buried his head under the covers, no longer wishing to converse with his foolish brother. "Hey, wait. That doesn't count," Sasuke urged. "Wake up." After spending years together, Sasuke knew Yan's previous remarks were tinged with sarcasm, prompting him to explain. Of course, his explanations fell on deaf ears for Yin, akin to the annoying excuses of incompetent teammates blaming lag for their failures. Even if Sasuke could produce electricity, It was rather trivial. It would be far better to wait and seek out Kakashi for proper training. All right, I understand. I believe you. Time to sleep, came Yan's dismissive reply from under the covers. Sasuke found those words grating and was even more determined to prove himself. My electricity is just depleted. If I try again, my lightning chakra will be recharged. He clutched the blanket in explanation, while Yen merely turned over, offering his back in response. Try again. Does this fool truly wish to practice beneath electrical poles every day? Idiotic. Sasuke was thoroughly enraged, spinning around to retrieve the hairdryer he had used earlier. With a swift tug, he pulled out the electrical cord and, dragging it along with him, marched toward the outlet. Chapter 25. I see you have chosen your path to demise. Morning dawned, heralded by the crowing of a rooster, rousing Yen from his slumber. Wake up. Get out of bed. He rubbed his eyes, groggy, and reached out to nudge his brother awake, only to find his hand met with emptiness. More importantly, Yen, unsure if it was due to a restless night, could vaguely detect a burnt odor wafting through the air. Where did he run off to? At that moment, a voice emerged from the corner of the room. Yen, good morning. Sasuke exhaled a cloud of black smoke, revealing a grin of gleaming white teeth. His face darkened and crackling with electricity as he greeted Yen. Last night, after painstakingly taming his hair, he now resembled a wild creature with hair standing on end. Yen turned to see his brother and momentarily questioned his own wakefulness, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. After a few seconds, he finally accepted the hard-to-believe reality. Uchiha Sasuke, have you lost your mind? Did you spend the entire night fiddling with the electrical switch? Regretting last night's antics, upon seeing this bewildered fool, Yen felt an overwhelming urge to corner him and deliver a beating first thing in the morning. No, I did not, Sasuke replied. Yanking the cord from the outlet and slowly standing up, arcs of electricity crackling more abundantly than the night before, sounding like an electric mosquito racket in action. He smoothed his hair, which had somehow reverted to its former glory. Yen, I am stronger now. With a flourish, Sasuke proclaimed this, prompting Yen to draw back the curtains and gaze outside. Definitely clear skies. Yen was not particularly surprised by Sasuke's transformation. After all, in a world empowered by chakra, witnessing miraculous occurrences was hardly unusual. Just a simple feat of discharging electricity? Hardly impressive. He had seen rodents capable of releasing 100,000 volts. Take a look at me. The electric arc unleashed by Sasuke was not destined to last for long, as he yearned to demonstrate that he was no longer the same person he once was. Yet, Yayan resolutely refused to turn and acknowledge him, which left the child feeling somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Itachi with a gentle expression at the threshold, dressed in a pink apron and wielding a spatula. It was evident that he had meticulously prepared breakfast that day. Nisan, look at me. My lightning release. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke rediscovered his target for boasting and dashed toward him, arms flailing. However, the flickering electric arcs that had adorned him had long since vanished, rendering him incapable of proving anything to anyone. Itachi, noticing Sasuke's soot-covered figure and the acrid scent of burnt fabric surrounding him, wore a slightly stiff smile, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Last night, Konoha had been repaired by professionals, but inexplicably, it had behaved as though haunted, flickering in and out erratically. Both he and Shursui had returned only to be summoned to the Hokage's office, where they spent the night listening to the third Hokage's sighs and inhaling secondhand smoke. Just a moment ago, Sasuke looked down, spreading his hands in a gesture of disappointment. Meanwhile, Yayan, having changed his clothes, cast a resentful glance at Itachi by the door and sighed, "Hey, 1 against 7. Choose. Choose." Upon hearing his name called, Itachi responded without hesitation, offering no chance for Yayan to finish his inquiry. "That was my question. Shouldn't you be with Shursui right now?" Yayan rolled his eyes, indicating that he had anticipated Itachi's response. His primary concern was that once this fellow left Shursui, Danzo would likely take immediate action against him. "I'm here. 1 against 7. I truly envy you for having those 2 adorable younger brothers." Just then, Shursui appeared at the door, casually draping an arm over Itachi's shoulder. However, his smile froze upon seeing Sasuke's disheveled state. "Brother Shursui," Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, ready to rush toward him. Fortunately, Itachi's hand landed on his head, preventing such an impolite display. "Go wash up. You can't be so reckless, you know." Shursui waved his hand dismissively, 1 against 7. "You know I don't mind that." Amidst the laughter, Sasuke scampered off to the bathroom. Yayan observed the entire exchange with a peculiar gaze, rolling his eyes repeatedly. When he entered the dining area and beheld a table laden with fried eggs, his disbelief reached its zenith. Raising his head, he locked eyes with a somewhat anxious Itachi, focusing intently on his eyes. However, apart from the pronounced dark circles beneath them, he found nothing amiss. Did this guy awaken the Mangeki Sharingan? Surely. He didn't fry these eggs with Amaterasu, did he? Yayan mused, his gaze flitting between Itachi and Shursui. Itachi, feeling the scrutiny, wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly inquiring, "Is it not to your taste?" "No." Yayan shook his head, raising a finger to point at the two of them. "Don't you think you two are a bit too intimate?" Itachi, Shursui. He believed it was reasonable for Itachi to protect Shursui closely. But did they really need to sit so close together? Their elbows were practically touching. Was this what friendship in Konoha looked like? Disturbing. Understanding the implications of his words, the two immediately shifted apart, creating some distance between them. An awkward silence ensued until, a few minutes later, Shursui broke the stillness. "Yayan, your brother is quite difficult to manage. And Yayan, if you don't hurry, you'll be late." Itachi nodded and turned to urge Sasuke to hurry along. "It's just school registration. I don't really need to go," Yayan remarked dismissively, feeling some reluctance, especially after a sleepless night. Yet before he could finish, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Task triggered. Awaken martial soul. Task. You have reached the optimal age to awaken your martial soul. Quickly, go to the village entrance to seek a Grand Soul Master to awaken your martial soul. Yayan?" Upon hearing this task, Yayan summoned the system interface. Reviewing it repeatedly, after completing various quests, he thought he could handle any abstract task. However, he never anticipated that each task would be so unexpected. But, system, have you even considered what you're saying? Awaken martial soul? Seek a Grand Soul Master at the village entrance? Sounds like a death wish. Reward. Secret art of hidden weapons. When he saw the reward at the bottom, Yayan's attitude shifted dramatically. Alright, fine. I admit my previous stance was flawed. This task's reward is perfectly suited for the Uchiha. The system's task is splendid, not abstract at all. Yayan, what are you daydreaming about? Sasuke's voice suddenly rang in his ears, with Itachi and Shursui also glancing curiously in his direction. Oh, right away. Yayan hastily finished his breakfast, slipped on his shoes, and headed out. Although uncertain about how to accomplish the task, he suspected it might be related to his schooling. Awakening his martial soul at the appropriate age for school registration seemed plausible. Chapter 26. Beasts always walk alone. Only sheep and cattle gather together. Yayan had met Shursui only a handful of times, and his general impression was of a sunny, cheerful older brother next door. However, there was one aspect that Yayan found quite irksome. Yayan, you need to forge strong relationships with your peers at school. You can't walk around with a sour face like the others in our clan. The power of bonds can sometimes surpass even that of the Sharingan. As the four walked along the streets of Konoha, Shursui and Yayan walked side by side, while Sasuke had just jumped down from behind Yayan. Throughout the conversation, Shursui patiently spoke to Yayan about the village, comrades, and bonds, suggesting that the Uchiha clan had fully integrated into Konoha, with everyone enjoying a bright future. In Yayan's view, Shursui was one of the most capable individuals within the Uchiha clan. While he was indeed a good person, his naivety was glaring. If Yayan were to make an analogy, he would liken Shursui to a university student sheltered in an ivory tower, unscathed by the harsh realities of society. Always harboring optimistic visions for the future, Yayan listened with half an ear, occasionally throwing a few words to appease the loquacious neighbor. However, Sasuke could not tolerate such talk, believing that others were utterly incapable of matching the strength of the Uchiha clan. With a few strides, Sasuke dashed ahead of the trio, his expression haughty, head tilted slightly back, as he proclaimed with arrogance, "Humph! Beasts always walk alone. Only sheep and cattle gather together." The three halted abruptly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on their foreheads. Itachi and Shursui did not express their thoughts immediately, but turned to look at Yayan in unison, as if to say that Sasuke's current state was entirely Yayan's fault. "What is the matter?" Yayan stepped back, distancing himself from the two. "Why are you looking at me? Can you blame me for how he turned out?" The two nodded in silence, their meaning clear. Such peculiar statements could only come from Yayan, and Sasuke's current demeanor was at least 50% his responsibility. Shursui sighed and covered his face. "Sasuke, strength is not the measure of everything. Even the strongest has their limits." Speaking these words always reminded him of the delicate balance between his and Itachi's obligations to their village and family. Even the prodigious members of the Uchiha clan cannot single-handedly alter the current circumstances. Itachi nodded in agreement, finding Shirsue's words to be profoundly insightful. Although Yin longed to cite Uchiha Madara as an example, he sensed that the two might not be receptive and prudently chose to remain silent. The youthful Sasuke, unable to grasp Shirsue's meaning, wore a serious expression and spoke with unwavering determination. Then I shall become even stronger. Stronger than brother, Yin, and Shirsue. Stronger than the Hokage. Stronger than everyone. His innocent declaration resonated with an unprecedented strength, leaving Itachi and Shirsue momentarily speechless, astonished by his fervor. A few minutes later, Yin's voice broke the stillness among the group. Hey, beast, we should get going. He turned to face the trio, his gaze lingering on Sasuke for quite some time. If we don't leave now, we'll truly be late. His reminder sent a wave of urgency across their faces, prompting Shirsue to utilize the body flicker technique, swiftly transporting them to the Ninja Academy playground just in time for the third Hokage's speech. Amidst the fluttering leaves, the fire would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Children, you are the hope of Konoha's future, proclaimed the third Hokage from the podium, his voice resounding with vigor as he articulated the will of fire. Dressed in casual attire, he appeared as an ordinary bald old man with a goat beard. Yet, for reasons unknown, he incessantly coughed at critical moments, occasionally tilting his head to expel a small amount of phlegm. Only Itachi and Shirsue were aware that the third Hokage had returned home at 6 in the morning after a night of smoking, barely managing to sleep before arriving at the school. It was no wonder he appeared fatigued. The parents accompanying their children gazed at the frail old man on stage, silently lamenting the immense sacrifices the third Hokage had made for the village. Once the speech concluded, the parents departed, leaving their children to follow their teachers to their respective classrooms. The world of ninjas differed from Yan's previous school experience. Upon registration, classes commenced immediately. Yan even intended to follow the departing parents after the third Hokage's speech, but had it not been for Sasuke calling out to him, he might have already been at home catching up on sleep. Yawning, Yin dazedly trailed behind Sasuke as they entered the classroom. His mind was occupied with thoughts of how to complete the system's tasks. However, he genuinely could not comprehend why Sasuke, after staying up all night, still appeared so spirited. Sasuke, you brought your brother along? Inuzuka Kiba, seated at the back of the classroom, waved his arm to greet Sasuke and Yin. Woof. Akamaru, Kiba's dog, seemed to share a good rapport with Sasuke as well, calling out in greeting. Noticing the keywords, Yin reluctantly withdrew from his contemplative state, shifting his gaze toward the classroom. Sasuke's brother? Me? Yin had little impression of Inuzuka Kiba, as he was usually attended to by Kiba's sister whenever he visited the kennel. However, the unique markings on the Inuzuka clan members' faces, characterized by 2 red canine-like stripes, were distinctly recognizable. And Kiba was indeed the only one in class who brought a dog. He might count as one? Yet, Yin found himself puzzled. Given that the temperature was nearly 30 degrees, why was Kiba dressed in a puffy jacket? Was he not hot? After glancing at Kiba, Yan's gaze immediately fell upon his younger brother, who stood with his hands in his pockets, feigning an air of indifference. Sasuke clearly sensed the underlying hostility in Yan's gaze, and even his usually stoic demeanor became slightly rigid, nearly prompting him to rush over to Yin and clarify that things were not as he perceived. What are you dawdling for? Sasuke, hurry and bring your brother over. I have space here. At that moment, Sasuke wished he could unleash a powerful lightning technique on Kiba's incessant chatter. You talk too much. Fearing that Yin might expose his fabricated story, Sasuke was desperate to maintain his aloof image, which had taken less than a day to establish. To Sasuke's surprise, Yin did not call out his deception in public, instead bypassing his presence and walking directly into the classroom. Sasuke's expression softened as he observed Yin, realizing that perhaps Yin was not so intolerable after all. Just as this thought crossed Sasuke's mind, Yin uttered a peculiar phrase, mimicking another's voice. The beast walks alone. Only sheep and cattle travel in herds. What initially sounded like a philosophical statement inexplicably caused Sasuke to freeze, his face turning crimson with embarrassment as he fidgeted awkwardly, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Ah, so handsome. At that moment, a pink-haired girl who had just entered the room spotted Sasuke, her face lighting up with admiration. However, her untimely exclamation felt like a dagger piercing Sasuke's heart. Rather than feeling elated by her compliment, he felt an even deeper sense of shame. Chapter 27. A new desk mate that leaves Shikamaru questioning life Yin while choosing a seat. cast his gaze toward the back row by the window. However, that spot had already been claimed by a black-haired boy with a pineapple hairstyle, propped up on one hand. He gazed out the window, yawning every few seconds, looking even more lethargic than Yin. He appeared utterly disinterested, as though nothing could capture his attention. Nara Shikamaru. Yin muttered to himself, opting not to ask for his opinion and sitting beside Shikamaru instead. Given that Nara Shikamaru was reputed to possess an intellect surpassing that of the Hokage, he might be able to assist Yin in accomplishing his task. Since entering school, he had been pondering the connection between soul awakening and the start of classes. He had even sneaked into the restroom, waiting until no one was around to quietly call out for soul awakening. Yet, aside from the unpleasant odor in the restroom, there had been no response, which had proven quite challenging for him. You must be the older brother, right? Shikamaru's lazy voice broke the silence, sounding almost hypnotic, making Yin feel drowsy. Shikamaru glanced at the Uchiha seated beside him, curiosity flickering in his mind. After all, twins were exceedingly rare in Konoha, and members of the Uchiha clan were even scarcer. Shikamaru was intrigued to observe how these twins differed from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that the Uchiha clan leader's two sons seemed to have some peculiarities. All these whispers had piqued Shikamaru's interest in their existence, as he often regarded everyone else as foolish. Yin remained silent, instead focusing on Sasuke's position. Shikamaru, feeling no need to converse, turned his attention back to the window. Sasuke, perhaps fearing a confrontation or concerned about maintaining his composure, abandoned the idea of sitting with Yin and opted for a seat in the front row. Once seated, he rested his chin on his hands, attempting to appear profound. Inuzuka Kiba, meanwhile, persistently attempted to engage him in conversation from behind. Hey Sasuke, are you troubled? Why haven't you been to the kennel lately? By the way, how's your ninjutsu coming along? Why aren't you talking? Sasuke's head lowered further, and Yin could see the corners of his eyes twitching in agitation. Shut up, you're so loud. Kiba, feeling dejected, retreated to his seat, looking somewhat sulky, as though he had been betrayed. Ah, Ino, look, he's so handsome. Sakura Haruno, upon encountering Sasuke, was overwhelmed with excitement, her limbs trembling uncontrollably as she burrowed into Ino's embrace, as though the person beside her was not her close friend but Sasuke himself. Ino, smiling silently, merely cast her gaze toward Shikamaru. She had entered the classroom alongside Sakura and had spotted Shikamaru seated, which left her feeling a twinge of regret. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was awkwardly attempting to mask his embarrassment, immediately noticed the blonde woman stealing glances at his brother, recalling the unpleasantness of recent days, and let out a cold snort. This sound elicited gasps of surprise and cheers from several girls in the classroom. Hey, what on earth are you being so arrogant about? Do you not possess the basic courtesy to engage in normal conversation? Naruto Uzumaki, who had initially held a decent impression of Sasuke, found himself unable to tolerate the latter's dismissive attitude toward Kiba Inuzuka, who had approached him with enthusiasm. Why respond to someone so warmly only to speak in such a manner? Naruto's heart swelled with indignation, feeling that the very things Sasuke looked down upon were aspirations he could hardly dare to dream of. Moreover, Naruto perceived Sasuke as pretentious. He leaped onto Sasuke's desk, thrusting his rear in the air, leaning his head closer to Sasuke's face. Today, he was determined to see just how long Sasuke could maintain his aloof facade. At that moment, Shikamaru remained oblivious to the unfolding drama at his brother's side, engrossed in conversation with Nara Shikamaru. Their introductions were succinct, devoid of pleasantries, as they delved directly into revealing their names. Shikamaru, after observing the back of Shikamaru's head for approximately 30 seconds, slowly inquired, I hear you were quite intelligent? Not bad. A bit smarter than some fools, Shikamaru replied, casting a sidelong glance at the ruckus caused by the blonde before redirecting his attention to the rather peculiar Uchiha. While Shikamaru's modesty was evident, the underlying pride was palpable from a distance. This realization put Shikamaru at ease. He mentally organized his words before stating, a friend of mine has recently encountered a dilemma. Shikamaru paused, taken aback by this statement, and scrutinized Uchiha. The intensity of Shikamaru's gaze made Uchiha feel a chill run down his spine, prompting him to clarify, of course. I mean, this person is not me. Uchiha felt a bit frazzled. Sometimes, engaging with highly intelligent individuals proved to be a double-edged sword, leaving one feeling as if there were no secrets left to conceal. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, resting his hands behind his neck in a relaxed manner, and asked, So, you are seeking my assistance? Uchiha nodded earnestly. Although he was not particularly fond of the sensation of being seen through by Shikamaru, He recognized the necessity of completing his task, even if Shikamaru could see through him. The abstract nature of his problem would likely leave this clever boy questioning his own understanding. Speak, then. I may not assist with overly complicated matters, Shikamaru replied. Ultimately acquiescing to his new deskmate's request, despite his feigned annoyance, his ears were perked up, revealing his curiosity, clearing his throat. Uchiha proceeded to relay the situation to Shikamaru in a manner that was not overly abstract, hoping to help the latter devise a solution. My friend suddenly received a task from a certain jonin. It is said that upon completion, this task will yield tremendous benefits for my friend. Shikamaru's expression grew peculiar again. Yet he did not interrupt Uchiha. Instead, he raised his chin slightly, asking, "What does this task entail?" Uchiha glanced around, concerned about appearing foolish, and only spoke when he realized no one was paying attention to them. It's to come to school and find a way to awaken a special bloodline limit. Shikamaru's response was one of incredulity. After hearing this, he rubbed his nose, then his ears, and finally narrowed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Uchiha briefly wondered if Shikamaru was about to perform an eye exercise. Could you repeat that? Shikamaru's tone was laced with confusion and disbelief, as he struggled to accept that his deskmate's mind was the one in question. To come to school and awaken a bloodline limit? Have you lost your mind? What kind of task is that? Even if you are from the Uchiha clan and possess the Sharingan, you cannot simply awaken it at school. It's about awakening the bloodline limit, and then that jonin will grant my friend a tremendous advantage. Uchiha himself felt somewhat at a loss, awkwardly mumbling as he simultaneously fidgeted with his shoes. Shikamaru fell silent, staring blankly at his new desk mate, his mind swirling with complexity. His expression seemed to scream disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Shikamaru finally spoke. What is your friend's bloodline limit called? Wuhuan, Uchiha replied. Shikamaru's eyes widened in bewilderment. Upon hearing the term Wuhuan, he spent a full 10 minutes in a mental whirlwind, struggling to recall any bloodline limit that matched this unfamiliar and perplexing term. Initially, Shikamaru had anticipated that Uchiha would mention the Sharingan, only to be confronted with an utterly alien concept. At that moment, Shikamaru realized that the wisdom of the Nara clan might find it challenging to comprehend the thought processes of the Uchiha clan. Their conversation fell into silence. Suddenly, Naruto, squatting atop Sasuke's desk, noticed Shikamaru's presence behind him and shouted exuberantly, "Big brother, it's you." His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of the entire classroom to Shikamaru. Uchiha, interrupted mid-conversation, turned to see Naruto crouched before Sasuke, his pupils dilating in shock. He opened his mouth to warn his foolish brother to move aside, but in the next instant, Naruto, while waving his arms, lost control of his balance and toppled forward toward Sasuke. Having just dealt with the chaos caused by Kiba's sudden attack, the revelation of his brother's lies, and the blonde woman's interest in his sibling, Sasuke was already overwhelmed. Now, as Naruto's figure loomed larger before him, he froze, unable to evade in time. A loud thud echoed in the classroom, plunging it into an eerie silence. The girls who admired Sasuke gasped in shock, including the pink-haired Sakura. What on earth is he doing? Sasuke's first kiss is mine. Coughing, they radiated murderous intent as they charged at Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto remained pressed against one another for a full 3 seconds before they both reacted, clutching their throats and turning their heads to spit in disgust. "You idiot. I'm going to kill you," Sasuke exclaimed, on the verge of a breakdown. His cold image shattered on the first day of school, witnessed by so many. Furthermore, Uchiha was still present. Naruto sensed the impending wrath of the girls first, and, as Sasuke finally regained his composure, he sprinted toward the door. The girls followed suit, rushing out of the classroom. In a corner of the classroom, Uchiha and Shikamaru exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Uchiha felt a mix of helplessness and resignation, sensing that his foolish brother was about to become ensnared in the chaotic web of friendships in Konoha. Shikamaru, too, was struggling to maintain his composure. He had initially thought that Uchiha was already outrageous, but he had not anticipated that his brother would be equally remarkable. "You two brothers are quite special," he remarked cautiously, balancing politeness with the fear of reprisal. "No, this is Konoha friendship. You wouldn't understand." Konoha friendship? Upon hearing these words, Shikamaru first cast a surprised glance at Uchiha Yen beside him, then shifted his gaze to Uchiha Sasuke, who was still wiping his mouth. His mind involuntarily conjured an image of that blonde-haired boy with Yen. A chill ran down Shikamaru's spine as he abruptly extinguished that thought, turning back to Yen. who seemed to have an unsettling understanding of the implications in his words. When their eyes met, Yin, unaware of Shikamaru's thoughts, merely wished for some constructive feedback from him. Even if it was just a fleeting idea. Should I continue? I actually have more to say, Yin remarked. Although he had previously rephrased the system task in a less abstract manner, he could empathize with Shikamaru's feelings. It was only natural. He himself had questioned the meaning of life when he first encountered the task of repaying a debt to the fox. What you mentioned about the bloodline limit. You're not referring to the Sharingan, are you? Or is it a unique term from your clan? Shikamaru, regaining his composure, sought clarification. However, one thing he could ascertain was that Yin did not appear to be lying. It was indeed about the martial spirit. Yin nodded and gestured for Shikamaru to sit down, then began to unfold the tale of the martial spirit. As a minute passed, Yin gradually revealed a worldview distinct from that of the ninja realm, intertwined with the story of a reincarnator's arrival. During this time, Shikamaru cast sidelong glances at the peculiar Uchiha beside him, uncertain whether he was jesting or serious. Are you also a reincarnator? Yan's surprised expression confirmed that Shikamaru's skepticism was not unfounded, for he had never encountered this version of the story in his clan's extensive library. It was worth noting that the Nara clan possessed the most comprehensive collection of texts in the ninja world. At times, facing an exceedingly intelligent individual could indeed provoke a desire to curse. Yet, Yin firmly believed that the wisdom of the Nara clan could never comprehend the abstract nature of their Uchiha clan. Yes, Yin boldly admitted, leaving Shikamaru stunned to the point of pinching his own thigh, his face betraying an unprecedented confusion. Just as Shikamaru's mind raced, Yin continued, I am the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. If you assist me in completing this task, I shall awaken all my memories. Once I become Hokage, I will appoint you as an advisor. All right, Shikamaru thought, realizing he had overestimated this individual. He suddenly began to question whether Yin's affliction was contagious. Otherwise, why would he expend mental energy pondering such absurdity? Uchiha Madara? What a joke. Why not claim that your brother is the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna? Please, continue, Shikamaru sighed. Having entirely dismissed the notion of Yin being a reincarnator, considering the tale of the martial spirit to be either a narrative he had never encountered or a figment of Yan's imagination. After another 10 minutes, Yin elaborated on the dual martial spirits as the protagonist entered the academy. One was engrossed in telling the story while the other was absorbed in listening, oblivious to the other boys in the class who had gathered around. Even Sasuke, who was rinsing his mouth, perked up his ears from a distance, his face unusually serious as he listened intently to Yan's tale. What happens next? Hey, don't stop. We're at a crucial moment. How do you obtain the soul rings? Please, I beg you, just tell us one more segment. When Yin paused, the surrounding classmates displayed expressions of distress, eager to uncover the continuation of the plot. Meanwhile, Yin and Shikamaru sat in their seats, utterly expressionless. After nearly half an hour of listening, Shikamaru could only conclude that Uchiha Yin was indeed unwell. Shikamaru shifted slightly towards the window, but as he turned to gaze outside again, he spotted a teacher from the ninja academy. The scar on the bridge of his nose, combined with his stern demeanor, lent him an air of intimidation. Yet, the next moment, the words from this teacher nearly caused Shikamaru to topple from his desk. What comes next in this story? Yin, recognizing the scar on the teacher's nose, realized with dismay that this was their homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. His face darkened further upon this realization. Enough. Chapter 29, The Martial Spirit Awakening Ceremony. Setting aside Irika's brief eavesdropping incident, the students in the classroom were promptly organized back into their respective seats by their new homeroom teacher. That was a splendid story from the previous student. However, I would like everyone to focus on learning ninjutsu from now on. At this, Irika picked up a piece of chalk and began to write his name on the blackboard. After finishing, he tapped the board a few times to capture everyone's attention, then smiled as he introduced himself. My name is Irika Yumino. Following his self-introduction, Irika shared his fondness for ramen and hot springs. Unlike most in the village who aspired to become Hokage, his dreams were simple and ordinary. He merely hoped that all the students in his class would graduate. He represented the average citizen of the Hidden Leaf village. However, Yin considered Irika, with his scarred face, to be a rather competent homeroom teacher. Now it's your turn. Let us proceed as I just did. Irika smiled and began calling on the students in the front row. Seated at the back, Yin and Shikamaru were at the end of the line for self-introductions. Ino Yamanaka was the first to rise, brushing back her golden hair and adjusting the ribbon in it. She smiled and said, I'm Ino Yamanaka, I love sunflowers. And my dream is, as she spoke of her dream, she glanced shyly at Uchiha Yen, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Sasuke noticed this and shifted his gaze between Ino and Yen. The blonde girl had stolen glances at Yen a total of 43 times since she entered the class, averaging around 3 seconds each time, clearly indicating her intentions to have Yen buy her flowers. How infuriating. Did the Uchiha truly possess such easily swindled wealth? Focused solely on training, Sasuke had little interest in girls, but he sensed that the blonde girl's proximity to Yen could only lead to trouble. When it was Sasuke's turn, he shot a warning glare at Ino. I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I dislike all those with blonde hair. Ino responded with confusion. Sasuke, cold and composed, stood up, hands in his pockets, and his gaze shifted toward Naruto. Their eyes met, and a silent intensity filled the air as they locked gazes for a full 3 seconds, as if sparks might ignite. I have nothing I like, and my dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world. As he spoke, Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Yen. Che. Naruto felt provoked, believing Sasuke was challenging him, and he gritted his teeth in disdain, his competitive spirit flaring. He leaped onto his desk, raising his hand triumphantly. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely become Hokage. The classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by peals of laughter. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think you can become Hokage? Yeah. You're just a little fox demon. How can you say that without shame? Sasuke suddenly frowned. He recalled Yen advising him never to mock someone's dreams. And while he couldn't stand Naruto, he found the laughter of others even more distasteful. Undeterred by the ridicule, Naruto had grown accustomed to such treatment throughout his life. He jumped onto his desk, raising his fist. I will become Hokage. Just you wait. Baka. Shikamaru, sitting in the back row, expressed his thoughts, deeming the noisy Naruto to be quite foolish. However, he held great admiration for this fellow's audacity to boldly declare his dreams. Yen gazed earnestly into Naruto's eyes, fully aware that Naruto would indeed realize his aspirations in the future and embody everything he professed. Yet, if it were possible, could the matter of the fox's gratitude be overlooked? Perhaps it could be replaced by my brother Sasuke instead. Yen sighed, his heart heavy with concern for his brother's future, before turning to Shikamaru to discuss the task at hand. Yes, he was not yet ready to give up. Shikamaru, do you have any insights regarding the task? Upon hearing Yen's inquiry, Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words, leaning back in his chair with a long sigh. At the tender age of 6, he bore the weight of worries and troubles that seemed to belong to someone 60 years his senior. Perhaps provoked by the urgency of the situation, Shikamaru squinted slightly, casually suggesting, if you wish to awaken your martial soul, why not try approaching Irika-sensei at the podium? Shikamaru's sudden display of wisdom illuminated Yen's mind, unraveling the knots of confusion within him. It made perfect sense. For the awakening of martial souls at the start of school, the esteemed village leader Shikamaru and the great martial master Irika meant that as long as he followed Shikamaru's, the village leader's, guidance and approached Irika, the great martial master, for a self-introduction, the awakening of his martial soul, the task would be considered complete. Everything aligned perfectly. Shikamaru, you truly are remarkable. His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he absorbed Shikamaru's words, his gaze frequently darting towards the podium. Yet, his expression was somewhat conflicted, as he could envision how abstract his upcoming actions would appear. Yen hesitated, repeatedly checking the system interface for rewards, hoping that the introductions of others would take a bit longer. Whatever. For the sake of the task, it matters not. The introductions concluded swiftly, during which Inuzuka Kiba quarreled with Naruto over shared dreams, and Hinata fainted after her self-introduction, causing Irika's expression to contort in distress. He had anticipated that managing this class would be challenging, but he never expected such a troublesome gathering. The clumsy fox demon, the dim-witted Uchiha twins, and the exceedingly shy Hinata, his head throbbed. For a fleeting moment, Irika contemplated turning to the Hokage's office to file a leave of absence report to the third Hokage. It wasn't that he lacked responsibility. Rather, this group of students presented an array of issues. Nara Shikamaru, fond of napping and daydreaming, despised fools and dimwits. His dream? To lead a peaceful life in the future. Shikamaru spoke lethargically, his gaze sweeping over the others, revealing a hint of regret. School was an utter nuisance. Irika's forced smile began to falter, and he wished for the day to end so he could indulge in a soothing hot spring to rejuvenate himself. However, fortunately, only one student remained. Upon seeing the final Uchiha, Irika sighed deeply. All right, the last student. As his words fell, Yin nodded, rising from his seat and confidently striding toward the podium amidst the bewildered gazes of his peers. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback, shooting up from his seat with a look of terror and helplessness on his face, reaching out in a futile attempt to stop him. Alas, Yan's speed was too swift, his reaction too slow, leaving him helplessly watching as Yan approached the podium. No, come back. I was just joking. The distance from the back row to the podium was not far, merely a few steps. But to Yan, that stretch felt interminable. Irika regarded the Uchiha standing beside him, a dark cloud of annoyance hovering over his head. This classmate could very well introduce himself from his own seat. Yin disregarded the homeroom teacher's words, immersing himself in the consciousness of his martial soul awakening. I am Uchiha Yin, and my passion lies in awakening my martial soul. Shikamaru, Irika, Sasuke? Chapter 30. A training method beyond even the most composed ninja's comprehension. After completing his self-introduction, Uchiha Yin successfully fulfilled the system's task. However, the process encountered a minor mishap. Teacher, my son has caused you trouble. In the ninja school office, Fugaku and Mikoto stood before Mizuki, expressing their apologies. As Fugaku spoke, he simultaneously pressed down on the heads of both children, forcing them to bow in apology to the teacher. Notably, Fugaku was utterly exasperated by his two sons. On the way to pick up his wife, he had prepared 2 ropes to punish the boys upon returning home. It was one thing for these 2 rascals to misbehave themselves, but now they had begun to lead others astray. After all, what child in this class was not from a ninja clan of Konoha? When Fugaku heard the teacher mention that all the children in the class were shouting about awakening their martial souls, he felt utterly overwhelmed. We're sorry. We promise we won't cause any more trouble. Yin and Sasuke lowered their heads, weakly apologizing to the teacher. As for why the teacher before them was not Irika, he was outside having a smoke. At this moment, Yan's emotions were a mix of excitement and slight exasperation, as this task had been accomplished with his mother binding him with a rope. It was a matter of maternal entanglement. The level of abstraction had truly exceeded Yan's expectations. Meanwhile, Sasuke was quite indignant. He had done nothing wrong, yet he found himself compelled to apologize alongside this fellow. Sasuke cast a sideways glance, anger simmering in his eyes, silently blaming Yin for the trouble they had faced that day. Yin instantly understood, shooting a warning look at Sasuke, who had an expression of indignation. You wouldn't want father to find out about your situation with Naruto, would you? TCH. Sasuke clenched his teeth, his mind filled with images of Uzumaki Naruto, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and shame. How about we let them rest for a couple of days? Otherwise, Irika-sensei will have quite the headache. Mizuki smiled gently, prompting Yin to take a closer look at this well-known figure. He wondered if his fire release, great fireball technique could inflict any damage on him. After completing the scolding in the office, Fugaku and Mikoto took their sons back home. Though Fugaku was furious, he didn't truly intend to hang Yin and Sasuke up for punishment. He merely declared they would not be having dinner that evening before leaving the house. As a caring mother, Mikoto felt for her sons, and although they were denied dinner, she prepared a variety of snacks and treats. Sasuke found the snacks even more delectable than a proper meal, and a fanciful thought crossed his mind that it would be splendid if every day could be like this. Yin, I think you should limit your interactions with that blonde girl. Sasuke squatted in a corner of the yard, munching on a rice dumpling, speaking with his mouth full. Although he had summoned a ninja flower amidst a sea of sunflowers, such occurrences were rare. What if one day, Yan's mind wandered, and he sought out other ninja floral summoning beasts? Would their family's livelihood be in jeopardy? Yin rolled his eyes at Sasuke. Look at you. How can you have the audacity to criticize me? You were practically kissing that blonde girl in class. She has a name. Sasuke. Using nicknames for someone is not a polite gesture. Sasuke? Yin raised a finger, forcefully poking Sasuke's forehead, causing him to cradle his head and exclaim in surprise. Are you out of your mind? Why did you give me a nickname today? Beast sounds quite humiliating, doesn't it? Yan's double standards incensed Sasuke, akin to awakening a slumbering beast. It's different. We don't mind such things in our relationship. Besides, what's wrong with calling you beast? You were the one who said you wanted to grow stronger. Yin spoke with utmost seriousness, for when he mentioned the term fierce beast, there was not a trace of mockery directed at Sasuke. He was acutely aware that Sasuke could become one of the 2 most formidable individuals in this world in the future. Sasuke's mouth hung open, his words of anger brewing, only to be swallowed back upon hearing Yan's statement. Ultimately, he could only emit a powerless snort. Humph. Turning his back, Sasuke resolved not to utter another word to Yin. Sasuke, Do you wish to become stronger with lightning release? Yet, in the next moment, Yan's words seemed to echo like a devil's whisper in his ear, instantly altering Sasuke's previous demeanor. I do. Sasuke may not have understood much, but he could discern that his father had been troubled by clan matters lately. He yearned to grow rapidly so that he could alleviate his father's burdens. Wait a moment. Yin discreetly retrieved a light bulb from his pocket. Examining Sasuke with a keen eye, then remarked, "That discharge of energy you exhibited today." Sasuke interjected loudly, "It's lightning release." All right, lightning release it is. Show me again." He had noticed the changes occurring within Sasuke this morning, though he had yet to formulate a clear strategy. After all, the cost of reversing the electric meter was far greater than diligently honing his lightning release. Nonetheless, this did not imply that it lacked any utility. Yin believed he could impart some unique knowledge to Sasuke ahead of time. While he did not expect his foolish younger brother to assist him, at the very least, he hoped to spare him from future trials and tribulations. Fine. Sasuke cast a skeptical glance at the light bulb in Yan's hand before assuming a posture reminiscent of a child straining to relieve himself, attempting to gather his lightning release chakra. One could not help but marvel at Sasuke's innate talent for lightning release, which surpassed that of fire release. In less than 10 seconds, Yin observed arcs of electricity flickering around Sasuke's form. Try holding this. Yin, wary of electric shock, placed the light bulb on the ground, signaling for Sasuke to pick it up. Then what? Sasuke, holding the light bulb, looked at Yin in confusion, unsure how this bulb was connected to his training in lightning release. Do you remember our previous chakra control training? The precision of chakra control determines the power and consumption of ninjutsu and the mastery of lightning release. Yin truly intended to teach Sasuke about electricity. He could not ascertain the extent of Sasuke's strength, but he was confident that in the future, Sasuke would create a technique more powerful than Kirin. All right. Sasuke grasped the light bulb, closed his eyes, and focused intently on discharging energy. Bang! The moment the electric arc made contact with the bulb, it punctured the filament within, sending shards of glass scattering across the ground. I'll try again. Sasuke, undeterred, spread his palms, claiming that he had merely made a mistake. Okay. Yin appeared to have anticipated Sasuke's response, turning to retrieve 3 boxes of light bulbs from the corner of the courtyard. Just then, Itachi, returning to visit his younger brother, opened the door and stood at the threshold alongside Shursui. Yin was incessantly handing light bulbs to Sasuke, who, in turn, would explode each one upon receipt. The two of them resembled children lighting firecrackers, the only difference being that they had substituted firecrackers for light bulbs. Even Shursui, a ninja of remarkable strength, began to question the meaning of life at that moment. Are you telling me they are training in lightning release? Itachi did not respond, but his silence was deafening. Chapter 31. Behold, as this celestial emperor imparts to you the supreme lightning technique. Sasuke, listen closely. Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, arms folded across his chest. His eyes narrowed. Despite being merely 6 years of age, he exuded an inexplicable air of superiority. Sasuke held a light bulb in each hand, which flickered intermittently like malfunctioning streetlights on old avenues. He gazed up at Yin, devoid of any gratitude towards his brother, his eyes filled solely with a thirst for power. Yin, whether influenced by an abstract system or a sudden desire to perform, blurted out a peculiar and incomprehensible phrase. Today, this celestial emperor shall impart to you the supreme lightning technique. Sasuke was taken aback, nodding vigorously as if his head were a pestle, his face radiating 4 words, so powerful. I want to learn. Smack. Realizing his tone was somewhat inappropriate, Yin raised a hand and lightly tapped his own mouth, then continued speaking to Sasuke. Forget what I just said. Sasuke? Ignoring Sasuke's bewilderment, Yin casually picked up a twig from the ground and began to scribble on the earth. Current? Voltage? Resistance? Yin, what do these mean? Sasuke tilted his head, contemplating these 3 terms, recalling that Yin had mentioned them before. At that time, however, he had dismissed Yan's words as nonsense. The only thing he remembered was something about capacitance. The duo's doodling on the ground was observed clearly by Itachi and Shursui, who stood nearby. Shursui, please wait for me a moment. Itachi could no longer bear to watch his 2 younger brothers engage in such an abstract training method for lightning release. After conferring with Shursui, he retrieved the lightning release scroll given to him by the 3rd Hokage and approached the 2. Yin, Sasuke, I have a gift for you. Itachi wore a broad smile, hoping that through proper guidance, he could steer his younger brothers back onto the right path of training. He wished to avoid a day when rumors would circulate in Konoha about the discovery of two charred 6-year-old corpses beneath a power pole in some remote corner. Sasuke, engrossed in the lesson, turned upon seeing Itachi, his face lighting up with joy as he greeted him, a hint of surprise in his words. "Nisan, why are you back?" Yen, upon seeing Itachi, opened his mouth as if to speak, but Itachi interrupted him. "Stop. Yen, you already asked me today. A gift?" Yen's gaze was immediately drawn to the scroll in Itachi's hand, and he surmised it was likely related to lightning release. A few days prior, he had indeed asked their father about lightning release techniques, and given Sasuke's propensity to chatter, it was not too surprising that Itachi was aware. Regrettably, his chakra affinity was solely fire release. A gift? Upon hearing this, Sasuke abandoned his lesson, quickly standing up, eager to see what his brother had brought. Yen sighed deeply at this scene. Advanced ninjutsu, lightning clone. Itachi sidestepped Sasuke's outstretched hand, lightly tapping his forehead with 2 fingers. "Hand this over to Yen. You must not go astray in your training." Upon saying this, Itachi's expression suddenly froze as he gazed at Yen with an unusual look. To hand it to Yen? Based on Yen's rapid mastery of fire release, allowing him to guide Sasuke's training appeared to be a wise choice. However, the activities Yen and Sasuke had engaged in recently were quite disconcerting. Lightning clone? Is this technique any more powerful than the dog clone? Sasuke's immediate association with clone was the technique Yen had used, even though Yen had previously stated that the strongest technique was the one that suited oneself best. Still, he could not forget the dog clone that had bested their father. Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond, while Yen remained silent. Suppressing the urge to strike someone, Sasuke glanced from Itachi to Yen, perplexed by their lack of response. "Why aren't you speaking?" Yen redirected Sasuke's attention, taking the scroll from Itachi's hand and subtly gesturing for the latter to go find his Konoha friends. "Leave it to me. You go on your way." Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair, feigning ignorance of Yen's subtle actions, as if waiting for someone to express gratitude. As a younger brother, Sasuke understood well, his words sweet as honey. "Thank you, Nisan. I will train diligently." Yen nodded in silence, refraining from expressing gratitude, which left Itachi somewhat disappointed. "Well, I have a mission in the coming days. Take care of yourselves." Itachi paused for a moment before continuing, "And please, do not go training beneath power poles. It's dangerous." Upon hearing the phrase power pole, Yen immediately shot a covert glance at Sasuke. "It is advisable not to linger on the utility poles, as it poses a danger." "I understand." Naturally, Yen's concern lies with the fact that if this fellow takes to perching on the pole, the lifespan of the entire Uchiha clan may begin to dwindle. Suddenly, Itachi, touched by Yen's concern, bore a smile as he turned to walk towards Shursui, glancing back frequently. Just before departing, Yen did not forget to call out loudly, "1 against 7. Do not forget our agreement." "I want tea," came Itachi's reply. Sasuke, perplexed, observed Yen's interaction with Itachi, his brow instinctively furrowing. He sensed that his time may be running short. As he watched his brother depart, the mention of an agreement struck Sasuke as something of great importance, prompting him to turn and question Yen. "What agreement? Why was I not informed? Moreover, Yen, you ought to address him as Nisan." Sasuke felt a pang of jealousy, suddenly realizing that the relationship between Yen and his brother had progressed significantly without his knowledge. "Be quiet and continue," Yen retorted, playfully tapping Sasuke's calf with a stick he had been using as a pointer, and they resumed their earlier lesson. Neither Yen nor Sasuke paid much heed to how Itachi had acquired the lightning clone technique. While it was indeed suitable for Sasuke, he likely lacked the requisite chakra, and Yen had not prompted him to learn it beforehand. Sasuke, on the other hand, simply believed that the techniques taught by Yen were far more beneficial, and he could not shake off the memory of the dog clone technique. Approximately 3 hours later, Yen pointed to a simplified version of Ohm's law written on the ground. Suppressing an inner urge to shout, and impatiently directed his gaze towards Sasuke. "Do you comprehend it, or not?" He felt his blood pressure rising from the frustration of dealing with his foolish younger brother. He had spent 3 long hours explaining a concept concerning current, voltage, and resistance. At that moment, he began to empathize with the exasperation of parents helping their children with homework. Sasuke, with his head bowed, wore a perplexed expression tinged with confusion, still exhibiting that infuriating half-understanding demeanor. He contemplated the formula for what felt like an eternity, and after 10 long minutes of deliberation, he finally lifted his head and stammered, I sort of understand." "What?" Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised the stick high, seemingly poised to bring it down upon Sasuke. Under the immense pressure, Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut and, in a moment of surrender, shouted, "The voltage depends on the strength of the lightning release chakra. The current is determined by the power of the jutsu. The resistance affects the distance the jutsu can be released." Chapter 32. I apologize. It was my fault regarding Obito. Sasuke's words struck Yin like a heavy blow to the heart, and he gazed at his dim-witted younger brother, feeling a ripple of emotion within. From the original narrative, Sasuke's creation of the Kirin technique attests to his innate talent for lightning release techniques, all achieved without any guidance. In the future, this boy might excel even further in his mastery of lightning release. Fearing retribution, Sasuke shielded his face with his hands and cautiously opened his eyes, peeking at Yin, who was now somewhat intimidated, and murmured, "Did I say something wrong?" "No." Yin casually tossed aside the stick. "Sasuke, you are a genius." Suddenly receiving such praise, Sasuke's expression became momentarily blank. He stared at Yin, his nose tinged with a hint of moisture, his eyes seemingly glistening as if caught in a gust of wind. "Did Yin just praise me?" Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Yin leaned closer to the boy and waved his hands, teasing, "What's this? A little praise makes you tear up? Oh dear." Even a fierce beast has its moments of vulnerability. Yin couldn't help but chuckle as he teased him. Sasuke, realizing what was happening, quickly turned away, hastily wiping his face with his arm, and in a choked voice protested, "I didn't tea. It's just, my eyes suddenly got watery." With a strong sense of pride, Sasuke turned his back to Yin, extending a hand to deter him from approaching. "You should go. I can review on my own. You go rest." In truth, Sasuke understood everything. He had spent 3 hours grappling with the knowledge Yin imparted and felt a sense of urgency. Witnessing Yin's frustration, he chastised himself for his own stupidity and worried that Yin might suffer due to his anger. His insistence for Yin to leave stemmed from a desire to conceal his embarrassment, as well as a reluctance to accept the concern of this bothersome individual. "Very well. My fierce beast, I shall take my leave. Yin, I despise you." After receiving Sasuke's daily dose of disdain, Yin returned to the house in high spirits, rummaging for tools. Next, he needed to prepare for crafting special concealed weapons. Opening his backpack and gazing at the assortment of items, his mind began to wander. He harbored little hope of creating lethal concealed weapons. After all, the materials in the ninja world might not suffice for the intricate designs he envisioned. The thought of crafting a weapon capable of slaying gods seemed utterly implausible. If he could manage to replicate even 30% of its power, he would consider himself extraordinarily fortunate. He contemplated luck in a sense unrelated to the fortunate event that had transported him to this world. The tool shed contained few items. The Uchiha clan possessed far more ninja tools than these miscellaneous trinkets. After searching for a considerable time, he stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden hammer. He lifted the hammer, questioning whether it had ever served a purpose in the household. It made sense. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, likely had no time for carpentry. He would need to venture out to procure some supplies. Muttering to himself, Yin grasped the worn wooden hammer and glanced at Sasuke, who was diligently practicing with a light bulb, before resolutely heading to his room. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this truly will be the last time." With a decisive swing, Yin smashed the cherished blue cat-shaped piggy bank that Sasuke had kept, surreptitiously collecting the approximately 200,000 ryo in coins and bills into his arms and pockets. Finally, with a clatter, he slipped out the door, careful to avoid detection by Sasuke. He truly did not wish to resort to such measures. Yet his father had confiscated all his allowance as punishment for planting sunflowers in the yard. "Wait, I didn't receive my share today," as Yin strolled down the street. This realization twisted his expression. He was uncertain whether Sasuke's savings would suffice to purchase a complete blacksmithing toolkit. Navigating the familiar streets, he arrived at the ninja tool shop, run by Tintin, who was always open for business. He was unsure where to acquire blacksmithing tools, but he presumed that this establishment, a chain store in Konoha, could assist him in resolving his dilemma. If necessary, he could always return and request more funds from his father. Though his actions were somewhat underhanded, everything he did was for the sake of the Uchiha clan. "Good afternoon, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? Our store is well stocked with a variety of goods." Tintin greeted him at the door with a practiced smile, her eyes narrowing as she welcomed this customer. However, upon noticing the Uchiha clan insignia on his attire, she could not refrain from commenting, "Wait, the Uchiha clan? Don't you have your own purchasing channels?" Yin would have ignored her remarks, but upon hearing her words, his expression darkened. He understood that Tintin was referring to the family's ninja cat clan. But those cats were far more troublesome than any enemy. The primary purpose of their existence was to hunt. His father Fugaku had likely lost count of how much money had been squandered on them. Even if he had to buy something, it would be wiser to do so outside, as a 6-year-old child making a purchase would not attract the village's attention. Yin glanced at the girl with the bun hairstyle, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of traditional Chinese attire, and chose not to address her inquiry. Instead, he confidently articulated his needs. I require a hammer, an anvil, tongs, and a crucible. Tintin's smile instantly froze upon hearing the list of blacksmithing tools. For a moment, she even glanced around her shop, questioning whether it was indeed a blacksmith's establishment. That can't be right. Uchiha Yado, this is a ninja tool shop, not a blacksmith's forge. Furthermore, are you an Uchiha? Planning to open a blacksmith shop in Konoha? Will your family not reprimand you for this? Day after day, he spoke rapidly, uttering multiple sentences, leaving me at a loss for how to describe the abstract behavior of this Uchiha youth before me. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi observed this scene and silently gave a thumbs up to the adorable girl. That girl was truly his spokesperson. Perched on a tree, Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Yan's figure and muttered a few words. My apologies, Obito. I retract my previous statement. You are not a fool from the Uchiha clan. After saying this, Kakashi's gaze shifted towards the cemetery and a shadow flickered in his eyes once more. Clink, clink. I don't know where to buy these. Could you assist me? I can pay extra. Yin rummaged through his pockets, pulling out an assortment of coins and crumpled bills, tiptoeing as he piled them on the counter of the ninja tool shop. Day's gaze lingered on the loose change for about 10 seconds before she held her forehead and sighed deeply. Fine, this is a fair deal. Though I doubt your money is sufficient, Uk. This is infuriating. Consider it a favor to fulfill your dream. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. She could tell that this money was likely all the pocket change the Uchiha boy possessed. For a child of the Uchiha clan to be a blacksmith would surely result in a beating from the adults if discovered. Upon seeing his eager little eyes, they found it hard to refuse him. Yen, equally committed to fairness, thought that if it came to it, he could always have his wealthy father foot the bill. And he replied, no need. If it's insufficient, I have more at home. Moreover, I dislike being in debt to others, except for Sasuke, of course. Upon hearing this, Day's rebellious spirit was ignited, and she waved her hand dismissively. We are all comrades from the same village. It's not that much money. Yin agreed. Very well. The tone of a rich girl is indeed different. Day then took out a pen and paper, signaling for him to leave his address. After securing the address, she promised delivery within an hour and then instructed him to leave. What else could Yin say? He was eager to return to his studies of blacksmithing. So he nodded in agreement and left his address. However, before departing, he turned to glance back at the girl and sighed. Thank you. I will remember this favor. And not Niji. I will surely save him when the time comes. Day, seated at the counter, waved her hand, not taking the Uchiha boy's words to heart. Chapter 33. The grueling training of the Uchiha brothers upon Yan's return home. Within less than an hour, the items had already been delivered to the small courtyard. Day had even left a note tucked among the goods. To the petite Uchiha boy, your items have been secretly delivered, and no one will find out. But do be careful not to get spanked by your clan leader father. Below the message was a cartoonish drawing of Day making a silly face, leaving Yin both amused and exasperated. After reading the note, Yin tore it to shreds and glanced towards his foolish younger brother, feeling an inexplicable wave of sentiment. It seemed that the title of the foolish son of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, was one he could not shake off. Yen, what are you buying all these things for? Are you preparing for some special training? Sasuke squatted by the anvil, reaching out to poke and prod, even causing an arc of electricity to spark. His curiosity was palpable. However, Yen found himself disinclined to engage with his brother at that moment. Sasuke was adorned with multicolored LED lights wrapped around his body, and a necklace of light bulbs strung together by electrical wires hung around his neck. He seemed to be wearing more decorations than a Christmas tree. With the enhancement of his lightning release, the flickering of these bulbs was quite blinding, showcasing a multitude of colors. Setting aside the embarrassment of it all, Yin simply didn't want to converse with him. Wait, where did you get so much money to buy all this? Sasuke seemed to sense something. Turning to Yin with a furrowed brow. It was given to me for a 7-to-1 trade, Yin replied nonchalantly, failing to reveal any signs of deceit in his demeanor. Sasuke, in a fit of anger, pointed at Yin and shouted, I knew it. You must have swallowed my share too, right? Ever since their elder brother had left and Yin mentioned the word promise, Sasuke had been pondering what secret dealings the two could have that excluded him. It was now clear. Their elder brother must have given Yin pocket money without sharing it with him. You are incredibly loud. Uchiha Yin, you are truly too much. Yan's calm tone was interpreted by Sasuke as an admission of guilt regarding the pocket money, infuriating the young boy, who stormed off to the corner in a huff. What could Yin say to his brother's accusations? Perhaps later tonight, he would discover even more outrageous matters. After feeling a twinge of guilt for a mere 3 seconds, Yin began to quietly arrange the blacksmithing tools in the courtyard. After all, these tools were imbued with his brother's affection. Setting up the blacksmithing items was not overly difficult. The only cumbersome piece was the anvil, which took him half an hour to position correctly. It must be noted that the strength of children in this world was astonishing, particularly as his current strength was nearly on par with that of his adult self from a previous life. Once everything was in order, Yin sat on the ground and took out the manual of hidden weapons from his backpack to peruse. Dragon Whisker Needle, materials, gold. King of Hell's Letter, materials, dark iron. Stormy Pear Blossom Needle, materials, Deep Sea Secret Silver. Repeating Crossbow, materials, dark iron. This book not only detailed the methods of crafting hidden weapons but also outlined a unique set of techniques, diligently listing the necessary materials. However, for Yin, whose knowledge of forging stemmed solely from the blacksmithing competition, this was somewhat difficult to comprehend. The only material he was somewhat familiar with was dark iron, which he guessed to be tungsten or high manganese steel. Thus, the question arose. Holding the manual of hidden weapons, Yin slowly crouched before the anvil, lost in contemplation. While he knew the names of the materials to some extent, he found it utterly challenging to identify them when presented in tangible form. The blacksmiths in Konoha might have what he needed, and hidden weapons could potentially be commissioned from them. Yet, Yin was convinced that if he were to pursue this path, the finished hidden weapons would not reach him first, but would instead be delivered to the Hokage's office. He hoped that the omnipotent chakra would assist him in accomplishing everything. For the more mundane materials, he could forge them from common iron, while for the special ones, he intended to procure some chakra metal. After confirming his manufacturing plan, Yin hurried inside to gather all the useless scraps of metal from his home, piling them together. Lacking a furnace, he constructed a makeshift one and began heating the metal materials using fire release. During this process, worried that his chakra might run low, he also drew upon a sunflower to continuously replenish his chakra. About an hour later, is it done? Yin gazed into the furnace, where the crucible glowed a fiery red. He picked up the tongs and walked carefully to the prepared mold, pouring the molten metal from the crucible. As he awaited the iron ingot to take shape, he moved to the anvil, seizing the heavy hammer, and began to strike rhythmically. Makoto and Fugaku arrived home almost simultaneously. As they pushed open the door, Fugaku was met with an unbelievable sight. Sasuke was entangled in colorful lights, a necklace of light bulbs around his neck, holding a large bulb in each hand, shining brilliantly. Standing nearby was his elder brother, Uchiha Yin. This boy stood in the center of the courtyard, facing away from his parents, holding a pair of tongs in his left hand and a hammer in his right, vigorously hammering away at the anvil. In the courtyard, aside from the glaring light pollution caused by Sasuke, there was also the incessant clanging of metal, a cacophony produced by Izumi hammering away. Fujitaka stood at the entrance, stunned for a good 3 seconds, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. He quickly stepped back 3 paces and, with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut. Husband? The concerned voice of Makoto, standing at the door, reflected her confusion as she noticed her husband's unusual demeanor. Fujitaka remained silent, lifting his gaze to the doorplate and surveying the surroundings. Once he confirmed that this was indeed his home, the worry etched on his face deepened. Dear, please check if I've come to the wrong house. His complexion was pallid, his lips trembling as he spoke. He truly wished he had made a mistake in finding his way home. Are you exhausted? Makoto, noticing his pale countenance, reached out to touch his forehead, assuming he had fallen ill from overexertion. This is our home. And what is that incessant clanging sound? Her attempts at reassurance only served to weaken Fujitaka's resolve, causing his legs to buckle as he nearly stumbled at the threshold. He was now certain that everything he had witnessed was indeed real. As the realization struck him, anger surged within Fujitaka, and with a furious kick, he sent the door flying open. Father, you're back. Sasuke, startled at the sight of his father, instinctively recoiled, his body flickering with intermittent lights, revealing his trepidation. Fujitaka pointed an accusatory finger at the two, but he was at a loss as to where to begin addressing their misdeeds. Tell me, what on earth are you two doing? Sasuke, taken aback, hastily concealed the bulb in his hand, yet the multitude of lights adorning him made it impossible to hide. In his panic, the lights only grew more vibrant. Ugh! Fujitaka gasped, overwhelmed, and fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 34. The destruction of the ninja world begins with forging. Regarding his two younger sons, Fujitaka held little expectation. Whether they could uphold the glory of the Uchiha clan was debatable. He merely wished that they would not bring shame upon him and the family. However, the outcome was disheartening. His youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, exhibited peculiar behavior, his body aglow with an array of lights reminiscent of a festive display. As for training, he had tolerated it, but who could explain his second son, Uchiha Izumi, wielding a hammer and striking iron in the courtyard? Was he intending to become the first blacksmith of the Uchiha clan? This seemed less preferable than the previously suggested destruction of the ninja world. Lying in bed, Fujitaka gazed at the ceiling, pondering for some time, yet he could not fathom why his two sons had become so peculiar. It appeared that everything had spiraled since they began mingling with those ninja hounds. The sound of iron striking iron continued to echo outside, and Fujitaka, pulling up the blanket, chose to disregard it, yearning for a moment of peace to escape this maddening reality. Yet the clang of metal rang out every 3 seconds, an incessant noise that rendered him incapable of resting. That wretched boy seemed to possess boundless energy. Ever since last night, Uchiha Izumi had been hammering away outside. Uchiha Izumi. Eventually, Fujitaka could endure no longer. He rolled out of bed, seething with anger as he strode outside. Huh? Husband, why are you awake? Makoto, witnessing her husband's furious visage so early in the morning, felt a pang of worry, fearing he might harm himself in his rage. Make that wretched boy go to school. Fujitaka rubbed his temples, feeling faint at the prospect of facing Izumi again. This is too infuriating. Makoto pursed her lips, helplessly explaining. But the school has given them time off until the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Fujitaka's frustration reached its peak. So this boy can't torment others at school. So he has chosen to torment me at home instead? Fine. I'll go find him. Fujitaka steadied himself, calming the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and made his way to the makeshift blacksmith shop in the courtyard. Inside, Izumi, sporting dark circles under his eyes, struck the iron with such force that sparks flew. In a sense, Fujitaka felt a great sense of pride for this child. After all, a 6-year-old who had been hammering away since yesterday demonstrated a physical talent that was truly remarkable. As he contemplated this, Fujitaka found himself standing behind Izumi, his expression softening. With a resounding clang, the hammer dropped, and Izumi tossed a piece of iron into a nearby bucket, creating a splash. He then examined the iron rod closely. Fujitaka's eyes narrowed. The length of the iron was nearly comparable to that of a ninja blade. Perhaps this child simply desired to possess his own ninja sword? Clearing his throat, Fujitaka approached Izumi and spoke softly. Though this is your first time forging, the shape of your nascent ninja blade reveals your innate talent. Well done. My son, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to tell your father. Money is no object. Fujitaka's thought process was straightforward. Now that he was aware of Izumi's aspiration to forge a ninja sword, the subsequent steps would be simple. A few words of praise and a promise to procure a quality ninja blade would surely persuade the boy to abandon his blacksmithing dreams, allowing for a quieter life in the future. A single ninja sword in exchange for peace and tranquility. What a bargain. Izumi glanced at his father, though his expression was somewhat sullen. The two locked eyes for a good 10 minutes before Izumi finally lifted the iron rod and said, "This is 1,000 books." As Izumi spoke, the atmosphere between them grew awkward, descending into silence. After a prolonged pause, Fujitaka offered further consolation. If you lack ninja tools, you may retrieve them from the family arsenal. There is no need to forge them yourself. Izumi remained silent, shaking his head as he continued toward the anvil with the iron rod in hand. To be honest, he had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of blacksmithing. However, after nearly 3,000 strikes throughout the night, he had successfully infused his fire attribute chakra into the forging process. Chakra, at times, could be remarkably wondrous. Through this method of striking, he had learned to manipulate the materials according to his desires, although the precision was still lacking. As for the 1,000 books in his hand, they were indeed intended as a replica of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle in its entirety. The first version did not need to be lethal, it merely needed to function. Izumi planned to purchase chakra metal for a high-quality imitation later. He was also aware of cyanide and contemplated whether it could be combined with his project. Upon witnessing Izumi's determination to continue, Fujitaka hastily grasped his son's clothing. Take a break. You haven't slept all night. You should return to rest. His tone was firm, though it was uncertain whether he was more concerned for his son or for himself. Izumi shook his head defiantly. No, Sasuke burned my bedding. Last night, upon returning home, Sasuke had let out a heart-wrenching scream, perhaps in mourning for his piggy bank, before tossing Izumi's bedding outside and incinerating a large hole in it with a fireball. Since then, Sasuke had not spoken a word to him. Not wishing to sleep in the room with 7 others, Izumi had resolved to continue forging in the courtyard. Humph. Fujitaka's anger reached its zenith as he glared coldly at his son. Forging? Uchiha Izumi, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Despite his boundless patience, even he could not withstand the relentless antics of that boy. It was one thing for him to hold the esteemed title of clan leader, but it was quite another for his 6-year-old son to take up the forge and engage in blacksmithing. If word of this spread, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, Fugaku believed that the boy lacked any real talent for blacksmithing, even if he possessed some. It would ultimately be of little consequence. A ninja need only master the art of killing. Why indulge in such frivolities? To annihilate the ninja world and save the Uchiha? Fugaku was perplexed. As Hikaru spoke with unwavering conviction, his hands and feet were in constant motion. With the final word uttered, the hammer fell. The resounding clang of metal echoed, and flames erupted from the anvil, nearly singeing Fugaku's eyebrows. The sudden transformation startled him, causing him to momentarily disregard the notion of destroying the ninja world. He stepped back a few paces, straining to observe the details, even activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. With each strike of the hammer, the metal on the anvil glowed red-hot, gradually reshaping itself. Fugaku's pupils flickered in astonishment, not solely due to his son's unexpected talent for blacksmithing, but also because this application of chakra was already a rudimentary form of ninjutsu. His son was truly a genius. The more Fugaku pondered, the more astonished he became. Had he not been concerned about disturbing Hikaru, he might have laughed heartily. About half an hour passed, and Fugaku could no longer restrain himself. Do you wish to learn the other fire techniques of the clan? Chapter 35. The flickering lifespan of the Uchiha clan. Since that day, Fugaku began entrusting all the fire technique scrolls of the family to Hikaru, urging him to dedicate himself fully to mastering these ninjutsu. Previously, he had hesitated to allow Hikaru and Sasuke to learn, fearing that their young age and insufficient chakra reserves might lead to self-harm while practicing powerful techniques, jeopardizing their future potential. However, having witnessed Hikaru's crude yet effective use of fire techniques in conjunction with blacksmithing, Fugaku was astounded by his son's innate talent and recognized that Hikaru's chakra had already surpassed that of his peers. In fact, the boy excelled in both aspects compared to Itachi at the same age. He could not help but wonder if allowing Hikaru to master all the fire techniques in advance would refine this blacksmithing ninjutsu. A week later, aside from blacksmithing in the courtyard, Hikaru, under his father's watchful eye, learned a series of ninjutsu techniques, including Great Fire Annihilation, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Great Dragon Fire Technique. While he had indeed learned them, Hikaru struggled to explain to his father that he could only release a few of these techniques when bolstered by his guardians. The Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Extinguishing techniques utilized by Uchiha Madara were beyond his current chakra capacity. In simpler terms, he lacked the necessary chakra to perform them even once. The clanging of metal resonated throughout the courtyard as Fugaku and Hikaru stood at their respective anvils, hammering away and sweating profusely. Mikoto, watching from inside, grew increasingly worried as she observed the father and son. She turned to see Sasuke, who was playing with a light bulb, and sighed heavily. Her husband had promised to dissuade Hikaru from blacksmithing at home, yet the next day, Fugaku had purchased a complete set of blacksmithing equipment and set up his own station 10 meters away from Hikaru, joining him in forging. Mikoto supported her husband in all his endeavors and refrained from interfering with her son's dreams. However, her husband, busy with clan affairs during the day, would stay up late in the courtyard forging with their son until 3 or 4 in the morning. Hikaru was even more extreme, often returning to his room only at dawn. He would send a shadow clone to school while dedicating himself to blacksmithing every day. Mikoto rubbed her forehead and sighed deeply, gesturing for Sasuke to stop playing with the light bulb. Sasuke, go call them for dinner. Sasuke tilted his head, pouting as he glanced at that annoying presence outside. After a moment of hesitation, he shouted to his father, "Father, the annoying guy? Dinner's ready." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hikaru spun around and yelled in the same direction, "Father, Sasuke called you annoying." Fugaku was already accustomed to the brother's antics and maintaining a sense of fairness, promptly reprimanded them both to prevent any feelings of injustice. At lunchtime, as Hikaru recalled Itachi, who had been absent for several days without a word, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Father, have you heard anything from Itachi recently?" His clone had been stationed at the Southie River, but his own traversal would inevitably cause subtle changes. The timing of Danzo's actions and Shirsue's leap from the cliff could very well be advanced. In any case, every time he saw Itachi, he felt as if the entire Uchiha clan's lifespan was flickering. Holding his bowl and chopsticks, Sasuke, hearing Hikaru's rare concern for his brother, smirked and called out, "Hey, Hikaru, you miss Itachi, right? You tsundere." As Sasuke elongated the word tsundere, it was evident he was using Hikaru's own words against him, countering that annoying presence. However, sitting at the head of the table, Fugaku's expression darkened upon hearing the brothers mention Itachi, and he sternly admonished them. "When at the dining table, we focus on our meal. No other discussions are permitted. Moreover, Itachi has his own matters to attend to. Mind your own business." Fugaku was exceedingly displeased. A few days prior, his eldest son had quarreled with him and refused to disclose any information from the Hokage. This was nothing short of a betrayal to him and the Uchiha clan. This meant that their only remaining trump card was Shirsuke. The situation was growing increasingly dire, and Fugaku hoped these two children would focus on their present lives and refrain from involving themselves in clan and village affairs. Faced with his father's sudden shift in demeanor, Sasuke sat up straight, staring at his food, not daring to utter another word. As for Hikaru, he sensed the tension in the air and, observing his father's dark expression, felt even more acutely that the Uchiha clan's lifespan was indeed flickering. "Dad," he began. But Fugaku abruptly set down his bowl and rose to leave for his room, clearly rejecting Hikaru's attempt to engage in conversation. "I'm full. The clan has matters to attend to. I may not return tonight." Fugaku said this as he reached the entrance to put on his shoes. Before departing, he turned to Hikaru with a serious expression. "Hikaru, keep an eye on your brother." The two exchanged a long glance and nodded in mutual understanding. Words were unnecessary. At that moment, Hikaru was convinced that the countdown to the Uchiha clan's demise had begun. "I'm full." He set down his bowl, politely greeted his mother, and hurried to his blacksmithing station outside. What the heck? I was clearly worried about Itachi, yet I had to maintain my composure. Sasuke, oblivious to the tension between Hikaru and their father, was only concerned with why his brother had not returned home in so many days. "Let us skip training tonight. You should rest early. What do you think?" Mikoto smiled at her youngest son as usual, though her smile bore a hint of strain. Her hands, hidden beneath the table, were clenched tightly. She knew that her eldest son and husband had reached an irreparable breaking point. Caught between the two, she felt helpless, only able to comfort the youngest, who understood the least. "All right." Sasuke reluctantly set down the light bulb, glanced at the light outside, hesitated for a moment, and then returned to his room. For some reason, he sensed something unusual about Hikaru lately. The usually lazy and annoying guy had suddenly begun to train tirelessly day and night. Sasuke pondered, suspecting that Hikaru had noticed his recent progress and felt threatened by the possibility of being overtaken, thus prompting his newfound diligence. "Yeah, Hikaru, I want to lose to you." After leaving the light bulb behind, Sasuke crawled into bed and picked up the prepared light bulb, ready to stay up late practicing. According to Hikaru, he, Uchiha Sasuke, would outshine everyone. In the courtyard, Yin chose not to forge iron tonight. Instead, he secretly retrieved a large wooden box from the corner. Upon opening the box, he revealed 60 items resembling scrolls, all meticulously crafted from chakra metal into his signature rainfall pear blossom needles. Concerned about their lethality, he had even modified the quantity of these concealed weapons, aiming to transform his enemies into sieves before they had the chance to defend themselves. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Would this be enough? Chapter 36. Shizuka. The coup within the Uchiha clan was irreversible. Once the clan engaged in conflict with the village, neighboring villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wage war against Konoha, making conflict unavoidable. Standing on the cliff by the South Sichuan River, Shizuka faced away from Itachi, feeling the evening breeze brush against his face. While a sense of relief washed over him, he was also engulfed by sorrow. His brother had once remarked that he was overly naive. At the time, Shizuka had dismissed the words of a mere child, believing that a young boy could hardly grasp the intricate relationships between nation, village, and clan. In retrospect, Yin had been right. With a hint of regret, Shizuka continued, "I had intended to use the Kodo Amatsukami to avert all this, but Danzo took my right eye. I placed too much trust in him. That man only sought to impose his extreme views in the name of protecting the village. I fear he will not spare my left eye either. Turning his body, Shizuka cast one last glance at his dear friend before he resolutely plucked out his left eye. I entrust my vision to you. I hope you can protect the village. Itachi stood frozen, yearning to prevent Shizuka's drastic act, but understanding that this was the only path left for him. Should Shizuka return alive, he would only escalate the tensions between the village and the clan. Danzo would not spare the Uchiha clan. Shizuka, Itachi whispered, his eyes welling with tears. He realized he had failed to fulfill his brother's wishes. As Shizuka handed over his eye, Itachi could only receive it, stunned by the sight of his friend's bloodied visage. And please, do not tell Yin or Sasuke anything about me. I beg you, my dear friend. With that, Shizuka leaned backward and fell into the South Hechuan River. Itachi, finally snapping out of his stupor, reached out, desperate to catch him, but was tragically too late. He could only watch in despair as Shizuka plunged into the waters below. Shizuka! Itachi cried, his emotions surging to a peak, causing his Sharingan to whirl uncontrollably. When he opened his eyes again, the pattern within transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What madness! Why must he jump now? Nearby, a shadow clone, preoccupied with walking a dog, heard the splash and the distant cries for help. Fearing for Shizuka's life and wanting to avoid being discovered, the clone dove into the water, clutching a Shiba Inu. Meanwhile, Yin, having just finished organizing his equipment, was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing in alarm, before activating his teleportation ability without a second thought. What is that barking? What is happening? Suddenly, the night air in Konoha was filled with the cacophony of barking. Perched on a tree, Kakashi, snugly covered by a book, was enjoying a deep slumber, mumbling and scratching his face before drifting back into dreams. When Yin materialized by the South Hechuan River, he found himself inside a cave, its entrance obscured by hay, presumably left by the shadow clone. There lay Shizuka, drenched and bleeding profusely, a sight that struck Yin with dread. Memories of Shizuka's cheerful smile flooded his mind, and he clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening with tension. Suppressing his emotions, Yin turned Shizuka onto his back, hoping to provide some comfort, and summoned his guardian spirits, directing golden spheres of light to heal him. 10 minutes later, as Shizuka regained consciousness, he struggled to adjust to his newfound blindness and called out for Itachi. Why did you save me? You know this only complicates things, Yin said coldly, grabbing Shizuka by the collar and delivering a punch to his face. Shizuka, struck, seemed to grasp the situation, his expression shifting from shock to a sunlit smile. Yin, undeterred, continued to strike him, landing blow after blow. With each hit, Shizuka maintained his grin, as if enduring the pain was the only way to preserve his dignity. He did not retaliate, merely waiting in silence. Eventually, Yin ceased his assault, standing with bloodied, battered fists hanging at his sides. It is worth noting that hitting someone can indeed be an art form, yet Yin's heart was filled only with resentment, believing this was the only way to vent his feelings. Yin, it's you, isn't it? Shizuka grinned, still smiling despite the blood pooling in his mouth, creating a rather gruesome sight. From the moment he felt the weight of the first punch, Shizuka had known it was not Itachi who had saved him. Excluding his dear friend, only Yin could have been there. Yin patted his guardians, who released 2 more bursts of healing light. Once they had tended to their wounds, he turned to Shizuka, his tone icy. Your actions will endanger everyone. Is death truly the answer? Foolishness. You and Itachi are both fools. His voice was hoarse, sounding far from that of a 6-year-old. Even knowing the consequences of Shizuka's leap, he had hoped that the bright, innocent boy he knew would somehow find a glimmer of hope and refrain from such reckless acts. Reality, however, proved him wrong. He should not have underestimated Shizuka's intellect. Despite his strength, did he truly need to choose such a self-destructive end? Shizuka accepted Yin's reprimand with humility, respecting his friend's wrath. Once the silence enveloped them, Shizuka began to speak. Yin, some matters are not as simple as you perceive. The clan's coup is already beyond prevention. At 6 years old, you cannot possibly comprehend the ramifications of the current state of our clan and village. Yin sat in silence, his crimson eyes revealing a single tomo. Consumed by resentment and fury, he naturally awakened his Sharingan. Truth be told, upon realizing his transformation, he had contemplated delivering another punch to Shizuka, albeit merely a fleeting thought. Shizuka's words began to grate on his nerves. Shut up. I do not need a blind man lecturing me. Shizuka paused, sensing the familiar power in Yan's gaze, and smiled gently once more. Isn't it quite the bargain? I jump once, and two can awaken their eyes. Yin exclaimed, the Uchiha clan is truly deranged. Chapter 37. What do others' lives matter to me? The Uchiha clan has always been this way, willing to sacrifice their own lives to awaken the eyes of their friends and family. Upon hearing Shizuka's words, Yin became convinced that a significant part of Shizuka's decision to take his own life was to evoke an emotional response from Itachi, thereby providing him the opportunity to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Perhaps, in doing so, there might still be a slim chance to avert the family coup. Yet, Shizuka did not anticipate that this act would inadvertently lead to Yin awakening his Sharingan as well. If it had been any other Uchiha, they would have clung to Shizuka, sobbing uncontrollably, uttering strange phrases about friendship and bonds. Yin merely delivered a punch to the self-important fellow, bang. The punch landed squarely on Shirzue, causing his head to tilt to the side, yet his expression remained unchanged. It was as if, given another chance, Shirzue would still choose to leap off the cliff into despair. The unfortunate flaw of humanity lies in their unwavering commitment to their beliefs, relentlessly pursuing them even unto death. Only those blessed with the protagonist's halo, like Naruto Uzumaki, could persuade such fools with mere words. When Yin first watched the anime, he held a certain admiration for these characters, but now that they manifested in his life, leaving an indelible mark on his journey, he could only perceive their actions as utterly foolish and tragic. Yin sat in silence, gazing at Shirzue for an extended period, memories of their first encounter flooding his mind. His emotions becoming increasingly complex. His gaze toward Shirzue grew restless. After an indeterminate time, Yin regained his composure and unexpectedly stated, "Family. I have a way to save them." He did not expect Shirzue to understand him, but he hoped this man would refrain from any further foolishness. Upon hearing these words, Shirzue, still smiling, turned towards Yin. Once, he too had been as confident and naïve as this youth. In his younger days, he had arrogantly believed in his own omnipotence. "Yin, I believe in you," he replied. However, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had become irreparably strained. Shirzue shook his head, asserting that even with his eyes, controlling Yin's father would not suppress the other clan members. Since regaining consciousness, Shirzue had replayed everything in his mind and realized that his previous thoughts had been overly naïve. Danzo did not trust him or any other Uchiha. He merely wished for the annihilation of their clan. Conflict between the two factions was inevitable, and the intrusion of other villages would follow. The destruction of the ninja world was imminent. The current peace in Konoha was too fragile, should a powerful force incite war. The village would not foolishly sever its own limbs in a bid for survival. Yin articulated his thoughts with unprecedented seriousness, and for a moment, he even found himself understanding Nagato. The foolish humans inhabiting this ninja world needed to experience suffering, lest they continue their internecine strife without purpose. Yin's idea, while sound, could indeed bring about a temporary reconciliation between the village and the clan. Yet Shirzue felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to fathom how a 6-year-old child could so casually propose such horrific notions. Moreover, Shirzue could sense the seriousness in Yin's voice. "Yin, I understand you," he said. "But do you realize how many innocent lives would be lost? How many happy families would be shattered, plunged into despair?" At this point, Shirzue recalled the horrors of the battlefield, his face paling as he trembled. War was far more brutal than one could ever imagine. The current peace, though not enduring, was a hard-won treasure paid for by countless sacrifices. Even if you succeeded, the animosity between the village and the Uchiha clan would remain unresolved. And you will not succeed. Shirzue, a staunch believer in the ideals of peace, could not condone Yin's approach. For the sake of tranquility in the ninja world, he had to dissuade Yin from this terrifying thought. With every word Shirzue spoke, Yin's expression darkened, his inner fury intensifying. His once adorable visage twisted into a grimace, and he clenched his teeth, hurling insults at Shirzue. "Foolish. You are merely exhibiting the kindness of a woman." Yin believed he was not so noble. In truth, he was selfish, as he had always been. When Shirzue realized his attempts to persuade Yin were futile, he grew desperate, raising his voice. "That would lead to the deaths of many. I don't care. I only want my family to live." At this juncture, Yin cast an aggressive glance at Shirzue, declaring that the destruction of the ninja world and saving the Uchiha was the only path forward. Shirzue, sensing the futility of convincing this child, sighed deeply and began to lay out the harsh realities, intending to shatter Yin's convictions. "No, you will not succeed. You are far too weak to accomplish anything. Shirzue even wore a mocking smile, revealing his white teeth. Even if you could, I, along with the entire Konoha and your father, will prevent you. To challenge the entire ninja world single-handedly, even Madara Uchiha could not do that. Wake up, Uchiha Yen. You can do nothing. Yan's fists clenched tightly, suppressing the urge to strike Shirzue again, and resolutely replied, then let us see. With just you? And your absurd training methods? Shirzue's derisive laughter at Yan's previous abstract actions ignited a fury within him. Yan, unable to contain his rage, activated his Sharingan. Seizing a stick from the ground and pointing it threateningly at Shirzue. Uchiha Shirzue, you damned saint. Shirzue nodded, though he did not agree with Yan's ideology. He had to admit that, at this moment, Yan embodied the spirit of a true Uchiha. Yan, perhaps I must make you aware of the disparity in our strengths. With that, he swiftly produced a kunai and vanished from sight. Under the cover of night, Yan, having switched places with a prearranged ninja dog, returned to the courtyard. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothes in tatters, and his body marred with bruises, his face sporting a black eye. Shirzue was indeed formidable, even without his eyes. That bastard's instantaneous movement and keen battle instincts were beyond Yan's current capabilities, despite his teleportation ability after using it less than 3 times. Shirzue had already spotted his flaw and lay in wait before the dog. If only he had brought more dogs. The Flying Thunder Hound's capabilities were commendable, but it was rather useless. Standing in the courtyard, Yin muttered to himself, summoning his remaining bodyguards to expend his last chance for healing. Just then, the door creaked open, and Itachi entered, holding a bundle of wilted flowers, his eyes vacant, moving like a soulless being. Yin had intended to approach and say something, but upon seeing the flowers, he halted in his tracks. He recognized that the wilted bouquets were the chrysanthemums he had left by the Nange River. Chapter 38. Sasuke, I want it all. Shirzue. Itachi retreated to a corner of the room, staring blankly at the pile of dried flowers, devoid of any spark in his eyes. Upon returning home, he did not even greet his brother, but turned to sit in the corner. The image of Shirzue leaping from the cliff lingered in his mind, haunting him. Itachi felt immense regret. He had intended to give Shirzue a proper burial after his fall. However, he discovered that the Nange River was bizarrely arranged, with wilted chrysanthemums placed at multiple cliff edges, as if a memorial had been prepared for Shirzue in advance. It was evident that only Danzo's root ninjas could orchestrate such a thing. As he had anticipated, not long after Shirzue's leap, the root ninjas began searching this area to conceal everything and prevent Danzo from discovering his friend's body and to fulfill his friend's last wishes. He led those root ninjas away and erased the hidden messages of chrysanthemums. Uchiha Itachi gently caressed the area around his eyes, murmuring softly, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. Onaizen. Bang, bang, bang. Sasuke sensed Itachi's return and hurriedly dashed out of his room, his bare feet making noise against the floor, revealing his eager desire to see his brother. However, his actions prompted a frown from Hikaru, who seized Sasuke by the collar just as their paths crossed. Go back to sleep. Thud. The unprepared Sasuke stumbled and fell, wincing in pain. He flailed his arms and kicked his legs, struggling to free himself from Hikaru's grip, but Hikaru's recent training had greatly increased his strength, making it feel as though he were dragging a chick, and within moments, he had pulled Sasuke back to the doorway of his room. This infuriated Sasuke. Uchiha Hikaru. Let go of me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sasuke tilted his head, his pupils a vivid crimson, and as he turned, 2 eerie red glimmers emanated from his newly activated Sharingan, overflowing with confidence. He had unlocked the single Tomo Sharingan after witnessing a broken piggy bank a few days prior. Had Hikaru not pushed him too far, he might have eagerly shared this good news. Sasuke's boastful words caused a question mark to slowly form above Hikaru's head. What? You think you can act all high and mighty with just a single Tomo Sharingan? Hikaru, of course, would not inform his foolish younger brother that he had already activated the double Tomo Sharingan, once when he fought Shirzue and once again when he was beaten by him. He refrained from mentioning it mainly to avoid shattering Sasuke's fragile spirit. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression grew even more arrogant, his eyes widening as he sought to flaunt his newfound ability. His late-night visit to Itachi was not just out of longing. There was an element of boasting involved as well. Hikaru merely scoffed, then retrieved his protective gear, coldly uttering 2 words, dodge it. No sooner had he spoken than 2 sunflowers on his shoulders erupted with stored light, releasing healing orbs. They might not be able to do much today, But at least they could allow this foolish red-eyed child a brief glimpse of the sun. In that moment, the corridor seemed to burst with two flashbangs. Sasuke, wide-eyed, felt as if he were witnessing the sun up close. Ah! Sasuke's cry echoed as his vision turned white. Hikaru squinted, flicking his right foot and sending Sasuke sprawling to the ground in a heap. Uchiha Hikaru, I hate you. You're just jealous that I activated my eyes. Let go of me. I don't want to be with you tonight. Amidst a chorus of wails, a most reluctant Sasuke was dragged back, having suffered a great loss. And he kept his eyes shut, fearing that he might be blinded again by Hikaru's dazzling jutsu. Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. If I catch you sneaking off to Itachi's room tonight, don't blame me for hitting you. Hikaru knelt by the bed, slowly tidying up the light bulbs in the bedding, not even glancing back at the sulking Sasuke. Clearly, someone misses Onizen. I see you want to wait until I fall asleep to sneak off and find him, right? Sasuke pouted, his eyes darting towards the door. A thought Hikaru chose not to dismantle. Sasuke was well aware that whenever Hikaru saw Itachi return, he would invariably rush to ask Itachi some peculiar questions. Although he did not understand Hikaru's reasons for doing so, it seemed to be Hikaru's unique way of expressing his emotions. Today, however, it seemed Hikaru had yet to ask anything. Shut up. Mom has already gone to bed. Keep talking and I'll make you swallow a light bulb. Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke jumped in fright. A few days prior, he had curiously swallowed one, only to receive a thorough beating from his father. The strength of that iron rod remained etched in his memory. Humph. Sasuke huffed, lacking confidence, yet ultimately complied and lay down, covering himself with the blanket to sleep. Nevertheless, he still did not abandon his desire to see Itachi. The next day, Hikaru, fully dressed, kicked the sleeping Sasuke, prompting the boy to stir and protest. Last night, he had not slept a wink, spending the entire night engaged in a battle of wits with this foolish sibling, a torment akin to staying up late with an eagle. Onizen, Sasuke's first action upon awakening, aside from cursing the annoying pest, was to dash out of the room without even changing out of his pajamas, rushing to find Itachi in the living room. At that moment, Itachi sat alone, staring blankly at breakfast. Even upon hearing his beloved brother's call, he did not lift his head to glance at Sasuke. Sensing something was amiss with Itachi's mood, Sasuke halted beside him, many words caught in his throat, ultimately transforming into expressions of concern. Onizen, what is wrong? Good morning, Sasuke. Itachi raised his head, feigning nonchalance, forcing a strained smile. When he saw Hikaru, he was already prepared to respond. Hikaru, 1-7, good morning. Hikaru did not wait for the other to finish. Nodding slightly and casually greeting them before picking up the bread and milk from the table, turning to put on his shoes by the entrance. Itachi's gentle demeanor faltered slightly, and Sasuke's gaze towards Hikaru grew increasingly suspicious. What is going on? Why hasn't Hikaru asked that either a question today? Sasuke looked at Itachi, then turned to Hikaru, sensing something was off between the two. Onizen, did you two have a fight? Itachi shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Hikaru. After a moment, he reached out to ruffle Sasuke's hair, smiling gently. Of course not. We are brothers. In that moment, Itachi seemed to have an epiphany. Gazing at Hikaru as if he could see through everything, he watched Hikaru leave and murmured to Sasuke, Sasuke, let me ask you something. If the death of some people could save many others, or saving some would mean the death of many, which would you choose? Itachi's tone suddenly mirrored Hikaru's, and Sasuke's expression contorted upon hearing the question. Onizen, do you and Hikaru have some sort of agreement? Why is this question being asked now? Sasuke scratched his head, finding Itachi's demeanor today somewhat abstract, yet he obediently voiced his opinion. He spent less than a second pondering, and, imitating Hikaru's earlier actions, grasped the air tightly, shouting with fervor, of course, I want them all. Itachi shook his head with a smile, feeling quite helpless as he replied, Sasuke. Sometimes you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Chapter 39. Consider this my final act of care for you. The village is under martial law. At the Nankagawa River, Hikaru unpacked a bento, placing bread and milk in front of Shursui. If you're going to leave, you should hurry and get out of Konoha. Shursui fumbled with his hands, still struggling to adjust to his blindness. It was Hikaru who pushed the food closer to him, allowing him to eat. The clan will likely take action soon. As Shursui spoke, he paused for a moment, unconsciously thinking that the person beside him was Uchiha Itachi, forgetting that it was actually his 6-year-old brother. He unscrewed the milk cap, took a sip, and slowly addressed Hikaru. I told you there's no need for you to be here. It's too dangerous. It was not hard to imagine that Danzo would surely send someone to search for him, and the Uchiha clan, having completely lost their trump card, would choose to fight to the death. Even if Hikaru possessed that special technique, over time, it would inevitably be discovered by those with ulterior motives. When that happened, his situation would become perilous. Do you think I want to take care of you? Hikaru shot a glance at the blind boy, shifting his foot slightly. If he had not noticed Shirsue's ears twitch, he would have been tempted to kick the blind boy. Last night, he struggled to sleep. Partly due to the incessant chatter of Sasuke, but predominantly because he was consumed with thoughts on how to prevent Shirsue from facing 7 adversaries. Ultimately, Yin became increasingly convinced that the only path forward was the complete annihilation of the ninja world. Shirsue smiled faintly, opting not to engage in a quarrel with Yin. He then retrieved a scroll from within his robes and tossed it in Yin's general direction, instructing him to take it. This contains my insights on training. Consider it my final act of mentorship towards you, my junior. Yin reached out to catch the scroll, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. After all, Shirsue's demeanor towards him had been rather hostile the previous night, particularly upon hearing Yan's intentions of destroying the ninja world, and his actions had reflected that severity. In Shirsue's view, Yan might have already become a burgeoning threat, one that could one day endanger the entire ninja realm. But what was the meaning behind this scroll? Was he being groomed into a great villain? Naturally, it would be preferable if he could abandon the notion of obliterating the ninja world altogether. Seemingly perceiving Yan's thoughts, the invisible Shirsue jested with a hint of sincerity. After rolling his eyes, Yan tucked the scroll securely away, affirming, "I've accepted this, but I refuse to heed your words." With that, he gathered his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and envisioned the various traps set around him. Just as he prepared to teleport away, Shirsue suddenly called out to him, "Wait, could you use that ability to heal me once more? I seem to have inadvertently torn my wound today." Shirsue scratched his head awkwardly, gesturing to his eye sockets with a hint of embarrassment. To alleviate Yan's concerns, he added, "I will be leaving tonight." "All right. Take care of yourself this evening." Yin did not refuse, summoning a healing sunflower and casting 2 spheres of restorative light before teleporting away without further thought. If he lingered any longer, the traps nearby would soon be vacated, and he could not predict when he would have another chance to escape. Half an hour after Yin had departed, Shirsue, concealed within a cave, softly called out Yan's name. When he received no response, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. "Yin, let this be my final act of guidance as your senior." He retrieved the ninja blade from the ground and secured it to his back, then conjured a demonic mask from a ceiling scroll, disguising himself. After erasing any traces of his presence in the cave, he departed. Moments later, the disguised Shirsue launched an assault on a root base, incapacitating half of the personnel before utilizing his intimate knowledge of the village and exceptional Shunshin technique to evade capture from the unsuspecting Leaf Village ninjas. However, during his escape, Shirsue refrained from outright killing those who pursued him, opting instead to merely injure them. "Return and inform Danzo, if he wishes to acquire my eyes. I shall meet him 3 days hence at the border of the Land of Fire." Observing the 4 severely injured root ninjas before him, Shirsue removed the demonic mask to reveal his true visage. To enhance credibility, he had previously wrapped a bandage around his right eye and cast an illusion on the root ninjas, making them believe his left eye was a Sharingan. He crafted an appearance of being wounded and having defected from the Leaf Village, confident that Danzo would surely take the bait. "Onward," Shirsue declared, vanishing from his position with a Shunshin. "Return to report to Lord Danzo. Remember, do not speak of this. Lord Danzo prefers this matter remain undisclosed." "Yes." The 4 root ninjas swiftly retreated to their base following this brief exchange. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Sasuke found himself unable to resist glancing towards Yan's location. How peculiar, he thought. Wasn't that guy supposed to be out today? Why was he still utilizing a shadow clone to attend class? While others might not discern the difference, Sasuke distinctly recognized that the figure attentively listening at the back was undoubtedly a shadow clone. Sasuke felt a sense of unease. This mysterious behavior had persisted, and he had not seen Yin around after returning home. "Oh no, that guy isn't plotting something against me, is he?" During the lunch break, as everyone began to eat, Sasuke approached Yin's shadow clone and demanded, "Tell me, where has your true self gone?" The shadow clone shrugged nonchalantly, "No comment. If you wish to know, you should ask the original tonight." Sasuke, infuriated by the clone's flippant tone, was on the verge of obliterating it. Damn it, why must the shadow clone be so irritating? "Stop, Uchiha Sasuke, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, The righteous Naruto leapt in front of Sasuke, ready to thwart any violent actions against Yin, his brother. Even if Yin is your brother, this does not concern you, Sasuke coldly retorted, feeling that Naruto was meddling unnecessarily. Even if Yin were present, it was not Naruto's place to interject. What are you talking about? Yin has helped me. I cannot stand by while you harm him, not even if you are brothers. Naruto's indignation flared. He found Sasuke exceedingly detestable. How could a person as wonderful as Yin have such a loathsome brother? In that moment, Sasuke, facing Naruto, suddenly empathized with Yan's exasperation. This blonde truly had a peculiar fixation. Get lost, he coolly replied, drawing a shuriken and accurately striking Yan's shadow clone. With a puff of smoke, the clone dissipated, and rather than resolving their tensions, the air grew even more charged. Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you. If you lose, you must apologize to your brother. Sasuke was taken aback. Naruto's voice rang loudly, particularly emphasizing the word brother. Initially disinclined to respond, Sasuke's temper flared upon hearing Naruto's proclamation. He had told his classmates that Uchiha Yin was his younger brother. With hands shoved into his pockets and a murderous glint in his eyes, Sasuke declared, Very well. I'll indulge you, blonde. They exchanged a glare before heading to the playground. Meanwhile, Yin stood in front of the ninja tool shop, suddenly sneezing as the memories from the shadow clone flooded his mind. Upon recalling the scene of Naruto and his brother's dispute in the classroom, Yin's expression turned peculiar. Could this be the fox repaying a debt? Why does this little Uchiha keep coming back here? And by the way, we have no foxes here, exclaimed Tenten, exasperated as she buried her face in her hands, feeling as though this boy treated her shop like a wishing well. I wish to purchase a puppet, Yin said, gesturing toward a small puppet beside the counter, indicating that he was not there to cause trouble this time. Even the ever-sarcastic Tenten fell silent for a full minute after hearing the Uchiha boy's request. Not that. While your request is somewhat more reasonable than last time, have you considered that you are an Uchiha? If possible, Tenten genuinely wished to pry open the boy's mind to see what lay within. An Uchiha coming to buy a puppet? It seemed utterly absurd. In response to Tenten's skepticism, Yin nodded earnestly. Yes, I wish to study puppet techniques. 100,000 Ryo. Tenten glanced at the dusty puppets in her shop, her brow furrowing slightly as she waved her hand, indicating that she would sell one. Forget it. That one's been here too long. If you want it, take it for 100,000 Ryo. Of course. This was also a means to hasten the departure of this Uchiha boy. She genuinely worried that he might stray down a dark path, and she did not want the Uchiha clan leader to confront her shop about it in the future. Yin nodded. Leaving behind the hidden money he had acquired from his father's room, he took out a rope to bind the 6 puppets he had purchased, each resembling the size of a doll. It seemed these puppets were intended for beginners to practice with. However, it appeared that there weren't many in Konoha who engaged in puppet techniques, even if one desired to delve into more advanced practices. They might have to bear a mark of betrayal on their forehead and venture to the Sand Village's puppet academy for training. To reach a higher level, it would likely require possessing the strength of a Kage and actively joining the hidden sect of the Akatsuki to learn from the puppet master, Sasori. Yet, Yin did not ponder such lofty thoughts. His primary reason for buying puppets was to address the limitations he had discovered with his flying thunder hound. It is worth noting that dogs are inherently mobile, and unlike the Inuzuka clan who treat their ninja dogs as companions, he had not regarded his canine as mere disposable tools to be hurled at enemies. Puppets, however, were an entirely different matter. Surely, a mechanical dog could also be classified as a dog? With a mindset of experimentation, Yin believed he should first create a mechanical dog, which would significantly enhance his combat capabilities through its teleportation abilities. After purchasing the puppets, Yin borrowed various tools from the Tenten Ninja Tool shop and began to disassemble and reassemble the puppets. After 4 hours of labor, as dusk approached, he had pieced together a contraption that bore a semblance to a dog. It was well known that the current situation in Konoha was tense, particularly concerning the Uchiha clan. The presence of a young Uchiha loitering outside the ninja tool shop drew even more attention. Villagers and ninjas passing by the shop paused to observe, curious about whether this Uchiha youth was plotting something remarkable, ready to report to the Hokage at any moment. Coincidentally, a rude Umbu ninja, upon recognizing the Uchiha Yin, quickened his pace instead of slowing down, as if merely stopping to observe would diminish his intelligence. Some even feared that lingering might lead to an infection of foolishness. Nevertheless, the bewildered crowd remained captivated, standing a good 10 meters away from the shop. After half an hour of watching, their expressions mirrored one another, filled with disbelief and existential doubt. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a puppet in the hands of the Uchiha youth? What on earth is he doing? What folly is this for the Uchiha clan to delve into puppetry? Our village has no resources for learning such techniques. Wait, isn't that the blacksmith's son from Fugaku's household? Among the crowd, some recognized Uchiha Yin and left the scene with a disgruntled expression, as if feeling a great loss of dignity. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized they had squandered half an hour of their precious lives in this place. Unfazed by the ridicule and skepticism from the crowd, Yin remained focused on assembling his mechanical dog. Casting a glance at the dispersing villagers, he could only think 5 words: foolish humans. However, Tintin was quite indignant. Although the aspirations of this Uchiha youth seemed somewhat outrageous, transitioning from blacksmithing to puppetry was indeed a vast leap, yet mocking someone's dreams was an ignoble act. Unable to tolerate the derision, Tintin scolded a few individuals outside before turning to comfort the introspective Uchiha youth. Hey, Uchiha kid. While it's hard to comprehend the Uchiha clan's pursuit of puppetry, I must admit that the centipede puppet you've created has some merit. Upon hearing this, Yin's countenance darkened, and he furrowed his brow at the puppet he had fashioned. What a fine girl it could have been, if only her eyes had not been flawed. After a moment of silence, he coldly replied, "This is a dog." Tintin was momentarily taken aback by his 3-word response, her usual sharp tongue stilled as she stood there, confused. Ignoring her, Yin took hold of the rope around the puppet dog's neck and dragged it outside. The puppet assembly was nearly complete. All that remained was to install a sound device and enable the puppet to move. Ding, task triggered. Yin? The long-awaited sound from the system did not bring him joy. Instead, it startled him so much that he nearly dropped the leash. Task: Spirit Pet Cultivation. It is well known that spirit pets are essential allies for cultivators. Please take good care of your spirit pet for 3 days and nights, sharing meals and living together to foster a deep bond. Current progress: 10. Reward: Spirit Awakening Pill. After reading the system's task, Yin, filled with doubt, grasped the leash in his hand and glanced back at the crooked dog puppet. Pray tell, how does this puppet relate to the concept of a spirit pet? Would the Spirit Awakening Pill truly yield effects if given to a dog puppet? Rather than feeding this puppet, he would be better off giving the pill to Sasuke, in hopes of making his foolish brother a tad more intelligent. Yin was skeptical, even suspecting that the system had misidentified its target, and he turned to scan the surroundings for any other low-intelligence creatures. However, he found none, excluding the villagers who had been avoiding him. With a deep sigh, he tugged the leash and began to drag the puppet towards the ninja academy, under the envious gazes of the onlookers. Ultimately, he knew he had to complete the task to grow stronger. As for whether the Spirit Awakening Pill would be effective for the puppet, it mattered little. After all, he could always give it to Sasuke later. Chapter 41. Brothers should share honor and dishonor, facing hardships together. Hey, what kind of person is your brother? During dismissal time, Naruto, lying next to Sasuke, with a pig-headed expression, mumbled to himself. Sasuke was in better condition, though his face bore some bruises. He's a decent guy. Sasuke replied instinctively, his thoughts racing. As he prepared to say more, he suddenly realized he was next to that annoying blonde and promptly fell silent, gritting his teeth and making a dismissive sound. TCH, you're really annoying. Sasuke stood up, brushed the dust off his back, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Naruto, still lost in thoughts of having a twin brother to alleviate his loneliness, abruptly halted when Sasuke's words interrupted his reverie. Hey, Sasuke, say something. Furthermore, isn't it customary to share experiences with friends? As he spoke, Naruto suddenly realized he had overstepped. His voice dwindled as he concluded. The concept of friendship felt very distant to him. As Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, was about to leave the school, he hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up after a couple of seconds. Who would be friends with you, Blondie? Naruto, initially feeling melancholic, immediately retaliated upon hearing Sasuke's taunt, raising his fist and shouting, "You, stinky brat." It seemed that the shout could disperse all the awkwardness and sadness he felt moments before. Just as they were nearing the school gate, Sasuke suddenly turned and shot a disdainful glance at Naruto. Let us go? If we don't hurry, the school will close. At that moment, Naruto froze, his expression shifting from disappointment to joy in an instant, realizing that the stinky brat in front of him wasn't as intolerable as he had previously thought. Hey, wait for me, Naruto shouted, chasing after Sasuke, persistently asking, hey, shouldn't we be friends now? I have a name. Although Sasuke did not directly respond to Naruto's words, the implication was clear. Even Naruto could discern the meaning behind the exchange. Ha ha ha, Sasuke. You don't seem so annoying after all. Naruto beamed with delight, his grin wide as he walked shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, playfully nudging him, which prompted Sasuke to call him an idiot repeatedly. Unyielding, Sasuke retaliated by bumping his shoulder against Naruto's. And thus the two engaged in their playful banter as they exited the school. However, just as they stepped through the gates, they spotted Hien approaching from a distance. Hey. Sasuke, isn't that Hien? Shut up, he is my brother. Sasuke corrected Naruto's address with a scowl, particularly irked when Naruto referred to Hien as Big Brother, as if insinuating that he was the younger sibling. Nonetheless, Sasuke found Hien's presence rather peculiar. Typically, he would be at home at this hour. What could compel him to come looking for Sasuke? Do you need to use the restroom? I know. Just wait for me to pick up my brother. And then we can go eat. Hien chattered away, his expression growing increasingly sinister with every word. It wasn't he that he was losing his mind. Rather, the peculiar task associated with his spirit companion had a progress bar, and unless he communicated with it, the bar would remain stagnant. What more could he say? The system's task had left Hien with an odd sense of deja vu dragging the puppet along. He made a series of strange clattering noises. Approaching the two with a blank expression, Sasuke intended to greet him, but when he caught sight of the puppet trailing behind, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly turning to flee. Naruto wanted to say hello, but Sasuke feared that the blonde would shout and draw unwanted attention, leading to further humiliation. Hien, where did you find that junk? What junk? At this, Hien exploded with frustration. Completing this wall-breaking task had already been a source of irritation, and after painstakingly communicating with his spirit companion to bring the progress bar to 29, Sasuke's sudden remark caused it to plummet back to 20. Perhaps the spirit companion had taken offense at the outsider's critique, and Hien's mood soured as well. If it weren't for Naruto's presence, he would have gladly unleashed his puppet upon this foolish boy. Task progress. 19. It seemed the system could hear his thoughts. As the moment the idea crossed his mind, the progress bar dropped again. With a resigned expression, Hien adopted a serious demeanor, introducing his spirit companion to the two. This is my new spirit companion, Uchiha Runto. In an attempt to appear less bizarre, Hien tugged on a leash, bringing the spirit companion forward to greet them. Naruto. Sasuke? Task progress. 27. The two exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the incomprehensible words and actions. Even Naruto, usually unfazed, found himself at a loss for words. Sasuke, feeling the sting of humiliation, shoved his hands into his pockets and averted his gaze, hastily making his exit, desperate to distance himself from Hien's disgraceful antics. The notion of adopting a puppet as a pet was baffling enough. But Hien had gone so far as to name the wretched thing. Sasuke believed that merely lingering with Hien for another second would tarnish the honor of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, he resolved to report this absurd behavior to their parents, ensuring that Hien would face the consequences. Runto, my little buddy, don't you want to go home with your brother? Hien expressed a hint of sadness, believing that brotherhood should entail shared honor and mutual support. However, the younger sibling's apparent desire to distance himself left Hien puzzled. My brother, wait for me. Don't you like my new friend? Hien hastened to catch up, while Sasuke, initially walking briskly, broke into a run, anxious about being spotted by others in the village. Upon returning home, they found the house empty. Fugaku and Makoto were absent, and Itachi appeared to be on a mission, leaving only the two brothers in the spacious residence. Concerned about being infected by Hien's peculiarities, Sasuke tidied his bedding and retreated to Itachi's room. Meanwhile, Hien was busy equipping his spirit companion with a voice box, an acquisition from the Konoha General Store. To replicate a dog's bark, he even recorded a segment at the local kennel. Alright, let us see if this mechanical dog truly counts as a dog. Hien gently activated the voice box, narrowing his eyes as he searched for a nearby target to teleport. Woof woof. Almost instantly, as the voice box emitted sounds, a phantom image appeared in his mind. Hien smirked, picking up the spirit companion from the floor and tossing it outside, beginning to chant. Why are you barking, dog? Chapter 42. It is the future of our Uchiha clan. With the puppet dog flung out the window, Hien suddenly vanished from sight, the scenery before him shifting in an instant. Success. Hien flipped mid-air, landing gracefully while reveling in the view, but his joy was short-lived. The spirit companion seemed quite displeased with being thrown, and whether it was his imagination or not, at the moment the system task appeared, The puppet dog appeared to have developed its own thoughts. Any negative behavior resulted in a rapid decline in task progress. Task progress. 10. All right, run 2. You are the best. Hyan effusively praised the spirit companion for 3 minutes, which seemed to improve its mood, and the task progress no longer plummeted. Yet, his antics disturbed Sasuke, who had just settled down to sleep. Uchiha Hyan, what on earth are you doing at this hour? Sasuke yelled, brandishing 2 light bulbs as he flung open the window, their brilliance illuminating the night as he unleashed a torrent of curses at Hyan in the yard. Hyan bit his lip in silence, his eye twitching. In terms of absurdity, who else would be clutching a light bulb at night, glowing and heating up while trying to sleep? Hyan felt inferior to Sasuke, shook his head, and returned to his room to soothe his spirit companion before lying down to rest. He wondered if Shursui had left the village that night. Hyan absent-mindedly touched the scroll at his chest and drifted off into slumber. The next day, the clamor in the living room roused the 2 brothers from their dreams. Sasuke assumed Itachi had returned and hurried to the living room, while Hyan followed, dragging his spirit companion behind him. Good morning, Sasuke. Hyan. Mikoto greeted her sons with a smile, her eyes squinting in delight as she spotted them. Fugaku sat at the dining table, lost in thought, his expression heavy with concern. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Sasuke's face fell a little upon realizing Itachi was absent, and he turned to retreat to his room to change. Hyan, after exchanging greetings, plopped down beside Fugaku, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Father, did something significant happen in the village last night? I noticed an unusual number of Umbun ninjas around. His inquiry interrupted Fugaku's reverie, causing him to shift slightly and cast a frowning glance at Hyan. If you need pocket money, just ask me. Don't go scavenging around. Hyan? Upon entering the living room, he had noticed Hyan dragging a piece of junk, and given the recent distress over Shursui's disappearance, seeing Hyan bring such rubbish to the breakfast table only added to Fugaku's frustration. This is my new partner. Hyan corrected Fugaku. His teeth clenched with determination as he feared a decline in task progress. Moreover, even if Fugaku refused to give him pocket money, he had other sources. Fugaku's expression twisted in irritation. Even the eye gunk seemed to be forced out. Hyan ignored his father's pained visage, reaching out to pat Runta's head, ever mindful of enhancing the task progress. This is Uchiha Runta, my future companion, the future hope of the Uchiha clan. Yen spoke earnestly, leaving Fuyue in silence and sighing deeply. What future hope could there be for the Uchiha? Fuyue felt as if the future of the Uchiha was a path shrouded in darkness. After some time, fearing that he might be overwhelmed by the child's naivety, Fuyue hurriedly shifted the conversation. Stay obedient at home lately. You shouldn't go anywhere except school and home. As soon as he finished speaking, Fuyue got up and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, heading for the door. At this moment, he merely wished to release some pent-up mental stress. I still have work to attend to. I might not return home with your mother in the next few days. You 2 brothers take care of yourselves. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Fuyue knew that the future of the Uchiha clan now rested upon his 2 sons. They had no retreat left. Mikoto prepared breakfast and gently watched the 2 brothers finish their meal before leaving the house. As she departed, she embraced each of them. Yen, have you noticed that Mom and Dad have been acting a bit strange lately? Sasuke stood at the door, staring blankly outside, murmuring. This remark left Yen in shock. Could it be that my foolish little brother has finally noticed? Yen sighed inwardly, unsure of how to respond to this child. After all, discussing the impending doom of the Uchiha clan would only add to his worries. I know. It's because you keep stealing Dad's secret stash of money, Sasuke exclaimed, startling Yen into covering his face with his hand. All right, fine. It's my fault. I overestimated this kid. After a long pause, Yen finally said, don't speak so righteously. As if I haven't shared any of that money with you. Sasuke, cheeks flushed, shouted back, you're talking nonsense. You only gave me 1,000 out of 100,000. The thought of this guy smashing his piggy bank filled Sasuke with indignation. You annoying brat. After their quarrel ended, Yen called out to Sasuke, who was preparing to head to school, and the 2 began training in the courtyard. For 3 consecutive days, they remained indoors. Sasuke diligently practiced lightning release with a light bulb, while Yen meticulously cared for his spirit pet, Uchiha Runto. That afternoon, after using up the light bulb, Sasuke prepared to train his Sharingan. He glanced over to see his foolish brother still chatting away with that shabby puppet, and a surge of motivation to encourage his brother welled up within him. Yen, can you blow on my eyes? I got sand in them. Sasuke, with his single Tomo Sharingan activated, blinked and sprinted over to Yen, looking quite serious. However, Yin noticed that the corners of this kid's mouth had not dropped for a moment. Go wash your face. Yin turned his back to Sasuke, continuing to converse with his spirit pet, seemingly indifferent. It appeared he cared more for the puppet in his hands than for Sasuke. Task progress. 99. The task was nearing completion, and Yin had no desire to engage with Sasuke. He was solely focused on concocting the spirit awakening pill, hoping it could help Sasuke enhance his intelligence. Of course, it would be even better if the puppet could consume it. Seeing that Yin was ignoring him, Sasuke became increasingly frustrated. Uchiha Yin, can you put down that broken Naruto for a moment? Do you think hugging a puppet will make you stronger? As Uchihas, our greatest power lies in the Sharingan. Yin smirked disdainfully, gazing at Sasuke for 3 seconds before replying, you don't understand. It represents the future of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke's expression contorted into a snarl upon hearing this. At times, he questioned whether Yin spoke to provoke him into activating his Sharingan. Just as Yin finished speaking, a system notification chimed. Ding. System task completed. Reward. Spirit awakening pill. Exclusive flavor for the magic hound. Upon seeing the small text regarding the spirit awakening pill, Yin felt a fleeting confusion but quickly opened his backpack and clicked on the pill. In the next moment, he felt a weight in his palm as a fist-sized dark pill appeared out of thin air. Before he could even revel in the moment, a foul smell akin to rotten eggs assaulted his nostrils, overwhelming him. Ugh! Despite the nauseating stench, Yin did not discard the spirit awakening pill. Instead, he held it at arm's length, holding his breath to endure the discomfort as he called out to Sasuke, come here. I have something good for you to eat. Sasuke, who had been training, was puzzled but reluctantly approached Yin, visibly annoyed. However, after only 2 steps, he wrinkled his nose and quickly covered it, retreating. Yin, are you playing with poop? Get rid of that thing. Don't come any closer. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he saw Yin staggering toward him, gagging while holding the dark object. Terrified, the boy backed away to the corner of the yard. Sasuke, eat this. It can help boost your brain power. As the elder brother, Yin was genuinely concerned for his younger sibling, always thinking of Sasuke when he came across something good. Unfortunately, the foolish brother failed to comprehend his brotherly intentions and merely stood there, displaying his disgust. Do you hear yourself? That's disgusting. If it helps with brain power, you eat it. Sasuke cried out in fear, pinching his nose and curling up in the corner, his eyes tightly shut, appearing utterly helpless. To him, Yin seemed like the one in desperate need of brain enhancement. Who in their right mind would want to consume such a thing? Sasuke seriously doubted whether Yin was trying to make a fool of him. I'm telling you, Sasuke, trust me. If you eat it, you'll become stronger. Yin persisted, holding the repugnant object aloft as he approached Sasuke, incessantly trying to convince him. Their exchange lasted for half an hour, ultimately leading to Sasuke's retching and storming off to the bathroom to wash up, leaving Yin regretfully setting aside the spirit awakening pill. Seriously, what is this system thinking? If only the pill weren't the size of a fist, I might have been able to trick Sasuke into consuming it willingly. With no other options, he decided to bring the spirit awakening pill to the puppet dog. The puppet dog, being a combination of multiple humanoid puppets, indeed had a mouth. Yet Yin remained skeptical about whether a puppet could derive any benefit from consuming this item. Alright, there's only one way to find out. Holding his breath, Yin knew he couldn't last much longer. He feared he might vomit as well. First, he removed the sound device from the puppet dog's mouth, donned a pair of gloves, and forcefully stuffed the spirit awakening pill into the puppet dog's mouth. Approximately 3 seconds later, as Yin was removing his gloves, he noticed the puppet dog shimmering with a golden light. This was far too extraordinary. Yin had initially intended to feed the black pill to the dog, but he was surprised to see that it actually had an effect. Crack, crack, crack. As the golden light faded, the joints of the puppet began to creak, and the once motionless puppet dog started to move erratically. The single eye that Yin had drawn on it now sparkled with a red hue, and an eyeball spun within. Woof, woof. The puppet dog struggled to adjust to its new body, then wagged its puppet arms, barking twice at Yin in a show of affection. Run, sit. Yin pointed to the ground, initiating an intelligence test. Woof, woof, woof. The puppet dog glanced down at its body, barking in apparent dissatisfaction, as if it hadn't heard Yin's command, and instead dashed toward the nearby blacksmith shop. What on earth? Yin watched as his spirit pet dove into the blacksmith shop, his eyes twitching in disbelief. It seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. The spirit awakening pill indeed astonished him by enabling the puppet dog to move. However, it was hard to believe that this dog could not comprehend his commands. After all, He could easily bring home any dog, and under his coercion and inducements, they could even play a game of basketball. Nonetheless, having a dog that could move was a decent start. With a shake of his head, Yin reassured himself and stepped forward, ready to educate this spirit companion properly. Woof, woof. The sound of barking echoed through the blacksmith shop as the dog first dragged out a box of materials and then grasped a hammer with its puppet arm. To Yan's astonishment, it ignited a fire and began forging. Even more disheartening was the dog occasionally casting disdainful glances at him during the process. At that moment, Yin abruptly halted, a complex expression overtaking his features as he observed. "Ah, so you find my exceptional puppet assembly skills lacking, do you? Unappreciative. Uchiha Yin, hadn't I told you to keep the forging noise down earlier?" Sasuke, who had just taken 3 baths, was nearly infuriated by the clanging sounds coming from outside. He rushed out of the bathroom without even putting on a shirt, bursting into a tirade at Yin in the courtyard. However, when he arrived, he found Yin standing there, stunned and dazed, which left him perplexed. A significant question arose in his mind. Wait, isn't that Yin? Then who is forging? Realizing the implications of this question sent a wave of terror through Sasuke, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. He cautiously moved closer to the source of the forging sound, feeling as if he were trapped in one of Yan's bedtime horror stories. The scene was chilling. At that moment, the puppet dog was skillfully controlling its 5 arms, each wielding a hammer, tongs, or crucible. The sight was strikingly impactful. Sasuke was so startled that he fell onto the floor, instinctively reaching for an explosive tag from his ninja tools to obliterate the bizarre creature. Yet, he forgot he had just emerged from the bathroom and instead rushed behind Yin, gripping his shoulder tightly. "What on earth is that? Why is your spirit companion alive? Yin, say something." Sasuke's face turned pale, his lips trembling with fright. He swore he had never seen anything so terrifying, a puppet forging in a blacksmith shop. Moreover, this broken puppet had been the subject of Yan's discussions for several days. It truly shattered his preconceived notions. Yin, watching the forging puppet dog, found himself at a loss for words, yet he still felt compelled to explain to his foolish younger brother. Spirit companions are not lifeless. Sasuke, momentarily puzzled, began to grasp some logic, yet he still felt something was amiss. What is that Luin-2 doing? At the mention of this, Yan's expression darkened as he gazed towards the puppet dog, his tone turning mournful. It despises its puppet form and intends to create a new one. Sasuke turned his attention from the forging puppet dog to the scowling Yin, his expression frozen in shock before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha. The puppet you created is even rejected by a dog." Chapter 44. Am I a dog? I don't know, but you are truly a dog. Luin-2, Luin Tuesday. How did you construct this joint? Why does this material differ from my kunai? Luin-2, if you have any scrap materials. Could you forge me a ninja knife? A kunai would suffice. Sasuke squatted in front of the blacksmith shop, chattering away, asking if it was impressive and if it could help him forge something, clearly showing his admiration for the spirit companion skilled in blacksmithing. Of course, under Sasuke's keen observation, Luin-2's skills were far superior to Yan's. While working, the puppet dog was merely outlining its body. Yet it endured over an hour of the boy buzzing in its ear, prompting the newly awakened spirit companion to finally speak. "Go away." Luin-2 raised its puppet arm, pointing towards Yin, signaling the noisy child to hurry back to his brother. Sasuke, hearing its words, felt no anger. Instead, he tentatively asked, "If I go away, can you forge me something?" He was utterly enamored with the weapons Luin-2 crafted, especially the metal sheen filled with lethal intent. He could hardly imagine how powerful he would be with such a weapon. "Go away." Luin-2, having just learned to speak, was not verbose. Yet one word sufficed to convey its fury. Realizing he was being a nuisance, Sasuke reluctantly departed from the blacksmith shop. Though he continued to eye the materials in Luin-2's grasp, he knew those items were undoubtedly chakra metal. So powerful. I want it. After walking several meters, while watching Luin-2 forge, Sasuke happened to catch a glimpse of Yin practicing. Initially unremarkable, he was jolted when he noticed 2 flashes of red out of the corner of his eye. "Uchiha Yin, when did you awaken your Sharingan?" Sasuke was certain he had seen the Sharingan, and not just any, but a double tomo. The thought of having boasted to Yin about his own awakening over the past few days made him feel utterly mortified. Did this annoying brat find amusement in teasing him? With a swift flick of his wrist, Yin quickly stored away the scroll gifted by Shui, looking up with a feigned expression of confusion, firmly stating, "No. You must have seen it wrong." The technique documented in the scroll was Shui's signature move, which required the Sharingan to perform. Just as Yin was about to experiment, he suddenly remembered that Yin was still nearby. Not wanting to cause trouble for the young boy, he refrained from revealing his training endeavors to Sasuke. After all, he was preparing to annihilate the ninja world. It would be best not to let that fool know, lest Sasuke come to him in the future lamenting how difficult it was. TCH, you're deceiving me. Sasuke felt as though he could crumble at the thought that Yin had grown stronger, far more painful than death. Sometimes, the bond between brothers is like this. While Yin's failures brought him discomfort, the latter's successes stirred deeper anxiety within him. Go play with Luin too. I don't have time to entertain you now. Yin turned his back to Sasuke, utilizing Shirsue's body flicker technique, disappearing from sight before Sasuke could react. Uchiha Yin, I will no longer acknowledge you. Sasuke now found himself increasingly annoyed by that guy. That broken creature forging away was equally irritating. The construction of the puppet dog's body took 3 days, crafted entirely from chakra metal, gleaming with a golden luster and exuding an ethereal green glow. It bore a striking resemblance to a mechanical dog. Furthermore, Luin 2 was equipped with 2 steel cables that could launch outward while allowing for mid-range movement. In an environment like the ninja world, where travel often required climbing trees, its combat capabilities were maximized. Its effectiveness was akin to Spider-Man's web-slinging or the 3-dimensional maneuvering gear from Attack on Titan. In terms of combat prowess, it was quite formidable, especially with its entire body made from chakra metal. Luin 2 could easily eliminate lesser opponents through stealth attacks. As for intelligence, Yin believed that this spirit companion could easily outsmart his younger brother. Luin 2, stay home and study the secrets of hidden weapons. I will return shortly with some textbooks for you to learn. After patting Luin 2, who was diligently reading in front of the books, Yin departed with a satisfied smile. Shouldering his backpack, Luin 2 glanced down at the book before him, then looked towards the door, and after a long moment, finally uttered a single word. Dog. Sasuke had been sulking for several days and had returned to school, making it difficult for Yin to communicate with him. In the past 3 days, Yin had nearly mastered the body flicker technique, yet to harness the prowess of Shirsui, he needed to unlock the 3 tomo of his Sharingan. Currently, he could only create 10 shadow clones while utilizing the technique, falling short of producing the numerous clones that Shirsui could conjure. His proficiency in Jinjutsu could be deemed adequate. With the enhancement of chakra limits provided by his 2 tomo Sharingan, he had already attained the ability to unleash all the fire techniques he had learned. During the day, with the chakra recovery benefits from his bodyguards, Yin felt he could transform into a mobile artillery unit. Despite the jest from his previous life that fire techniques were ineffective, it must be acknowledged that in this world, the damage inflicted by such techniques still classified them among the high-damage ninjutsu. At the very least, a normal individual facing a fire technique would find themselves confronting a swift demise. With ranged fire techniques and specially enhanced shuriken for close combat, although his taijutsu was mediocre, it was still tolerable with the enhancement from the Sharingan. Even if he could not win, he could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Under ordinary circumstances, he could also engage in taijutsu battles using Shirsui's body flicker technique. His control abilities were limited, with temporary blindness being one of them. This ability possessed a surprising effectiveness upon first encounter, and the Sunflower also held healing capabilities. As long as he avoided rainy days and nights, Yin believed that as long as his opponent could not eliminate him in an instant, he still had a fighting chance. As Yin walked along the street lost in thought, he inadvertently turned into a flower shop nestled within the mountains. He hesitated for a few seconds at the entrance before deciding to buy 2 bouquets for the sake of comfort. Ah, Yin, what brings you here? Ino, who was tending to her mother's potted plants, immediately set aside her work upon seeing Yin and quickly wiped her hands on her apron, arranging her slightly disheveled hair. Yin was somewhat surprised to see the girl, remembering that Sasuke had left for school early that morning. Ino, shouldn't you be at school today? Ino chuckled softly, as if she had heard something amusing, explaining, today is Saturday. It's been a while since you've been to school. Over the past week, Ino had not seen Yin, not even his shadow clone in class. Sasuke had, however, attended school 3 days prior, but whenever Ino inquired about him, she received nothing but a cold grunt or dismissive remarks about her blonde hair. Recently, there had been many rumors regarding the Uchiha clan, which made Ino deeply concerned about Yan's situation. That's strange, Yin murmured, frowning as he thought of his foolish younger brother. He then pointed to the flowers nearby. Could you please help me get a few white chrysanthemums? Ino nodded, summoning the courage to ask, is it for mourning the deceased again? Yin took out a stack of bills and placed them on the counter. After receiving the white chrysanthemums, he gazed down thoughtfully for a few seconds before replying. Just a tribute to my ancestors. Ino was taken aback, having never encountered such a notion before. In the world of Naruto, there were indeed rituals to honor ancestors. But these were typically conducted by prominent families during significant occasions and led by the clan head. The act of a junior like Yin buying flowers alone to pay homage to his ancestors was unprecedented. Wait, Ino exclaimed, realizing that Yin had already stepped out of the shop and hurried after him, calling, "Will you be going to school the day after tomorrow?" Yin paused for a moment, eventually responding, "Of course. As long as Sasuke is there, how could I not go to school?" The flutter in Ino's heart ceased upon hearing Sasuke's name, and any words of concern she had vanished, leaving her to watch as Yin gradually disappeared from her sight. Meanwhile, perched in a tree, Kakashi was engrossed in a book. After turning a page, he mumbled, "What a humorless little brat." It was unclear whether he was referring to the protagonist of the book or commenting on the departing Uchiha Yin. After leaving the flower shop, Yin also stopped to buy a bottle of sake. However, instead of heading to the south, he shrined in the Uchiha clan's territory to pay respects. He walked to a secluded spot on the western edge of the village. Once there, he placed the white chrysanthemums before him and filled 2 large cups with sake. He raised one of the cups high above his head, proclaiming, "O ancestors, I, the unworthy descendant, am about to undertake a significant endeavor. I humbly beseech your blessings from the heavens." Yin was not paying homage to the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, but rather to the ancestors of his previous life. After all, if he were to honor the ancestors of the Uchiha, it would not be long before a certain sage of 6 paths appeared to suppress his ambitions of annihilating the ninja world. What on earth is happening? Kakashi wondered, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. The boy's voice had nearly startled him from his perch in the tree. He had witnessed countless unusual individuals throughout his long life and numerous missions, yet he had never encountered anyone with such bizarre behavior. If he was indeed honoring the deceased, one would expect him to visit a cemetery rather than shout loudly in public, risking the fright of others. Although Kakashi did not comprehend Yin's actions, they reminded him of his former teammate, Obito. "It's been a while since I checked in on that guy," he thought, glancing at the retreating figure of Uchiha Yin before disappearing from the tree. Afterward, Yin wandered aimlessly around the village, continuously estimating his teleportation distance. Konoha village had a large sensing barrier, making it impossible to teleport without drawing attention. Fortunately, beings like Runto, devoid of chakra, could not be detected by ninjas. Given that the Uchiha clan was located near the village's outskirts, Yin pondered that relying solely on himself would prove difficult. Even if he exchanged positions with Runto to escape the village, he would still be alone. "It seems I must seek out my father," Yin sighed, shaking his head as he turned back. At the Uchiha clan's territory, south he shrine, a member of the clan urged, "Clan leader, give the order. The village can no longer accommodate our Uchiha clan." Another echoed, "Yes, Sure Sui must have been harmed. Our only chance of survival is to take up arms." Indeed, Konoha has never regarded us as their own. Why can't we hold the position of Hokage, given that we helped establish this village? In the shadowy shrine, Uchiha clan members activated their 3-tomo Sharingan, fervently urging their leader, Fugaku. They had endured such days for far too long, and now, without any glimmer of hope, they sought to eliminate Konoha or face extermination themselves. "Silence," Fugaku commanded, sitting before the gathered crowd with a stern expression. When everyone quieted, he slowly continued. "The surveillance on the Uchiha clan is greater than ever. The time is not yet ripe." Though he spoke thus, Fugaku still harbored thoughts of reconciliation with the village. He could indeed rally the other clan members to strike at Konoha without considering the consequences. However, he was acutely aware of the innocent civilians, the elderly, and the women and children within the Uchiha clan. If he were not cautious, it could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Perhaps he could manage a 1 versus 7 scenario. After all, they were father and son. Despite their differences, Fugaku believed that his son might still consider his own well-being and that of his 2 younger brothers. "Clan leader, your second son is waiting outside," a clan member whispered to Fugaku. "Yin, what is that boy doing here?" Fugaku thought, puzzled. Without further deliberation, he instructed the clan member to have Yin wait outside. "I will come out after the meeting." However, a peculiar expression flickered across the face of the Uchiha as he hesitated for a considerable time before continuing. "Your son has gathered a large pack of dogs outside." Fugaku, initially taken aback by this revelation, Fugaku quickly regained his composure and could not help but curse vehemently. "What nonsense! He then turned to the others inside, saying, "I need to step out for a moment. Let us pause the meeting." With a stern expression, Fugaku exited the shrine. But upon seeing his son, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. To be honest, stepping outside was far more liberating than sitting in the meeting. "Is there an issue?" Fugaku inquired, glancing at his son, Hitachi, and the 30 stray dogs gathered at his feet. He had already retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Hitachi picked up a small dog, adopting an innocent demeanor as he approached Fugaku. "Father, what do you think about keeping all these dogs nearby?" As he drew closer, he lowered his voice. "Father, I wish to leave the village for some time." "Absolutely not." Fugaku coldly rejected, though a moment later, he began to reconsider. Perhaps allowing Hitachi to leave Konoha could be a prudent decision. A fleeting thought of sending his family away from Konoha crossed Fugaku's mind, but he extinguished it almost instantly. Sending both Sasuke and Hitachi away simultaneously would undoubtedly attract attention, potentially prompting the village to act against the Uchiha clan first. However, allowing Hitachi to leave the village alone seemed feasible. As for Hitachi's intentions, Fugaku was indifferent, as long as it could afford his son a glimmer of hope. After coming to this conclusion, he began to curse at Hitachi loudly, ensuring that the surrounding ninjas wouldn't overhear their conversation. "What nonsense! This is the Uchiha shrine. Do you think it is appropriate to keep dogs around here? Go back. Just wait until tonight. I will deal with you." Upon meeting his father's gaze, Hitachi immediately grasped the underlying meaning and played along with his father's act. "All right. Your secret stash is gone." Fugaku. Chapter 46. The sorrow of Frost. Upon leaving the shrine and returning home, Hitachi found Sasuke sprawled on the sofa, idly twirling a kunai while humming an unknown tune, clearly in high spirits. However, the moment Hitachi laid eyes on him, his mood soured. "Where have you been today?" Hitachi questioned, shedding his backpack and fixing a piercing gaze on his younger brother, whose lips bore a fish-like pout. Father had instructed them both not to venture anywhere aside from school and home. Had Sasuke forgotten? "Who allowed you to run around outside today?" Fugaku's admonitions to his son stemmed from the impending conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Should a confrontation arise, Hitachi feared that this foolish brother of his might be mistaken for an inconsequential Uchiha by some impulsive Umbu ninja and suffer dire consequences. "I didn't run around," Sasuke countered, resting his head on one hand, noticing Hitachi's lack of a greeting and only feeling the warmth of his elder brother's affection. "I was with Nissan today." With a swift motion, Hitachi delivered a sharp blow to Sasuke's head, causing him to yelp in surprise and spring to his feet, fists clenched, breathing heavily as anger flared in his eyes. "You were just jealous that I got to be with Nissan," Sasuke shouted in retaliation, tossing a bag of octopus balls at Hitachi. Hitachi's tastes diverged from those of the rest of the family, who favored sweet or savory foods. Only this particular brother had a penchant for spicy octopus balls. Accepting the bag, Hitachi scrutinized the paper packaging for a long moment before exhaling deeply as he turned to the still fuming Sasuke. "Itachi has been quite busy lately. Stay away from him if you have nothing important to discuss." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's stubbornness flared up. "No, he promised he would always be there for me, no matter how busy he is." Sasuke pouted, perplexed and annoyed. "Why do you always harbor such bias against Nissan?" He had long wished to ask this question. Throughout his life, ever since he could remember, he had seen Hitachi constantly provoke their elder brother, even running to their father to tattle and often demanding allowances from Itachi. What was worse was that Itachi had the audacity to pocket his share. Itachi remained silent upon hearing Sasuke's words, and the two brothers exchanged glances, the silence stretching on for what felt like an eternity. Itachi had no desire to respond to his brother's inquiries, instead glancing around the messy living room before instructing his brother, "Clean up a bit. Mother and father are coming home for dinner tonight." Sasuke, hearing this, groaned impatiently, reluctantly beginning to tidy the disheveled room. After giving his instructions, Hitachi returned to his own room, noticing that the diligent Runto was still studying. He casually offered some praise and encouraged him with various books he had brought home. "Study hard. You cannot afford to fall behind at your age." "Runto?" With a thud, the backpack filled with books hit the floor, the sound betraying the weight of its contents. It was indeed a generous reward. Runto turned its head, the red glow in its eyes flickering in and out, and after a few seconds, it finally spoke. "I am a spiritual pet." At this moment, Runto desperately wished for its master to recognize its intended purpose. It could engage in battle, but absolutely not in study. In its understanding, never had it heard of a spiritual pet that needed to study from the moment it gained consciousness. Was it expected to take an examination in the capital? I understand. Itachi nodded, genuinely pleased with Runto's progress. Look at you. Just a few days of reading, and your speech has improved immensely. After offering a few casual remarks, Hitachi turned and rummaged under the wardrobe, retrieving a bag containing 2 ninja blades made from leftover materials when Runto was crafted. The materials were also the chakra metal purchased by their father. These 2 ninja blades would serve as a parting gift for this foolish younger brother of his after he departed. That night, Fugaku and Mikoto returned home earlier than expected. And to Hitachi's surprise, Itachi was also back. The family gathered around the dining table, and each time Fugaku glanced at Itachi, his face darkened, occasionally pushing his food around while emitting cold huffs, clearly expressing his discontent. Mikoto busily served dishes to her 3 sons, filling their bowls with more than rice, while she herself barely touched her meal. Throughout the dinner, Sasuke appeared exceptionally joyful, flanked by his brothers and reunited with his long-absent parents, his smile never leaving his lips. Meanwhile, the others, though maintaining their usual demeanor, each bore their own heavy thoughts. I'm full, Itachi declared, setting down his bowl and performing a formal bow to their parents, inadvertently revealing a hint of sadness. Itachi, I need to talk to you later, Fugaku said heavily, aware that this might be his last chance for a face-to-face conversation with his eldest son. I'm sorry, father. I wish to rest early tonight. Itachi respectfully declined, signaling that he would not side with his father. Any further discussion held no meaning. Fugaku moved his lips, struggling to find words, understanding his son's message. His heart weighed down by unspoken complexities. In a sea of unexpressed sentiments, he could only sigh, all right, you may go and rest. The two shared a long gaze, and Itachi said nothing more, turning to walk toward his room, their stances as aligned as ever. Sasuke, eager to approach his brother, leaped from his chair but was abruptly halted by Hitachi's grip. Suddenly obstructed, Sasuke glared furiously, aware of his parents' presence, which restrained him from shouting. He could only fixate on Itachi with a piercing gaze, conveying his intent, if you don't give me a reason, I will cause a scene right here. I have something for you. Yin gently hooked his foot under the table, drawing out a black bag, which he then kicked towards Sasuke. Huh? Upon hearing this and seeing the bag at his feet, Sasuke pointed to himself, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Yin. Is this for me? His reaction was one of utter surprise. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged glances at the sight of the two brothers and smiled with warmth. It's of no use to me. I bestow it upon you, Yin replied nonchalantly, tilting his chin to signal that he could open it. Normally, if Sasuke encountered Yin's typical deadpan tone, he would have argued back, but today felt different. This not-so-detestable fellow was actually gifting him something? Truly, the sun must have risen in the west. Sasuke took a deep breath, rubbed his sweaty palms together, and knelt before the bag. Cautiously, he reached out to touch it, sensing the intriguing contents within, and eagerly opened the bag. As he saw what lay inside, he could not help but cry out in excitement. At that moment, if his shout had any power, it would surely have lifted the roof off. Ninja blades. Yen, how did you know I wanted this? He drew out one of the blades, revealing a faint blue blade etched with thunder-like patterns. The other was red, adorned with fiery designs, crafted specifically to match his chakra attributes. Yen, I absolutely adore them. Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, embracing the 2 ninja blades, unable to contain his excitement as he began to swing them around. After a few minutes, he turned to Yen and asked, what are their names? Names. One red, one blue. Yen stroked his chin and, after a moment of thought, instinctively replied, Frostmourne and Flame of Joy. Sasuke? Chapter 47. How am I not aware that I've begun cultivating immortality? Frostmourne is indeed impressive, but it does not align with my lightning chakra at all. And what on earth is Flame of Joy? Sasuke's eye twitched as he criticized Yan's dreadful naming skills, though he refrained from saying much more, primarily out of fear that Yen might suddenly change his mind and reclaim the gifts. Yen shrugged, indicating that those names were splendid, and that his foolish younger brother simply lacked the appreciation for them. Sasuke looked solemnly at the ninja blades in his arms and declared, Yen, just wait. I will gift you something even better. To emphasize his commitment, he added with conviction, I absolutely will. Seeing his silly brother's demeanor, Yen chuckled softly and playfully tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. All right, I will await your gift. Fugaku, noticing the time, interrupted their exchange, saying, Sasuke, go rest in your room first. I have matters to discuss with Yen. Okay, Sasuke eagerly replied, having been itching to try out the 2 ninja blades. Upon hearing his father's words, he dashed out. "Come with me," Fugaku instructed, and just then, Mikoto hurriedly emerged from the kitchen with a backpack. "Yen, inside are the snacks your mother prepared. Take them with you. The conditions outside the village are not as comfortable as at home," she said, but as she spoke, she could no longer hold back her emotions and turned away, covering her face as tears streamed down. "Don't worry, Mom. I will take care of myself." Yen tightened his grip on the backpack, shouldered it, and glanced back at his mother one last time before following his father. Since it was still early, Yen returned to his room to gather the traps and explosive tags he had made, along with his spirit companion. After packing his belongings, he went in the courtyard to take one last look at his silly brother. However, on his way back, he happened to run into Itachi. Yen did not engage in their usual banter, nor did he feel inclined to explain anything, and he proceeded straight to his father's room. "Yen, I will protect Sasuke," Itachi said abruptly as their paths crossed, as if sensing something. Yen halted, replying, "But can you protect our father and mother?" Silence. Itachi's only response to this question was silence, and realizing he would not receive an answer, Yen continued towards his father's door. Around 11 p.m., Fugaku led him to the tool shed and pulled a lever hidden in the corner of the door. A secret passageway revealed itself before Yan's eyes. A secret passageway? Is it leading outside the village? Why haven't I discovered this before while searching for my hidden stash? Yen wondered aloud, glancing up at his father's serious expression, hesitating as he spoke. "Father, why don't we go together?" Fugaku shook his head, replying, "No, the Uchiha clan needs me. The village will not allow us to leave. Everything ultimately leads to one conclusion." He paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, adding, "Besides, who told you this leads outside the village?" Upon hearing this, Yen scratched his head in confusion. Then, seeing his father enter the secret passage, he hurriedly picked up his spirit companion and followed closely behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yan's expectations of a secret passageway were dashed as they instead arrived in a chamber filled with scrolls. Just as he was pondering this, Fugaku tossed a scroll to his son from a bookshelf and began forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a bang, the incantation echoed, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a blue ninja cat appeared before them, adorned with a short blade. "Meow? Is this what you meant, son?" The ninja cat leaped gracefully, circling Yen, sniffing him keenly before its expression twisted in distaste. "Why do you smell like a dog?" Hearing this, his spirit companion, who had poked its head out from Yan's coat, expressed its displeasure with a shout. "Spirit companion." Yen quickly stuffed the creature back inside, turning to his father with uncertainty. "Does the reverse summoning technique lead outside the village?" "Yes," Fugaku nodded, casting an appreciative glance at his son. "I must say, your perceptiveness sometimes rivals Itachi's. If only this child had been born a few years earlier." "Meow, your father has paid a hefty price for this," the ninja cat said, licking its paw with a commercial tone. However, after saying that, it hopped onto Yen's shoulder, flicking its tail to knock the scroll from his hand. It even thoughtfully produced a jar of ink. "Sign this, and I will perform the reverse summoning technique to take you out." Yen looked at Fugaku first, but the latter shook his head, reaffirming that he would not leave. After receiving his answer, Yen signed his name on the scroll. Once everything was completed, the ninja cat promptly dispelled the summoning technique, instructing Yen to wait in place. In a few minutes, the reverse summoning technique would be initiated. "Yen," Fugaku called his name, patting his shoulder twice. "Take care of yourself. If possible, please look after Sasuke as well." The old man's words suddenly cast a somber tone over the atmosphere, and Yen scrutinized his father before asking, "When will the family begin?" "In a month," Fugaku pondered for a few seconds before patting Yen's backpack with a relieved smile. "According to our scouts, Danzo was severely injured yesterday at the border of the Fire Country. The authenticity of the news is yet to be confirmed. However, in a month, our chances of success are quite high." "Yen, wait, Danzo is injured?" Upon hearing this news, Yen was taken aback, and his gaze towards his father shifted. What exactly did this signify in terms of a high chance of success? Fortunately, there was still a month left, ample time for him to accomplish something outside. "I must take my leave." Fugaku took out a pocket watch, glancing at the time as it neared midnight, then handed it to his son. "This was left by your grandfather. Keep it." After giving the pocket watch to Yen, he did not linger, turning to head back the way they came. Remaining any longer would risk getting sand in his eyes. A pocket watch? Yen picked up the ancient bronze pocket watch, its surface marred with countless scratches, bearing the marks of time. It was perhaps a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Of course, It could also have been a trinket acquired by his grandfather during his adventures. Upon opening the watch and glancing at the time, he noticed the hands pointed precisely at 12 o'clock. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the reverse summoning technique was unleashed, causing Yin to vanish from his spot. During this moment, the system's voice abruptly chimed in. Ding! After 14 days and nights of cultivation, the energy reservoir has been cleared, and the divine consciousness has begun to awaken. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the Qi refining stage. Yin, wait a moment. When did I start cultivating immortality? Chapter 48. He promised to grow up with me. Have you heard? That poor son of Fugaku is truly unfortunate. TSK, I always thought that boy wasn't very bright. It was only a matter of time before he got himself into trouble. I mean, how could Konoha experience another blackout? It must be that kid again. The manner of his demise is simply indescribable. I couldn't eat after hearing about it today. Early in the morning, as Sasuke made his way to school, he overheard the villagers discussing the incident, his brows furrowing deeper with each word. He felt as though they were subtly mocking him. What blackout? I only caused one the last time. Why are they still fixated on that? Sure, this child might not know about his brother's situation yet. Let us move on before he hears and gets hurt. The villagers caught sight of one of Fugaku's foolish sons. Some went about their tasks while others prepared for missions. My brother? Yen. Realizing the implications, Sasuke rushed toward the group, shouting, Tell me. What happened? What do you mean by what you just said? Sasuke glared intensely at the people before him. Although he often called Yin an annoying brat, it did not mean he would tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. After all, as an elder brother, he had to uphold his responsibilities. Moreover, Yin had vanished early that morning, and even the usually bookish Naruto was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Sasuke's fierce demeanor, the villagers took a step back, fear evident in their eyes. They exchanged glances, their tone tinged with sadness. Sasuke, didn't your father inform you that Uchiha Yin was in trouble? They lamented. Alas, we cannot speak of such matters lightly. The villagers sighed. Attempting to offer Sasuke words of solace, your brother will transform into stars to protect you. Hurry to the shrine and bid him farewell. Sasuke? The villager's words struck him like lightning, far more shocking than the previous incident with the power lines. He stood there, bewildered, as realization began to dawn on him. So, they were discussing Yin? As understanding washed over him, his Sharingan flared crimson with rage as he bellowed at the villagers. What are you talking about? But by the time he reacted, the group had already dispersed, leaving the street eerily silent. Sasuke's moment of confusion had evidently lasted too long. An ominous feeling surged within him, and as he glanced toward the shrine, he inexplicably found himself sprinting in that direction. From a walk to a jog, then to a full sprint, his mindset shifted from disbelief to fear, terror, and fury. Impossible! That guy could never die so easily. Sasuke screamed, his body crackling with lightning, propelling him forward with unprecedented speed towards the Uchiha district. Even though he understood the absurdity of the situation, a thread of dread still lingered in his heart. Was I hallucinating? The lightning release and that speed belonged to the clan leader's foolish son. Shut up, we need to go. Several Uchiha civilians glanced around before pretending nothing had happened, meandering back to their homes. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the South Shrine with all his might, Sasuke found numerous clan members in black attire, their expressions somber, gathered together. In the center, a coffin lay solemnly. The clan leader, Fugaku, and Makoto stood at the forefront. Holding white chrysanthemums, their serious faces could not mask the sorrow beneath. From his vantage point on the roof, Sasuke even spotted his brother Itachi holding a white chrysanthemum, standing in the line as well. Upon realizing the scene before him, Sasuke nearly stumbled off the roof in disbelief. Impossible! That guy has healing abilities. How could he die under a power line? Overwhelmed with emotion, Sasuke channeled all his chakra, increasing his speed even further. A thunderous roar echoed as he landed heavily at the shrine's entrance, glaring with blood-red Sharingan at the gathered crowd. Fugaku, come out and face me. Sasuke found it hard to believe that just the night before, his brother had gifted him a ninja blade, and now he was gone. It was also unfathomable that his father would conduct Yan's funeral so early in the morning. At that moment, he even called out his father's name. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, the gathered clan members parted to create a path leading directly to the coffin. Each one of them displayed sorrow, helplessness, and silently lowered their heads without uttering a word. Fugaku, Makoto, and Itachi stood by the coffin. The clan leader, holding a black and white photograph of his son, looked down at the smiling Yen. Upon seeing the photograph, Sasuke's impending rage suddenly dissipated, and his fragile heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. After staring for what felt like an eternity, Sasuke mustered the strength to take a step forward, each movement feeling excruciatingly laborious. As if his legs were weighed down by lead, his gaze remained fixated on Yan's portrait, completely oblivious to his parents' and brother's words. The distance was not far, but it felt as though he had aged 5 years with each step. Fugaku, not holding Sasuke's earlier outburst against him, sighed and blinked away tears. Feigning anguish as he said, "Say goodbye to Yen." With a swift motion, Sasuke opened the photograph, exclaiming, "I don't believe it. You're all lying to me. Bring Yen out." He raised his gaze, his pupils transforming into the double tomo, glaring at his father before lunging toward the coffin. "Sasuke, stop." Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, but as soon as their skin made contact, he felt an intense ache, retracting his hand immediately. "Don't look," Makoto urged, covering her face with a handkerchief, desperately blinking her eyes as she attempted to dissuade him. Other clan members wanted to intervene and prevent Sasuke's reckless actions. But before anyone could move, Fugaku shouted, "Stop. Let him face it himself." Fugaku spoke solemnly, a hint of excitement hidden beneath his serious demeanor. "Wonderful. This child has finally awakened his Sharingan, and it's a double tomo." The onlookers halted in their tracks, watching as Sasuke clung to the edge of the coffin. Sasuke, who had just demanded to see Yen, now found himself gripped by fear. He worried that the one lying inside was indeed his brother. Time passed, and finally, with a surge of courage, he closed his eyes tightly and forcefully pushed open the coffin lid. After 3 long minutes of darkness, he finally opened his eyes. Upon seeing the charred corpse, he could not accept the absurdity of it all. "This isn't Yen. This can't be Yen." Sasuke turned and shouted, his desperation prompting Fugaku to kick him in the rear, exclaiming, "What are you doing? On a day like today, can't you let Yen rest in peace? Stop showing your cowardice. Uchiha Yen is already dead." Upon hearing those words, Sasuke was overwhelmed with tears, crying out, "I don't believe it. That annoying person clearly said we would grow up together." The 6-year-old Sasuke knelt before the coffin of Uchiha Itachi, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, unaware of his own demise, Uchiha Itachi wandered through the streets of the Land of Iron, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. Struggling against fatigue, he weakly muttered, "Well, staying up late counts as cultivating, right?" The previous night, upon learning of his urgent cultivation period, Itachi pondered and realized the only connection he had with cultivation was through sleepless nights. To validate his theory, he stayed awake all night. The cultivation progress displayed on his status immediately jumped forward. As for how he ended up in the Land of Iron, it was due to a money-obsessed ninja cat that discarded him there after a transaction. Just as Itachi was deep in thought, he unexpectedly found himself blocked by a burly man. The man stood before him with a broad smile, revealing a rather terrifying grin. "Oh, young man. Would you like to experience the adult world?" Chapter 49. How infuriating. "You have uncovered my true identity." Upon hearing the man's words, Itachi's gaze fell upon a nearby brothel, and his expression darkened. "The adult world? Are you kidding me?" He stepped to the side and coldly replied, "I am only 6 years old." He had hoped that his age would evoke a sense of guilt in the man, but to his surprise, the muscular figure merely smiled wickedly, causing Itachi to halt in his tracks. "I know." Itachi was taken aback. The man slowly removed his glasses, revealing a cruel smile. "I have some valuable goods." As he spoke, several thugs emerged from the shadows. They recognized that a handsome child like him could fetch a good price, regardless of gender. Unable to contain himself, Itachi pulled out a custom-made tiger mask similar to Obito's and pressed it to his face. With a casual glance at the 6 men surrounding him, he swiftly summoned a kunai, his figure flickering as he moved among them. In a flash, cold steel glinted, and before they could react, blood sprayed from their necks. One by one, the assailants collapsed, clutching their throats, gasping for breath before falling silent. The passers-by on the street, realizing what had transpired, screamed in terror and fled the scene. Itachi appeared before the bodies, casually flicking the blood from his kunai and calmly addressing his companion. "Next time, I will provide you with a blueprint." Rin looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. He could not comprehend his master's words. A syringe specifically for treating copper addiction. Rin thought to himself that perhaps there was an insurmountable barrier between spirit pets and humans, as he found himself utterly baffled by his master's speech. The patrolling samurai of the Land of Iron arrived promptly at the scene of the murder. Dozens of warriors, sporting the distinctive crescent hairstyles, drew their swords without hesitation upon seeing the masked child before the corpses. They held their blades firmly, pointing them at the young assailant, while reinforcements quickly encircled from behind. I don't care which village you belong to, committing murder in the Land of Iron violates our laws. The Land of Iron is a neutral territory where any ninja, regardless of their conflicts, must refrain from violence while within its borders, though there are no formal regulations. Such protocols have long been established as unspoken rules among ninjas and samurai. The actions of this masked child were nothing short of a provocation of their nation's dignity. What? Itachi suddenly exclaimed, stepping back 2 paces, arching his body slightly backward, drawing in a sharp breath that betrayed his youthful voice. You have seen through my disguise. How infuriating. Is this the depth of your great nation? The samurai, initially filled with rage, were taken aback by his words, their fury dissipating in an instant. The collective tension in the air diminished significantly. Each warrior was left pondering, what is he talking about? What on earth is this child saying? Were we not just discussing something? Before they could gather their thoughts, the masked child spoke again, forming hand seals. All right. Since you have discovered my identity as the Akatsuki Sasori, I shall not allow any of you to leave today. The bewildering display had left the samurai momentarily dazed, and Itachi's incessant chatter only added to their confusion. What are you even talking about? Despite their confusion, the mention of Akatsuki Sasori sounded formidable. Oh no, have we encountered a powerful enemy? Sweat trickled down the brows of the samurai as they tightened their grips on their swords, feeling an inexplicable sense of mounting pressure. Itachi swiftly performed a transformation technique, morphing into the figure of Sasori clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. While it was more of a rough imitation, lacking the precise details of Sasori's appearance, the red hair and patched Akatsuki uniform sufficed to achieve his intended effect. Return to report to Lord Mifyun. A fully armored samurai instructed his subordinate, advancing towards this so-called Sasori. Very well, Sasori. Since you have introduced yourself, I shall test your mettle. It is said that duels among ninjas are akin to those of samurai, beginning with both parties introducing themselves and performing a sign of opposition as a mark of respect. The samurai, Yamai Taiyu, bowed deeply before the formidable foe, sensing the strength emanating from his opponent. This strength promised to elevate his own flying heaven sword technique. Your Excellency, please bestow. Before Taiyu could finish his sentence, a swift glimmer flashed, and blood erupted from his neck as his head flew from his body. Thud. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, as Itachi, now taking on the persona of Sasori, wore a mocking smile, his eyes devoid of regard for life. Do not attempt such theatrics with me, I cannot be restrained. Furthermore, I have stated that none of you shall leave today. With a metallic clang, Rin stood before the crowd, warm blood still on his fingers, the glimmer of metal sending chills down the spines of all present. Taya's last thought was a condemnation of his opponent's lack of chivalry. The confusion in Taya's eyes lingered, showcasing his refusal to accept his fate. The combination of the crescent hairstyle and the samurai identity made it all too easy for Itachi to kill without a shred of guilt. Captain, how infuriating. You're a puppet master, a ninja from Sunagakure. The captain's death had not been in vain, for the samurai had uncovered his identity. Itachi maintained a cold expression, raising his hand and wiggling his fingers in compliance with their assumptions, as if he were indeed Uchiha Itachi, the authentic puppet master. How infuriating. Do you intend to destroy the peace treaty between our great nations? The samurai behind him angrily accused, assuming a moral high ground to attack this individual. As soon as the words left his mouth, an elderly warrior in the ranks suddenly spoke up. He first murmured the name Sans of the Red Scorpion, then, filled with dread, shouted to the crowd, "Damn it. This guy is a notorious rogue ninja from the Sand Village." With a stern expression, Yin finally smiled. Very well. Congratulations on your correct guess. Chapter 50. The innately malevolent red sand scorpion transformed into a scorpion. Yin raised his hands before his chest, and the chakra threads extending from his fingers entwined around the corpses like spider silk. Under the onslaught of Runtu, the warriors who arrived at the scene had not even made a move before they were met with a flash of cold light, falling lifelessly to the ground, consumed by hatred. With each corpse that fell, Yin would bind it with the same chakra threads, lifting it up to create a procession of puppets that moved slowly forward. Regardless of any improvements in combat prowess, the sight of over 30 blood-soaked corpses shambling down the street was an unprecedented visual shock. The technique of a puppet master involves condensing chakra into threads to manipulate puppets or targets. For Yin, condensing chakra into threads was not overly difficult. It merely required meticulous chakra control. However, controlling puppets in battle was arduous. Yet, making corpses rise and act like soulless beings was not as challenging as one might think. If the puppet master manipulates every joint and part of the puppet through chakra threads, Yin simply tied up the bodies with chakra threads, brutally forcing them to move. It was a display of sheer brute strength. Though it served little purpose, this spectacle was sufficient to impersonate the identity of a scorpion. The blood-stained streets bore witness to each step Yin took, his shoes becoming smeared with crimson as he walked, coupled with the emotionless countenance of the youth. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare, as if a malevolent spirit had descended upon the world. In the eyes of outsiders, this red-haired boy seemed capable of slaughtering the entire city without a second thought. The only hope for the people rested upon the formidable Lord Mitsuba, who they wished would come to punish this demon. The warriors watched helplessly as their comrades fell, only to be manipulated as puppets, advancing step by step towards them, driving them to despair and breaking their will. They cast aside their weapons, crying out for their mothers, scattering in fear. Is the land of iron going to allow such a fiend to run rampant? A furious roar echoed from a distance, causing the fleeing warriors to halt and look on, all aware that Lord Mitsuba had arrived. A sound like the breaking of air filled the atmosphere, and Yin merely frowned before quickly retracting the chakra threads from the corpses. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yin's neck. Even for a ninja, dodging Mitsuba's Ayajutsu combined with body flicker technique was no easy feat, however. In the next instant, the sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying between the two. Runta had blocked the attack with a claw, and Mitsuba frowned, inwardly sighing at the realization that a rogue ninja of the Sand Village was indeed not easily dealt with. Troublesome, failing to land his strike. Mitsuba leapt back to avoid being ensnared by the enemy's puppets. Upon seeing Runta, Yin felt a sudden sense of relief. Had Runta not defended against that attack, he would have been forced to resort to some means outside of his puppet mastery. Mitsuba, being a seasoned warrior who had experienced the horrors of war, undoubtedly possessed a broader understanding than the previous warriors. This was precisely why Yin had immediately cancelled the puppet display upon sensing Mitsuba's approach, to prevent revealing his clumsy puppet techniques. "Excuse me, sir, are you attempting to incite a war?" Mitsuba's expression was grave, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. Catching sight of the long-dead warriors on either side, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. He had already dispatched someone to notify the Sand Village's ninjas, for dealing with such a rogue ninja from their village was best left to them. His current task was to extract information from the enemy's words and prevent further atrocities on this ground. War? Do you think you are worthy to discuss such matters with me? Runta suddenly tilted its head, glancing back at its master, then lowered its gaze to its claw, which bore a gash. Even this not-so-intelligent creature sensed that its master was being particularly ostentatious. Yin smirked contemptuously. I had thought Lord Mitsuba of the Land of Iron could serve as my new creation. Now it seems, what a waste of materials. While saying this, Yin glanced at the fallen corpses on either side, deliberately muttering in a tone loud enough for Mitsuba to hear. The shadows of each village are far more interesting. Such scathing words did not provoke Mitsuba to attack, but instead calmed him down. Villages? Shadows? Could it be? Realization dawned upon Mitsuba, and he was taken aback. This man intended to turn them all into puppets. The notion of such malevolence, treating lives as mere playthings and referring to puppets as creations, was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Mitsuba was both enraged and alarmed. Gripping his warrior's blade tightly, he vowed, "No matter your intentions, I will stop you. Even if it costs me my life, I shall prevent the destruction of peace." Upon hearing this, Yin gestured for Runta to leap onto his shoulder, then looked at Mitsuba, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he took a deep breath and quietly called out to Mitsuba, "What are you barking at?" No sooner had he spoken than Mitsuba drew his sword and vanished in an instant, launching himself forward with astonishing speed. Yet when he reappeared, he found that Yin had already vanished. Damn it! Mitsuba gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, resolute in his determination to stop this wicked individual. Having concluded his self-dialogue, he immediately summoned his subordinates. Inform all the villages of today's events, and also issue a bounty for the Red Sand Scorpion. This kind of individual must not be allowed to exist in this world. He was far too dangerous. Hearing the command, the nearby warriors bowed and prepared to leave, only to be halted by Mitsuba's voice. Wait. Also, send a mission to every village. Mitsuba narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before slowly stating, investigate the Akatsuki's activities, S-rank. Just as the Land of Iron began transmitting information and issuing missions to other villages, the true protagonist, Uchiha Yin, finally awoke from his slumber. Having spent the previous night cultivating without rest, and causing a ruckus in the Land of Iron. He had hastily found a cave to sleep in after being transported out of the Land of Iron by nearby stray dogs. Huh. Yin yawned, opening the system to summon his status page. Level: Chi Refinement Stage 11. The progress was exceptionally slow, after toiling for an entire day and night. He had only just made a slight headway. The good news was that he had now discovered the correct method of cultivation. Overnight cultivation yielded the fastest progress and was quite simple. If he continued this for 100 consecutive nights, he would successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, the bad news was that if he continued to push himself like this, he feared he might not reach that stage before collapsing and becoming a ghost himself. As for the changes in the Chi Refinement stage, apart from noticing an additional cyclone in his dantian and an enhancement in his sensory abilities to a radius of 1 kilometer, he had not observed any significant differences. As for how to utilize that spiritual power, it was evident that he could not channel this energy through ninjutsu. It seemed that he would need to combine it with some techniques to unleash its full potential. Nonetheless, his sensory abilities were impressive. The so-called 1 kilometer detection range included underground as well. If White Setsu attempted to surveil him, he could detect their presence immediately. This was why he felt emboldened to cause chaos in the Land of Iron. Wait, I remember having this, Yin muttered to himself. Opening his backpack to find the novice gift pack lying in the grid, excitement beginning to swell within him. At this moment, it was time to put his face to the test, and he even washed his hands thoroughly before shouting, "Come. System, show me the limits of your capabilities." Chapter 51. The path of cultivation lies beneath our feet. At the moment he clicked on the novice gift pack, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the system notification reappeared. The path of immortality is vast, while the realm of humanity is profound. The journey of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or regress. A journey of 1,000 miles begins beneath one's feet. It has arrived. This is precisely the essence. The path of cultivation is about to commence. Upon reading the first line of the notification, Yin clenched his fists, his heart brimming with exhilaration that was beyond verbal expression. Acquired the technique. First set of elementary foundation cultivation method. The moment he laid eyes on the technique, Yan's heart skipped a beat, and the ominous cloud swirling within him thickened once more. Why did it suddenly feel wrong? The name of the technique left him in a stupor for a full 10 minutes. Though the title was peculiar, its content was undeniably serious. The technique gifted by the system could be learned with a mere click, reminiscent of playing a game in his past life. As he clicked the icon to learn, essential points of the technique flooded his mind, imprinting the pathways of his internal meridians. Within this influx of knowledge, Yin discovered that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would grant him an additional 300 years of life, along with substantial enhancements to his physique and strength. Comparing fragments of memory, he noted that the intensity of breaking through the foundation establishment was akin to Naruto entering Sage Mode, while the peak of foundation establishment was indistinguishable from Naruto in his tailed beast form during Sage Mode. The path truly lies beneath our feet. The system suddenly adopted a serious tone, allowing Yin to exhale deeply. However, this moment of relief was short-lived as the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Triggered novice task. The path of the feet is also a path. The technique is also a law. The way flows naturally. Task. Congratulations, host, for embarking on the path of cultivation and taking a critical step on the road to longevity. Please begin enhancing your cultivation now. Reward. Elevation of cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Task progress. 0-10,000. Just days prior, after paying homage to his ancestors, Yin felt an inexplicable surge of guilt upon seeing the task triggered by the system. The path of the feet is also a path. The technique is also a law. Was this not blatantly instructing him to indulge in foot baths? Having finally embarked on the celestial journey, Uchiha Yin felt a pang of regret towards his ancestors at that moment. If he were to consider it from their perspective, he could imagine his descendants calling out to their forebears, claiming that the unfilial descendant would accomplish something grand, only to turn around and engage in foot baths. This was unbearable. Just thinking about it made Yan's blood pressure rise. His ancestors would surely rise from their graves to punish him for such folly. Yet, the path truly lay beneath his feet. Even with a heavy heart, Yin resolved to steel himself and complete the task. He retrieved the map he always carried, spread it on the ground, and focused his gaze on the land of water. Forgive me, my ancestors. For the sake of my cultivation, I must attend to foot bathing. In Konoha village, Sasuke sat before Yan's gravestone, his head resting against the portrait, his expression a profound blend of shock and helplessness. He had remained there for 3 days. The tears had long since dried, and he hesitated to return to the home where Yin would no longer be found. He feared that his recently departed brother would be lonely in the afterlife. Yet, Sasuke still found it difficult to comprehend that his stronger brother had perished beneath a power line while learning the lightning release technique. After all, that guy had such remarkable talent. He could master ninjutsu in an instant and had even summoned healing beasts. Sasuke could not fathom why Yin had departed so easily. "Uchiha Yin, you insufferable fool," he murmured, as memories flickered through his vacant eyes, deepening the sorrow within him. It seemed he was beginning to grasp that this individual would no longer appear in this world. Rustling footsteps approached as Naruto and Ino arrived from opposite directions. Sasuke did not lift his gaze but maintained his position with his head against the gravestone. His sorrow was on the verge of overflowing. Naruto stood before the gravestone for a considerable time. Observing Sasuke's state, he wrestled with himself for a while before finally uttering, "Sasuke, are you all right?" However, Sasuke ignored him as if he had not heard. This left Naruto feeling somewhat awkward, yet he still bowed deeply towards the gravestone. As he lowered his head, tears began to flow uncontrollably. In that moment, Naruto suddenly grasped the essence of farewell. Reflecting on the gifts Yin had bestowed upon him, he held them close to his heart, cherishing the hope of one day repaying his kindness. Little did he know that this opportunity would forever be lost. At this point, if Yin were aware from beyond, he would likely take solace in the fact that the fox's gratitude had finally vanished. Ino, holding a sunflower, gently placed the flower before the gravestone, silent tears streaming down her cheeks as she struggled to comprehend how Yin, who had been perfectly fine just days ago, had inexplicably passed away. The two remained by the gravestone for nearly half an hour before they departed. During the time, Shikamaru had also visited once. Chewing on a toothpick while holding a bundle of white chrysanthemums, standing at the grave in silence without uttering a word. As he departed, he mumbled a few words about Uchiha Madara, calling him a fool. By the time Sasuke returned home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. However, he took out all the pocket money he had hidden for Yin and rushed to the flower shop to buy a bunch of sunflowers. He then began to replant the sunflowers in the yard. Fugaku and Mikoto watched their son's actions, suddenly enveloped in silence. Are we being too excessive? As a mother, seeing Sasuke like this filled Mikoto with both guilt and heartache, rendering her hesitant to even speak a few words to him. She felt as though she was not a good mother. Fugaku shared a similar sentiment. Observing his younger son's silhouette, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us put away Yin's belongings, so this child doesn't have to see them and feel sorrow." At this point, Fugaku suddenly raised his gaze to the sky, thinking that perhaps letting Sasuke experience this early on would be beneficial. He believed that although it was deceitful to Sasuke, it might help him better cope with the potential future upheaval in the Uchiha clan, preventing a complete breakdown. Mikoto, hearing the underlying meaning in her husband's words, sighed deeply and turned to gather Yin's possessions. Half an hour later, when the couple had finished packing, Sasuke, who was still planting sunflowers, erupted upon seeing those belongings. "No." Sasuke's face twisted in anguish as he looked at his parents with disbelief, angrily demanding, "Why? Why can you both so readily forget Yin?" For these past few days, the family's nonchalant acceptance of Yin's departure had been the most painful aspect for Sasuke. The absence of a set of chopsticks at the dinner table and the lack of bedding in his room, with only his own remaining, served as constant reminders. At night, he still found himself speaking to Yin. Everything felt as if Yin had never left. Yet, his father, mother, and even his brother showed no signs of reminiscing about Yin. As he spoke, Sasuke's voice grew choked with emotion. He snatched the clothes from his mother's hands, clutching them tightly. Then he ran to his father, spreading his arms to block their heartless actions. "Stop. You have no place for Yin in your hearts." Fugaku and Mikoto were momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately sighing in resignation and following Sasuke. Sasuke lay amidst Yin's belongings, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the moon. After an indeterminate amount of time, he softly murmured, "Brother, you must be so lonely now." Chapter 52. The first anti-pornography and anti-illegal activities campaign in the ninja world throughout my long life. The most profound realization I have attained is that if one wishes to survive in this wretched world, one must become a villain. To endure until the end, one must become worse than everyone else. I am determined to gradually embrace this darkness. In a certain establishment in the land of water, transformed into Kakuzu, Yin persevered through arduous training while not neglecting to utter positive affirmations to motivate himself. Wandering through the ninja world for several days. The outside realm can be described as extraordinarily free. Here, one can witness unspeakable evils such as coercing individuals into prostitution, hiring ninjas for assassinations, and the brazen abduction of women in the streets. It is not uncommon to encounter ninjas who have just mastered the body flicker technique, flaunting their newfound powers without regard for the common folk. In short, the darkness of this real world far exceeds that depicted in anime. It is indeed challenging for virtuous individuals to survive in such an environment. During these 3 days, Yen has been traversing the streets while donning the visage of Kakuzu. By night, he tirelessly cultivates his skills, and by day, he frequents establishments of ill repute to fulfill system tasks. The path of cultivation begins with each step, and visiting each establishment is no easy feat. Moreover, cultivation requires substantial funds. Yen feels that he would rather squander his money on the foolish adudu than spend it in these establishments. Indeed, Lord Kakuzu must be jesting. How could someone like you possibly be that wicked? The technician, perceptive to the customer's grievances, has heard countless complaints, indifferent to notions of good or evil. Her only concern is the tip she might receive from this affluent patron. Yen shifts slightly, slowly opening his eyes to glance at the woman before him, her face caked with makeup. Do you think I am jesting? He inquires. The technician, stifling a giggle, dismisses his words, unconcerned by his complaints. Such is the nature of her work, playing along with the whims of customers, regardless of their burdensome tales. However, the patroness' next words render her smile frozen, as if she were petrified in place. I have no money left. Her expression of disbelief lingers for a full 2.5 minutes. And when she finally regains her composure, she wipes her hands disdainfully and abruptly retreats, turning to shout towards the outside. Madam, someone is trying to freeload. Yan's expression darkens upon hearing the word freeload. I have been diligently cultivating, he retorts, and it was merely a legitimate foot wash. Do not speak so harshly. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thunder into the room as several muscular men wielding clubs storm in, their demeanor threatening. Hey kid, do you think you can freeload here and live to tell the tale? Hit him. Teach this brat a lesson. Just what we need for some human experimentation. You're finished. As their threats echo, Yen moves first, vanishing from sight before their weapons can even be raised, leaving them bloodied and sprawled on the ground. The technician gasps, covering her mouth in shock as she stumbles out of the room. 3 minutes later, Yen weighs the hefty pouch of coins in his hand. Glancing back at the establishment and the bloodied walls of the casinos, satisfied with his haul before departing. Curse them. Runta peeks out, voicing his opinion towards the entrance of the establishment. I know, those people are indeed no good. Runta, misunderstood, rolls his eyes at his master before retreating into his bag. Time to change locations. Yen sighs to himself, opening the system to check his task progress. Task progress, 36010000, after 3 arduous days of cultivation. He has grasped the mechanics of the tasks. Each session of cultivation must be completed in full for an hour to count, with a maximum of 6 visits per establishment. Night-long cultivation offers a tenfold enhancement to his physical attributes, while there are limitations. The abundance of establishments in this world exceeds even that of convenience stores from his previous life. His destruction of the establishments was not solely due to lack of funds or a desire to create a scene. Rather, it was primarily to reset and refresh his cultivation locations. The casinos were merely a convenient target. Though his days on the path of cultivation are few, he has garnered considerable experience over these 3 days. It is estimated that he might reach the foundational stage within a month. Yet causing a stir in the ninja world during that time should pose little difficulty. Should he truly require power, it would not be a problem. For the great ancestor of the Uchiha clan will bestow upon him formidable strength. After completing his cultivation within the land of hot water, Yen detects the presence of stray dogs in the vicinity and departs amidst their barking. Just as he is leaving, a white-haired youth stumbles upon the remnants of the last establishment in the land of hot water, appearing utterly numb. He hunches over, witnessing the half-demolished building. As if he has aged decades, his eyes devoid of any light. Damn it, Kakuzu, what have you done? For days, Jiraiya has felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Whenever he yearns for a night of revelry, seeking solace in the establishments, he finds them consistently closed. Each time he inquires, he is met with signs declaring the closure of such venues, attributed to the Akatsuki organization. Standing at the entrance, Jiraiya appears deflated, taking a good half hour to regain his composure. However, As he prepares to leave, he glances at the crimson letters for a long moment, murmuring to himself, what does the Akatsuki truly intend to achieve? He is not the only one troubled. Tsunade, newly arrived in the land of hot water with hopes of gambling, is equally frustrated. Bang! What is this nonsense? Why is there not a single casino here? Furious, Tsunade shatters a tile beneath her foot. Perhaps it is best to rest? Missing a couple of bets won't hurt, her companion Shizun gently suggests, fearing that Tsunade's reckless gambling could lead them to dire straits, forcing them to evade creditors once more. Yet, Shizun cannot help but admire Kakuzu's handiwork. No way. Tsunade grits her teeth, her obstinate nature flaring up. I have not played in 23 hours. Today, I am determined to gamble. No one could deter Tsunade from her resolve. After declaring her intentions, she strides forward with purpose. I refuse to believe that the land of hot water has no casinos at all. Shizun, keep up. Meanwhile, at the Konoha village route base, Danzo, gravely injured, finally awakens from his stupor. Thankfully, he had not brought his Sharingan with him. Otherwise, not only would he have suffered severe injuries, but he would also have lost the precious eyes he had obtained with great difficulty. Sitting up with effort, Danzo slowly inquires of his two subordinates. Any movements from the Uchiha clan in recent days? The two root ninjas exchange glances before one of them hesitantly speaks up. Uchiha Fugaku's son, Uchiha Yen, has died. With a swift motion, Danzo seizes a kunai and plunges it into the neck of the root ninja. The ninja clutches his throat, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, his final breath escaping. Who gave you the audacity to disobey my orders and act on your own? Chapter 53. Yen, Fugaku, I am beginning to appreciate you. The remaining root ninja, witnessing his companion's demise, feels a chill run down his spine, especially as Danzo's gaze settles upon him, as if he might be the next to perish. In a state of panic, he hastily explains it was not us root ninjas who acted. Uchiha Yen was struck by lightning while practicing his lightning release under a power pole. Danzo, the root ninja, speaks rapidly, fearing that any delay might lead to his own demise alongside his fallen comrade. Danzo's eye twitches as he stares at the recently deceased subordinate for a full 3 minutes, not uttering a word, causing the remaining ninja to sweat profusely. Take him away. Upon hearing the order, the root ninja feels an immense weight lift from his shoulders, quickly seizing the body and making for the door. Just as he is about to exit, Danzo adds, by the way, increase the compensation. After bidding farewell to his subordinates, Danzo sat at the head of his bed, his expression somewhat peculiar. To be honest, the sudden death of Fugaku's son felt eerily reminiscent of the underlying methods at play. However, upon hearing that Uchiha Itachi had gone to practice lightning release beneath the power pole, Danzo's heart suddenly found relief. The boy's demise beneath the power pole did not surprise him in the least. Nevertheless, after contemplating for a moment, Danzo hastily leaned on his cane and made his way to the Hokage building. There was a chance that Fugaku might blame him for the tragedy. He had indeed contemplated the idea of eliminating Fugaku's son, but such crude tactics were utterly disrespectful. Moreover, the Uchiha clan might seize this opportunity to strike against Konoha. With these thoughts in mind, Danzo limped toward the Hokage building, each step causing his internal wounds to throb painfully, resulting in violent coughing fits. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat with a cigarette in his mouth, pondering over two intelligence reports that lay before him, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Scorpion of the Red Sand, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, grandson of Chiyo. Last known location, Land of Iron. Haiden, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. 3 days ago, he wreaked havoc in the land of hot water, destroying brothels and casinos, and plundering a vast fortune. Both were high-ranking rogue ninjas and had connections to the mysterious Akatsuki organization. The third Hokage sat in silence for a long time, feeling utterly perplexed. However, one thing concerned him greatly. He was unconcerned about Scorpion's creation of puppet soldiers. Such matters were likely manageable by Sunagakure. But the situation with Haiden posed a significant problem. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had been made aware of this issue, mentioning Haiden's name 6 times, clearly expressing his anxiety about whether this villain would invade the borders of the Land of Fire to commit atrocities. Though Haiden appeared indifferent, the third Hokage understood it as a reminder to himself that such incidents must never occur within the Land of Fire. Otherwise, Konoha's budget for the year would surely face cuts. What are your thoughts on this matter, Kakashi? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at the Umbu ninja before him. Eager to hear his insights, Kakashi shook his head, refraining from offering any opinion. Beyond fulfilling the third's assigned tasks, He merely wished to return home and rest. Very well. The third Hokage sighed in resignation, deciding to bypass the topic. How's the investigation into Uchiha Itachi's situation progressing? Has Danzo taken action? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's usually indifferent demeanor shifted slightly, though a hint of strangeness crossed his features. It wasn't Danzo's doing. The boy's death beneath the power pole is. In fact, not surprising. In the 3 minutes that followed Kakashi's response, the Hokage's office fell into a heavy silence. Eventually, the third Hokage spoke. His voice tinged with concern. Let us put up signs on all the power poles in the village prohibiting any contact. We must prevent such tragedies from recurring. The third Hokage wasn't worried about other children, but he feared that Fugaku's youngest son would never dare to practice beneath the power poles again after this incident. However, he was genuinely concerned that Naruto might venture beneath the power poles to play pranks. Whether he lived or died was secondary. But if the Nine Tails were to be electrocuted, Konoha would suffer once more. Understood, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the Hokage's office. He had thoughts that he had not fully shared with the third Hokage regarding Uchiha Itachi's death, which felt somewhat amiss. That night, while he was reading in a tree, he had thought there was nothing to monitor concerning the boy, and thus NT paid much heed. Yet, within 3 minutes, a charred body had appeared beneath the power pole. Sighing, Kakashi shook off his thoughts, and before he realized it, he had arrived at a flower shop. He purchased a few bouquets and made his way to the cemetery, intending to visit his fallen comrades and mentor. At that moment, Sasuke stood in a daze at Itachi's grave, 2 ninja swords strapped to his waist. By chance, Kakashi, passing by, found himself halting beside the boy and placed a bouquet he held in front of the gravestone. Do you know him? Sasuke asked, his gaze unwavering, his voice cold. The parting of life and death inevitably leads to growth. The innocence that once resided in him was no longer visible. Kakashi, standing before this foolish boy, couldn't he help but give him a longer glance. Consider it a reminder, Kakashi said lazily, rising to walk away. Young man, rise above this. As a ninja, one must learn to accept the loss of family, friends, and even mentors. Kakashi's voice echoed softly from afar, uncertain if it was meant for Sasuke or himself. Itachi, I will strive to become stronger. I promise. After a long while, Sasuke solemnly vowed before his brother's grave. The words spoken by that man about death were something he could not easily accept. The 6-year-old Sasuke swore he would become stronger than anyone. Strong enough to protect his brother, father, and mother. He would never allow his loved ones to leave him again. A week later, Itachi, having just completed a mission in the Land of Lightning to eradicate illicit activities, strolled leisurely through the forest, incessantly protesting Naruto. What? Training? After so many exhausting days, can I rest just for one day? I want to go back to the brothel. My feet are about to be crushed. Naruto, hearing this, felt an eye roll coming on. Wasn't it you who asked me to supervise your training yesterday? Why are you blaming me now? Dog! Naruto exclaimed in frustration, diving back into his bag. Meanwhile, Itachi, running through the woods, held a scroll that displayed the titles sealing records of the Senju clan. He hadn't packed such an item before departing. It was evidently something his father had placed there. The odds are high. So, this is what it meant? Fugaku. I'm beginning to appreciate you. Itachi thought, glancing at the Uchiha clan emblem marked on the map, quickening his pace. Great ancestor of the Uchiha. Unworthy descendant needs your power. Chapter 54. I, Uchiha Itachi, also harbor light within my heart. Is this the sealing location? At the site of an ancient battlefield. Itachi stroked his chin, meticulously circling the area but failing to locate the entrance. The Uchiha matriarch had been sealed here during the Warring States period by the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Itachi pondered how to release her, eyeing the ruins before him. Momentarily stumped. Hey, Naruto, dig in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Naruto, ever the anthropomorphic companion, raised his left paw, pointed at himself, and then emphatically gestured toward the ruins beside him. Me. Spirit pet. Formation. No way. Typically quiet, Naruto expressed himself fervently under his master's unreasonable request, urgently denouncing the actions of some heartless individual. Itachi's brow furrowed instantly. Without a moment's thought, he responded to Naruto, this is a seal. We must respect local customs. And I told you, you cannot fall behind at the starting line. Woof woof woof. Are you going or not? If not, then spit out all the food I gave you. Naruto, truly exasperated, barked a few times with disdain, turning to find a corner to sulk and began digging furiously in a fit of pique. great ancestor of the Uchiha. Uchiha light, can you hear me? Itachi called out loudly, hoping to elicit a response from the matriarch. Thanks to his 1-kilometer sensory ability, he was not worried about anyone else noticing their activities. White Zetsu as well. 3 hours later, Runto's voice echoed from deep within the underground tunnel, the urgency of his tone suggesting he had discovered something. Great ancestor. Fortunately, Runto had considered the tunnel's dimensions while digging, allowing Itachi to jump in without feeling cramped. Ding! Mission triggered. You mentioned light, correct? Mission. As long as you harbor light in your heart, you can transform into a giant of light, dispelling the darkness of the world. Please have those around you simultaneously shout, I believe in light. Reward, divine light stick. How wonderful. This time, Yin did not harbor any complaints about the system, nor did he perceive it as overly abstract. He simply found this task to be remarkable and, moreover, rather simple. I, Uchiha Yin, having lived 2 lives, once purchased a divine light stick from a school fair in my childhood, proclaiming my belief in light. This transformation into a Kazu no H. The sudden appearance of this task only heightened Yan's joy, especially since he still possessed a sunflower capable of absorbing sunlight. This, indeed, was the true sage mode. Navigating through a narrow tunnel, Yin brushed off the dust from his clothes and raised his gaze to behold a grand iron door adorned with numerous talismans. Amidst the dim surroundings, he spotted Uchiha Hikari curled up in a corner, her knees drawn up, her head buried deep within them. At first glance, the combination of the dim environment, the ominous seals, and the myriad unfamiliar talismans gave Yin a distinct sense of having unwittingly stumbled into a horror film. In a moment of impulsiveness, Yin called out the words Tai Nai. As soon as he uttered them, the girl inside abruptly lifted her head, her eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Upon seeing that flash of crimson, Yin, without a second thought, drew his guardians and shouted with closed eyes, Shine. Accompanied by the pitiful cries of Runto rolling on the ground, the entire cavern was illuminated as if it were day under the sunflower's radiance. As he opened his kaleidoscope Sharingan, tears streamed from his stinging eyes, and he instinctively lowered his head, abandoning the idea of using illusionary techniques to drive away this fellow clanswoman before him. Leave this place, the girl's voice, slightly hoarse from prolonged confinement, revealed her diminished linguistic abilities. As the light faded, Yin rubbed his eyes and silently resolved to bring sunglasses next time to prevent causing more harm to himself while attempting to defeat an enemy. I am here to take you out. Yin positioned himself beside the iron door, sitting with his back to the light emanating from within to avoid accidentally falling prey to her illusions. TCH, Uchiha Hikari scoffed at his words, acutely aware of the bloodline power emanating from him. Since he had found his way here, his intentions were evidently no different from those of others before him. Is it this again? Truly pathetic. Uchiha Hikari harbored a deep disdain for those of her clan who treated her as a mere weapon of slaughter. Even after being sealed for so many years, she struggled to forgive how her kin had treated her. She tightly wrapped her arms around herself, guarding the inscribed runes on her body, as if transported back to those harrowing days. May this world be destroyed swiftly. Just as she pondered this, the boy outside seemed to hear her thoughts. I will help you annihilate the shinobi world. The words spoken by the 6-year-old boy outside prompted Hikari to lift her head once more. Huh? Uchiha Hikari was visibly taken aback, even doubting that the voice she heard was not merely a figment of her imagination, but rather something that this seemingly 6-year-old child could articulate. Regardless of how he managed to enter, she was well aware that the seals binding her could not possibly be undone by a mere child, let alone one who could speak of world destruction. Coming to her senses, she dismissed the notion of the child being serious and buried her head back into her knees. I don't have time to play house. Leave this place. Yin shot a glance at Runto beside him and commanded it coldly, You believe in light. It was evident that to unravel the seal on Tai Nai, he had to first accomplish that task. Once completed, he would transform into Kazu no H and forcefully break the seal. As for whether Tai Nai would comply, he would deal with that after breaking the seals in this location. Runto's task, along with Yin's own, was quite manageable, except for Uchiha Hikari inside the iron door. Yin shouted for nearly 2 hours, yet she remained unresponsive. Had he not exchanged a few words with her earlier, he might have suspected that Tai Nai had perished inside. Nevertheless, Yin did not give up. He began recounting the ghost stories he often shared with Sasuke. 3 hours later, Uchiha Hikari could no longer tolerate the noise from this bothersome boy outside. She pressed her hands against her ears and exclaimed, Enough. I said, I believe in light. Just shut up already. As Tai Nai's voice echoed, the familiar prompt from the system chimed in. Task completed. Reward. Divine Light Stick. Almost simultaneously, Yin reached into his backpack and retrieved the Divine Light Stick. Recalling the memories in his mind, he grasped the transformation device, crossed his hands, and drew a circle in the air. Runto instinctively took a few steps back, fearing the influence of its master. Inside, Uchiha Hikari pondered whether she had cast an illusion on this child. After maintaining the pose for a full 5 minutes, Yin finally shouted those 2 words. Diga. Runto? Hikari. Chapter 55. A simple mind is still light. Diga, transform. Transform. My heart is filled with light. In the pitch-black cave, Yin stood alone in the corner, wielding the Divine Light Stick, repeatedly practicing his transformation. Half an hour had passed since he first used the Divine Light Stick. Yet he found it hard to believe that he was unable to transform into the Giant of Light. Runto had grown fearful, sitting in front of the iron door, clearly displaying its disdain for its master. Uchiha Hikari, who had initially detested the child outside, now looked upon him with a glimmer of pity and sympathy. The two, one human and one dog, watched in silence as Uchiha Yin continued to shout Diga for over half an hour, without pausing for even a moment. Is he always like this? In the stillness of the cave, Uchiha Hikari's voice drifted from behind the iron door, clearly inquiring about the peculiar spirit beast. Runto did not respond, fearing a reprimand from its master. It merely nodded and gestured with its paws, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Hikari's eyes twitched. It was challenging to find words to describe the peculiar boy from her clan before her. After experiencing multiple failures, Uchiha Yin did not feel disheartened by his inability to transform. He clutched the Divine Light Stick, stroking his chin in contemplation before arriving at a conclusion. If someone as hopeful as I cannot transform, this Divine Light Stick must be a fraud. Yin nodded to himself, noticing Uchiha Hikari watching him from behind the iron door, and suddenly furrowed his brow. To confirm his suspicion, he slowly approached the iron door with the Divine Light Stick in hand. After taking just 3 steps, he raised the stick, but before he could even extend it, he heard Tai Nai's voice filled with a hint of terror. You must be dreaming, since he had previously shouted about believing in light. Uchiha Hikari felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she recalled her own foolishness in the dark, now witnessing the boy preparing to hand over the item. Her mind was flooded with memories of her ridiculous attempts to transform in the corner. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari harbored a singular thought. If I truly have sinned, please send someone to grant me a swift death, rather than sending this 6-year-old boy to torment me. Upon seeing Tai Nai's utterly disdainful expression toward him, Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment as well, yet he steeled himself and said, let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll leave. Uchiha Hikari, hearing this, did not hesitate for a moment and decisively replied, all right. She snatched the Divine Light Stick from Yan's hand, stared at the transformation device for 3 seconds, and then glared fiercely at the pair outside. You too, don't look. Turn around. Having witnessed Yan's previous humiliating antics, the sudden role reversal made Hikari feel exceedingly embarrassed. This time, however, Yin obediently turned around, entirely devoid of the desire to witness Tai Nai's humiliation, while Runto's behavior was somewhat excessive. With a look of suspicion, it cast a glance at its master and then at the object held by the elder. An inexplicable wave of fear surged within. It hurriedly leapt away from the 2 individuals before it. It seemed that someone's actions had begun to exhibit the terrifying phenomenon of person-to-person transmission. Uchiha Hikari stood within the iron gate, observing the person and dog outside for a long while before gritting her teeth, reminiscent of the earlier movements of the little spirit. However, the Divine Light Staff had been activated without any apparent change, and her lingering curiosity turned into complete fury. Uchiha Hikari seized the worn-out object and hurled it at the little spirit's back, her previously lifeless tone now laced with anger. Take your things and get lost. Yin remained seated, showing no signs of disappointment. Instead, his mood improved. Indeed, it was a problem with the system, not with him. Upon hearing this, Runto began to doubt his existence. Though not particularly clever, he understood that his master, who incessantly proclaimed the destruction of the ninja world, had little to do with the concept of light. If a comparison were to be made, Runto felt he was much brighter than his master. With this thought in mind, he stealthily approached the staff, which appeared to be a metallic object that could be consumed. Yin paid no heed to the elder's shouting or to Runto's secretive nibbling. Instead, he retreated to a corner to ponder the system tasks. From the initial trigger task of Rift Sky Demon Dog, the Sunflower from Ino's Flower Shop, Naruto's Fox Spirit Mission, to the Martial Soul task, triggered by Itachi and Shursui at the start of school, and now the Giant of Light, task initiated by Uchiha Hikari. Yin suddenly realized that the tasks he triggered alone seemed to be somewhat normal. For instance, tasks like the Rift Sky Demon Dog and Puppet Spirit Companion. This suggested that when he engaged in specific actions while alone, he would trigger more reasonable tasks. For example, boiling meatballs in a rice cooker might lead to a task related to alchemy. Conversely, tasks triggered in Ino's house would relate to Plants vs. Zombies. Clapping his thigh in excitement, Yin exclaimed, "I know how to use this." Just as the words escaped his lips, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. On unlocking a new achievement, Rift Sky Demon Dog Fear Master, Light Dog Master, your spirit pet has undergone a mutation, becoming the strongest canine spirit pet in the cultivation world. Wearing this title allows you to swap positions with all canine beings." A flurry of notifications appeared before him, and Yin could barely comprehend the details, a question mark forming in his mind. Wait, when did my spirit pet evolve? Woof. Just as Yin was engulfed in confusion, a mixed sound of barking resounded, and the entire cave began to tremble. Runda's figure transformed into golden light, gradually enlarging in place. Uchiha Hikari shielded her eyes, sensing the energy of the summoning beast growing increasingly potent, leaving her momentarily stunned. What kind of summoning beast is this? I can't accept this. When Uchiha Yin witnessed his somewhat dim-witted spirit pet successfully transform into the Giant of Light, he found it utterly unacceptable that he, a person of virtuous disposition, could not undergo a transformation. Boom. The ruins collapsed with a resounding crash, as the cave was overturned by the Giant of Light, formed from Naruto, breaking through the earth and emerging as a colossal figure of approximately 50 meters, standing at the border of the Land of Fire. In its new form, Naruto spread its arms and bent down, taking a few seconds to assess its condition before exclaiming, "Huh?" Chapter 56. That night, the ninja world gained a new sun in less than 10 seconds. The giant Naruto began to petrify at a visible rate. Within the giant's form, Naruto, having never encountered such a spectacle, felt an overwhelming fear of death, his spirit nearly scattering in terror. Driven by a fierce will to survive, Naruto instinctively unleashed a ray of light. Whoosh! A flash of white light flickered, and Naruto's form dissipated, instantly teleporting back into his master's line of sight. Yet, the luminous giant remained a stone statue, its head still emanating a brilliant light, dispelling the darkness of the night. Its radiance far surpassed that of Yan's left and right protectors. As dusk descended, this stone statue of the Giant of Light stood there, casting such brilliant illumination that it rendered the entire Land of Fire akin to daylight. For those outside, after a long day of hard work. Just as they were finally heading home to rest, the sun appeared to rise again at the border of the Land of Fire. The returning cattle and horses, encountering this phenomenon, felt as if they were struck by additional whips from behind, their stress levels soaring as they were compelled to rush back to their respective posts. A true torment. Let's get moving. Yin, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, didn't even inquire how Naruto had suddenly appeared. Instead, he approached and kicked it, which alleviated his previously overwhelming emotions. It was evident that the commotion they caused would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire ninja world. Soon enough, various villages, the Akatsuki organization, and hidden figures like Black Zetsu and Obito would converge upon this location. Naruto's transformation could be discussed later. The most pressing matter now was to depart from this place. Notably, under the newly acquired title, he could freely swap positions with all stray dogs without any distance constraints. As long as he wished, he could even run home in the dead of night to check on that foolish Udo. You weren't joking just now? At this moment, Uchiha Tainai approached Yin, her expression serious as she scrutinized him closely. Clearly, she had come to believe the words of this 6-year-old boy about destroying the ninja world. Upon seeing the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes, her expression twitched slightly, appearing somewhat peculiar. Decent talent, but unfortunately, there's something off upstairs. Indeed. However, let us leave this place first. It was only then that Yin noticed that this war-torn elder's sleeves were tattered, and her hair had grown so long that she could hardly see her own eyes. Her hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara. Did all Uchiha warriors from the Warring States period sport such hairstyles? This raised a question. How had the elder managed to survive underground without food or water, remaining unchanged for 12 or 13 years until now? What are you looking at? Uchiha Hikari displayed a hint of disdain, aware that she was about to become yet another weapon for use. Even though she harbored a desire to destroy this world, It did not prevent her from feeling disgust towards the boy's actions. No matter how many years had passed, the Uchiha clan had always been this way. Nothing. Yen averted his gaze, quickly stuffing Runtu into his backpack before turning back. You hold on to me. He sensed the flicker of disdain in her eyes. A sentiment of equal contempt towards all things. However, what puzzled Yen was that he seemed to have detected a trace of pity from the elder towards him. Uchiha Hikari, not one to be overly dramatic, nodded in agreement and placed her hand on Yan's shoulder. In the next moment, she felt a flash before her eyes as they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood atop the Hokage building, gazing at the bright light in the west. Enveloped in an air of melancholy, the scent of smoke wafted around him, even causing his own eyes to sting. Have we sent someone out to investigate? The weariness in the third Hokage's voice was palpable. After a long day, he had barely managed to lie down before the dawn broke. He began to doubt whether his age was causing him to lose his grip on reality. However, upon stepping outside, he realized that the Land of Fire had gained a new sun. Most importantly, he could not help but wonder if it was merely a coincidence that its location was linked to a certain seal in the Warring States period. In light of recent events, even the third Hokage cannot help but exclaim that it is indeed a tumultuous autumn. 6 elite ninja squads have already been dispatched, along with the sealing and barrier teams. Kakashi stifled a yawn, his weariness more pronounced than that of the third Hokage. As he gazed into the distance at the blinding light, he contemplated whether he should purchase a pair of sunglasses at the store later. He felt that the newly emerged sun from the west seemed to be a lingering presence, making it difficult for the people of the Land of Fire to enjoy a good night's sleep in the days to come. All right, you may leave, the third Hokage said, hands clasped behind his back, lost in thought. Meanwhile, while other ninja villages may not be as affected as Konoha, they were still considerably intimidated by this commotion. Such a stir inevitably led to speculations that Konoha had developed an extraordinarily powerful forbidden technique. It is worth noting that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had caused similar uproar with his would-release technique in the past. Both large and small ninja villages sent scouts to the borders of the Land of Fire. In the Rain Village, Pain stood in the conference room, his gaze imbued with murderous intent as he surveyed Kakuzu and Sasori. I do not care what you usually do, but can you explain to me what this means? With those words, Pain flung 2 wanted posters at their feet. Kakuzu bent down to retrieve his poster, his eyes widening in fury, his teeth nearly grinding. He had known about this matter for some time, having searched for the imposter who had been tarnishing his reputation. However, every time he arrived at the scene, the thief had already vanished as if forewarned. Even the photograph on the wanted poster was taken when he had arrived at the scene. Kakuzu's face darkened as he said, "Leader, I will find this wretched individual." Although he had a penchant for money, his methods of earning remained within the bounds of propriety, unlike that unscrupulous thief. This was a disgrace to the reputation he had built over the years. I will handle it. Sasori's voice, tinged with menace, emanated from his crimson puppet. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to impersonate him so recklessly. Did they wish to become a mere puppet? Pain understood that this was not the work of his subordinates, and his anger stemmed from their prolonged failure to eliminate the imposter. Moreover, many ninjas and samurai had been wandering in the Rain Village recently, and he had lost count of how many lives he had taken in these days. If this continued, the Akatsuki organization would be stripped of its very foundation. 3 days. I give you 3 days, Pain declared, his words laced with authority. The power emanating from his Rinnegan intensifying the pressure on the 2 before him. Just then, Conan entered, glancing at Sasori and Kakuzu before stating directly, "There has been an incident. The border of the Land of Fire has a new sun. In a hotel within the Land of Fire." Uchiha Hikari sat in a grand chair, expressing her skepticism. Upon noticing Yenji kneeling before her, her gaze flitted about nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sitting in that chair, she appeared exceedingly anxious. "Great-grandma, trust me." "Silence. Call me that strange title again, and I swear I will kill you." It had been 3 days since her release from the seal, and during these days, they had arrived in the Land of Fire. Yet this boy seemed inexplicably eager to become her disciple, and not only that, he insisted on reciting a series of outrageously embarrassing phrases. If her previous mindset was akin to still water, now it felt as if she were boiling, ready to pour her wrath upon this exceedingly foolish individual at any moment. May this world be destroyed swiftly. She even instructed him to refer to her as Nameless, but he persisted in calling her Uchiha Great-Grandma on one side and Uchiha Hikari on the other. Enough. It's time for the speech. Yenji, still kneeling, held a cup of hot tea aloft. After clearing his throat, he boomed. We welcome the ancestral elder of the sect from her retreat. Next to him, Runtu, startled, quickly stepped back, fearing he might catch the same affliction from his master. Once Yinji finished speaking, he looked up, his small face serious as he focused on Hikari, who seemed unable to utter a single word after much hesitation. To maintain the atmosphere he had just created, Yinji kept signaling her with his eyes. Left with no other option, Uchiha Hikari clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and declared, "You are the pride of the clan. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Today, I shall take you as my disciple." This mortifying declaration left Uchiha Hikari nearly breathless, her words spilling forth within 3 seconds, so rapidly that they were almost unintelligible. It felt as though if she took another second, she might reach for a kunai to end her own life. However, as Uchiha Hikari's words concluded, Yinji's mind was met with the familiar sound of the system. Ding, mission triggered, ancestral elders' teachings. As the pride of the clan, you have successfully drawn the attention of the reclusive ancestral elder and have made her accept you as a disciple. Mission: please follow the ancestral elder to practice swordsmanship for a week. Reward: swordsmanship technique. The system's mission confirmation validated Yinji's thoughts over the past few days. Only magic could combat magic. Since the system exhibited a cognitive dissonance, he simply needed to align himself with the system's wavelength, and his actions would trigger the desired missions to a certain extent. Are we done? Uchiha Hikari, seated in the grand chair, was so anxious that her kaleidoscope eye was about to burst. Should this boy dare to propose any more ridiculous ideas? She vowed to use Amaterasu to reduce this foolish child to ashes. Sensing the imminent rage in her eyes, Yinji spoke cautiously. Do you know swordsmanship? Bang. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari could no longer contain herself, grabbing the boy's arm, twisting, and executing a perfect throw that sent him flying out the window of the hotel. Get out of my sight, you fool. After tossing Yinji out, Hikari still seemed unsatisfied. She spotted Runta gnawing on a kunai in the corner and, in a fit of anger, kicked the dog bowl, producing a loud clang. Finally, she shot a disgruntled glance out the window at Yinji, confirming he was unharmed, and lay back on her bed, closing her eyes to rest. Runtu, unable to voice his frustrations, curled up in the corner, trembling. At that moment, he found himself missing the master's brother. At least that foolish child wouldn't kick his dog bowl. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yinji, having been hurled out by the ancestral elder, merely rubbed his head and muttered a few complaints. Why so fierce when I genuinely want to learn swordsmanship? Brushing off the dust, Yinji glanced at the broken window, shook his head, and decided to find something to eat, all the while continuing to gather intelligence on the border of the Land of Fire. Ever since they left the sealed area, it seemed that everyone in the ninja world was frantically rushing there. It had the feel of a treasure falling from the sky, with various sects scrambling to seize it. The likes of Konoha, the Cloud Village, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village, all were converging on the Land of Fire. He could even sense the presence of White Zetsu within the borders of the Land of Fire, and the person he had previously impersonated, Sasori of the Red Sand, had also come to join the fray. Estimating that this group would linger for a few more days, Yinji planned to find an opportunity to eliminate them all. Either he would frame Konoha for it or pin it on the Akatsuki organization. The more chaotic the situation became, the safer his family and the Uchiha clan would be. Just as Yinji passed by a ramen shop, he suddenly stopped in his tracks upon detecting a presence within his sensing range. Crash. At that moment, not 10 meters away, several burly men burst through the window of a nearby casino. The individual stepping out of the main entrance contorted Yinji's face in shock. He beheld Kakuzu. This noble figure is resolutely executing justice against illicit activities. Such a nefarious place should not remain in this world. At the entrance, Kakuzu presented a face of righteous indignation. And while speaking, he produced a coarse brush to inscribe words at the entrance of the gambling den. Those who eradicate vice and uphold justice. Kakuzu is one of them. After completing his righteous mission, Kakuzu departed with a bag of money in hand, leaving Uchiha Yen in a state of disarray. He harbored grave suspicions that Kakuzu was framing him, yet he possessed no evidence. Ah, how ironic. Knowing someone is impersonating you while committing robbery, and you, old man, do not even feign a performance, but instead, act in your true colors? Uchiha Yen felt as though he had been unjustly burdened with a tremendous blame. He stood there for a long time, unable to recover from Kakuzu's outrageous antics, until his sensory range detected a lecherous old man with white hair and a drunken blonde. Kakuzu, your end is nigh. Following the trail of his senses, he could distinctly perceive that Kakuzu seemed far from finished. A smirk crept onto Yan's lips as he set off towards a tavern around the corner. What a surprise to encounter you here. At the table. Jiraiya took a sip of his drink, gazing at his long-lost friend, memories flooding his mind in an instant. Years of shared experiences surged back. Tsunade, however, ignored him, resting her chin on one hand, disdainfully regarding Jiraiya while continuing to drink. Let us speak of business. Spare me your attempts at camaraderie. Typically, Jiraiya's appearances heralded one of two possibilities. Either he was here to investigate the Sun's position, or he had come to the Land of Fire, renowned for its flourishing and well-established entertainment establishments. After all, the establishments of vice and gambling had been swept away by the one known as Everyone Run. Justice-seeking Kakuzu is on the prowl. With the youthful voice echoing outside, the tavern trembled under two explosive sounds, as chairs and tables were utterly destroyed. Yet, 2 bags of money remained behind, compensating the tavern owner for the damages. "You scoundrel!" roared from the eaves, as Yin distinctly sensed the 2 individuals from the tavern racing towards the righteous Kakuzu. It was evident that these seasoned aficionados of vice bore a grudge against Kakuzu that could sustain several malevolent spirits. Watching their swiftly departing figures, Yin silently mourned for the noble cause of justice represented by Mr. Kakuzu for 3 seconds. Alas, if only Orochimaru were present, they could witness the legendary trio pummeling a centenarian. Disregarding this minor episode, Yin utilized the funds acquired from the just cause to procure his lunch, then returned to the inn. Sitting on his bed, Uchiha Hikari was refining chakra when he noticed the foolish boy pushing the door open. He raised his eyes, ready to tell him to leave, but upon seeing the plastic bags in the boy's hand, he fell silent, the words caught in his throat. He swallowed hard, still refusing to utter a single word, clearly adopting the stance that though he was famished, the boy had previously tricked him, so if he desired forgiveness, he ought to speak first. "Runt, this is yours." Yin bent down to pick up the somewhat worn bowl belonging to the boy, clattering it as he poured in the shuriken he had just bought. It must be said, maintaining this little spirit companion proved to be quite costly. Were it not for his ample finances, he feared the boy would have been reduced to scavenging for food in trash bags. After completing the feeding of his spirit companion, Yin plopped down at the table, opening his own portion of ramen, entirely ignoring the elder who was standing beside him. The elder was engaged in meditation, and Yin dared not call out to him, fearing he would be cast out again. Clearing his throat, he attempted to draw the attention of his closed-door disciple. But the seated Yin merely shifted his position and continued to devour his meal. More audaciously, the boy even opened another portion of food and began fishing for morsels with his chopsticks. Unable to tolerate this blatant act of selfishness, Yin reprimanded him sharply. "Stop. Haven't I taken you as my disciple? Do you lack even a shred of courtesy?" Yin reluctantly returned the tempura to his bowl, correcting himself. Closed-door disciple. This elicited a deep blush of shame from the elder, who had surpassed a century in age. "You shall not refer to me with such peculiar titles." The elder argued back, but after contemplating for a moment, added, "Not even great-grandma." Without waiting for the boy's reaction, she stepped forward, snatched her portion of lunch, and retreated to a corner of the room to eat in peace. Perhaps it was due to her long confinement or past traumatic experiences, but Uchiha Hikari often ate and slept in the corner, as it granted her a modicum of security. Despite her immense strength, she lacked any semblance of inner peace. This, perhaps, was her greatest tragedy. Of course, in the midst of his reflections, Yin remained oblivious to the underlying reason for Hikari's retreat to the corner, fear of being tainted by some foolish individual. Unsure of what to say, Yin resolved to broach a more serious topic to alleviate the slight awkwardness in the room. "Then teach me swordsmanship." "No." Yin was momentarily taken aback by the decisive response from the elder. "Wait, haven't you learned anything about combat?" Sensing that the term war might trigger painful memories for Hikari, he quickly retracted his statement. Yet, for reasons unknown, Hikari, still consuming her ramen, suddenly dimmed her gaze and huddled closer to the wall, curling up tighter. When Yin accidentally caught sight of the runes on her arm, she froze for a long moment, seemingly lost in recollection. "Only ninjutsu? Shuriken techniques are acceptable too." A single remark from Yin threw Hikari, lost in her painful memories, into a moment of existential doubt. She raised her head, staring blankly at the stubborn boy not far away, the shock in her eyes beyond words. Slowly, she lifted her hand, pointing towards the door, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. "Leave." Uchiha Hikari harbored serious suspicions that this foolish boy was merely toying with her by proposing to learn swordsmanship. What was clear was that he was simply trying to witness her humiliation. Besides, had he truly not learned anything at all with his 3-Tomo Sharingan? What nonsense! Reflecting on the days since their emergence from the cave, it seemed she had been persistently mocked by this insufferable individual. Meanwhile, Yin feigned ignorance, still pondering how to deceive the elder into practicing shuriken techniques with him. After all, shuriken could be considered a form of swordsmanship, and the art of sword manipulation was truly exquisite, coupled with his enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even a shadow-level opponent would find it challenging to contend with him, including Hikari in their ranks, who possessed a Mangeki Sharingan with the unique ocular technique capable of manipulating the chakra of those marked, along with abilities such as Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. As for Runto, due to the last incident involving the Divine Light Stick, when asked if he could transform, his head shook faster than his tail, his eyes revealing fear, and his mouth mumbled about not knowing if he would die, and so forth. However, thanks to consuming the Divine Light Stick, Runto seemed to have gained the ability to teleport. This creature would randomly teleport every 10 seconds. Thus, their synergy of one boy and one dog showcased mobility surpassing that of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Just as Yin contemplated whether to return to seek out his father that evening, a sudden cacophony erupted outside the window. The inn they occupied trembled violently as dust shook from the ceiling, resembling a structure on the brink of collapse. Spirit communication, 2 furious roars echoed from afar, startling the light that had curled up in the corner. It instinctively crouched at the window, but fortunately, Yin managed to pull her back just in time. "It's none of our business," he whispered, glancing towards the source of the commotion. Before long, the duo beheld a massive reddish-brown toad standing in the eastern part of the city, clutching a large cleaver in one claw and a smoking pipe in the other. In the west, a slug emerged. At that moment, Kakuzu stood on a rooftop 200 meters away, burdened with a large sack, drenched in sweat. Clearly, the 2 seasoned gamblers had succeeded in their quest for vengeance. "Are you ninjas from Konoha looking down on me?" Kakuzu's temper flared as he noticed the two, exclaiming, "I have fought against Senju Hashirama himself." It was infuriating. He had been busy making money in the city when these two, without a word, decided to attack him. What enmity could be so great? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. "This is bad. We've encountered a formidable foe. Is it a powerful being from the era of the 1st Hokage?" Jiraiya muttered to himself, summoning Fukasaku and Shima, ready to unleash his full strength against Kakuzu. The toad perched on his shoulder. Jiraiya swiftly began to refine Sage Chakra, reminding Tsunade, "Tsunade, use all your strength. Otherwise, we stand no chance against him. Also, buy me some time." Tsunade, her face serious, nodded and began forming seals to utilize the 100 healings technique. She was well aware of her grandfather's might. The only being capable of standing against him in the entire ninja world was someone with the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara. The words Kakuzu had uttered earlier filled her with an inexplicable sense of pressure. Kakuzu, situated between the two, noticed the overwhelming aura radiating from Konoha's legendary trio, and his expression soured. "Oh no, did I overestimate my abilities?" Sweat soaked his back, and a flicker of retreat began to stir within him. It wasn't he that he feared being overpowered by these 2 juniors. It was the dire consequences he would face if the leader discovered he had been raiding casinos and brothels. At that moment, Kakuzu felt like a man caught in a compromising position, the gravity of his situation dawning on him. He had just robbed 2 casinos and 3 brothels, amassing a fortune of 67 million ryo. Was there no reaction? Tsunade, glancing at Kakuzu standing at the center with his sack, couldn't he help but admire his composure. Indeed, those who survived since the Warring States period were no easy adversaries. "Let us test the waters," Tsunade thought as she swiftly appeared before Kakuzu, raising her leg for a direct kick aimed at his heart. Kakuzu, still clutching the sack, narrowed his eyes, sensing her movement. To his surprise, he thought, "She dares to engage me in close combat? How audacious." Crouching low, Kakuzu braced himself to endure the blow and swiftly employed a ninjutsu, intending to take her by surprise. Lightning release, false darkness. As Tsunade closed in, a flash of lightning grazed her cheek, drawing blood. Simultaneously, her kick connected with Kakuzu's chest, creating a gaping hole. The sound of his heart exploding echoed as both Tsunade, aiming to test his strength, and Kakuzu, ready to retaliate, were momentarily stunned. Tsunade maintained her kicking stance for a full 3 minutes before slowly withdrawing her leg from his lifeless body. Kakuzu's corpse collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Disbelief etched on his face. Tsunade stared at the body, trembling, her mind blank. "This isn't right. A being capable of fighting my grandfather? What is happening? As blood pooled around her ankle, Tsunade, realizing the gravity of the situation, succumbed to a deep fear, curling up in a corner, her body shaking uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. Tsunade, I'm here. Jiraiya, having successfully entered Sage mode, rushed to the battlefield, half completing the hand seals for his ninjutsu. However, upon witnessing the scene, he stood frozen for a minute, staring at the corpse beneath him, feeling the weight of his newly acquired Sage mode dissipate. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya arrived at a grim conclusion. Damn it, this guy used a special ninjutsu to escape. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari, watching from a distance, noticed a dark, murky substance emanating from Kakuzu's body at the moment of his fall. What a disgusting ninjutsu. Did you see that? The guy's not dead, Hikari remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice, as if she were about to enlighten her foolish companion. I'm not blind, Yin replied, glancing at Jiraiya, who was comforting Tsunade, responding nonchalantly, completely unfazed. It was easy to imagine the turmoil in the minds of the three participants. Kakuzu, who underestimated his opponents, Tsunade, who mercilessly struck down her foe, and Jiraiya, who arrived only to find the battle had concluded. The ignorance of one had extinguished the flicker of enlightenment in Hikari's mind. She scrutinized Yin closely, earnestly inquiring, "Were you discarded by your family due to shame?" "Impossible," Yin retorted, his lips twitching. He seriously suspected his grandmother held a peculiar view of him, quickly defending himself. "I am the son of the clan leader, the hope for the future of the Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Hikari was taken aback, an unprecedented thrill shimmering in her eyes. Good. Then the Uchiha clan is doomed. Yin? After exchanging a few more words, both parties began shouting about who feared whom, leaving the Yin to engage in a duel at the border of the Land of Fire. Later that night, around midnight, the skies of the Land of Fire remained as bright as day. Yin emerged from the forest, weary and muttering to himself. After his coaxing, the ancestral elders finally agreed to teach him swordsmanship, but he had subsequently endured 3 rounds of Tsukuyomi. That accursed elder had the audacity to claim, "Your resistance to Genjutsu is too weak and requires specialized training to prevent you from being caught off guard in future battles." Yin suspected his grandmother was taking personal revenge on him. What kind of benevolent family's Genjutsu training involves throwing someone into the Tsukuyomi world for a brutal 216 hours? Truly, the Tsukuyomi banquet he experienced during the Uchiha massacre night was nothing compared to this. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Hikari's words were undeniably true. No matter how swift his teleportation, once ensnared by an enemy's Genjutsu, death awaited him. Had it not been for this realization, he would not have braved the daunting Tsukuyomi. After completing his training, rather than returning to the inn, Yin checked his home for stray dogs. Without a second thought, he teleported home. Clatter. As soon as he teleported back, he lifted his left foot, inadvertently knocking over several jars, the noise drawing Fugaku out of the room. Fugaku stood at the door of the tool room, his voice low. "What are you doing back?" He glanced nervously toward Sasuke's room, his usually stern demeanor betraying a hint of unease. "I came to check on you all." Yin thought his father's odd behavior stemmed from his inability to express himself and remained oblivious to anything amiss. "Follow me. This isn't the place for a discussion." Fugaku's expression darkened as he grasped his son's arm, leading him into the secret passageway they had once used. In the current state of Konoha, night has seemingly vanished, leading to a decline in the quality of sleep among its inhabitants. Even the slightest rustle can disturb the slumber of others. Furthermore, the recent demise of Yin poses a significant risk should the villagers discover the truth, potentially leading to grave repercussions. Chapter 60. Fugaku, the ancestral laws must not be altered. Fugaku stealthily made his way to the underground chamber, glancing over his shoulder at intervals, consumed by a concern that he might lose sight of his son. His father's peculiar behavior drew Yan's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Fugaku with curiosity. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Yin asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fugaku feigned calmness, replying, "It's nothing, just that I haven't seen you in a while." Yin was taken aback by his father's sudden display of sentimentality, as he had only been away from the village for a mere 20 days. "Please, father, don't act this way. It feels a bit unusual," Yin said. Upon hearing his dutiful son's voice, Fugaku punched the wall of the secret passage, the tension in his forearm betraying his inner turmoil. Had he not feared a cave-in, he would have gladly subjected his dutiful son to a lesson in fire-style jutsu. "Have you forgotten the family etiquette?" he scolded. Yin bowed his head in silence, attributing his actions to the teachings of his ancestors and acknowledging that his current predicament was largely due to his manner. "Of course." His father was not exempt from blame either. Fugaku huffed in irritation, quickly entering the chamber and taking a seat. He grabbed a teapot from the table, tilting it back to gulp down several mouthfuls, trying to quell the anger boiling within him. After draining an entire pot of tea, he exhaled slowly and reproached Yen. Speak. Did I not instruct you not to return? Understanding his son's character, Fugaku knew that while Yen might express a desire to see family, the true motivation was far more significant. How have things been? When do you plan to take action? Yen casually inquired as he dragged a chair closer. After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku's expression turned peculiar. There have been some unexpected developments. You must have heard about the situation at the borders of the Land of Fire. Yen nodded, awaiting his father's elaboration. He was well aware of the commotion he had stirred. The village suspected a mysterious organization was behind recent disturbances, aiming to disrupt the established order of the ninja world. For the next half hour, Fugaku recounted the recent events unfolding in the village. Konoha had deduced the reckless behavior of two rogue ninjas, whose actions were seen as a blatant disregard for the rules. They had been promoting the idea of turning powerful ninjas into puppets and raiding establishments run by feudal lords, inciting fury among various nations. Notably the Wind Shadow's advisor from Sunagakure, who had publicly denounced his grandson's descent into ruin and even issued a high bounty. Taki no Kuni, a smaller village, also spoke out against the heinous acts committed by Kakuzu, lamenting their powerlessness, yet hoping for collective action to punish the traitor. As the major ninja villages convened, they resolved to jointly approach Amigakure, both to probe the situation and perhaps capture the two rogue ninjas to acquire their formidable techniques. Notably, Danzo was the first to step forward, displaying a surprising alignment with the third Hokage, even asserting that root ninjas would take the lead. Regardless of whether the recent turmoil at the borders was orchestrated by the Akatsuki, it was widely believed that this enigmatic organization was behind the chaos, with intentions to obliterate the great nations. Consequently, Fugaku remarked with a rare smile, the village considers us valuable for the time being, so it is likely we will not face immediate threats. The third Hokage has designated us as the vanguard alongside the root ninjas for the mission to Amigakure. As head of the clan, Fugaku felt a significant burden lift from his shoulders. His original intention was to achieve a silent coup with minimal casualties. But with Shursui missing and his eldest son possibly betraying him, his previous desperate measures seemed futile. Now that an opportunity for de-escalation had emerged, he was reluctant to act rashly, fearing that such a move might ultimately benefit rival villages. You, Root, going to Amigakure together? Yin exclaimed, rising from his chair, astonished at his father's plans. Aren't you concerned that Root might turn against our clan on the battlefield? He hesitated to voice his additional concerns. Despite some Akatsuki members still being outside, he believed that the few treacherous villages engaging with the Akatsuki would suffer significant losses. Moreover, Danzo might very well betray the Uchiha clan amidst the chaos of battle. Fugaku's aura turned menacing as he slammed his palm against the table, declaring coldly, "The Uchiha clan is invincible on the battlefield. A mere Root is nothing to fear." Yen thought that if the confrontation were to occur within the village, Fugaku might be apprehensive, but on the battlefield, he had no doubt that the villagers would not dare to betray the Uchiha. If such a scenario arose, Danzo would be the first to fall, and the other villages would turn their ire towards Konoha. As long as the third Hokage retained his wits, such a situation would not transpire. Fugaku's brief assertions echoed with a sense of confidence, as he began to ponder whether his elder brother might take action during the conflict. Once the dust settled, the Uchiha clan would likely emerge victorious. In that scenario, Sasuke would be remembered as a hero, and Danzo could seize the opportunity to rid himself of dissenting ninjas, ultimately usurping the third Hokage's position. Truly insidious, Yin remarked, rolling his eyes, nearly labeling his father as foolish. You are still young. You lack the understanding of the intricate web of interests at play. Acting rashly would cost us dearly, Fugaku asserted firmly, prompting Yin to activate his Sharingan. We can act decisively. Fugaku paused, furrowing his brow as he interrupted Yin. The 3 Tomo? Average at best. You still fall short compared to me. Yin realized now where Sasuke's annoying traits originated, and retorted, next time you boast, try not to stutter. As Yin prepared to speak again, Fugaku swiftly redirected the conversation. Enough. The clan has agreed, under my persuasion, to stand united with the village for now. I will find a way to achieve a harmonious resolution. Moreover, your 3 Tomo does not hold the power to determine our fate. Fugaku's resolute demeanor left no room for dissent, silencing Yin. After a moment of contemplation, Yin finally looked up, earnestly addressing his father. Must the Uchiha clan remain bound to the village? What if we were to feign death and then extricate ourselves from Konoha? Upon hearing Yan's suggestion, Fugaku was prepared to launch into a discourse on the unbreakable ties of Konoha's legacy, but the mention of feigning death rendered him speechless. He averted his gaze, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Is it possible this boy has sensed something? Chapter 61. A father's concern for his son's path enough. I have my plans for such matters. You stay outside the village, and when I become Hokage, I will naturally bring you back. Fugaku's thoughts were rather straightforward. As long as the Uchiha clan garnered sufficient prestige on the battlefield this time, upon their return, they could exert pressure on the third Hokage, compelling him to abdicate voluntarily, thereby allowing them to ascend as the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. In doing so, their family would not only incur minimal casualties, but also seize control of the village. The most crucial aspect of this plan was that it would enable him to find a way to reconcile with his eldest son, thus averting a tragic conflict between father and son. Furthermore, Konohagakure was the result of the collaborative efforts of both the Uchiha and Shinju clans. How could they suddenly declare their intention to depart? The sacrifices made by the Uchiha ancestors on the battlefield over the years could not simply be dismissed. Fugaku glanced at his 6-year-old son, realizing the child was still too young to comprehend the intricacies of politics. Everything he had just articulated seemed to have gone unnoticed by the boy. His only wish was for the child to remain safe outside, to preserve his well-being, and to avoid causing any trouble that might attract the attention of those with ill intentions in the ninja world. Yin took a deep breath, silently chastising himself for having such a stubborn father, and refrained from further attempts at persuasion. He understood that his father had become akin to a gambler holding a winning hand, resolutely determined to reclaim his losses, no matter how reasonable his arguments might be. It was unlikely that he could sway the Uchiha clan leader, who aspired to be Hokage. The two sat in silence for several minutes, the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward. I should go check on Sasuke, Yin finally suggested. No. Fugaku's voice cut through, echoing in the confined space and momentarily deafening Yin. It was the first time he had witnessed such an outburst from his father. He stepped back, scrutinizing his sweating father with suspicion. Fugaku, are you hiding something from me? Hearing his name uttered by his son caused Fugaku's blood pressure to spike. However, more than that, he was worried that the child might uncover the grim truth of his impending death, which could jeopardize his plans. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Fugaku's wiping of sweat became increasingly frantic. You've been spoiled, he exclaimed. And do not go see your brother. He does not wish to see you. Leave the village immediately. Fugaku urged impatiently, pushing Yin away. Yin recalled his abrupt departure, and the image of Sasuke's anger flashed in his mind. Considering his father's perspiration, he rationalized that it was normal for a man of his age to be frail. With dawn breaking over Konoha, he left behind several scrolls in his pack and, after completing his tasks, teleported out of the village. The conversation between father and son had not gone smoothly, and Yin had chosen to keep certain matters to himself. For instance, he had discovered the Uchiha clan's secret techniques. If the elders in the clan learned of this, they would undoubtedly react with outrage, likely resorting to the same old ways of using these techniques as weapons. At that point, it would not be a matter of whether the Uchiha would be expelled from the village, but rather if they would be sent away by their own techniques. Where did this boy acquire so much money? In the secret chamber. Fugaku opened one of the seals and was taken aback by the sight of a small mountain of cash. He looked at the other scrolls, his mind momentarily in a daze. Wait, wasn't that child using reverse summoning techniques? It had been merely 20 days since Yin left the village. Yet it seemed that his secrets were multiplying. Not only had he awakened the 3 Tomo, but he had also amassed considerable wealth. A sudden concern flickered through Fugaku's mind as he recalled Yan's striking features. Could it be that this child has been taken in by some noble? After a moment, Fugaku rubbed his temples, discreetly concealing the sealing scrolls Yin had brought back, shaking his head with a heavy sigh as he exited the chamber. On the other side, having just left the village, Yin hurried back to the inn in the Land of Fire. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari was seated at a table, perusing the books Yin had purchased, keeping abreast of the significant events of the years gone by, while also taking the opportunity to mock his disciple. It's merely Tsukuyami. Why the delay? Yin closed the door and continued, echoing his ancestors' words. Yes, your strength is unparalleled, and I find it exceedingly difficult to contend with you. All the formidable ninjas in the world are no match for you. Humph. Uchiha Hikari felt embarrassed by Yan's words, her toes curling with discomfort. Over the past few days, she had discerned that this boy was teasing her. Be quiet, She tossed the book in her hand at him and turned serious. With your strength? If you were in my era, you wouldn't even survive past 12 years of age. Hearing this, Yin shrugged his shoulders. Let's not dwell on the warring states. According to the original storyline, I probably wouldn't have survived the night of the massacre, let alone reached 8 years of age. What kind of attitude is that? Hikari, witnessing Yan's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Although she lacked experience in teaching, she understood the importance of encouraging him to survive in this world. Even though he displayed impressive combat abilities today, it did not equate to the ability to conquer the world. You come here. Uchiha Hikari rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms adorned with intricate black runes. However, before she could speak, Yin approached and wore an expression of shock, exclaiming, "What? Ancestor, you intend to teach me the art of talismans? That's far too precious." Bang. Uchiha Hikari delivered a swift kick, sending both Yin and herself crashing against the wall. Get lost. Do you want to eat Tsukuyami again? Faced with her occasionally outrageous disciple, Uchiha Hikari's patience was wearing thin. Yet, embedded in the wall, Yin wore a contented smile. Ding, task triggered. Ancestor's teaching, task. Your extraordinary talent has once again astonished the clan's ancestor, who has decided to teach you the art of talismans. Please study the talisman technique with the ancestor for a month. Reward. Introduction to Talisman Techniques. Uchiha Taina is invincible. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Yin felt as if he had stumbled upon a vast treasure in Taina. He could hardly fathom the extraordinary rewards he might reap by pursuing this further. Meanwhile, in Hikari's eyes, Yin, who had just been kicked, was grinning broadly, only serving to further ignite her frustration. Get down. I will take you outside to learn ninjutsu. Chapter 62. Regardless of the world, humans are forever playthings of others. Uchiha Yin, I beg you, please stop acting out. Outside an ice cream shop, Uchiha Yin was oblivious to his surroundings, seated nonchalantly in front of the vendor, brandishing a kunai while babbling about the prowess of sword techniques. This commotion drew the attention of Uchiha Hikari, who was enjoying her ice cream. As she tugged at Yan's collar with one hand while holding her ice cream with the other, her eyes darting nervously around them. The palms of her hands were slick with perspiration from anxiety. She felt as though every passerby was regarding them with strange looks. At that moment, the typically introverted Taina contemplated a violent outburst or even self-harm on the street. Her tone took on a pleading quality. Please, if you want to go crazy, I can accompany you at home. Just get up. Uchiha Hikari began to regret coming out with this boy. The stares from strangers felt as if everyone were peering through kaleidoscopes at them, making her extremely uncomfortable. Just a moment longer. I will finish my training shortly. Yin lifted his gaze towards the progress bar that was about to jump, then glanced at the elderly figure beside him. He could only conclude that, regardless of the world, humans are forever the playthings of others. Reminded of his foolish younger brother, who would eagerly practice lightning release beneath the telegraph pole with him, Yin sighed softly. Your strength is impressive, yet it pales in comparison to my foolish brother. Uchiha Hikari, upon hearing this, clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, and muttered, Hurry up. If this continues, I shall return. She found it tedious to argue with this young boy who failed to grasp the crux of the moment. Such comparisons were only something a fool would make. Hikari felt a twinge of regret. Even the novelty of the ice cream in her hand had lost its charm under someone else's interference. All right, Yin remarked as he noticed the progress bar for the sword technique. Task leaped to 2. He dusted off his clothes and returned the kunai to his ninja tool pouch. Boss, please get me 2 more boxes of ice cream. Sure thing, young man. Such an extravagant request made Hikari's eyes brighten momentarily. Given the boy's gesture of kindness, she decided to let the matter slide. However, in an effort to maintain her dignity, she raised her chin and coldly stated, This is not to be repeated. Yin chuckled softly, finding the elderly figure quite easy to fool. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny that in this era, everything sparked Hikari's insatiable curiosity, whether it was the advertisements displayed on the streets or the various snacks at the stalls. She would often stop to observe, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Much like a country bumpkin unaccustomed to the ways of the world. Look at that run-to. It has tea made a peep while in the bag. After buying the ice cream, the two wandered along the remnants of Light's legacy at the border of the Land of Fire. Although it was the early hours of the morning, the sun's disruption of the people's routines meant that many were still out on the streets. As for why they were heading in that direction for training, the elder stated that since they were learning a new ninjutsu, it was essential to seek out opponents to master it swiftly. Remember, try not to use that space-time ninjutsu. Focus on the combat techniques I just taught you, understood? Hikari said, while explaining the details to Yin. She was indeed adept with shuriken. This technique had been derived and improved during the Uchiha clan's battles with the Sarutobi clan, ultimately etched into her very being. The shuriken shadow clone technique? I comprehend, Yin replied. The technique taught by the elder not only allowed for the application of shadow clones to shuriken and kunai, but also enabled the manipulation of thrown objects to follow a tornado-like trajectory, swiftly engulfing the enemy. By contemporary standards, this ninjutsu would be classified as at least an A-rank technique, and in Yan's hands, it could unleash power comparable to that of an S-rank ninjutsu. Hikari nodded in satisfaction. Despite the boy's frequent antics, his talent was not to be underestimated. She intended to offer some encouraging words, but just as she was about to speak, she was startled to see the boy had produced a metallic object from seemingly nowhere, nearly causing her to stumble. If it were an ordinary item, she might have been unfazed, but what he held was a miniature runtu, complete with a kunai affixed to its head, measuring the size of 2 palms. Fool, what are you up to now? Hikari exclaimed, sensing alarm bells ringing in her mind as she anticipated yet another embarrassing stunt from him. The specially crafted kunai was swiftly hung on his back. As Yin disregarded the elder's earlier words, he intended to test whether he could create a wondrous spark by colliding the flying thunder dog with the shadow clone technique. Let us disguise ourselves before we enter, Yin said, forming hand seals and transforming into a likeness of pain, with the Rinnegan appearing less authentic. He even took out his custom-made colored contact lenses. When he activated the Sharingan, he aimed to maintain his disguise, minimizing the chances of his identity being uncovered. All right. Hikari responded without objection, taking the tiger mask Yin offered. Instantly, she morphed into a semblance of a Beto. Watch as I eliminate them all. Let the weak of the world feel the power of Kamida. As Yin, now resembling Deva Path Pain, dramatically raised his hands, he nearly shouted for extra applause. He was confident that with his acting prowess, even Nagato would feel the chakra within him, wondering if another Deva Path puppet had emerged. Must you really kill them all? Hikari mused, observing Yan's antics with a hint of amusement, finding his transformation oddly fitting. I still need to mark them. Though we have been wandering the land of fire for days, our main objective is to inscribe the 8,000 spear marks on the ninjas. Currently, over 200 ninjas in the land of fire have been marked, allowing us to proceed with our actions without undue concern, barring the emergence of a 6 paths level adversary. Then let us eliminate half. I must keep a low profile. The 2 Uchiha continued their banter about the act of killing, oblivious to the scolding they would receive from the second Hokage had he been alive, regarding the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. Chapter 63, A Bag of Rice. The legacy of light ninja squads dispatched from various villages encircled the luminous statue, wielding an assortment of peculiar instruments to detect any chakra reactions in the vicinity. Notably, all wore sunglasses to shield their eyes from the blinding light emanating from the statue. They worked in unison, silently attending to their tasks. On one hand, the Konoha ninjas desperately sought to prove that this phenomenon was not of their making, aiming to absolve themselves of blame and prevent other village ninjas from using it as a pretext to declare war on the land of fire. On the other hand, they were utterly powerless. The rhythms of life in the land of fire had been forcibly altered over the past week, leaving everyone listless. If this continued, they would surely descend into madness. Allowing outsiders into the land of fire was an opportunity for other village ninjas to explore possible solutions. The Konoha ninjas had a singular thought. Regardless of who it was, they needed to swiftly remove the cursed statue. Parker, have you found anything? Kakashi inquired, crouching beside the statue, brushing a few handfuls of earth. He couldn't shake the feeling that the chakra present here was somewhat familiar. How strange. This place seems to carry the scent of the fool from the Fugaku family. Parker sniffed, momentarily displaying a human-like expression of disdain as he recalled the boy who had once beaten a dog in the village. You must be mistaken, Kakashi asserted confidently, insisting that Parker's assessment was inaccurate. After finishing his observations, he instructed Parker to return, as he did not wish to become too entangled in the matters of the village or the Uchiha clan. His visit was merely to bask in the sun. After a brief gaze at the ninjas from the hidden cloud and hidden stone villages hovering above the statue, Kakashi dispelled his summoning technique, yawned, and strolled back towards the city. He hadn't slept for 3 days. This statue appeared to be a product of some summoning technique, and they were incapable of inflicting any damage upon it. The ninjas from the hidden cloud and hidden stone villages worked without exerting their full strength. as they had confirmed that this situation had nothing to do with Konoha. Of course, this did not mean that they had not attempted to intervene. However, the statue was peculiarly resilient, often restoring itself immediately after they had expended considerable effort digging a deep hole. Such an odd occurrence had never been witnessed by several villages. The ninjas of Yunhidden and Rock Hidden exchanged knowing glances and turned to shout towards Konoha's sealing team. Hey, Konoha ninjas, why not give the sealing technique a try? It is well known that Konoha's sealing techniques are far superior to those of other villages, and since an opportunity to gain an advantage presented itself, they could hardly let it slip away. The sealing team of Konoha, aware of the prying intentions of others, gritted their teeth and attempted the technique. However, after half an hour, various sealing techniques left no marks on the statue. The black runes that crawled upon it were dispelled by an unknown force. Xiaonan, have there been any recent intelligence reports? Pain, concealed in the shadows, spoke with a hint of malice. He needed to teach this group a lesson. They were constantly finding ways to trouble him by visiting Rain Hidden Village, hindering his progress in creating the Six Paths puppets. Xiaonan hesitated, unsure how to convey to Nagato that Kakuzu had recently begun to openly flaunt his exploits, brazenly plundering wealth in the Land of Fire. Had Kakuzu not claimed that this method yielded quick earnings to help the organization gather funds swiftly, she would have relished the chance to deal with that money-hungry fool herself. Since Kakuzu embarked on his campaign against unlawful activities in the ninja world, more and more individuals began impersonating him, each using his name to commit robbery. Astonishingly, some even stormed into the feudal lords' mansions to loot. It appeared as if the Akatsuki organization was being unfairly blamed for all the chaos in the ninja world. Whenever they reflected on this, both Nagato and Xiaonan felt a wave of helplessness. No, let us return. The outside is not safe right now. We should avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Pain nodded, agreeing with Xiaonan's reasoning, and prepared to depart. Yet, before they had gone far, the crowd behind them erupted into chaos, and Nagato, controlling Pain, heard words that made him question his very existence. Feel the power of Kamida. Nagato. The crowd. Among the throng, Uchiha Yahiko, embodying Pain, stepped into the line of sight of the various ninja villages. His expression was cold, and his beautiful Rinnegan eyes, combined with his icy words, emanated a genuine sense of pressure, similarly hidden in the shadows. Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched this fool charge into the crowd, almost ruining his shoes in his haste. What an idiot! Can't he refrain from acting rashly? The Akatsuki? The crowd scrutinized the individual before them, and when their gazes met his eyes, astonishment arose first. They had never encountered such eyes. This was quickly followed by greed, for the unknown eye suggested that the individual possessed a unique bloodline limit, perhaps even stronger than that of the Uchiha clan. Attack! As the root ninjas in the crowd beheld those eyes, they surged forward, each drawing kunai inscribed with explosive tags, aiming for his lower body. Witnessing their eagerness, Yahiko could only shake his head in disbelief. He had not even finished his incantation or introduced himself. Since they were so eager for death, so be it. As a flurry of kunai rained down upon him, Yahiko merely withdrew a dog kunai from his Akatsuki cloak. Disregarding any techniques, for this particular weapon crafted by Runtu did not adhere to aerodynamics. He hurled it with great force. Simultaneously, he swiftly performed hand seals, employing the shuriken shadow clone technique just taught by his grandmother. With a flick of his wrist, the dog kunai multiplied under the influence of his remarkable chakra, transforming from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8, swiftly becoming hundreds of kunai, though the quantity was slightly fewer than that thrown by the other ninjas. Yahiko had no intention of using them to kill. The hunt had begun. Before him flashed countless shadowy kunai, and he drew a 60-centimeter ninja blade, casting a minor illusion upon his adversaries under the influence of his 3-tomo Sharingan. While he may not possess Itachi's innate talent for genjutsu, even minor alterations could sway the outcome of a battle. For instance, in the eyes of the others, the weapon he held appeared not as a ninja blade, but as an ordinary kunai. Thus, when the battle commenced, not only would they struggle to react, but even if they did, they would misjudge the distance, resulting in their demise at the hands of his ninja blade. Whoosh! As the cold gleam flashed by, Yahiko simultaneously activated Shursue's body flicker technique. Hundreds of kunai transformed into his figure, and as he landed before the crowd, his presence multiplied dramatically. Damn it! It's the shuriken shadow clone technique. This isn't the Akatsuki. It's those damned Konoha ninjas. We've been deceived. Though the gathered ninjas could not comprehend why the kunai appeared so peculiar, The identification of the technique was quite clear. At that moment, all the foreign ninjas felt a shiver run down their spines, their limbs growing cold. Even the root ninjas who had initially launched their attack paused, casting bewildered glances at one another. It was as if they were all conveying, "Isn't there an alternate plan from Lord Danzo? Why am I completely in the dark?" As various thoughts swirled in the minds of the others, Uchiha reached their midst. With a swift swing of his blade, he sliced throats in a seamless motion. There was no finesse to his swordsmanship. Uchiha merely repeated one action. Yet it resembled a wolf among sheep, unleashing a massacre devoid of any contest. Before they knew it, the victims felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a sharp pain in their necks, blood gushing forth, and soon their consciousness faded away. He did not kill any of the Konoha ninjas, nor did he finish off all the other village ninjas. The thought of other villages discovering that their ninjas had perished within the borders of the Land of Fire would indeed be amusing. After completing a wave of slaughter, the Konoha ninjas dared not move, uncertain whether they were facing imposters. Meanwhile, the other ninjas who had regained their composure began to retaliate, uniting in their assault against the ninjas of Konoha. Nagato and Xiaonan, hidden in the shadows, were grim expressions. Even Pain, though a puppet, appeared somewhat distorted. At that moment, they finally understood who was behind the chaos of recent days. Feel the pain. Uchiha Uchiha raised his hands, beginning his incantation. Yet before he could even commence, he spotted Pain and Xiaonan emerging from the bushes, their words caught in their throats. Pain slowly approached the scene, locking eyes with the duo. The ongoing battle came to a halt, with everyone glancing back and forth between the supposed Konoha impersonators and the two newcomers. An unexpected silence fell over the scene, rendering it awkward. Chapter 64. Do you wish to challenge the divine? In that moment, Uchiha, facing the true masters, was merely slightly surprised by their arrival, yet he did not feel overly flustered, for he had already spotted his grandmother amidst the bushes. Not the kind one sees when near death. Nagato, though speechless, found a modicum of interest in the person before him, albeit not much. He was both astonished by the individual's audacity and curious about the source of their intelligence. He had pondered the impersonators of Sasori and Kakuzu. All their seemingly chaotic actions were, in fact, propelling the Akatsuki into the limelight, drawing the attention of the ninja world towards them. One must admit, it was quite intriguing. However, the most bewildered and furious were not the two versions of Pain, but rather the other village ninjas present. Upon witnessing their comrades slain by Konoha, they were nearly ready to explode with rage. The Konoha side appeared particularly befuddled, especially the root ninjas under Danzo's command. They had transitioned from preparing to seize the eyes to suspecting that the other party was sent by Lord Danzo to eliminate ninjas from other villages, only to now consider that they might be bait to lure out the Akatsuki. As realization dawned, the root ninjas fervently chanted in their hearts, "Truly, Lord Danzo is remarkable." Is it truly at such a stage? Behold, the Flying Thunder God technique and the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Is this not an unmistakable sign of allegiance? The root ninja recognized this fact and gradually moved towards the previous imposter, prompting the Konoha ninjas to position themselves behind their comrade. Their gazes were fixed on him, as if all their hopes rested upon his shoulders. A Konoha ninja, you say? Pain cast a detached glance over the crowd, his eyes lingering on a peculiar kunai not far off. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the imposter. "Proceed," he uttered, his words laced with a chilling undertone, making it difficult to discern his emotions. At this moment, Pain merely wished to observe how the counterfeit would react. Though their eyes met equally, everyone present felt as if they were being looked down upon, exuding an air of arrogance. The light hidden in the shadows had just dispelled his transformation jutsu and was about to step out from the underbrush when he was gestured by Hikari to retreat. Upon hearing Pain speak, Hikari's expression revealed a hint of intrigue as he twirled his weapon, positioning it before him. The blade aimed directly at the distant figures of Pain and Conan. Without excessive words, he now sought to test whether he could match this mid-tier opponent in a battle of strength. Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Summoning Technique. The root ninjas, upon hearing his declarations, were convinced that he was a trusted confidant of Danzo, and each unleashed their signature techniques. The remaining ninjas from other villages, witnessing Konoha's shift in offense, scattered into the forest, seemingly devoid of any will to continue fighting. As various ninjutsu and shurikens assaulted from all directions, Pain's gaze remained fixed on that singular figure. He slowly raised his right hand, parting his lips. Almighty push. At that moment, time and space seemed to come to a standstill. All attacks halted mere inches from Pain before being repelled in an unseen force. The root ninjas at the forefront suffered misfortune, as their newly unleashed techniques were engulfed by a wave of destructive ninjutsu. Cries of anguish filled the air. The stench of blood and burnt flesh overwhelming, sickening all present. Universal pull. Pain activated the power of his Rinnegan once more, drawing in surrounding enemies as several black rods slipped from his sleeves. The Konoha ninja screams never ceased as they were propelled toward Pain, their chests pierced by the black rods. They struggled in vain, moaning in agony, desperately reaching out with their last remnants of strength to touch the enemy, hoping for a death that felt less futile. Yet Pain remained unmoving, their attacks never landing, their consciousness gradually fading as they bid farewell to this world. In less than 30 seconds, Pain had dispatched all Konoha ninjas at the scene, leaving only Hikari, who had retreated 10 meters away, unaffected by the repulsive force of the Rinnegan. Pain, holding a black rod, let it hang by his side, droplets of blood falling to the ground, mingling with the vast stains on his Akatsuki cloak, making the red clouds appear almost glaring. He coldly regarded the impostor before him, staring for nearly a minute before slowly speaking. Do you wish to incite war among the 5 great nations? Upon the utterance of those words, the power of Pain's Rinnegan surged, and Hikari, standing at a distance, was suddenly transformed back to his original 6-year-old form. This caused Pain and Conan to momentarily falter. In that instant, Uchiha Hikari instinctively positioned himself in front of Hikari, his Sharingan glowing red, fixated on the 2 Akatsuki members. Hikari, not one to hide behind a woman, felt discomfort even with his grandmother shielding him. Stepping forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hikari. As Pain caught sight of the boy's glowing red eyes, he intended to speak, but fell silent. After a lengthy pause, tinged with irritation, he commanded, Uchiha, remove the adornment from your eyes. What? Uchiha Hikari, who had believed a confrontation was imminent, cast a bewildered glance at Hikari beside him, his steps faltering as he instinctively moved aside. It seemed embarrassing to be associated with this boy. Hikari paid no mind. Batting his eyelashes, let us fight first. Do you dare challenge a god? Pain's voice dripped with disdain for the 6-year-old child. Hearing the word god, Uchiha Hikari's toes curled in response. He began to suspect that Hikari's situation might not be unique. Hikari offered no reply, charging directly at Pain, prompting Conan to step forward, lightly raising her sleeve, a multitude of papers drifting toward the young boy. Amaterasu. However, as those papers floated into the air, Hikari's eyes widened in shock as the black flames of Amaterasu ignited, consuming the papers entirely. Blood seeped from her eye, her gaze fixated on the woman, her words carrying a warning. This is a battle between us. Conan, Pain shook his head, accepting the challenge posed by the young boy. Concerned, Conan glanced at Pain for a moment before stepping back, confronting Uchiha Hikari. At that moment, Hikari approached Pain. Almighty push. The repulsive force erupted, and Hikari felt as though a rope had ensnared his waist, pulling him backward with tremendous force. Anticipating this, Hikari shouted, Shinra Tensei. In a flash, Shinra Tensei appeared beneath Pain and leaped into the air, claws extended toward his face with astonishing speed, surprising even Pain. Yet his response was swift. He raised both hands, one aimed at the airborne puppet, the other at the 6-year-old boy. Universal pull. The puppet in midair never had the chance to land its attack. Its neck was seized tightly. Pain seemed to have discerned the secret behind the boy's ability to swap places with his dog. As Hikari was propelled backward, he felt an immense force pulling him forward. Pain, indifferent to the boy and his dog, glanced at the puppet he had caught, his Rinnegan seeming to perceive all. Your ninjutsu is utterly meaningless before a god. Chapter 65. At this moment, Nagato seemed to glimpse the sun. If one were to question the strength of Pain, Hikari from his previous life would merely describe this figure, resembling Ichigo Kurosaki, as possessing the abilities of Universal Pull, Almighty Push, and the devastating techniques of Super Almighty Push and Planetary Devastation. Particularly, the first 2 abilities could be employed repeatedly and had temporal properties, allowing him to analyze information effectively in a matter of rounds against formidable opponents like Naruto and Sasuke. However, when he truly faced Pain alone, experiencing the repulsive and attractive powers of the Rinnegan firsthand, he could only conclude that this power was utterly despicable. Most crucially, battles between ninjas do not adhere to rigid conventions of direct confrontation. They often hinge on strategy and targeting weaknesses. Pain, with a mere glance, had deduced the information regarding Hikari's Flying Thunder God technique. The earlier universal pull not only deflected all specialized shurikens but had now grasped the puppet's neck. It was easy to envision that as soon as he teleported, the puppet would become his own. Yet, at times, one must not provoke a man. The more one is challenged, the more one is compelled to respond. Especially when faced with Pain's haughty demeanor laced with ridicule, it stirred something deep within Hikari. Am I to back down before you? He surged forward with a furious roar, summoning the guardians from his pack and swiftly donning sunglasses from his pocket. Teleport. With a shift of his form, Hikari felt a suffocating sensation envelop him, struggling to shout, dodge. Uchiha Hikami was gripped by the throat, his clenched fists oozing crimson blood, as he pondered whether to save himself. However, upon catching sight of the familiar sunflower, he instinctively shut his eyes and turned his back to the boy. The blinding light emitted by the sunflower engulfed the scene, overwhelming even Nagato, who was manipulating puppets in the Rain Village. Even with shared vision with Pain, he felt as if he had suddenly encountered a teammate's blinding flash in a game. Nagato was momentarily blinded by a sea of white, causing his control over Pain to falter. In a moment of desperation, he commanded Pain to forcefully hurl the boy away. Unfortunately, at the very moment Hikami released the flash, he had already exchanged positions with a specially crafted kunai in the distance. Before leaving, he had even retrieved 2 rainflower needles crafted from chakra metal from his pocket, infusing them with chakra before tossing them toward Pain. With a crisp sound, the 2 needles soared into the air, triggering their internal mechanisms. After a few soft clicks, slender silver needles, as fine as hair, descended upon Pain like a torrential downpour. A mere 4 seconds had passed. Pain had no time to unleash Shinra Tensei. The silver needles, almost unimpeded, embedded themselves within Pain's body, disrupting Nagato's remote control with their chakra. It was akin to experiencing a teammate's flash only to be met with the reality of network latency. Meanwhile, Conan remained silent, focusing on gathering chakra metal from the ground. This was indeed a valuable resource, something the stingy master who only provided kunai and shuriken never purchased. Even as Pain gradually regained his composure, the interference from the silver needles rendered his high-level techniques clumsy and ineffective. After a prolonged incantation, he still failed to execute his skill. In that moment, Hikami adjusted his position relative to the kunai and brandished his blade, fixating his gaze on Pain. It was then that Conan made her move. She clasped Pain's arm with one hand, and as she looked at the 6-year-old boy, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. With her paper wings unfurled, she scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring, "What is your name?" Hikami, momentarily devoid of combat intent, sheathed his ninja blade. "Uchiha Hikami. I will remember you." Conan nodded slightly, supporting Pain as she took flight, her voice chillingly echoing, "We will bear the burden of several villages. I hope you refrain from acting under the name of our Akatsuki organization." Once her words faded, Hikami noticed a ring engraved with a red character lying at his feet. Bending down to retrieve it, he stared at it for a moment, marveling at the whims of fate. He recalled that this ring was worn by Itachi when he later joined Akatsuki. "What does this mean? Are you trying to recruit me?" Hikami began to contemplate Conan's intentions, unaware that her gift of the ring was more about the possibility of negotiations, as Akatsuki was not averse to earning money through work. Of course, the primary consideration was Hikami's formidable space-time abilities, which were exceptionally troublesome, compounded by the presence of a woman with eyes identical to Uchiha Madara's. Although reluctant to admit it, Conan recognized the difficulty in dealing with the two of them, hence her desire to see if they could be persuaded to join Akatsuki. "Fool." Hikami rubbed his eyes and lightly kicked the boy. "If you don't leave now, are you prepared to be the spectacle for others?" Reflecting on the earlier incident when the boy had passed the kunai to the enemy, Hikami felt a twinge of anxiety. Next time, avoid engaging in close combat with enemies. With your shorter stature, you'll suffer greatly against stronger foes. Hikami had long noticed the boy's shortcomings. At merely 6 years of age, he had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and mastered space-time ninjutsu. Yet, rushing into melee combat was ill-advised. If the enemy was even slightly stronger, a single blow could cost him dearly. It was far wiser to maintain a safe distance and utilize ninjutsu. All right, I understand," Hikami replied dismissively, kicking the gluttonous Rudo who was scavenging for chakra metal on the ground. Before Rudo could express his displeasure, Hikami transported him away from the spot. He was well aware of what his ancestor had said, but the fighting habits ingrained in him since childhood as a Uchiha made it difficult to resist the urge to engage in combat. If he didn't dance with the enemy, he felt an unsettling discomfort. Speaking of training, one could not overlook that wretched Kakuzu. Currently, the entire ninja world was abuzz about him, causing even the brothel owners to halt their operations, thereby stalling Hikami's cultivation progress by a third. Upon returning to the village, he had spent hours searching in vain for a training location in the Land of Fire. "What are you searching for?" Hikami asked, growing impatient as he estimated it was nearly time for his sleep. Yet, this boy continued to wander aimlessly through the streets. "A training location." "Huh." Just then, Hikami caught a glimpse of a narrow alley aglow with dim yellow lights. He waved back at his ancestor. "You head back first. I will return once I finish training." Upon hearing this, Hikami immediately turned to leave. For every time the boy mentioned training, it was a source of immense frustration for her. "Ah, welcome back, dear customer," greeted the proprietress of the brothel, seeing Hikami enter the alley. Just a few steps away, Hikami halted, unexpectedly curious about the boy's actions. "I'll just take a quick peek." Chapter 66. Customer, your sex ancestor is calling for you outside to close the door. Inside the alley, Uchiha Hikami cautiously peered around the wall, intently gazing at the neon-lit establishment. Fearing that one of its patrons might spot her, she would occasionally withdraw her head, only to peek out again moments later. The proprietress who had ushered Hikami inside had previously chased her away, but Hikami had dispatched her with a jinjutsu. What on earth is he doing? The concept of a brothel was utterly alien to Hikami, a relic of the Warring States period, trained by her clan's weapons. However, witnessing the boy not acting erratically at the entrance piqued her curiosity about the establishment's true nature. Yet, out of pride, she felt too embarrassed to inquire directly. After waiting outside for a considerable time, Hikami finally seized an opportunity to enchant a customer exiting the brothel, promptly interrogating him. "What exactly does the brothel do?" The bewildered septuagenarian, entranced by her jinjutsu, blinked vacantly and opened his mouth, revealing a rather lewd expression. What else could it be? "Of course, it's two." With a literary flair, the old man elaborated for half an hour, his vivid descriptions causing Hikami's head to spin, her expression shifting from blue to black in rapid succession. Enraged by the vulgarity, she cast a particularly vicious jinjutsu upon the patron to ensure he would never return to such a place again. Ugh! May this world be swiftly destroyed. Fuming, Uchiha Hikami stormed out of the alley, her anger boiling at the thought of the 6-year-old boy frequenting such establishments. However, after a few steps, her anger was insatiable. After a moment's struggle, she turned back toward the entrance and called for the proprietress, who had been diligently working inside. Just minutes after awakening from her slumber, the boy had nearly drawn his weapon to execute a righteous crusade against vice. Suddenly, the proprietress burst through the door, exclaiming, "Customer. Trouble. A woman claims to be your sex ancestor and insists on meeting you in 10 minutes. Pausing for a moment, the proprietress glanced at him with a mix of fear and peculiarity. "If she doesn't see you soon, she threatens to demolish our establishment." Recalling the corpses of the thugs lying in pools of blood at the entrance, she did not inquire why that woman was so anxious to call others back to close the door. Yen, who was being held down, suddenly curled his toes, his features contorting into an expression of peculiar discomfort. After a brief moment, he allowed the two technicians to withdraw and spoke slowly. "All right, go fetch the money. I shall leave now." The madam, hearing this, had yet to process the information and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you." By the time she regained her senses, Yen had already retrieved a small burlap sack and was busily stuffing cash into it from the drawer at the front desk. In that instant, the madam collapsed to the ground, her body weak, murmuring phrases like, "I cannot go on. Just kill me. Is this all there is?" Yen muttered under his breath, grasping the not yet full bag and stepping out with a sense of clarity. However, as soon as he exited, he spotted his great-grandmother standing outside with a serious expression, alongside a crying technician holding a little girl's hand. "Sir, we truly have no choice but to enter this line of work." Although Uchiha Hikari's face bore no emotion, she had already produced a pouch of money, tossing it towards the woman before her. Glancing at the weeping child beside her, memories of her own parents flashed in her mind, softening her previously murderous intent. "Take the money and leave." Thank you, sir." The technician, with the child in tow, expressed her gratitude and hurriedly departed, yet Yen stared in the direction of their exit and suddenly spoke, "Great-grandmother. Do you not think they seem completely different?" Yen immediately discerned that this Navi great-grandmother had just been swindled. Not having warned her was a lesson meant to prevent her from believing whatever others said in the future. It could only be said that the old fellows of the Warring States were predisposed to being deceived. Cultivation? Uchiha Hikari turned to scan her disciple from head to toe, rolling her eyes and curling her lips in disdain. Without uttering a word, she leapt onto the eaves and vanished from his sight. Watching her retreating figure in a huff, Yin sighed and turned to continue his search for the next establishment. Yet, he circled the entire city without finding a single house of ill repute. When he inquired with passers-by, each one claimed that the recent crackdown by the authorities had been too severe, and even the lords dared not reopen their gambling dens or brothels for the time being. What a hassle! Realizing that his cultivation had been interrupted, Yin rubbed his temples, cursing the authorities inwardly, and regrettably made his way home. Upon his return, he found that his great-grandmother was not in their room. He discovered her on the rooftop terrace. At that moment, Hikari sat there, arms wrapped around her knees, gazing at the bustling street below. Strangely, next to her lay the pouch of money she had previously given away. This world is better than the one I knew. It seemed she had sensed Yan's presence, for Hikari suddenly spoke with a tone tinged with sadness. Compared to the conflicts among the various clans during the Warring States period, this era was indeed much better. However, the unfortunate experiences of the day made it hard for her to comprehend. But why are there still so many pitiful souls? Hikari tightened her grip around her knees, her eyes reflecting an indelible sorrow, recognizing that those unfortunate souls were not so different from her former self. The sudden existential inquiry compelled Yin into a contemplative silence lasting 3 minutes. He gradually approached his great-grandmother, following her gaze for a moment before finally speaking. It's merely a fade of peace. Fundamentally, it is no different from the Warring States period. Powerful ninjas, esteemed lords, and nobles continue to exploit the common folk from atop the world. Common folk, Yin muttered, the words dripping with sarcasm after a lengthy pause. In the eyes of some, commoners are hardly regarded as human. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari turned to the 6-year-old boy, her eyes revealing both surprise and confusion. She found Yan's words somewhat hard to grasp, yet it seemed she had grasped something essential. However, her expression conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction as she remarked, "That does not sound like something a 6-year-old fool would say. What you just said does not sound like the words of someone 100 years old." Before Yin could finish his sentence, Uchiha Hikari seemingly detected a particular keyword, pressing her hand against the edge of the wall. She swiftly pivoted, using her considerable momentum to deliver a powerful kick that sent the boy tumbling off the rooftop and onto the street below. Following that was her furious roar. Die. Chapter 67. I hope to see no Uchiha after the action in the Hidden Rain Village. The Uchiha clan is far too dangerous. Have you forgotten what the teacher said? In the Hokage's office, Danzo struck the ground forcefully with his cane, nearly shouting at his old friend with all his might. Enough, Danzo. Have you grown so disdainful that you no longer even call me Hokage? The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, his expression and words brimming with anger. A week prior, half the ninjas from other villages had perished at the borders of the Fire Country. While he acknowledged that Danzo's maneuver of using the Sage of Six Paths Eye to redirect firepower was indeed clever, it did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly in front of him. Hizashi, have you still not recognized the situation? The third's fury escalated. And with the declaration of I am the Hokage, Danzo found himself rendered speechless, ultimately storming out. At that moment, the situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tense. Even if the Uchiha clan were to rise up, the third would have to consider the implications carefully. Moreover, Fugaku had already suppressed the thoughts of rebellion within the clan. What needed to be resolved now were the Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain Village, regardless of whether they were responsible for recent events. The Leaf Village had to collaborate with other villages to eradicate the Akatsuki and prevent any of those villages from finding an excuse to declare war. The current Leaf Village could hardly withstand any more turmoil. Of course, a mere Akatsuki, once confronted with the combined strength of several villages, would pose little challenge to the third. He stared at the map of the Hidden Rain Village, smoked for a long while, and then summoned the Umbu ninjas. Prepare the troops. Tomorrow, we will assault the Hidden Rain Village. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu received the order and immediately rushed off to inform the other ninjas in the village. As Danzo departed, he quickly summoned Uchiha Itachi to his side. Do you understand why I have called you? Danzo cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Itachi, clearly disregarding the words of the third. He intended to take covert action against the Uchiha clan. If you would be so kind as to enlighten me. Itachi knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, his eyes dimmed. Humph, Danzo coldly remarked, surveying Itachi from a lofty position. Is the Uchiha clan planning to return and pressure the Hokage after the operation? Do you think I am unaware of everything? Itachi remained silent, burying his head deeper. his mind flashing with images of his father soothing the clan. I do not wish for any Uchiha to return from the Hidden Rain village. Can I entrust this matter to you? Upon hearing this, Itachi clenched his fists tightly, but Danzo's voice continued. As a trade, I will allow your brother Sasuke to live, and he will remain in the village as a hero. Think it over, and come to me with your decision. With that, Danzo departed without waiting for Itachi's response. Leaning on his cane as he walked away. Very well. After Danzo had taken about 10 steps, Itachi called out to him, evidently having made his decision. The Hokage will be pleased with everything you do. It is all for the sake of the village. Danzo replied as he walked, until his figure gradually disappeared from Itachi's sight, at which point Itachi left the spot. At this moment, the words of his younger brother, Uchiha Hikaru, suddenly echoed in his ears. Uchiha Itachi realized that Hikaru's question was not as superficial as it seemed, presenting a choice between his two brothers. Rather, it was a dilemma concerning the village and family. So, you knew all along, didn't you? Itachi gazed at the moon for a prolonged period, before stepping towards the forest bordering the Uchiha clan to meet the agreed-upon ally. Half an hour later, the masked man listened to Uchiha Itachi's request and remained silent for a while, before slowly responding, Very well. As per our agreement, I shall assist you. Let us proceed as discussed. Itachi turned to leave but was halted by the masked man calling out to him. The reason I agreed is for other purposes. In exchange, you must act as if you saw nothing afterward. Consider it a price for sparing your brother. Hidden beneath the mask, Obito was indeed taken aback by Itachi's words. Coincidentally, he also intended to eliminate the enemies attacking the Rain Village, so he readily accepted Uchiha Itachi's request, while also gaining a significant number of Sharingan. All right. Regardless of your intentions, I have no choice but to trust you now. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi agreed, but the next moment, Obito hesitated before saying, If you find yourself in dire straits, you may come to my organization, Akatsuki. With his back turned to Obito, Itachi's eyes suddenly widened, and he turned to look at the masked man in astonishment. However, he refrained from asking why he was involved with the organization planning to attack various villages or why he showed no concern about revealing information. Ultimately, he simply left a message, If your organization still exists, I will consider it. With that, he departed the scene with a few agile leaps. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, having received the Hokage's notification, was rallying his clan for the final mobilization. This battle, our Uchiha clan must prevail. Upon returning to the village, it will be the era of the Uchiha. Fugaku was well aware that Danzo had dispatched them as the vanguard, merely cannon fodder to be consumed on the battlefield. Moreover, facing a small organization from a minor village, the losses would not be significant, and what remained would only serve to strengthen the Uchiha clan. By then, they would not only possess a just cause, but also formidable power against the village. Fugaku could not fathom how they could possibly lose in such circumstances. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. The Uchiha within the clan shouted in unison, their crimson tomo eyes betraying a palpable bloodlust and madness. They had awaited this day for so long. On the other side, having completed a day of training, Sasuke cradled a blue cat-shaped piggy bank and gently placed it on Hikaru's grave. Though it contains no money, you can play with it when you're bored. Consider it my way of keeping you company. After speaking, he sat down in front of the tombstone, complaining softly. I wonder what mother and father have been busy with lately. They haven't returned home in ages. Sasuke suddenly began to reminisce about the days spent bickering with Hikaru. Though he often found it infuriating, at least there was someone to accompany him, and the house wouldn't feel as desolate as it did now. Sitting at the grave, Sasuke spoke of many things, from the underachiever Naruto at school to the new ninjutsu his brother had recently taught him. Noticing the day was drawing to a close, he cast one last glance at Hikaru's photo. See you next time, you annoying brat. Chapter 68. The Last Supper Father and Mother? Upon returning home from the cemetery, Sasuke pushed the door open to find his mother setting steaming dishes on the dining table and his father seated on the sofa, sipping tea while watching television. Even his brother was busying himself with a mop in the living room. Standing at the entrance, Sasuke inhaled the familiar aroma of the food, listened to the sounds emanating from the television, and observed his brother doing chores. In that instant, it felt as though he had returned to a month prior when their family was warmly gathered together. Everything felt so familiar, save for Hikaru's absence. Berating him for his foolishness and posing those binary choice questions, and their father's reproaches directed at them both, despite claiming to be fine alone. He yearned deeply for the family to be together again. Ever since Hikaru's departure, The home had taken on a strange air. Their parents were often absent for days, and his brother had become less present and even less talkative. However, the long-awaited reunion still tugged at the heartstrings of 6-year-old Sasuke, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He bit his lip to suppress his vulnerability. "Sasuke, you're back?" Mikoto exclaimed, wiping her greasy hands with a cloth as she beamed at her youngest son. Her smile as radiant as a blooming spring flower. "Wash your hands and come eat. I brought sweet rice dumplings for you. If you get hungry tonight, you can share them with your brother." Even Fugaku, who typically reprimanded the children for indulging in snacks, merely grunted in acquiescence to his wife's indulgence. Itachi, holding the mop, paused for a few seconds at their mother's words, lost in thought. Finally, as he glanced at his brother, he smiled gently. "Quickly put down your backpack and come eat. We've been waiting for you for a long time." "Okay." Sasuke nodded vigorously, a few tears dampening the floor as he dashed into his room, wiped his face, and composed himself before revealing a smile as he joined his family at the dinner table to relish this hard-won meal. "By the way, father, isn't the clan quite busy lately?" Sasuke glanced at his stern father, knowing that as the clan leader, he had much to attend to. Yet he hesitated to inquire directly about the matters at hand, then turned to his brother. "Isn't it a mission day for you, brother?" Hearing this, Itachi chuckled softly, ruffling Sasuke's hair without providing a direct answer. Fugaku opened a bottle of beer, first pouring a cup for his eldest son before serving himself. In response to Sasuke's inquiry at the dinner table, he addressed his son's curiosity for the first time. "Tomorrow, the clan's ninja will be deployed on a mission. Your brother will also be going." With that, Fugaku raised his cup to clink it lightly against Itachi's before downing its contents in one go, visibly in good spirits. After all, there was nothing more joyful than fighting alongside his eldest son. Itachi stared blankly at his cup for 3 full seconds before finally raising it to drink with his father. Despite his inner turmoil, Sasuke merely lowered his head and quietly grumbled a few complaints, refraining from any outbursts to avoid adding unnecessary burdens to his family. So that was the case. No wonder everyone was home today. The three fell into silence, and the stern father suddenly chuckled, uttering something about taking good care of oneself at home. While Mikoto listened quietly, Itachi, who cherished his younger brother the most, remained notably silent throughout. Sasuke thoroughly enjoyed the dinner, but after it concluded, thoughts of Hikaru, who had passed away some time ago, weighed heavily on his heart. "Brother, if only Hikaru were here." Sasuke leaned against Itachi's shoulder, gazing at the starry sky. Often reminded of that irritating fellow. "If only we could all be together every day." Itachi listened to his brother's innocent musings without directly responding, instead steering the conversation to a more serious note. "Brother, during our absence, take good care of yourself. Of course, I can manage on my own." Not wishing to worry his brother, Sasuke's thoughts momentarily flickered to Hikaru, and his tone adopted a hint of Hikaru's essence. The two brothers conversed for quite some time, discussing numerous topics, until Sasuke, drowsy, leaned against Itachi and fell asleep. Itachi glanced at his adorable brother, raised his hand, and gently poked his forehead, mumbling softly, "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." With that, he raised his head once more, gazing at the moon as he murmured quietly, "I'm sorry, Hikari." Meanwhile, Hikari and Uchiha Light were traversing the rain village, with Hikari lost in thought. "Fool, what are you standing there for?" Light asked, hands on her hips, glaring at her dazed disciple. Just moments ago, they had spoken of hastening their journey to Rain Village, yet now, Hikari seemed distracted, glancing back toward the land of fire every few minutes. Hikari furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply as he focused on the direction of Konoha, his emotions suddenly becoming quite complex. 1 against 7. How will you choose now? Standing there, Hikari clenched his right fist tightly, having received news from Ninja Cat Xiaohua about Konoha's impending deployment. The timing was precarious. He must ensure that the Akatsuki organization would not falter amidst the assault from the 5 great shinobi villages. Nagato was indeed formidable, but at this moment, the 6 Paths puppets were likely not yet complete. Coupled with the strain of battle and the absence of Akatsuki members to save his family, perhaps even his entire clan, he needed to feign death and escape Konoha. However, for that to succeed, Akatsuki must endure the initial onslaught. "It's all right, let us continue." He shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and stepped to keep pace with his grandmother. Initially, he intended to enter the village using his teleportation ability, but upon activating it, he found that Rain Village was utterly deserted. Clearly, this was a deliberate act by Nagato. This was the first time Uchiha Light had seen this young boy so burdened with thoughts, and she couldn't help but watch him closely, yet felt hesitant to inquire further. Resorting instead to a different subject. How's your Shuiken technique coming along? That is the sword control technique. Hikari corrected her earnestly, a hint of irritation in his voice. Over the past few days of training swordsmanship with his grandmother, Hikari had finally mastered the much-desired sword control technique. Although it was powerful, the control felt as if the sword had been endowed with life, moving as an extension of his own body. He could even achieve brief moments of flight with the sword. However, a significant issue arose when he attempted to employ it. With his current mastery at the peak of the chi refining stage, he could only manipulate 2 kunai, and the energy consumption was akin to turning on a faucet. His internal energy pouring out rapidly. Moreover, his guardians could not restore his energy. As for how to fly with the sword, it would involve standing on the 2 kunai and soaring into the sky. At full power, he could make the kunai reach incredible speeds, creating sparks as they tore through the air, delivering tremendous physical strikes. He had once tested the sword control technique with the kunai and found that, under full power, he could launch them beyond the atmosphere. Upon hearing this boy's peculiar ruminations, Uchiha Light closed her eyes tightly, taking several deep breaths to suppress her urge to strike him. She regretted bringing up this topic. Just as they entered the borders of Rain Village, Conan's figure suddenly appeared in midair, surveying them from above. Uchiha Hikari, state your purpose. Chapter 69. The ancestor's desperate defense of the clan's prodigy feels remarkably wonderful. I seek to make a deal with you. Hikari, having sensed Conan's presence nearby, spoke directly about his intentions. A deal, Conan echoed, her gaze shifting between the two, maintaining her icy demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion. Light narrowed her eyes. If this woman made a single wrong move, she would strike decisively, aiming to eliminate her in one swift motion. After 2 minutes, Conan finally nodded. Very well. However, she cannot accompany you. Her gaze landed on the young girl, filled with wariness. Although they had only crossed paths once, she sensed the girl's threat was equal to that of the mysterious masked man. Conan's arrogant demeanor combined with her unreasonable demands ignited Light's anger. She stepped forward, radiating killing intent. Thankfully, Hikari intervened, pulling his grandmother back and quickly explaining, "It's all right. The angel speaks this way." Light. The strange vocabulary only deepened Light's confusion and embarrassment. Her first instinct was that this boy was on the verge of losing his sanity. Though she didn't have a favorable impression of Conan, using such an awkward nickname felt rather disrespectful. Light turned to the woman, only to find no trace of embarrassment on her face. Instead, Conan tilted her head with a hint of pride. At that moment, this ancient relic from the Warring States period fell silent. "It seems you truly know us," Conan remarked meaningfully, then slowly descended before them. "Follow me." "All right." Hikari removed his backpack and handed it to Light, instructing, "Wait for me outside. There will be no danger." Light immediately understood his intent. Runtu was hidden within the bag, and should anything go awry, Hikari could swiftly retreat. "Be careful." Without hesitation, Light accepted the backpack and donned it, offering a concerned glance before turning to activate her Manjiki Sharingan, directing her killing intent toward the angel. "If anything happens to you, none of you will survive." Hikari glanced back at his fiercely protective grandmother, feeling a surge of security. It was indeed a beautiful sensation to experience the unwavering defense of a clan's ancestor over their prodigy. Though touched, he remained focused on his mission with Light. As the prodigy, with the ancestor guarding his back, how could the opposition dare to approach him? "Feel free to perish within," Conan said, her tone indifferent. Light, without a trace of hesitation, turned and vanished into the forest, leaving behind a cold remark. Truth be told, she couldn't afford to lose this person. Even the angel, upon overhearing their conversation, wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. The information she held regarding the Uchiha clan leader's son had initially led her to believe he was merely feigning ignorance to escape Konoha. However, it seemed there was indeed something amiss. "Shall we proceed?" Noticing Conan standing in silence, Hikari reminded her, and they continued into the heart of the Rain Village. As they entered the central area, the sky began to drizzle lightly. In a gesture of camaraderie, Conan offered a paper umbrella to the young boy behind her. The architecture of Rain Village was markedly different from that of Konoha, carrying a hint of cyberpunk aesthetics. Yet, Hikari quickly noticed that the buildings appeared constructed from dilapidated and rusted parts of abandoned factories. Here, he even saw a house pieced together from bricks, wood, steel pipes, and gears. It was evident that this place was impoverished. Sensing Hikari's curiosity, Conan began to recount the history of Rain Village. Rain Village once thrived. This land was a battlefield between your Konoha and other villages. Many innocent lives were lost as a result. Hikari listened quietly, refraining from commenting. Given his identity, any remark would seem rather peculiar. Thus, the purpose of our Akatsuki organization is to halt the endless conflicts among the world's people and lead them toward a future of peace. At this point, Conan's tone softened, no longer as frigid as before. It was unclear if she was sharing her dreams or attempting to recruit the young Uchiha. Nevertheless, Hikari remained silent, fully aware from the original narrative that Akatsuki would ultimately not succeed. Please wait, I shall inform the leader. Conan led Hikari to a rooftop resembling that of Pain's architecture, then proceeded to notify Nagato. Yin, unrestrained, chose a spot with a favorable view to sit down, gazing down upon the entirety of Amigakure. Observing the sparse crowd meandering through the streets, the village, though impoverished, bore the genuine smiles of its inhabitants. As Yin beheld the expressions of joy on the villagers' faces, he couldn't help but ponder the fate of Amigakure following the demise of the Akatsuki. Perhaps the fall of the organization signified the village's loss of its last glimmer of hope. Time slipped by unnoticed until Pain's voice echoed from behind him. They had all endured suffering, which made them cherish each day that came. Pain approached Yan's side, kneeling to sit beside him on the eaves. His Rinnegan fixated on the villagers below. Although his tone remained as cold as before, Yin detected a complex array of emotions within. In that moment, it felt as though the deity of Amigakure was merely a concerned village leader seated beside him. You know this is temporary, Yin remarked, leaning back casually. He suddenly found Pain to be quite approachable, nothing like the ruthless image he had previously held, quick to unleash a barrage of curses. We are striving, Pain asserted firmly. His voice resolute, as though predicting that the entire ninja world would soon mirror the plight of Amigakure. However, he misconstrued Yan's words. Believing he was merely discussing other villages launching attacks on Amigakure, and continued, all invaders shall meet their demise here. Pain's deadly intent was evident, serving as both a response to Yin and a warning against harboring unwarranted thoughts. The Uchiha clan will participate in this battle, Yin stated, his gaze suddenly shifting towards Konohagakure before turning back to Pain. Leave them to me. I will take the Uchiha clan away in exchange for assisting you against other enemies. Pain, expressionless, gazed at the scenery below for a considerable time before slowly responding. If they seek death, they have only themselves to blame. Very well. Chapter 70. Nagato, are you out of your mind? Join the Akatsuki. Why don't you? I can see our ideologies align. The map of Yan's journey had finally reached its conclusion, and upon finishing their conversation, he extended an invitation for Yin to join them. Initially, when he discovered someone impersonating Kakazu and Sasori, causing chaos under the banner of the Akatsuki, Nagato's first reaction was rage. He felt the dignity of a god was being provoked. Yet, over time, he realized that this so-called instigation of war merely united the ninja world against the Akatsuki. Moreover, with the offer of assistance now at hand, it was clear that the intention was to ensure the Akatsuki's victory in this conflict. In short, Uchiha Yin, much like himself, wished for the major nations to experience suffering. Finding a like-minded companion brought Nagato great solace. I will consider it. Yin contemplated for a few moments before politely declining Nagato's offer, raising a finger to point at himself. Moreover, I am merely 6 years old. Perhaps we can discuss this later. Pain cast a peculiar glance at the child, his lips twitching as if he wished to voice a retort, yet refrained, fearing that his words might diminish the Akatsuki's reputation. Ultimately, he nodded in tacit approval of Yan's statement. After all, he had never encountered a 6-year-old with such audacity. Aiming to incite war among the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Even standing before his godlike power, this child dared approach him. It could only be said that the Uchiha clan was truly unlike any ordinary individuals. By the way, I require your assistance with another matter, Yin stated, his expression turning solemn as if what he was about to say was of even greater importance than their prior exchange. Go ahead. Although it had been mentioned previously that this child had embarrassed him, from a certain perspective, it had enabled him to identify the weaknesses of the Deva Path's puppet technique. In recent days, Nagato had addressed the issue of susceptibility to interference in puppet creation, as long as the opponent did not use black rods to disrupt. His puppets would function normally in future battles. To be honest, Nagato held a relatively positive impression of Uchiha Yin. At the very least, this 6-year-old had already adopted a godlike approach to problem-solving. Does Amigakure have any brothels? Even after having just resolved the chakra interference issue, Nagato was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yan's earnest inquiry, causing his control over Pain's chakra to falter slightly. For a moment, Nagato even considered unleashing Shinra Tensei upon this 6-year-old who had come to Amage Cure seeking amusement. Are you out of your mind? Pain turned and began to walk away. The restraint he exhibited to suppress his murderous intent was a considerable feat. If you wish to find a brothel, go outside. Leaving those words behind, Pain swiftly departed the rooftop, fearing that if he lingered for even a moment longer, he might be driven to violence. Amage Cure, vast as it was, shockingly lacked even a single brothel. Yin clicked his tongue, his expression one of disappointment, yet he couldn't help but acknowledge that under Nagato's governance, the village, despite its poverty, was devoid of significant issues. When it came to vices, Amage Cure truly seemed to lack them. Could it be that the legendary Sannin had refrained from lingering in Amage Cure for this very reason? Setting aside the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, he promptly left the rooftop, racing outside the village to find Tsunade, who was concealed within the forest. You didn't perish in there? Uchiha, who was idly toying with shuriken, cast a disdainful glance at him, her expression replete with contempt and disdain. Of course, the ancestor is unmatched. Who would dare lay a hand on this prodigy? Though her outward demeanor was dismissive, it was her way of expressing concern. Upon witnessing this, Yin couldn't help but contemplate triggering a task. Currently, his foundational task was just 1 hour shy of completion, allowing him to step onto the path of cultivation. He had come to understand that triggering the task required not only his own abstract transformation, but also the other party's cooperation in conversation. Uchiha turned her head away, letting out a cold huff, clearly unwilling to engage. Where to now? You should return to the land of fire. The forces of several ninja villages have yet to depart. So there is no rush? Yin feigned casualness in his tone, though he was reluctant to involve Kei in this operation. After all, Uchiha had suffered the inhumane persecution of the Uchiha clan, and having her confront them again would be akin to reopening old wounds. The family might even face annihilation beforehand. You promised to take me to destroy the ninja world. Kei narrowed her eyes, her face contorting with conflict and pain. It was evident that she was quite dissatisfied with Yan's plan. Are you deceiving me? Kei's gaze bore into Yan, as if she could penetrate his very soul. Yet, the first to be seen through was this antiquated relic from the Warring States period. As soon as Yin spoke, he struck at the core of her soul. Deep down, you do not genuinely wish to annihilate the world, do you? In recent days, Kei's smile had noticeably increased compared to before, and her once reclusive nature had improved significantly. It was only in the quiet of night that she would curl up in a corner, calling out for her parents. To claim that such a person would bring about the destruction of the ninja world, he found it hard to believe. No, that is impossible. Kei's eyes were frantic, her speech somewhat stammering, yet her voice was notably loud, akin to her fishlet friend, always resorting to volume to mask her insecurity. I hate this world. I despise the Uchiha clan even more. You fool, do you think this will make me give up? As Kei spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She turned away, unwilling to let this fool witness her vulnerable state. Always proclaiming intentions to destroy the ninja world, yet within, she remained a kind-hearted soul. Yen, for his part, could not believe that someone who had been repeatedly swindled for kindness during a simple outing could truly intend to obliterate the world. Yen remained silent, fearing that if he provoked Tsunade, he would soon find himself on the receiving end of a kick. The two strolled through the forest for a considerable time until Uchiha suddenly broke the silence. Yin, you do not wish to bring ruin to the ninja world, do you? I merely desire to ensure the safety of my family. Such is his singular wish, yet the realization of it proves to be exceedingly arduous. For even if the Uchiha clan were to separate from Konoha, the initial period may be manageable, but over time they would inevitably face relentless assaults from various factions. Moreover, the Moon Eye plan devised by Obito and the impending invasion by the Tsutsuki clan must also be taken into consideration. At the very least, he does not wish for his younger brother to meet a tragic end at the hands of the Tsutsuki clan. This is the first time Light has heard this boy speak so earnestly about the matter, and she mutters softly behind him. Then I shall refrain from annihilating the Uchiha clan for the time being, although she finds this 6-year-old brat rather insufferable at times. She cannot deny that Yin is unlike the individuals of the past. Consequently, her perception of her clan is gradually shifting, while resentment still lingers. It no longer compels her to insist on the complete eradication of her kin. Grandmother truly loves silence. If you speak again, I shall slay you. Their light-hearted banter quickly veered off course, and in the next moment, Uchiha Light seized a stick from the roadside and chased after the troublesome disciple ahead. Yet, smiles adorned both of their faces. Chapter 71. The great-hearted Uchiha Yin that night, for ninja villages in the land of iron arrived at the outskirts of Amigakure. However, due to its severed ties with the outside world, Kirigakure did not participate in this operation against the Akatsuki organization. Konohagakure dispatched half of its root ninjas, dozens of elite jonin, and hundreds of chunin and genin. Of course, the entire Uchiha clan, as personally requested by Danzo, was mobilized for the battlefield, including those who had graduated from the ninja academy, even those still completing tasks in the village. This resulted in entire families of Uchiha taking to the field, with some even comprising 3 generations. Danzo thus became the highest-ranking commander on the battlefield. Sunagakure, seemingly eager to regain its waning reputation, dispatched nearly 70% of its forces, with even the 4th Kazakage joining the fray. Meanwhile, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, seeking to seize the legendary Rinnegan, also sent substantial forces, with both Kages establishing command centers at the rear of the battlefield. Should the vanguard falter, they would rush in to take action themselves. In summary, aside from the 3rd Hokage remaining in the village, the other villages spared no effort in their pursuit of the fabled eye. One couldn't help but wonder what the clan leader was thinking. Clearly, the Uchiha clan possesses formidable power. Why not launch a direct assault on the village? Indeed, now is the time when the village is vulnerable. We should turn back. At that moment, in the rear of the Uchiha ranks, several radical clan members, despite Fugaku's consent to their post-battle coup, remained discontented, disparaging the clan leader and voicing intentions to usurp his position. It must be noted that the Uchiha clan harbored an inherent disdain for those around them, their arrogance practically etched upon their faces. Itachi, standing a distance away, subtly twitched his ears as if he had heard something amusing, a smirk perpetually gracing his lips. Moments later, he approached the group of radical members. "You all, come with me to scout ahead." The clan members, upon realizing it was the clan leader's son, promptly fell silent, yet their disdain remained unabated. They believed Uchiha Itachi only attained his current stature due to his advantageous lineage and the resources provided by his father, the clan leader. Furthermore, everyone possessed the Sharingan. They merely lacked an opportunity to prove themselves. So it's the clan leader's son. In that case, we have no reason to refuse. Laughter erupted among 3 or 4 of them, their eyes meeting with shared amusement, a reaction that would have prompted violence from others. However, Itachi was different. He listened to their laughter, leading the group toward the border of Amigakure, the location agreed upon with the masked man. On the other side, within the Akatsuki base, Yin sat in agony, clutching his leg, while Uchiha Light scowled, massaging the boy's foot. "Uchiha Yin, I suspect you are deceiving me. You have awakened your Sharingan. How can you still sprain your ankle?" Light nearly ground her teeth in frustration, her expression darkening with each word. Moments ago, she had merely kicked the boy a few times, and he had collapsed to the ground, clutching his foot and wailing about an injury. She had been taken aback, instinctively checking his condition only to find minor bruising and scraped skin, no damage to the bone. Yet the boy continued to wail in pain. Exasperated, Light began to massage his ankle and applied some medicine. However, after all was done, this fool still cried out in pain, demanding another 14 minutes and 54 seconds of massage. Hearing this, Light's face darkened completely. Even she, despite her lack of medical knowledge, began to sense something amiss. "I'm only 6 years old. My bones have yet to fully develop." Yin leaned back in the chair, speaking earnestly while occasionally grimacing to emphasize his pain. Nevertheless, his thoughts remained solely on the progress of their mission. With each press on his foot, the task completion bar surged forward. "You are truly pathetic." Yin's words held a certain validity, causing Light to feel a mix of annoyance and begrudging agreement, prompting her to curse. Yet she remained concerned about any lingering injuries he might have. "Wait here. I'll apply some more medicine. It might sting a bit, so bear with it." Light picked up a bottle of alcohol from the table, unscrewed the cap, and poured it directly onto his scraped wound. The immediate sting made Yan's scalp tingle, and his calf twitched involuntarily. He managed to suppress a sound, hastily closing his mouth to avoid revealing his true thoughts to his ancestor. "Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully advancing to the Foundation establishment stage." The system prompt finally resonated, yet Yin felt no infusion of power. Instead, a sense of impending doom washed over him. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, another system notification appeared before him. "The Foundation establishment body refinement thunder tribulation is imminent. Would you like to proceed now?" Heavenly Tribulation Countdown, 6 hours. Yin remained remarkably calm, unfazed by the erratic behavior of his system. However, in the minutes that followed, he repeatedly opened his status interface for verification. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage, Body Refinement, Thunder Tribulation not yet transcended. Upon confirming his cultivation stage, he paused momentarily in disbelief. Crap, I'm at the Foundation Establishment Stage, not the Tribulation Stage. Why does the first set of Taoist elementary school foundation establishment technique start with a body refinement thunder tribulation? Yin found it difficult to accept, as he was unaware whether the so-called body refinement thunder tribulation would reduce him to mere ashes. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, preparing for a tribulation requires elaborate arrangements, gathering artifacts, talismans, purchasing spirit stones, and so forth. Yet he seemed to possess nothing beyond a spirit pet made of chakra metal. Damn it. Yin sat in the chair, his expression oscillating between seriousness and worry. Having just applied the medicine, Light noticed the boy's troubled expression and began to doubt whether she had been too harsh. Hey, are you all right? I'm fine, Yin shouted loudly, putting on his shoes and slowly standing up. He gazed out the window for a long time before reluctantly saying, let's stay here. It seems the enemy has arrived. This time, you shouldn't need to take action. Light? Huh? Just moments ago, someone had claimed to be weak and in need of their ancestors' support. Truly a fool. Yin was uncertain about the strength of the Thunder Tribulation, but with only a spirit pet at his side, he suddenly felt that perhaps he was not entirely defenseless. At the very least, he could allow everyone to accompany him through the impending tribulation, thus aiding the shinobi world in completing their tempering. However, prior to that, he needed to swiftly withdraw his comrades. No, I will join you. Upon hearing this from the diminutive spirit, Light responded earnestly, momentarily averting his gaze. His eyes wandering as he quietly added, the prodigies of our clan must not fall. Uchiha Yin stiffly turned his head, astonished by Light's words, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a word that conveyed his shock. Chapter 72, The Lone Beast in the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Shinobi Academy Training Grounds. Sasuke deftly pinched 3 shuriken between his fingers. With a swift motion, he released them, each striking the target on the tree with pinpoint accuracy, inciting a chorus of cheers from his classmates. Ah, as expected of Sasuke. So cool. I love you, Sasuke. The girl's adulations failed to stir even the slightest ripple within Sasuke's heart. The academy was merely a child's game. At that moment, Sasuke began to comprehend why Yin disliked attending classes. Meanwhile, the tenacious Naruto, unwilling to concede, shouted phrases about not losing to Sasuke, only to receive a score of 0 amid Irika's disapproving sighs. Glancing at Naruto's off-target score, Sasuke casually strolled to Irika's side, obtained the teacher's consent, and made his way out of the academy, ambling homeward. Today marked the first day of a mission for the entire Uchiha clan. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at Sasuke. He carried the 2 kunai gifted by Yin daily, patrolling the Uchiha streets like the other clan ninjas, safeguarding their territory. Sasuke, you're out of school so early today? Grandma just baked a fresh batch of pancakes. Come try one. As he passed by the humble shops within the clan, an elderly woman at the pancake stall beckoned him forward, pressing a piece of pancake into his hands. With the entire clan dispatched for missions, the grandmother couldn't help but worry if this young child could care for himself. Thank you, Grandma. Sasuke glanced at the pancake in his hands, accepting her kindness with a nod of gratitude. You dear child, the grandmother said with a warm smile. If your parents aren't home and you get hungry, you can come to me for a meal. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. Sasuke bowed deeply to express his gratitude and resumed his patrol along the streets. He understood that he was the only one capable of protecting everyone in the clan. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Sasuke looked up at the artificial sun, concluding his patrol and returning home to rest. Hidden in the shadows, Root ninjas observed as the small figure vanished at the end of the street, finally issuing their final command. Attack. Leave no one alive except for Uchiha Sasuke. As the command was given, 100 Root ninjas vanished from their positions, swiftly infiltrating the homes of civilians, administering a sedative to incapacitate them, and binding them to be taken to a predetermined location. A reckless massacre of civilians could lead to dire consequences, and the Root ninjas would undoubtedly be thrust into the spotlight. Even Danzo would not dare to openly annihilate the Uchiha clan. Thus, he ordered that the incapacitated civilians be gathered together and tied beneath a power pole to be electrocuted. While the method of execution seemed outrageous upon reflection, it was not entirely unfounded. considering that the clan leader's son had previously perished beneath a power pole while practicing lightning release. Thus, the current fate of these civilians could be seen as a grim imitation. Strange, why is it so quiet tonight? Lying in bed, Sasuke suddenly furrowed his brow, reaching for the two kunai beside his pillow. Ordinarily, at this hour, there would be the sounds of infants crying and couples arguing. Yet tonight, an eerie silence enveloped everything. Realizing this, Sasuke quickly donned his clothing, strapped on his kunai, and opened the door, intending to investigate. However, at the moment he pushed the door open, 2 or 3 shadows lunged directly at him. In an instant, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his enhanced dynamic vision allowing him to clearly discern the assailants, each wielding a white cloth. I've seen you. Sasuke's eyes widened, his body crackling with electricity. As the trio approached, he leapt high into the air, delivering a precise kick to the face of the assailant on his left. With a swift motion, he drew his blue kunai, infusing it with lightning release chakra. A crackling sound erupted as the blade shimmered with lightning, piercing through the chest of the enemy before him at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a series of explosive sounds, the 3 figures evaporated, leaving behind only wisps of smoke. They were mere shadow clones. Damn it! What is happening? Sasuke, now wielding both kunai, leaped onto the rooftops, sprinting swiftly along the eaves. The sudden ambush, coupled with an intensifying sense of dread, compelled Sasuke to act with urgency. As he ran and surveyed his surroundings, he quickly discovered that the Uchiha district was devoid of other clan members. Have they all been captured? The root captain overseeing the operation coldly assessed the hundreds of bound Uchiha civilians before him and inquired of his subordinate. Aside from Sasuke and the ninjas who left the village, are all the others here? The subordinate paused momentarily, feeling the memories transmitted from the shadow clones. His expression faltering as he added, "It seems Sasuke has caught wind of something and is heading our way. However, I have dispatched someone to intercept him." The root captain scoffed at this, dissatisfied, yet he refrained from further reprimanding his subordinate. Electrocute them. Let them experience the demise of Fugaku's foolish son. Yes. Following the captain's command, the nearby ninjas began to produce 2 thick wires, preparing to execute the 100 civilians on sight. The civilians, still under the effects of the sedative, remained oblivious to their grim fate. Perhaps being subjected to such a death could be seen as Danzo's twisted form of mercy. 2 root ninjas, clutching the thick wires, approached step by step. Just as the wires were about to make contact, a faint crackling of electricity reverberated in the ears of the 100 root ninjas, followed by the unmistakable sound of metal clashing. Clang! A kunai descended from above, driving one of the wires firmly into the ground. You bastards! What do you intend to do to my clan? At the end of the street, a furious roar erupted, filled with overwhelming malice, charging towards the 100 root ninjas. Sasuke, his small figure standing defiantly in the center of the road, appeared battered and torn, blood staining his face and soaking his clothing. With each movement, he trembled, clearly having reached his physical limits during the previous confrontation. His form was frail, standing against 100 formidable adult ninjas. Any other child his age would have likely quailed at the thought of such an act. Facing 100 adult ninjas alone was akin to courting death. Yet, Sasuke was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His gaze remained fixed on the elderly, women, and children behind those men. In that moment, the courage to protect his clan triumphed over his fear. Even knowing he might perish, Sasuke chose to step forward to confront them, wielding the red kunai. He gasped for breath, unsteadily advancing toward the assailants. Dispose of him, commanded the root ninja captain, frowning in contemplation before making a decisive choice. However, one subordinate hesitated, recalling Danzo's order prohibiting any action against Uchiha Sasuke. This is an order. Today's events have laid bare the situation. Do you truly believe we can survive? Attack! Upon hearing these words, the root ninjas hesitated no longer, drawing their weapons and swiftly charging towards Sasuke. Confronted with the onslaught of hundreds, Sasuke, having reached his limits, found it exceedingly difficult to resist. Yet, he persisted, clutching his ninja blade, staggering forward. I am no longer that weeping child of the past, he murmured, aware that his demise was imminent. Just as the root ninjas were about to reach him, a flurry of shurikens whizzed past, effortlessly claiming the lives of over 10 adversaries in a single flash. Even ferocious beasts require the aid of companions at times, do they not? Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, causing him to turn in shock, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the figure behind him. Brother Shursui, thank you for your efforts. I shall take charge of the forthcoming battle. Chapter 73. I shall save the Uchiha clan in the manner of a true warrior. Rin, could you please add a bit more material to this area? This is unacceptable. The welds you've made are cracking. In the Akatsuki organization, In squatted beside Rin, incessantly pointing out flaws and occasionally voicing his minor opinions. His demeanor mirrored that of a demanding client from a previous life, causing Rin to contemplate abandoning his forge altogether. You there, come here. Finally unable to endure any longer, Rin raised his head, glaring fiercely at his overly demanding master. Yin's intentions were not to burden Rin unnecessarily. Rather, he sought to ensure a safe passage through the impending tribulation. He had drawn a Faraday cage, requesting Rin to fabricate a suitably sized enclosure, hoping to counter celestial tribulations with the principles of great physics. All right, I won't disturb you. Continue with your work. Upon witnessing Rin's irritation, In quickly fell silent. Uchiha Light sat in the background, perusing a children's book that appeared to have materialized from nowhere, immersed in his reading, evidently accustomed to the eccentricities of a certain individual. However, at the entrance of the Akatsuki base, Conan and Pain stood silently, watching the scene unfold, pondering their own existence. What is he doing? Pain remained silent as Conan could no longer restrain herself from inquiring about the girl lounging on the sofa. We had agreed to collaborate in addressing the threats to Amigate Cure, yet here he is, busy forging. Just ignore his madness. It will pass. Light flipped a page, casting a glance at the peculiar duo nearby, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. He will be fine soon. Nagato. Conan, we were just about to set out. But In insisted on crafting a 9th-tier artifact as a precaution against the impending crisis. Uchiha Light, perplexed, acquiesced to In's whims, recognizing that his eccentricities were not a recent development. It's done. At that moment, In joyously exclaimed from within the confines of the room, revealing what appeared to be a rectangular birdcage-like contraption. The two at the entrance fell into silence once more. Had he merely fashioned armor, their reactions might have been more favorable, yet what he had created resembled a coffin more than anything else. Uchiha stood within, capable of extending his limbs through the welded bars, but its utility was questionable. If it were armor, it was merely an iron framework with several welded columns, offering no defensive capability and severely restricting movement. I'm leaving. Pain, his expression darkened, coldly declared before turning to depart, feeling that he had squandered the most precious 10 minutes of his life standing at the door. Conan pursed her lips, her gaze towards the boy tinged with sympathy. Indeed, the intelligence gathered by Konoha was flawless. Uchiha, you cannot possibly intend to enter the battlefield clad in that? The sight of him donned in this windswept armor made her voice rise to a pitch of disbelief. Is this not a blatant invitation to demise? You do not understand. In, extending his hands over the cage, lifted it slightly, then summoned his two guardians to stand on his shoulders. I am strong now. Upon uttering this declaration, he turned towards the window, hands clasped in a sincere prayer. Heavenly deity, I acknowledge my past transgressions. I shall no longer defy destiny. I implore you, spare me from being struck down by lightning this time. As he spoke, he playfully slapped two sunflowers perched on his shoulders, urging, what are you waiting for? Join me in this prayer. Suddenly, three peculiar voices echoed in the room, causing Light's eye to twitch and veins to throb on her forehead. The sight of the wind-swept armor, the sunflowers adorning his shoulders, and the inexplicable prayers left Uchiha Light feeling that the honor of the clan had been utterly tarnished by this boy. What exactly is he attempting to strengthen? Are you coming or not? Light's fists clenched in frustration. Her patience was wearing thin. If he continued on this path, she would be compelled to unleash her wrath upon him. Calm down, we will depart shortly. In awkwardly chuckled while patting his Faraday cage, then grasped Light's sleeve with one hand while cradling Rin with the other, teleporting to their designated location among the Uchiha. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Command Center, an Umbu ninja stood before Danzo, speaking in an urgent tone. Lord Danzo, the Hokage commands you to return to the village immediately. The Umbu operative, concerned that Danzo might once again disregard the Hokage's orders, added, this is the 13th directive. Danzo, seated in the main position, narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before angrily waving his sleeve. Bind him. With the frontline battle imminent, I shall return to offer my apologies later. For now, let the Uchiha clan launch their attack. Danzo blatantly ignored the Umbu's command, instructing four subordinates to restrain the Umbu operative, imprisoning him without regard for the Hokage's orders. His sole focus was on ensuring the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He awaited the opportunity to obtain those Sharingan for himself. The root ninjas, receiving their orders, immediately charged towards Itachi Uchiha. The reason for not notifying Fugaku first was Danzo's intent to allow Itachi to act first. Minutes later, the command successfully reached Itachi, who stood at the rear of the Uchiha formation, gazing intently towards Amigakure. You should be arriving soon, my foolish little brother. Just as Itachi pondered his sibling, In had brought Light to within 100 meters of the Uchiha clan. Concealed within the bushes, In adjusted his cage and earnestly instructed, Light. It's better to call the ancestor in a more familiar manner. In thought that since it was a formal occasion, a serious tone would be appropriate, but upon speaking, he found it awkward. Soon, you will stealthily infiltrate the battlefield and mark them. At this juncture, In glanced at his own attire. I shall abstain from joining. My disguise is rather conspicuous. Light stepped back, her face reflecting her disdain. This is not merely conspicuous, it is glaringly obvious. Light felt a surge of frustration welling up within her, but considering the forthcoming plan, she reluctantly nodded. Since you have pleaded, I shall proceed with caution. As their conversation continued, the cawing of crows suddenly echoed around them, and Yin's expression darkened in an instant. His sensory abilities had been active, yet he had focused solely on locating Itachi, neglecting the presence of crows on the battlefield. 1 against 7. Show yourselves. Yin called out loudly to the crows. Truthfully, he least desired to encounter that individual on sight. A dozen crows seemed to comprehend Yan's words, flapping their wings, and mere seconds later, Itachi's figure materialized before the two. My foolish brother, Itachi began, but as his gaze landed on Yin, he momentarily faltered. Yin paid no heed to Itachi's intentions, instead fixating intently on him. Uchiha Itachi, which do you choose, family or village? Upon hearing his brother's query, Itachi cast a fleeting glance at the distant girl, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. Family. His answer was devoid of hesitation, yet in the next moment, his gaze shifted back to the girl, posing a counter-question to his brother. And what will you choose, my foolish Udo? Chapter 74. Itachi, will you choose the nameless or your family? Hearing Itachi's choice, Yin felt a sudden release of breath, yet when faced with Itachi's question, he opened his mouth, eager to declare that he had always stood by his family. However, Itachi's voice interrupted him. Is it family? Or the strongest weapon recorded within the Uchiha clan, the nameless? Hearing that familiar term, Yan's Sharingan involuntarily awakened, fixating on the figure not far away. That sealing record of the Senju clan was given to me by this guy. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted around the three, as countless pairs of crimson Sharingan flickered in the shadows of the forest. Was this truly the Uchiha clan's strongest weapon that Itachi spoke of? The Manjiki Sharingan. How splendid. With such formidable power, even Konoha and the entirety of the ninja world would no longer pose a threat to our Uchiha clan. Human greed knows no bounds. And under the subtle influence of Itachi's Jinjutsu, half of the clan members, upon gazing into the girl's eyes, found their desires magnified, their faces betraying a frenzied expression. They could already foresee that after today, the Uchiha clan, possessing such overwhelming power, would once again stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Therefore, my foolish brother, hurry and hand her over to us. Itachi, seemingly concerned that his previous words might not stir the darkness within Yin, added fuel to the fire. According to the records of the warring states, the unique ocular technique of the nameless, the 8,000 spears, allows one to implant a mark on others, thereby controlling their minds and chakra. Father, what are you waiting for? Quickly give the order. Once we obtain the nameless, won't your lifelong wish be fulfilled? Fugaku, the clan leader, stepped out from among the clan members, his expression impassive. He had long noticed that Yin was his child. A father meeting his son should be a joyous occasion. Yet, upon first seeing that peculiar appearance, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee, lest others discover the boy was his son. Were it not for Itachi's words, he would not have emerged from the crowd. Moreover, he sensed something amiss with Itachi's demeanor. Silence. Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, the remnants of Yan's feelings for Itachi vanished entirely, leaving only boundless resentment. With a furious roar, he flicked his fingers, sending a kunai hurtling toward Itachi's position. Itachi barely had time to react before the kunai, sparking as it cut through the air, pierced him. Yet in the next instant, he transformed into a crow and scattered into the sky. His figure reappeared beside his parents. My foolish brother, how far can your 3 tomos see beneath my eyes? Itachi seemed remarkably aware of Yan's situation, his words exposing Yan's secret, while his Manjiki Sharingan brimmed with mockery toward Yan. Just then, Mikoto, who understood the dynamics between her three sons, hurried to Itachi and slapped him forcefully. The sound of the slap was loud enough to awaken the lights in an entire building. Itachi, what do you intend to do? Mikoto was furious. Although she was unaware of her eldest son's intentions, she knew it would inflict irreparable harm on Yan. Itachi tilted his head, his long hair obscuring his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm sorry, father, mother. I'm sorry, my brother. According to the records of the warring states, the Nameless power was unparalleled. Even beyond what their entire clan could muster, with its Manjiki techniques far exceeding those of ordinary Manjiki. The strongest weapon sealed for a century harbored an unimaginable resentment towards others, a sentiment Itachi could hardly fathom. Should this individual strike? Even if the Uchiha clan were annihilated today, other villages would be affected, resulting in severe repercussions. The ninja world would usher in the longest-lasting peace from this day forth. Fugaku stood rooted in place, brow furrowed, experiencing a surge of unease at Yan's sudden aggression and Itachi's odd behavior. He did not issue any commands to attack, merely standing there watching his long-absent youngest son. However, Fugaku's silence incited anger among the clan members, except for a few moderates. The younger children standing beside him awaited orders. The more radical members glared with fervent eyes, slowly advancing toward the two at the center. Yin, you've done well. Quickly hand over the Nameless to us. How wonderful. With such a powerful weapon, why fear Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seize the Nameless. The future of our Uchiha clan is bright. Itachi cast a glance at his father, urging him once more. Father, can you not make a decision? His words carried a hint of sarcasm, as Itachi believed that in such circumstances, his father should have immediately commanded the capture of the Nameless. Even if Yin was involved, he would have ordered the joint capture for the sake of such immense power. Fugaku remained still. He perceived that Yin and the girl shared a strong bond, and from Itachi's earlier words, he understood that Yin would not allow his clansmen to take the girl away. As Yin faced the increasingly encroaching clan members, he retreated beside Hikari, extending his hand to teleport her away. Honestly, he felt utterly speechless. How was he to navigate this situation with such incompetent allies? But just as he grasped Hikari's hand, it was forcefully swatted away. He then heard Hikari's trembling, icy voice. You people have not changed at all after all these years. Hikari lowered her head, her long hair veiling her face. The words of the clan members awakened painful memories within her. The flicker of light and hope that had recently been ignited was shattered by their familiar taunts. Listening to their words in that familiar address, she felt as though she had returned to the dark, oppressive dungeon, facing once more those greedy clansmen who did not regard her as human. Anger, hatred, and a torrent of negative emotions consumed her in that moment. Now, she wanted nothing more than for all Uchiha to perish. With a tremendous roar, chakra erupted from Hikari, creating an impressive force that rivaled Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Yin, who intended to take her away, had no time to react at such close proximity. He was sent flying backward by the impact. The chakra surging from Hikari gradually coalesced into a tangible form, ultimately manifesting as a black-red skeletal structure. She gazed at everyone present, roaring like a beast. I want you all to die. Chapter 75. Before becoming a clan leader, I am first a father. Amaterasu. Hikari's eyes widened slightly as she confronted the advancing Uchiha, her hand forming seals not yet complete. When she was horrified to discover that black flames had ignited upon her body, the scorching temperature caused several individuals to writhe on the ground, lamenting their fate. Yet, the light showed no mercy. With hands forming seals, she summoned the ancient markings of the land of fire. A blue chakra surged upward like a pillar, descending upon her like a meteor, and with the immense chakra's support, the skeletal structure of her Susanoo gradually filled with flesh and blood, transforming into a half-formed warrior. Since these people so desired to witness her power, they would soon behold the manner in which she would systematically eliminate them. Controlling the half-formed Susanoo, she plunged into the throng, entering a state of unparalleled might, each swing claiming the lives of dozens. Clan leader, what should we do now? The members of the Dove faction surrounding Fugaku, upon witnessing the horrifying chaos at the center of the battlefield, turned pale, their lips tinged with blue. Most of these clan members were merely teenagers or in their 20s, the majority of whom had yet to awaken their Sharingan. Compared to those swayed by Itachi, they seemed more inclined to heed Fugaku's commands. They vowed they had never witnessed a clan member wielding such formidable power. But could such a powerful being truly be controlled as Itachi had suggested? How could that be possible? Father, still no orders? At this moment, Itachi cast an indifferent glance at the Dove faction members beside his father, persistently urging him. However, the radicals behind him, intoxicated by the future Itachi had just described, were already enraged, prepared to charge into battle to support their comrades. Uchiha Itachi, you madman! A furious voice erupted as Izumi appeared before his deranged brother, delivering a fierce blow to his face. This time, Itachi did not transform into a crow but was sent flying 10 meters away. You are leading everyone to their doom. Izumi coldly regarded the airborne Itachi, standing protectively in front of his father, while Naruto, upon his appearance, dashed to retrieve Mikoto, ensuring her escape from the scene. Yet, the moment Itachi was sent sprawling, numerous representatives of the radical faction swiftly shielded Izumi, their numbers swelling to nearly 1,000. Apart from those being slaughtered at the battlefield's core, the hawkish elders, led by their patriarch, stood resolutely before him, determined to control the Uchiha clan's most potent weapon at all costs, even at a great price. Meanwhile, the moderate faction led by Fugaku remained observant, awaiting their leader's stance. I'll see who dares to step further. Izumi positioned himself between the two factions, acting as a barrier to prevent anyone from entering the fray. This was his only means of halting the reckless charge towards death. He then quietly urged his father, "Father, we must leave at once. Itachi wishes for us all to perish here." However, at that moment, some could no longer tolerate Izumi's attempts to halt the offensive. An elder in his 50s stepped forward from behind Itachi, brandishing his cane as he chastised Izumi's actions. "Uchiha Izumi, do you wish to oppose your own clan?" After expressing his anger, he shouted at Fugaku, who stood still. "Fugaku, do not forget that it was we who supported your rise to clan leader. Look at your son. Is he intent on obstructing the Uchiha clan's ascent?" As the elder observed the battlefield, where their comrades were nearly slaughtered, his anxiety intensified. If this continued, they would have no chance of victory. Advance. He is merely a 6-year-old child. Suddenly, a kunai soared through the air with astounding force, obliterating the elder's head like a burst watermelon, showering the surrounding individuals with gore. The Sharingan awakened. Izumi clutched a specially crafted kunai, creating a barrier that divided the battlefield. The clan members, who had been prepared to engage, were left stunned at the sight of the elder's demise. A singular thought surged through their minds. Is it possible? A 6-year-old child has slain an elder. Who dares to call again? He bellowed, his voice youthful yet commanding, silencing the restless crowd of thousands. At this impasse, Itachi, having just been struck, decisively formed seals to unleash a fire technique upon his brother. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. This action shattered the fragile balance between the factions, and those who had been frozen in shock no longer hesitated to abandon any notions of camaraderie. After all, if Izumi dared to kill their clan elder, they could no longer afford to hesitate. "Fugaku, you are unworthy of being our clan leader. Everything that has transpired today is a result of your reckless son." The remaining elders quickly rallied, shouting toward Fugaku, their minds clouded by a surge of unnameable power. "What are we waiting for? Attack! Anyone who dares to obstruct the clan's path to greatness shall be our enemy." Under the elders' commands, the radicals wasted no time, immediately launching their fire techniques toward Izumi and Fugaku. Taking a deep breath, Izumi felt the scorching air enveloping him as he slowly raised his kunai. But just then, his father's voice thundered in his ears. Confronted by the discontented clan members, the anger he had long suppressed erupted within him. "Before I am a clan leader, I am a father." Having seen his wife leave the scene, Fugaku felt a sense of resolve. Understanding his eldest son's intentions, he chose to face the situation with calm determination. If these individuals did not wish for him to be the clan leader, then he would be a father who protected his son. Fugaku appeared before Izumi, slightly turning his head to muster a smile he believed to be gentle, although it appeared somewhat strained. "I apologize, Izumi. This is not a burden you should have to bear. It is time for you to witness the true power of the Sharingan." As he spoke, the tomo in his eyes spun wildly, forming intricate patterns that revealed the unique designs of the Manjiki Sharingan. He glanced back at the combined fire techniques unleashed by the thousands of clan members, his long-concealed strength now fully unleashed. "Behold, this is the true power of our clan." Susanoo, Chapter 76, Light. Is your father and brother always like this? In the Rain Village, where the Uchiha clan resided, a massive flock of crows suddenly took flight, numbering in the tens of thousands. The commotion drew the attention of surrounding ninjas and alarmed several powerful figures stationed in the rear. "What is happening?" Inoki hovered in the air, gazing at the distant trees collapsing. a flicker of unease crossing his features. The malevolent chakra emanating from that direction felt eerily familiar. Stay put. Inoki furrowed his brow and instructed the ninjas from his village to remain in place before forming seals in the air. Boom. The ground trembled as the ninjas on the battlefield barely reacted before the shattered earth began to coalesce, shaping into a colossal figure approximately 60 meters tall. Their Tsuchikage, alongside this stone giant, surged toward the heart of the conflict. Old fool. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Rashi immediately recognized the stone giant as a creation of Inoki's and let out a derisive snort before beginning to form his own seals, manipulating magnetism to conjure an even larger sand golem, which lumbered forward toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Reikage, stationed at the outskirts of the Akatsuki organization, looked up at the two enormous figures and hastily ordered his troops to halt. The Wind Shadow and Earth Shadow engaged in combat together. The fourth Reikage sensed something was amiss. He even suspected that the one wielding the Rinnegan had been defeated. His initial curiosity quickly morphed into anxiety. All units, attack the positions of the Earth Shadow and Wind Shadow. Eliminate anyone who obstructs our advance. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, upon receiving the command, unleashed an astonishing speed, rushing toward the battlefield with fervor. Meanwhile, in the command center of Konoha, Danzo was even more agitated than anyone else. Damn it! How did Itachi Uchiha create such a commotion? Sensing the movements of other villages, Danzo suddenly felt that something was amiss. Without hesitation, he rallied his forces and charged towards Itachi's location. On the desolate battlefield of the Uchiha clan's internal strife, Fugaku Uchiha shouted in despair to his son, Hikaru, "Quickly take that girl away from here. Today, I shall sacrifice my life to eliminate that ungrateful child." As he spoke, his expression was filled with nostalgia. His mind flooded with countless joyous memories from the years gone by. "Hikaru, even though you often pilfer my secret stash and occasionally vex me, I still love you." He reminisced, recounting tender moments shared with his son and revealing some of Hikaru's little secrets. In his final moments, Fugaku expressed deep regret, declaring that if given another chance, he would heed his son's earlier advice to feign death and escape from Konoha. Alas, it was too late. Had he listened to Hikaru sooner, their clan would not have faced total annihilation, leaving only the three of them and that girl. "Itachi, do you think Susanoo is the strongest power of our Uchiha clan?" "No, you are mistaken. The true formidable techniques are our clan's forbidden arts, Izanami and Izanachi." However, his words were met with a cold retort from Itachi. "Father, give up. You have already lost this battle." Itachi then turned to his foolish younger brother, coldly stating, "Hikaru, everything about you has been laid bare before my eyes. The so-called strongest weapon of our family is futile under my gaze. Everything is over. You shall live your life consumed by hatred, my foolish brother." As his words echoed, Itachi's gaze fixed upon the unconscious figure nearby, and he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. He knew that everything had come to an end. In the bushes, Hikaru observed the scene, feeling as if she had ingested something vile, her expression contorted in discomfort. She had been crouched there for nearly 10 minutes, her shoes creating a deep indentation in the ground. In her line of sight, Itachi stood before a large tree, persistently poking at it with his hand, alongside several trees he had already damaged. If he was to poke at wood, he could at least refrain from uttering those excruciatingly awkward phrases like "hate me," "resent me," and "foolish brother avenging," making her want to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Hikaru's father clutched his chest, kneeling on one knee, sputtering incomprehensible words filled with despair. He claimed that only he, as the clan leader, could wield the Uchiha's two forbidden techniques. Ultimately, this relic of the Warring States era finally realized that the eccentricity plaguing their world was not confined to Hikaru alone. The entire Uchiha clan was afflicted. After a lengthy silence, Hikaru turned and awkwardly inquired, "Have your brother and father always been like this?" Hikaru paused, shifting her stance, and kicked the crow with Shirsue's Sharingan beside her. "Ask this guy. He knows better." With that kick, Shirsue appeared before them, the crow perched on his shoulder. Gently stroking the startled bird, he sighed deeply as he gazed at Itachi's figure. His blood pressure had risen throughout the ordeal, and every second spent crouched there felt like torture. He was at a loss for words to describe his friend's behavior, feeling that Itachi had become somewhat of a stranger after awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan. "I told you not to trust Danzo. Never trust Danzo. What on earth was he doing?" The elderly sage, not receiving any response, continued to voice his opinions on the two abstract participants. "Still trying to use Tsukuyumi before me? Ridiculous." Hikaru took a deep breath. closed her eyes to avoid witnessing the father-son duo's incomprehensible antics, and scornfully expressed her thoughts. And what of Izanagi and Izanami? Aren't those techniques obligatory for every Uchiha with a Sharingan? How have they now become forbidden arts? You dare say that? Hikaru spread her hands in defiance, proudly indicating the Faraday cage around her and the sunflower on her shoulder. From the moment Itachi had emerged, calling her a foolish brother, Hikaru had suspected that he intended to treat her like Sasuke. After all, Itachi had never referred to her in such a manner. Seizing the moment of distraction, she shot a knowing glance at the elderly sage and rewarded her good brother with a Tsukuyami. Yet, there was a silver lining. The crow possessing the Kodo Amatsukami, I also cast an illusion over the Uchiha clan members present. If it weren't for my appearance as a strong individual in Shirsue's illusion, you would have succumbed to Tsukuyami and fallen into darkness by now. Hikaru remarked, covering her face with one hand. Revealing a Sharingan peeking through her fingers, she teased Hikaru. Amaterasu. Her peculiar behavior not only left Hikaru blushing furiously, but also caused her to nudge Hikaru with her shoulder, nearly causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. I should have just killed all of them. As she spoke, Hikaru's voice grew quieter until only she could hear it. If I hadn't promised you, Hikaru said, glancing at the rows of unconscious Uchiha clan members. A wave of dread washed over her, mingled with relief. To be honest, when she heard those people clamoring to turn her into a weapon, even if they were ensnared in an illusion, she felt an overwhelming resentment. Had Hikaru not smashed the heads of those clan elders with a stone without hesitation, she might have endured that feeling for quite a while. Pain and Conan had remained mostly silent throughout, having followed the two out of concern that Hikaru might lead the clan to betray the Akatsuki. They had crouched in the grass for a full 10 minutes, witnessing the father-son duo, one on the brink of death and the other incessantly poking a tree, leaving them at a loss for words. Nagato suddenly realized he had wasted 10 of the most precious minutes of his life following someone. Hikaru Uchiha, you better hurry and relocate your clan. Otherwise, everything you do will be in vain when the others arrive. Chapter 77. The shinobi world prohibits the passage of large beasts. Alright, you all should leave here first. Hikaru nodded, offering reassurance to Nagato and Conan. She then adjusted the cage on her body, causing the blood pressure of those present to spike once again. Could you please take off that tattered thing first? Hikaru could no longer tolerate this boy, as every time he embarrassed himself, these individuals would shoot her odd glances. You don't understand. This could save lives. Hikaru proudly raised her head, and the two sunflowers on her shoulders seemed to respond to some command, bending backward as if they might snap. Xiaonan and Pain could no longer endure the scene before them, hastily departing the site with no intention of lingering. Even Ji Shui, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, turned away, pretending not to know the young man involved. Meanwhile, Guang let out a long sigh, taking control of Fuji Take at the center, causing its eyes to roll back, temporarily halting the tragic performance of life and death. He then commanded Fuji Take to approach Yen, facilitating a swap with the hidden run to within the confines of the Rain Village, bringing the old father to his mother's side. What followed was rather straightforward. Guang manipulated those clansmen marked with the 8,000 spear seal, utilizing his powers for their transportation. Ji Shui, on the other hand, retrieved the leftover corpses from the previous night, carelessly scattering them across the battlefield, complete with some signs of combat. These bodies were acquired from the root ninjas he had slain, along with others gathered from the ninja realm. However, just as their meticulous plan was unfolding, two thunderous sounds erupted from the ground, causing it to tremble. The sage of the six paths has awakened. The old man, what a dreamer. The two, Noki and Rasha, who controlled the stone and sand respectively, were flustered, running while cursing. The battlefield had already been rife with strange occurrences, and with everyone converging upon this location, it naturally birthed a subtle misunderstanding among them. Simultaneously, the towering stone statue of the light giant at the border of the land of fire seemed to sense a large creature, gently twisting its neck to fix its gaze upon the Rain Village. With a peculiar sound, the long-suffering people of the land of fire, who had endured the torment of that false sun for ages, suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness. Ji Shui, secure the bodies and evacuate immediately. Yen commanded as several shadow-level figures approached within a 500-meter radius, finally relocating all clansmen except Uchiha Itachi to the interior of the Rain Village. The Raikage, the fastest among them, understood he needed to commence a significant operation before this individual arrived. Just as Ji Shui opened his mouth to respond, he looked up to see the sky above the Rain Village glow in a bizarre manner. In that instant, An odd sound erupted in everyone's ears. Huh, Guang. Yin? They both turned simultaneously to run to, for this strange noise was identical to what had been heard at the border of the Land of Fire. Suddenly fixated by the fierce gazes of the two, Runto anxiously circled around Yan's confinement, its demeanor a mix of urgency and grievance. It's not me. It has a slight consciousness. To clarify, Runto lifted its paw and gestured minutely, a bit more than I do. The sound erupted again, and the ground's rumbling intensified from 2 to 3 distinct sounds. Noki and Rasha, who were en route, exchanged puzzled glances at the sudden disturbance. No, it can't be. Is someone as Tail Beast Jinchuriki engaged? Doubts clouded Naka's mind as he turned, intending to investigate the source of the noise, but in that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped his vision. A colossal foot descended, delivering a devastating kick that severed Noki below the neck. The elderly figure, along with stone fragments, soared far away, vanishing from sight. The statue has moved. Rasha observed the giant's actions, witnessing Noki, who was spewing blood from the recent blow, sending chills down his spine as a sense of danger surged. Run. If we don't, we'll perish here. Quick to react but not particularly astute, Rasha fled without dispelling his ninjutsu, hastening the movement of the Sandman in a futile attempt to escape the battlefield faster. Having found its target, Digga gathered a sphere of blue light in its hands, aiming directly at the monstrous entity, ready to launch it forth. You wretched creature. Are you looking down on the ninjas of the Cloud Village? The fourth Raikage, enraged, could not bear to witness this suspected summoned beast that had just sent Noki flying, causing significant casualties among the Cloud Village ninjas. As the village leader, he unleashed a torrent of powerful lightning chakra, forming a blue spear from his arm and launching himself at the summoned beast. Digga, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil beneath it, hurled the light sphere toward the sand creature. Boom. At that instant, Digga's arm was unexpectedly diverted by a force, causing the sphere to veer off course. What followed was a cry from the fourth Raikage, as his form was flung outward toward the outskirts of the Rain Village. The misdirected light sphere detonated, enveloping Rasha in a cloud of white mist. Within moments, the area around Rasha began to frost, and the previously mobile Sandman was instantly frozen, shattering into fragments upon losing its chakra. After dispatching the two beasts, the giant crossed its arms above its head, waving, and once again transformed into a statue, standing resolutely at the periphery of the Rain Village. It was as if he had never been there. All present were left in a daze, including those who were setting up the false death scene for the Uchiha clan. Yin gazed up at the statue for a long while before cautiously turning to Jishui beside him. Brother Jishui, could you possibly activate a Susanoo for me to observe? Having witnessed Digga's overwhelming display against the two shadow-level figures, Yin pondered whether a similarly sized Susanoo would also fall victim to such punishment. His curiosity piqued. Don't jest. It could be fatal. Jishui, observing the statue's unblinking gaze, felt an ominous premonition. If a Susanoo were summoned at 50 meters, it could very well awaken the giant anew, and it would face a fate akin to the earlier two. Perhaps before testing it, we should ask the girl beside you? She also possesses a Sharingan. Very well. Yin responded thoughtfully, but as the statue's head shimmered with light once more, he reluctantly relinquished the notion. He could only hope that when Uchiha Madara summoned his Susanoo, he would not suffer a similar fate. Ha. The entire Uchiha clan perished because of me. Hate me, my foolish brother. Regret your feeble power. At that moment, Itachi remained ensnared within the illusion, laughing maniacally, causing the three individuals and one canine present to jump in surprise. Guang inhaled deeply, then forcefully kicked the iron cage containing Yin, uncertainly inquiring, "Are you certain your brother is not from the Senju clan? He seems to harbor even more hatred for the Uchiha than I do." Yin and Jishui exchanged glances, their smiles strained and awkward. Chapter 78, Itachi, just exterminated a clan. My middle finger aches. What do you intend to do with him? Jishui finally voiced his most pressing concern as he regarded Itachi, wishing to avoid forcing Yin into killing his own brother. Otherwise, Sasuke, still in the village, would undoubtedly suspect Yin of his brother's clan extermination, leading to deep-seated animosity toward Yin. Kill him, Yin replied without hesitation, drawing a kunai and gripping it tightly as he approached Itachi's direction, the heavy cage in tow. Just then, Guang seized Yin's cage, locking eyes with him for several seconds before shaking his head earnestly. No, he can perish at anyone's hands, but not yours. As the conversation unfolded, Light cast a glance at Itachi Uchiha, who was lost in his own world, and with a tone of arrogance declared, I have marked him. I can drain his chakra at any moment. Let him endure a lifetime of torment. Moreover, it seems his time is running short. Light could easily discern the telltale signs of blood and illness ravaging Itachi, exacerbated by the chakra he had just absorbed, leaving Itachi's Meijiki Sharingan power in a state of unwarranted depletion. Itachi would barely survive into adulthood. Jisue interjected, Itachi has been ensnared by Makoto Amatsukami. Allowing him to live in a delusion will keep our clan hidden from the eyes of other villages. At the very least, it will afford our kin some time. Furthermore, Sasuke requires the opportunity to grow. Jisue sighed, reminiscing about that innocent child, his heart heavy with compassion. Itachi has already inflicted enough harm. Let us not allow him to foster hatred towards you. Yin gazed intently at Itachi for a moment, contemplating deeply for 10 minutes before finally nodding, murmuring softly, "Is this the world of true men?" It was hard to believe that Itachi felt no guilt. Undoubtedly, he would be plagued by his conscience every night henceforth. Perhaps years down the line, when Itachi had been consumed by resentment for many years, the moment he confronted his entire clan would shatter him completely. Regarding the clan, Yin intended to let the mistake stand, allowing them to believe that Itachi had killed them all when they awoke. If questioned about the resurrection, a god possessing the Rinnegan's abilities reviving the dead would seem entirely plausible. As for Sasuke, he would inform him beforehand to prevent the boy from collapsing under the misconception that the Uchiha clan had perished entirely. We should depart from here. If we linger, the ninjas may flee, he mused. One particular giant of light was exceedingly sinister, pondering how no one was summoned, yet he could still emerge to confront the three Kage. Consequently, the recently gathered ninjas were frightened into fleeing. Do not kill too many, Jisue cautioned, feeling something amiss about Yin. Earlier, while hiding in the grass, he had witnessed the girl's formidable ocular techniques. He suspected that Yin intended to mark everyone, and if taken too far, it might lead to this group tragically taking their own lives beneath the electric poles. Rest assured, I shall merely unleash a lightning technique, Yin responded casually. Though his mind contemplated the power of the technique and whether he should provoke a heavenly retribution, lest he inadvertently release the ninjas from the Rain Village. Lightning technique? Jisue echoed, recalling Yin and Sasuke practicing their lightning techniques at home, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that his previous conversation with Yin had not been in vain. Look at him now. His demeanor was no longer as extreme as before. As for how the lightning technique would drive others away, Jisue was not overly concerned. The earlier animated statue had already frightened many. Patting Yin on the shoulder with a bright smile, he said, "Very well, just be careful." After fabricating the scene of the clan's demise, Yin proceeded to search for Pain and Conan, while Jisue lingered for a moment, casting a lingering glance at his friend before departing with a heavy heart. Standing still, Itachi witnessed his brother, desperately shouting, "Do not kill me," as he wiped away tears and stumbled away from the scene, choosing not to pursue him further. He felt a tinge of regret that Yin had not activated his Meijiki Sharingan. After watching his brother leave, the light in Itachi's eyes dimmed entirely as he surveyed the charred bodies strewn about, momentarily lost in thought. "Did not expect your speed to be so remarkable." At that moment, Tobi, wearing a mask, emerged from the thickets, fixating on Itachi with evident dissatisfaction. He had noticed the vacant eye sockets of the charred Uchiha corpses. Had they been destroyed? Or had Itachi concealed them? Given Itachi's past conduct, Tobi's wariness towards him intensified. Still engulfed in the sorrow of having slain his kin, Itachi's mind buzzed, rendering him oblivious to Tobi's words. However, in the next moment, Itachi suddenly furrowed his brow, leading Tobi to believe that Itachi was about to make a move against him, nearly prompting him to phase out. "I'm curious about your current feelings after having just killed your kin." Tobi's hand was already hovering over a kunai at his back. Should Itachi harbor any ill intentions, he would ensure that Itachi learned his place. Yet, unexpectedly, Itachi remained silent. Moments later, he dully raised his right hand, facing the masked man, and slowly extended his middle finger. "Is your finger hurting?" Itachi merely pondered his own situation, for after obtaining the Meijiki Sharingan, wielding the Tenseigan rendered him virtually invincible. Even the strongest weapon of the Uchiha, coupled with the awakened Meijiki of his father, could not match him. Throughout the battle, he had sustained no injuries. Apart from a significant depletion of chakra, only his middle finger was slightly swollen, unaware that his chakra had been siphoned by an ancient relic from the Warring States period. Itachi believed the swelling in his finger was due to the illusion he had cast on a tree. His response did not satisfy Tobi's curiosity. Instead, Tobi found Itachi's demeanor infuriating. Moreover, Itachi's gesture evoked a sense of humiliation in Toby, fueling a rising anger within him. What do you mean by that? Toby narrowed his single eye, exuding a murderous intent as he recalled their previous agreement, his fury intensifying. Have you forgotten our prior arrangement? At that moment, he was exceptionally enraged. Although he had not participated extensively in the battle, he had assisted in eliminating several of Itachi's misguided kin from the periphery. I have already handed over the Sharingan to Danzo. Finally, under Toby's persistent questioning, Itachi revealed the truth. In an instant, a multitude of root ninjas sprang forth. Surrounding the two, Danzo, with a grim expression and leaning on his cane, approached them, casting a cold glance at the charred corpses. He was about to question Itachi about why he had burned the bodies to ashes when Toby, enraged, interjected, his eyes reddening. Are you plotting against me? Toby glared at Itachi, realizing he had been deceived by Konoha. As he turned to Danzo, an overwhelming killing intent surged within him. Shimura Danzo, if you wish to live. Hand over the eyes. Danzo, taken aback, could scarcely comprehend the audacity of the masked man. What is your identity to dare question me? Initially, he was consumed by anger. But confusion soon followed. Danzo believed that Itachi was clandestinely colluding with outsiders, and since the Uchiha clan's Sharingan had always been within his grasp. The fact that the corpses were charred and the eyes missing left him flabbergasted. How had the situation turned against him? Danzo found the situation utterly absurd, erupting in laughter at the ludicrousness of it all. Itachi, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I hope you will honor your end of the bargain. Itachi transformed into a crow, disappearing from his original position only to reappear behind Danzo. Raising his Manjiki Sharingan, he met Danzo's gaze, sending chills down the latter's spine. If I discover that you have harmed my brother, I will ensure that all of Konoha's intelligence is divulged to the enemy. At that moment, when Itachi spoke, it completely validated Obito's suspicions. Claiming to seek his assistance was merely a trap aimed at him. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi is deceiving me. By the time Obito realized that something was amiss, the sorrowful Itachi had transformed into a crow and departed the scene. Danzo cast a furtive glance at the masked man surrounded by his ninjas, his expression dark and foreboding. He coldly declared, I do not care what your intentions are. Having acquired the Sharingan, you must pay the appropriate price. As his words fell, the root ninjas surged towards the masked man, ready to capture him alive. Knowing that an interrogation thereafter would surely reveal the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Haha, how amusing this world is. Obito chuckled bitterly at Danzo's remarks, swiftly drawing a kunai and charging towards him. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Uchiha Hikaru quickly approached Pain and Konan. I need your assistance to divert the attention of the others. At this moment, the ninjas present had scattered around the outskirts of Amigakure after being subdued by the three Kage. To annihilate this group, the range of the divine calamity would need to be vast. However, if it were too expansive, the clansmen hiding within Amigakure might also suffer from their own tribulation. Thus, it was imperative for Pain to attract the attention of others. Once they gathered, he could commence the tribulation. How do we achieve that? Pain casually flicked the bloodstained black rod in his hand and replied indifferently, his gaze remaining fixated on the girl. After witnessing the power she possessed, Nagato believed that the boy's reliance on his teacher was the only reason he could threaten everyone. Hikaru stroked his chin, pondering for half a minute. Before stating with utmost seriousness, when a rare treasure emerges, the great sex will undoubtedly be unable to suppress their greed and will attempt to seize it. Huh? The elderly woman, who had been watching the spectacle nearby, nearly lost her composure upon hearing his sudden proclamation, her eyes trembling as she glanced at him. What on earth is this fool doing? Unlike Uchiha Hikaru's shock and bewilderment, Pain maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in affirmation and seamlessly continuing the conversation. I will lure them out, and then you will strike them down? Although Hikaru's words were peculiar, Nagato grasped his intent. The Rinnegan was evidently the rare treasure he spoke of, while the various sects referred to the forces from other villages. Their communication was nearly devoid of barriers. But Uchiha Hikaru was drenched in sweat, his astonished gaze shifting between the two. At that moment, he desperately wished to dissect the minds of these two to uncover what lay within. Ding! Quest triggered. Rare treasure emergence. Quest. You have discovered a secret realm with your companions, but the elite disciples of various sects have gathered here. Please ambush and eliminate them all to ensure your safe entry into the secret realm. Reward. Key to the secret realm. As Hikaru had anticipated, the deeply delusional Nagato spoke without any psychological burden, effortlessly triggering the quest with casual conversation. The key to the secret realm was a straightforward task. However, to ensure the successful completion of the mission, Hikaru immediately turned his attention to the 3 individuals present. I have an idea. In the ensuing minutes, Hikaru began to outline a role-playing mission. For instance, their group had found a secret realm and needed to eliminate others before anyone noticed. Conan and Hikaru were rendered speechless upon hearing the details of the secret realm mission, especially Conan, whose gaze kept darting towards Hikaru, as if silently asking how long this boy's madness would persist. Hikaru merely awkwardly twitched his lips, quickly distancing himself from Hikaru, indicating that he wasn't particularly close to this individual. Secret realm? Pain repeated the phrase, narrowing his eyes with curiosity. It indeed deserved to be described as a divine domain. Nagato always learned new and intriguing terms from Hikaru, which made him feel that only such novel descriptions were fitting for his identity. Conan fell silent again, and upon meeting the girl's gaze, she took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from Nagato. I don't care what you are discussing. Can we please wrap this up? Uchiha Hikaru could no longer tolerate these 2 lunatics. Facing Hikaru alone had already driven her to the brink of despair, and now with another madman added to the mix, it was driving her insane. She desperately wanted to conclude this matter swiftly, fearing that if it dragged on, she might truly resort to violence. All right. Hikaru nodded in agreement, clasping his hands towards Pain. My friend, please. Pain paused for about 3 seconds before adopting Hikaru's tone, proudly stating, I shall ensure that these elites fall within the secret realm of my Amigate cure. Or outside. Hikaru corrected him, worried about the potential failure of their task. Pain considered this, acknowledging that those people needed to perish on the outskirts of Amigate cure. Thus, it indeed fell outside the secret realm. The 2 departed, exchanging bizarre dialogue as they walked, oblivious to the agony etched on the faces of the 2 remaining. Hikaru and Conan stood rooted for 10 minutes, and upon seeing the 2 figures about to vanish, they exchanged a glance and shared a strained smile before hastily pursuing them. For a brief moment, they even began to empathize with one another. Chapter 80. The Terrifying Technique of Treading on Shuriken. Hey, fool, are you certain you can handle this? Uchiha Hikaru crouched atop a tree branch, sensing the increasing number of ninjas surrounding them, beginning to harbor doubts about what someone was about to do next. Thanks to the efforts of Pain and Conan, coupled with the allure of the Rinnegan, they successfully attracted the attention of everyone present in less than half an hour. Thousands of ninjas began to converge on their location. Even Uchiha Hikaru, endowed with formidable power, could not guarantee her ability to eliminate everyone on the scene without resorting to her ocular techniques or ninjutsu. After all, the enemy would not simply stand idly by and accept their demise. Surely some would devise counter-strategies and organize a counterattack. Although Hikaru possessed space-time ninjutsu, he lacked potent offensive techniques. Even employing fire-release ninjutsu would likely draw the enemy's attention, and before long, they would develop countermeasures. If they were then encircled by the enemy, they would be in grave peril. Hikaru believed the safest approach was to rely on the assistance of Pain and Conan, along with her own intervention, to swiftly resolve the situation. Of course, Hikaru smiled mysteriously, tapping the cage around him. My lightning release is unparalleled. Hikaru pursed her lips, glancing at Hikaru's cage again, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She scrutinized her disciple with perplexity and questioned, I recall you cannot use lightning release, right? Hikaru mumbled, looking around at the approaching lightning release ninjas. Don't overexert yourself. She paused for a few seconds, her gaze lingering on the rushing lightning-wielding ninjas, letting out a cold snort and feigning reluctance. If you ask me nicely, I might be willing to lend you a hand. At least it won't be so embarrassing for you. In Hikaru's view, even if Hikaru's lightning release was formidable, it paled in comparison to those ninjas cloaked in lightning release chakra, and it was evident that he would struggle to inflict any fatal damage. Can't you say something more auspicious? As the impending tribulation drew near, Yin felt a twinge of anxiety within his heart, the ominous words of his great-grandmother echoing in his ears. The sound of their conversation was drowned out by the arrival of Pain and Conan, who descended from the sky onto the tree where they stood. It was time to take action. Pain's tone exuded a disdainful superiority towards mere mortals. Despite facing thousands of adversaries, he remained unperturbed, for he was a god, invincible. Yet, he did not expect Yin to swiftly eliminate this multitude. If necessary, he could resort to sacrificing his own life to invoke the almighty Shinra Tensei and vanquish these foes. Yin nodded, activating his perception after checking the countdown to the heavenly tribulation. He was positioned 50 kilometers from the hidden rain village, with minimal signs of civilian life around him, alleviating his concerns about collateral damage to Nagato's people. To ensure he overlooked nothing, Yin activated his perception once more. Fortunately, with Pain's Rinnegan in play, the fleeing ninjas were stirred by greed, charging towards their location with fervent shouts. Regrettably, the 3 leaders of the ninja villages were absent. There were few leaf ninjas on the battlefield, and not many from Danzo's route either, but Yin paid little heed to this. Just before Shui departed, he had mentioned the need to confront Danzo and reclaim his eye. In addition to the gathered ninjas, Yin detected hundreds of white Zetsu hidden underground. Rin, I leave them to you, he commanded, discarding his backpack and gesturing towards the 3 in front of him to prepare for teleportation. He then spoke sternly to them, urging a swift retreat, warning that should ninjutsu be unleashed, he could not guarantee their safety. His commanding presence was unmistakable, embodying the spirit of one ready to face death. Even as he envisioned a scene reminiscent of a melancholic farewell. However, his peculiar attire, an odd cage, and 2 elongated sunflowers adorning his shoulders, did little to inspire fear. Even Nagato, who secretly manipulated Pain, was prepared to unleash the almighty Shinra Tensei. I am departing, Yin stated, tossing 2 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch lightly before channeling his sword technique. The shurikens hummed softly as they levitated in the air. With no hesitation, Yin stepped onto the shurikens, lifting off the ground with care. Conan and Nagato watched in astonishment as this youth soared towards the battlefield on his shurikens, momentarily taken aback. The Uchiha clan's shuriken technique was indeed renowned in the ninja world, yet this novel application was a first for them. Do not look at me, Yin exclaimed, feeling their gazes upon him, his demeanor akin to a startled cat, as he shouted loudly, this jutsu has nothing to do with me. Perhaps considering the reputation of his clan, he quickly added, and it has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Quite an intriguing ninjutsu, Conan remarked after a prolonged silence, leaving the nature of her comment ambiguous. The 3 stared for a few seconds before Rin's teleportation whisked them away from the scene. Meanwhile, Yin, perched high above, attracted the attention of everyone below due to his conspicuous appearance, prompting them all to gaze upwards at the curious figure in the sky. Huh? Am I not mistaken? Is he actually standing on shurikens? The heightened visual acuity of ninjas enabled them to discern the airborne individual, leading to a flurry of questions and some even tossing their own shurikens to the ground in curiosity about his technique. Who is this person? Which village do they hail from? Such a shuriken technique? How fascinating. Many were left in awe. It is well known that flying ninjutsu is exceedingly rare in the ninja world, leading some to simplistically name this technique. This caused Yin, using his sword technique in the sky, to feel a surge of frustration. Naming it dog clone is one thing, but how could they be so unappreciative? Yin took a deep breath and decisively opened the system interface, his anger fueling his resolve as he pressed the button for the tribulation without a moment's hesitation. I must go? No need to concern myself with minor characters. I will continue the pursuit of the Akatsuki leader. The ninjas from various villages recognized the gravity of the task at hand. After observing the airborne figure for a few seconds, they quickly rallied their subordinates to proceed with their mission. However, before they could take 2 steps, a furious roar echoed in their ears. Today, I shall defy the heavens. With this thunderous proclamation, the previously gloomy skies erupted with a sudden thunderclap, startling everyone. In an instant, the clouds seemed to churn violently, forming an eye above their heads, reminiscent of a whirlpool drawing in the surrounding darkness. The ominous clouds descended lower, causing all present to hold their breath, their movements slowing with trepidation. What on earth is that? Regardless of its nature, they knew they had to flee. Ninjas, accustomed to the brink of life and death, inherently possessed a sense of crisis. Faced with such an eerie spectacle, they could only grit their teeth and hasten their departure. Only the ninjas from the hidden cloud village displayed expressions of ecstatic joy as they beheld the gathering storm. Initially, they had worried about securing the Akatsuki leader's eyes amidst the chaos, but now they felt a sense of certainty. It's going to thunder. We have the upper hand. We must capture the Akatsuki leader and eliminate the other village ninjas before the storm arrives. The cloud village ninjas ignited with battle fervor, rushing towards the last known location of the Akatsuki leader, their lightning chakra surging wildly. Crack! Another thunderclap reverberated, and the sky seemed to fracture with countless fissures, emanating a sense of impending doom, causing a collective shiver among all present. Even the ninjas engaged in battle found themselves momentarily paralyzed, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over them. It felt as though any further movement could lead to them being struck down by lightning. For Yin, The situation was even more dire. His instinct screamed at him to escape immediately. The range of the heavenly tribulation was vast. Yet the proximity to that destructive energy and the azure lightning flashing across the sky confirmed to him that the ninjas on the ground would likely be unable to survive the descent of calamity. Boom! As Yan's mind raced, the thunder roared again, this time revealing golden arcs of electricity amidst the clouds. No, this is not normal weather. The fourth Reikage, witnessing the scene, felt his hair stand on end, urgently calling on his village's ninjas at the battlefield's edge to retreat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari in the Hidden Rain village tightened his grip on his arm, simultaneously filled with worry and fear, whose lightning release can encompass 20 kilometers, flashing with golden light. The entire sky appears to be torn asunder. This power, Pain mused, breaking the silence as Conan looked on in confusion. He continued, Conan, quickly pull the village's power switch. At this moment, Nagato cared little for the astonishing lightning release displayed by Yin. His primary concern was the potential devastation that could befall their village. The village's finances were scarce, and Nagato feared that with the current infamy of the Akatsuki, they would likely struggle to secure any missions to remedy the village's losses should the electrical system be damaged. Conan nodded, recognizing the validity of Nagato's concerns, and hurriedly leaped off the rooftop, racing towards the village's main power switch. She dared not unfurl her wings to fly. Even deities fear loss? Uchiha Hikaru regarded this ailing individual with a mixture of curiosity and teasing. Though the gods may be indifferent, mere mortals are not. Pain completely missed the mockery in Hikaru's words, raising his chin to glance at the villagers rushing home before turning to leave the rooftop. Uchiha Hikaru, upon hearing someone's remarks, felt her toes curl together, contemplating whether she ought to acquire a new pair of shoes. Moreover, she struggled to comprehend how those two ailing individuals could engage in seamless communication. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to distance herself from this peculiar group to avoid being infected in the near future. Yet, inexplicably, images of Yinjin's apprenticeship flashed through her mind, filling her with a sense of awkwardness that made her want to silence them. Nevertheless, as she gazed at the golden lightning flashing in the distance, her concern was palpable. Please do not perish. Thunder rumbled as the lightning, resembling a golden serpent, struck Yinjin, its immense force causing him to plummet to the ground. However, this was not the end. Simultaneous with the lightning's descent, countless bolts rained down from the sky, seemingly targeting every person on the ground. Many did not even have time to scream before they were reduced to charred corpses, the stench quickly permeating the scene. Yinjin spat blood, struggling to rise from the ground, his body marred by numerous lightning-induced cracks. Truly, he felt he was on the brink of death. The cave surrounding him had absorbed some damage but had turned to dust. Fortunately, he had managed to stow away the sunflower just in time. Otherwise, that strike would have likely obliterated it. The only solace Yinjin found was that after enduring the recent lightning catastrophe, wounds on his body began to emit golden light, gradually healing. The spiritual energy residing in his dantian spread across his body, beginning to operate under this immense pressure. You will not escape unscathed, cloud-hidden village ninjas. Despite the chaos, some survived the lightning ordeal. Those lying on the ground, gazing at the young boy in the center, instinctively believed him to be a ninja from Cloud-Hidden Village. They glanced at the nearby ninjas adorned with Cloud-Hidden Village headbands, who had endured a lightning strike, yet merely had their hair standing on end. Of course, these individuals already had dark skin, and after being struck, they appeared only slightly darker. To an observer, they seemed relatively unscathed. Yet, the suffering they endured was known only to them. Hey, stop that immediately. Why are you attacking your own people with ninjutsu? Yinjin was taken aback as the Cloud-Hidden Village ninjas, their eyes ablaze with fury, recognized that such a powerful lightning technique could only be wielded by their village's ninjas. They expressed their discontent vocally, their suspicions confirmed. Although the Cloud-Hidden ninjas' appearances remained unchanged, Yinjin sensed that their internal conditions were in disarray. Without the aid of spiritual energy, the lightning catastrophe provided them no benefits. Instead, the overwhelming golden lightning would scatter their lightning chakra. Yinjin chose not to clarify the misunderstanding, instead raising a hand to point at the thunderous sky. Silence. Is this little challenge too much for you to endure? He spoke earnestly, only to be unable to suppress a cough of blood, causing the remaining ninjas to flinch. No, buddy, if you're going to die, don't take us down with you. Thunder crashed once more, this time with even greater ferocity, revealing the white bones beneath the skin upon impact. The surviving individuals within the vicinity finally succumbed to the pressure, blinded by a flash of white light as they departed for the afterlife. The spot where Yanjin stood was transformed into a 10-meter-deep crater from the lightning strike. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Lying in the crater, Yanjin could barely move his fingers, his body scorched like those corpses around him. The only indication that he was still alive was the 2 rows of white teeth revealed when he murmured to himself, realizing he could not continue like this. A spark of inspiration struck Yanjin's mind, and he vanished from the spot. The moment he disappeared, the dark clouds above the rain-hidden village dissipated. Simultaneously, Raza, who had just returned injured to the village, witnessed the gathering clouds above the village, and his expression shifted from agony to ecstatic joy. It's going to rain. Someone quickly informed the villagers to prepare for water. Chapter 82. No one survives beneath the power pole. It's going to rain. Everyone, quickly place your containers. The Umbu ninjas of Sunagakure darted across the rooftops, loudly alerting the villagers while banging on their metal containers to ensure no one missed this rare opportunity. After all, in a village where water resources were scarce, such occurrences were particularly uncommon in the desert. Some people might go their entire lives without witnessing such a scene. Not to mention, the clouds gathering in the sky were a harbinger of a torrential downpour. Upon hearing the news, villagers rushed to place every usable container they owned at their doorsteps and even in the streets to collect rainwater. As a single drop fell, the inhabitants of Sunagakure raised their hands in unison, relishing the bounty of nature. Some even retrieved shampoo and soap from their homes, preparing for a thorough wash in the streets. This magnificent scene made Uchiha Yanjin, perched atop a power pole, grin widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Now, under the restoration of spiritual energy, Yanjin's skin had regained its luster, appearing fair and almost translucent, with veins faintly visible beneath the surface. If not for the black residue clinging to his newly changed clothes, one might hardly believe he had just survived 2 lightning tribulations. Who are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating our village? In a flurry, several dark shadows appeared, encircling the young boy atop the power pole. It was not their heightened sensitivity that alerted them. Rather, it was the boy's attire, which did not resemble that of their village's ninjas, making him stand out on the highest power pole in their village. His presence was so conspicuous that his actions warranted immediate action to eliminate him. Despite his appearance as a mere 6-year-old child, casting a glance at the surrounding Umbu ninjas, Yanjin chose not to respond but instead raised his hand to point at the ominous clouds gathering above. If you have any defensive measures, you'd better summon your Kazekage quickly. Otherwise, everyone will suffer the consequences. The Umbu ninjas paused momentarily, yet it did not come as a surprise. The infiltration of other ninja villages into their own was a common occurrence. No worries. Since you prefer silence, we have plenty of ways to make you talk. The Umbu ninjas had not taken the young boy seriously, their imaginations already conjuring images of him sobbing in the interrogation room moments later, divulging information. A wave of sinister laughter erupted from them, as if they were the villains in a tale, almost bursting into a cackling fit. I say, Yanjin began, opening his mouth. But upon seeing the Umbu ninjas approach with no signs of alarm, he continued, Are you truly unafraid of death? Little boy, perhaps you should be more concerned for yourself. The Umbu ninjas had no inclination to play games with a 6-year-old child. With a sinister chuckle, they manipulated the chakra strings at their fingertips, commanding their puppets to launch an assault on the power pole. Just as several attacks were about to land on the boy, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the clouds above Sunagakure without warning. Fourth Reikage. Suddenly, a sharp explosion resonated throughout the village as the winds howled, coinciding with the fierce strike of a golden thunderbolt. It appeared as though Sunagakure had activated some form of defensive mechanism. Surrounding sand swiftly coalesced in the low air to form a spherical barrier. While it could not entirely thwart the sudden strike of lightning, it did diminish its ferocity, sparing the villagers from certain death. However, those gathered near the power poles were not so fortunate. The tremendous force of the lightning not only caused widespread power outages but also instantly claimed the lives of unfortunate souls near the poles. Especially at the epicenter of the strike, hundreds of ANBU ninjas were obliterated, leaving behind nothing but charred remnants. 10 minutes after Sunagakure endured this calamity, both Kirigakure and Awagakure faced varying degrees of assault. The number of souls lost beneath the power poles continued to rise. Hikaru from Konoha chose not to intervene. Mindful that his brother remained in the village, he feared a single bolt of lightning might whisk Sasuke away. The Cloud Village was his last destination. Considering that someone would need to take the blame later, Hikaru deliberately opted for the Qingqiu Canyon, a training ground for the Cloud Ninjas. If other villages were to investigate later and found no casualties among the Cloud, they would undoubtedly unite to seek retribution. However, plans are often mere wishes. To his surprise, the Cloud Ninjas, upon witnessing the dancing golden lightning in the sky, rushed from their village to the Qingqiu Canyon as if they had spotted a rare treasure. "Quick, everyone, hurry," they exclaimed, believing that such an extraordinary display of lightning would greatly enhance their physical training. The burly ninjas from the Cloud Village, brimming with excitement, sprinted faster than ever, fearing they might miss out on this unique training opportunity. Ultimately, over 100 came, but over 1,000 returned. Why did the number of returnees increase? Mainly because the bodies had been reduced to charred remains, making identification impossible for their families, who ultimately opted to claim the bodies of any surviving relatives. The true architect of this disaster, with the generous assistance of several villages, successfully underwent the heavenly tribulation body refinement. This process not only elevated Hikaru's physical prowess to an unprecedented level, but also caused a significant surge in his internal chakra. In terms of physical condition alone, he felt that he could now contend directly with the fourth Raikage even without relying on any abilities. In a sense, he had transcended the predicament faced by ordinary ninjas, who could be easily vanquished by a single shuriken. Due to the surge in chakra, Hikaru no longer felt awkward when employing his swordsmanship. He even chose to soar back to the Akatsuki base on his ninja blade, foregoing the use of his teleportation abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: key to the secret realm. As he entered the vicinity of Awaken, the notification of task completion instantly appeared, prompting him to hastily open his backpack to inspect his reward. Key to the secret realm. Those of pure heart may glimpse the mysteries within. Current bound location: Awaken. The description of the secret realm left Hikaru bewildered. He had previously envisioned the secret realm as akin to a dungeon in a game, where one could obtain various opportunities upon entry. Yet, what exactly did pure-hearted individual mean? What did the bound location imply? Did it suggest that Awaken had transformed into the essence of the secret realm? From his perception, there seemed to be no changes in Awaken. After pondering for some time, Hikaru encountered several teammates at the village entrance. He decided to set the matter aside for the moment, stabilizing his descent on the ninja blade. Pain, Konan, and Uchiha Hikari stood at the entrance of Awaken, their expressions distinctly peculiar. Only Pain continued to mutter insistently to the two beside him. "It's impossible. Can neither of you see this massive bronze gate?" With his Rinnegan, Nagato could not believe he was ensnared in an illusion. He clearly saw the gate of Awaken transformed into an ancient bronze door, inscribed with the words Secret Realm. Yet, for some reason, his companions seemed oblivious to it. Konan and Hikari shared a similar expression, one that could be likened to an elderly person's confusion in a subway station. "What are you doing standing at the gate?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Pain leapt up in excitement, darting directly to Hikaru's side. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he pointed at the dilapidated gate of Awaken and declared, "You can see it, right? The gate to the secret realm." Hikaru? Chapter 83. The proper way to unveil the secret realm of Awaken upon hearing Pain's words. Hikaru's first reaction was to question whether his previous influence on Nagato had worsened his condition. He even cast a tentative glance toward Tsunade, as if inquiring about what had transpired during his absence. However, Tsunade merely lowered her head and hastily walked into the village, and even Konan wore a cold expression, seemingly disinterested in conversing with the two afflicted individuals. Yet, as they stepped through the gate of Awaken, the dilapidated door in Hikaru's view suddenly flickered, overlapping with the ancient bronze door, which appeared before him in an instant. Wow, there really is a secret realm. Konan, Hikari, at this revelation, Hikaru could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming a phrase of astonishment, prompting the two women, who had just taken a few steps, to quicken their pace. What had initially been a brisk walk now transformed into a hurried jog. Indeed, as the first to discover it, Pain was immensely proud, tilting his head back and surveying the majestic secret realm gate before him. The gate towered 50 meters high, seemingly crafted from bronze. Yet it shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Just the appearance of the material led Nagato to believe that this gate was of considerable value. Pain raised his hand, gently brushing the surface of the gate, and with great effort, he chipped away at the metallic surface, stating with utmost seriousness, "We finally have a solution to the village's financial woes." Really? Upon hearing this, Hikaru was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether the figure before him was truly Nagato or merely the money-obsessed Kakuzu. That is not the point. Hikaru inhaled deeply, pointing at the gate with excitement. This is a secret realm. As Pain continued to prod the doorframe, he had already drawn out a black rod, scraping it against the door with a grating sound. Replying casually, and then? Hikaru took a deep breath, suddenly realizing that individuals from the ninja world were incapable of recognizing the significance of this matter. He immediately retrieved the key from his backpack. Since it's a secret realm, it must contain treasures within. As he spoke, he patiently began to explain the treasures that might be found in the secret realm while searching for a keyhole on the door. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby rooftop observing the two afflicted individuals, Konan and Hikari's emotions reached a complex peak. In their view, Pain was wielding a black rod and making a racket against the dilapidated wooden door of Amigakure, while Uchiha Hikaru appeared to be touching the air with both hands, as if a wall existed before him. In summary, the antics of these two were anything but normal for a rational person. After a prolonged silence, it was Konan who finally broke the ice. When did you leave Amigakure? Her tone was laced with urgency, and she felt a pang of regret as she gazed at Nagato's worsening condition. Had she known that someone would turn Nagato into this state, she would never have allowed this troubled Uchiha into the Akatsuki. Now, she could only hope that the elder of their sect could take this wayward disciple away and prevent him from further wreaking havoc in their village. Anytime. Uchiha Hikari's expression darkened further as she spoke to Konan, lacking the confidence to engage in conversation. She felt that the combination of these two was an absolute disaster. At the very least, before meeting Pain, Hikaru had still resembled a normal person. However, it seems futile to inquire. With a resigned sigh, I gestured towards the two individuals, pondering whether they would indeed part ways in such a situation. Xiaonan glanced again in their direction, fell silent for a moment, then exhaled deeply, vigorously ruffling her hair. To make matters worse, a crowd of villagers had gathered at the entrance, observing the couple. We should call them back. The angel felt that someone was acting foolishly at the village entrance, potentially jeopardizing the reputation cultivated over many years. You should go instead. The prideful Uchiha Light was reluctant to confront so many people to retrieve someone, and as she spoke, she averted her gaze from Xiaonan. Secret realm, Yayan exclaimed from the entrance, his voice resonating uncomfortably. Upon seeing the door with a key inserted, he turned and shouted again. Yuin Village. As he uttered this phrase, the entrance to the secret realm distorted and vanished, revealing the dilapidated gate of Yuin Village once more. A world suspended between reality and illusion. How intriguing. Pain understood how to properly engage with this phenomenon, repeating the phrase several times as he and Yayan reveled in the experience. Even when faced with the hushed murmurs of the villagers, they showed no signs of embarrassment. Let us go inside and take a look. Understanding the mechanics of this secret realm, he boldly pushed open the door, ready to step inside. Within the secret realm lay an endless expanse of primordial forest, punctuated by the distant roars of wild beasts. Faced with the unknown, the two at the entrance were filled with excitement. Just as Yayan was about to enter, Pain suddenly halted him. Wait, it could be dangerous to rush in. After half an hour of Yayan's explanations, Nagato had learned of the myriad wondrous herbs within the secret realm, which could greatly enhance one's strength and even possess the ability to resurrect the deceased. Naturally, such marvels would also attract fierce and dangerous beasts, a thought that filled Nagato with trepidation. I'll find some helpers. That makes sense. It's better to be cautious. Xiaonan had arrived behind them at some point, feeling uncomfortable under the villagers' watchful eyes. Now, hearing the two discuss the dangers of entering the village, Light truly wished to avoid it, but Xiaonan insisted on dragging her along, sweetly claiming that one person couldn't possibly manage two ailing individuals. From Light's perspective, Xiaonan merely wanted to share in the embarrassment. The two now stood behind Yayan in Pain, having disguised themselves, even donning masks. Hey, why are you back? Yayan turned to find the two behind him. Without waiting for her to speak, he grasped her wrist, and they stood together at the entrance. Do you see this gate? Yayan pointed to the worn door, but before he could continue, he received a swift chop on the head. Light cast a wary glance at the villagers who were whispering and pointing at her, her face paling as she quickly stepped in front of Yayan, whispering urgently, Now. Immediately. Come with me. Concerned that her tone might have been too forceful, she forced herself into a specific communication channel with him. Listen to your ancestor. At this moment, not only was Uchiha Light tormented, but Xiaonan, standing before Pain, felt similarly distressed. Yayan rubbed his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Pain. and they both spoke in unison. Then you both shout secret realm. Light and Xiaonan remained silent, merely clutching their thighs, their expressions beneath the masks painfully contorted. Seeing their disbelief, Yayan took a few steps forward, while Pain noticed other puppets approaching and followed suit into the door. Enough. What are you two doing? Xiaonan began to scold, but before she could finish, she watched helplessly as the pair vanished through the entrance. The two were left astonished, nearly losing their composure as they began to question their reality. What is happening? Where did they go? Chapter 84, Kakuzu. Today's youth play in such extravagant ways. Space-time ninjutsu? Xiaonan turned to Uchiha Light, suspecting that Yayan had used a technique to switch places with them. The likelihood of disappearing from the village lay with Uchiha Yayan. However, one thing puzzled her. Why had Pain's controlled Deva path also vanished without making contact? No. Uchiha Light frowned in response, pointing to the ground. Didn't you see the dog? She was quite familiar with Yayan's Flying Thunder God technique, and it was clear that something unexpected had occurred. Isn't it? Xiaonan's brow furrowed deeper as they exchanged glances, then turned back to the gate of Yuin village. For some reason, a ridiculous thought crept into her mind. Could the secret realm actually be real? As this notion surfaced, fear gripped them, their faces paling as they hastily dismissed the thought, fearing they too would become peculiar. Suddenly, two puppets controlled by Nagato descended from the sky, passing by the two without a word as they shouted secret realm towards the door, vanishing before their eyes once more. This time, Light and Xiaonan were left stunned, standing in place for quite some time, unable to process what they had just witnessed. A few minutes later, Xiaonan bit her lip, fists clenched tightly, hesitatingly suggesting, "Why don't we try? You go first." Light's voice cracked, nearly betraying the embarrassment she felt, prompting a startled reaction from Xiaonan, scanning the crowd of onlookers. Xiaonan clenched her jaw, her expression beneath the mask betraying her resolve to make a significant decision, and she firmly yet somewhat timidly declared, "Together." In that moment, Uchiha Light began to understand why two individuals with ailments could remain unburdened in each other's company. It was simply that having someone alongside made it easier to embrace the madness, as they could share the weight of others' curious gazes. Even if they were to embarrass themselves, they would do so together. It was undeniable that this approach eased their psychological burdens. Uchiha Light and Xiaonan averted their gazes. Both two shut to meet each other's eyes. After some time spent grappling with their inner turmoil, they softly shouted in unison, "Secret realm." They then stepped through the door under the watchful eyes of the villagers. After pacing back and forth several times, they kept their heads down, ignoring the astonished and puzzled expressions on the faces around them, forcing back the urge to flee. However, the villagers could no longer contain themselves. "Angel, have you encountered some difficulties?" A woman from the crowd, seemingly familiar with Xiaonan's voice, recognized her despite her disguise. "Not me," Xiaonan stammered, a hint of panic in her tone. A keen observer would notice that her fidgeting was far more pronounced than Uchiha Light's, despite her efforts to conceal her discomfort. The villagers' expressions indicated their disbelief. Ultimately, Xiaonan had to adopt an authoritative demeanor, commanding them to disperse to prevent further embarrassment. The villagers complied, each returning to their homes or resuming their tasks. With the crowd dissipating, Uchiha Light felt emboldened. Did we perhaps shout too softly? She pondered, uncertainty creeping in. After all, whether it was Yayan and Pain or the other two orange-haired individuals, their voices had resonated loudly upon entering. "Shall we try again?" "All right, one last time." Xiaonan nodded, stretching her neck to glance at the departing villagers, relieved to see they weren't hiding to eavesdrop. Finally, she exhaled deeply. "Secret realm." This time, the two shouted with such fervor that they startled the birds in the forest and caught the attention of two members returning to the Akatsuki. "Conan, what are you two doing?" Kakuzu and Scorpion stood behind them, their sudden inquiries nearly compelling the women to resort to paper-based ninjutsu. Beneath the mask, the expression on Scorpion's face twisted into a grimace, eyes tightly shut, fists clenched with intensity. Confronted with the unexpected questioning, she held her breath, fearful that even a single exhale might unveil her true identity. She even contemplated whether to eliminate the witnesses. "It's nothing. I'm just familiarizing the newcomer with the surroundings." Conan replied calmly, pretending as though nothing was amiss. "You were clearly shouting something about a secret realm." The muffled voice of Scorpion, hidden within the swirling crimson mist, prompted both women to turn around in unison, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, leaving Scorpion momentarily unnerved. "I must have misheard," he thought, feeling an unsettling premonition that probing further could lead to dire consequences. With that, he manipulated the crimson mist and swiftly passed through the gate, exhibiting no intention of waiting for Kakuzu. Wait. Suddenly, Conan called out, halting the steps of Scorpion and Kakuzu, who had intended to leave. You two, come over here. With a click, Uchiha Itachi drew a kunai and materialized before the hunchbacked puppet. Step back. Kakuzu, Scorpion. 10 minutes later, the two Akatsuki members stood voluntarily at the entrance of the Rain Village, both under a penalty of standing while simultaneously shouting, Secret Realm, open. Nevertheless, Conan and Itachi, positioned at the threshold, remained perplexed about how those two had vanished right under their noses. Did we overlook some detail? Conan turned to Itachi, her gaze filled with suspicion regarding a potential misstep, her mind racing to recall the preceding events. If all else failed, she would have to seek Nagato to inquire about the whereabouts of Pain. I don't recall making a mistake, Itachi murmured to himself, his hands continuously examining the dilapidated gate. He even mimicked Yan's earlier actions, his hands feeling the air between the gate's crevices, seemingly oblivious to how peculiar he appeared to outsiders. Secret Realm, open. Kakuzu shouted again, and after finishing, he couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Secret Realm, open. Is it some special jutsu? Scorpion's voice trailed behind Kakuzu, revealing a hint of curiosity amidst his emotionless tone. He genuinely sought to understand what had transpired and the significance of the term Secret Realm. Conan and Itachi fell silent at their inquiries, just as they were about to respond when a familiar voice chimed in nearby. Yen, try this herb and see what it does. At that moment, Pain emerged from a villager's house, clutching a peculiar green plant and exclaiming Yan's name in delight. Wait, I haven't finished eating the sunflower I gathered earlier. Yan's voice echoed as he appeared, his shoulders burdened with a backpack filled with an assortment of colorful weeds and wildflowers. While two sunflowers on his shoulders munched away, this young man had also dashed out from the villager's home. As he took cheerful strides, he continuously pulled the weeds and wildflowers from his bag, shoving them into the mouths of the two sunflowers. Witnessing this scene, Conan and Itachi's expressions darkened considerably. Kakuzu could only watch in disbelief, his eyelids twitching as he turned to Conan. Leader, what is this? Chapter 85, often lacking in seriousness the moment Yin and Pain crossed into the gate of the Secret Realm, they found themselves enveloped in a lush forest. Everywhere they looked was filled with novel curiosities, and given their limited knowledge of herbs, coupled with their belief that everything within the Secret Realm was beneficial, they were almost eager to uproot the very ground beneath them to take back with them. What ensued was Pain's fascination with every unique plant he encountered, fantasizing about their potential to bring the dead back to life, or at the very least, possess some miraculous effects. Yen fared slightly better. He didn't linger too long on the roadside weeds and wildflowers, focusing instead on the wild fruits. His backpack was filled with an assortment of fruits, varying in color and size, which he had collected. Due to their vibrant hues, Yen hesitated to consume them himself, instead compelling the sunflowers perched on his shoulders to sample them, inadvertently discovering their remarkable ability to discern the effects of herbs. Ugh, this stuff is worse than an old lady's false teeth. It's lethal. The sunflower spat out fruit fragments, generously offering its critique. It's poisonous. Yen pondered for a moment before hastily stowing that particular fruit in the outer compartment of his backpack. He then extracted a wild fruit resembling a sweet treat and tossed it into the sunflower's mouth. Gag. The moment it entered, the sunflower began to retch violently, expelling everything it had previously ingested. This is excrement. The beleaguered sunflower finally snapped, indignantly pointing a stem at the unfortunate culprit. Sorry. I must have picked it up while gathering flowers. Yen chuckled awkwardly, aware of the precarious situation with the two sunflowers working diligently. He dared not say much more, knowing that should they cease cooperating, he would be at a loss for what to do. He certainly couldn't ask Pain to eat it. Just as Yen thought this, he turned to see Pain holding a glowing flower, ready to pop it into his mouth. Alarmed, he utilized a body flicker technique to seize Pain's hand, preventing this reckless act of testing the poison with a puppet. Have you lost your mind? Didn't we just say we shouldn't eat anything from here? Pain remained silent, believing that relying solely on Yen's two flowers would take ages, while probing with a puppet might yield results sooner. Unbeknownst to them, their foraging in the secret realm seemed utterly baffling to the four observers outside, who watched as the duo squatted beside a well, grasping bizarre plants, occasionally dipping into the well, drinking while exclaiming that the water from the secret realm was incomparably sweet. Their actions were perplexing to behold. Though the four outside could not see each other's expressions, beneath their masks, Conan and Itachi nearly contorted their faces in disbelief. Kakuzu scratched his head in confusion, reluctant to voice his thoughts, suspecting that this might be a peculiar game between the leader and Conan. Perhaps it was an illusion? Even Scorpion, concealed within the crimson mist, exhibited a hint of disdain on his puppet-like visage. You two carry on. I recall we have a mission to attend to. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Conan and the newcomer, the seasoned Kakuzu hastily chuckled and made his exit. Scorpion followed suit, manipulating the crimson mist and trailing behind Kakuzu, both departing the scene. That fool. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Itachi could no longer contain himself, sprinting towards Yin and launching a flying kick at him. Meanwhile, Conan, standing still, waved her right hand, sending a flurry of papers flying towards Pain. At that moment, Conan and Itachi's sole desire was to adequately deal with these two peculiar individuals, who not only hid in the villagers' homes but also caused them to foolishly shout for an extended duration outside. They truly must have lost their minds to believe in such a thing as a secret realm. However, in the next instant, their attacks failed to land on the two peculiar individuals, passing through them without obstruction. This abrupt turn of events widened Conan and Itachi's eyes in astonishment. Wait, they don't exist in physical form. Itachi regained his composure and hurriedly approached Yin, raising his hand to wave in front of him. The outcome is akin to traversing the past. Even calling out the other's name proves futile in capturing their attention. It is as though Yin exists merely as a projection before her, visible yet untouchable, unreachable for communication. What exactly transpired? This is the first time Xiaonan has encountered such an occurrence. She clearly witnessed the two pass through the gate, only to later see them reappear in the village. Yet she remains perplexed about what truly happened. Wait a moment. She muses for a brief instant before vanishing from her spot, only to reappear with Runtu at the scene. It's a secret realm. Runtu, upon arriving, immediately shouts at the entrance of Yuin village, not yet grasping the situation. What kind of secret realm is this? Even the two who were previously oblivious begin to realize that Yin and Pain may have truly entered another dimension. Guang and Xiaonan, after a moment of astonishment, quickly crouched next to Runtu, pointing toward the seemingly abnormal figures scaling the rooftops. Take us inside, Guang commands imperiously, disregarding the feelings of the canine companion. Faced with the ancient creature, Runtu can only express his discontent silently, shaking his head to indicate that the two behind him should follow, before striding toward the gate. However, as they cross the threshold, Guang and Xiaonan find that they do not enter the so-called secret realm alongside Runtu. Instead, they witness him disappear before their eyes. In this moment, the relic of the Warring States period and the angel of the Akatsuki organization stand rooted in place, rendered speechless. Runtu, Yin, who was engaged in a discussion with Pain about how to extract the divine tree, senses a familiar aura and promptly calls out to Runtu's location. You can't come in. You're going to get beaten. Upon hearing this, Yin suddenly recalls that he had not greeted Guang before entering. He glances at the towering tree, feeling the immense spiritual energy emanating from it, and turns to Pain. This tree can aid in cultivation. Should we dig it out first? The divine tree appears to stretch over 300 meters, with faint blue patterns shimmering along its trunk. Even standing beneath it evokes a profound sense of tranquility. Although it seems challenging to excavate, Yin is convinced that it is a valuable entity. Perhaps in the future, its leaves could enhance his cultivation when brewed into tea. Pain furrows his brow. Can't we extract a couple more trees? He gestures towards several others around the area, each over 100 meters tall. Were it not for the constraints, Nagato would consider taking everything here. Let us start digging. Your Rinnegan might not even have a significant effect on it, Yin retorts, glancing at the complex roots sprawling beneath, which delve 2 to 3 kilometers underground. However, this remark seems to irk Nagato. Do not underestimate the power of a deity. Rising into the air, Pain raises his hands high and shouts, Shinra Tensei. Half an hour later, he continues to exert the gravitational force of his Rinnegan, attempting to uproot the tree. Yet, contrary to Yan's expectations, the purportedly strongest power of the ninja world merely shakes the branches and leaves, causing a considerable commotion. Standing beneath the tree, Yin purses his lips, takes the iron shovel freshly prepared by Runtu, and shouts up at Pain, God, why don't we just let it be? He waves the shovel a few times. Let us use the more traditional methods. Nagato, feeling the pressure of maintaining his dignity after having boasted about showcasing the power of a deity, finds it increasingly humiliating as half an hour passes with only minimal results. I didn't rest well last night, Pain mutters defiantly. Yin, bemused, thinks to himself that the efficacy of the Rinnegan has nothing to do with his lack of rest. He refrains from pointing this out and instead channels his spiritual energy to manipulate the various tools crafted by Runto, beginning the excavation of the divine tree. Thus, Runto crafts tools while Yin operates multiple implements in the digging process. As he controls the 123rd tool, Pain and the other two puppets suddenly approach, interrupting the excavation. Are there any tools left? Pain inquires, his expression somewhat unnatural. As a being who claims to be divine, it is embarrassing that he is not contributing while this 6-year-old child and a puppet dog toil beside him. The more he observes, the more uncomfortable Nagato feels, watching the roots gradually being unearthed. To salvage his dwindling pride, he reluctantly activates the puppets to contribute as much as they can, regardless of the circumstances. A deity must not be idle. Yin remains silent for a few moments before allocating 3 tools to Pain, both entering into the rhythm of work. What are they doing? Xiaonan, though aware that the two have indeed entered the secret realm, finds the projections visible from the outside quite anxiety-inducing. One is flailing his arms aimlessly, while the other, accompanied by 2 puppets, swings a shovel and a spade. From a distance, one might mistakenly believe that the deities are overseeing the demolition of structures within the village. Sighing deeply, Xiaonan gazes up at the radiant statue, sensing that the future of Yuan village may be fraught with difficulties. I'll first move the villagers away from here. After a while, Xiaonan estimates that the two within the secret realm will not emerge anytime soon, and considering the reputation of the Akatsuki, she begins to arrange for the villagers to relocate. After all, while losing face is minor, the sight of ethereal figures engaging in strange activities might terrify the timid villagers upon waking. After giving a few instructions, she promptly begins organizing the evacuation, leaving Guang to keep watch over them, ready to clarify what has transpired once they exit the secret realm. Although Guang is reluctant to undertake such a task, he finds a rooftop with a good vantage point, ensuring he remains unseen, to observe the projections. Monitoring the two within the secret realm proves to be quite taxing. After 3 hours of watching, she can no longer bear it and lies down, intending to take a short nap when a familiar figure suddenly enters her line of sight. It is Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Is this what the Pure Land is like? Fugaku wanders the streets, murmuring to himself while curiously examining the dilapidated houses surrounding him. His certainty about being in the Pure Land stems from the absence of any injuries. The overexertion of his Mangeki has seemingly healed. He appears to be in no state of having barely survived a battle. Fugaku finds the world of the Pure Land intriguing. From the moment he awakened, he sensed that the experience here was nearly indistinguishable from being alive. Were it not for his meticulous recollection, he might have doubted his own existence. Realizing he has arrived in the Pure Land, memories of his son, who also perished in battle, flood his mind, and tears stream down his face. Yin, I am so sorry, Fugaku repeats as he begins to search aimlessly for his son and other clan members throughout the village. Lying on the rooftop, Uchiha Guang glances at the weeping Fugaku, then turns his head back, closing his eyes and coldly muttering to himself. The Uchiha clan is on the verge of extinction. As the clan leader, he fell victim to illusions yet remained oblivious to it. His current state is a stark contrast to the prowess exhibited by clan members during the Warring States period. Just as Hikaru was about to succumb to slumber, Fugaku's startled cry nearly caused her to tumble from the rooftop. Upon glimpsing his son, Fugaku was engulfed with a mixture of exhilaration and profound guilt. This time, unlike in the past, he wore a softer expression. Upon seeing Hikaru, he instantly opened his arms and rushed towards him. He had envisioned a touching reunion in the Pure Land, but as he reached to embrace his son, he passed right through Hikaru's ethereal form. The sudden turn of events sent Fugaku staggering into a clothesline set up by the villagers, leaving him bewildered for several minutes, unable to grasp what had transpired. What has happened? Upon seeing Hikaru seemingly touching thin air and not responding to his calls, Fugaku's confusion deepened. Keep it down, he is not dead. Unable to tolerate the noise, Hikaru, lying on the rooftop, slowly offered an explanation. He is not dead? Fugaku quickly noticed the nameless figure lying beside him, but his focus remained solely on his son. He suddenly recalled that before his demise, the nameless one was slain by Itachi St. Ketsu, which meant that Hikaru was indeed alive. This lad is still thriving? Hikaru's brief statement triggered Fugaku's imagination, leading him to concoct an implausible yet somewhat logical theory regarding the bizarre situation before him. So, it seems the Pure Land still has its inhabitants? The mere thought that he could see his son in the Pure Land made Fugaku break into a smile. Well, that's not too shabby. Hikaru, upon hearing the words, was infuriated and hastily picked up a stone, striking Fugaku on the forehead in an attempt to jolt him back to reality. Get lost. However, her throw was rather forceful. And coupled with Fugaku's ongoing contemplation, the impact caused him to exclaim and collapse into a deep, infantile slumber. Hikaru stared intently at the unconscious Fugaku for a few moments before muttering to herself. No wonder Hikaru is so dim-witted. Chapter 87. The Haunting of Amigakure. With the concerted efforts of Uchiha, Hikaru, and Pain, they successfully pulled the towering spirit tree, over 300 meters high, out from the secret realm. To onlookers, it appeared as though they had summoned a peculiar plant from another dimension as they traversed the gates of Amigakure. Finally, upon emerging from the secret realm, Hikaru was met with the sight of his father, who lay unconscious with a bruised forehead. Instantly, he shifted his gaze to the elderly matriarch squatting beside the massive tree. My father. Hikaru stiffened at the sound of this and quickly defended himself. It wasn't me. He bumped into a wall and fainted. To dispel any doubts, Hikaru promptly informed his father of the situation while also inquiring about the nature of the secret realm. Why does there appear to be projections within Amigakure? Hikaru murmured, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Coupled with Hikaru's earlier comment about Fugaku mistaking Amigakure for the Pure Land, he swiftly devised a brilliant plan. Given the Uchiha's haughty nature, if they were to remain in Amigakure, they might inadvertently provoke Nagato. Moreover, he could not constantly oversee his clan members. Thus, it would be beneficial to allow the Uchiha to remain hidden within the secret realm while simultaneously assisting him in exploration. This could be a win-win situation. After contemplating the dilapidated gates of Amigakure and his unconscious father, Hikaru decided to rouse him, concerned that his father might still harbor suspicions. He urged Hikaru to activate the 8,000 spears mark to reinforce his perception. Hikaru, upon awakening and seeing his son, Fugaku hesitated before gasping, his breath hitching. The pain from the earlier blow still lingered, stimulating his sensory nerves. Wait, how did you also arrive at the Pure Land? Looking down at Hikaru supporting him, he glanced at the sprawling primal forest ahead and caught a glimpse of the nameless figure, confusion filling his eyes. Father, do not concern yourself with that for now. Hikaru instructed, gesturing towards the entrance of the secret realm. You've just passed your 7th day. We must return to the Pure Land. Fugaku. What on earth is my son talking about? What is this 7th day nonsense? Before Fugaku could voice his inquiries again, Hikaru's expression turned serious. Father, I don't have much time. Let me be brief. There are treasures in the Pure Land that can resurrect you, along with numerous opportunities for growth. Over the next 10 minutes, Hikaru elaborated on Nagato's theories, slightly altering them to fit the context of the Pure Land, aiming to instill in his father the urgency of re-establishing the Uchiha clan's influence and searching for treasures within, thereby allowing the deceased members to return to the realm of the living. Wait, what are these techniques and treasures you speak of? While Fugaku grasped the essence of his son's intention for him to strive in the Pure Land, the peculiar terminology he employed left him perplexed. With a swift kick to his father's rear, Hikaru propelled Fugaku into the secret realm while simultaneously activating the 8,000 spears mark to render him unconscious. Yet, she remained curious about this so-called secret realm. From her perspective, as Fugaku crossed through the gates of Amigakure, he vanished just as Hikaru had done before, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, regarding that secret realm gate, she had not perceived any sign of it. Hikaru first glanced at the massive tree beside her, then pointed towards the gate. Why can't I see the secret realm? Faced with this question, Hikaru scratched his head, uncertain. Perhaps you're not quirky enough? Why don't you try shouting something like secret realm, open, at the entrance? Hearing this, Hikaru suddenly recalled her previous foolish antics, her face flushing crimson. Humph. She tilted her head, her gaze fixated on the gate, deep in contemplation. Hikaru, where did you toss the clan leader? At that moment, Shursui suddenly appeared before them, a package in hand. From the dried blood visible on it, it seemed to contain a head. Hikaru speculated that a certain Kage, upon encountering Shursui, likely chose to disperse. I need to ask a favor from you. He disregarded the contents of the package and relayed the general situation of the secret realm to Shursui, ensuring he kept a watchful eye on the clan members inside while subtly guiding them to explore and gather resources. Is it akin to the locations of the 3 great sanctuaries? Shursui, upon hearing this, did not express any confusion but instead interpreted Hikaru's words in his unique manner. Understood. Leave the clan members to me. Hikaru, As Uchiha Hikaru studied the spirit tree, she suddenly turned, astonished at Shisui. Wait, why does he have no questions whatsoever? Isn't he even curious about the techniques, treasures, and mystical beasts mentioned by Hikaru? Hikaru was truly perplexed. She simply could not comprehend how these individuals managed to communicate without barriers. In truth, Shisui, upon hearing Hikaru's words, was relieved that this young man could dismiss the notion of annihilating the ninja world. It was well known that the chaos Hikaru had stirred in Amigakure had nearly frightened him into shattering the newly restored eyes in his possession. Until now, Shisui still could not comprehend how Yen had mastered such terrifying large-scale lightning-release ninjutsu through the training on the utility poles. Thus, in Shisui's perception, as long as he safeguarded his clan members, Yen would not wreak havoc in the ninja world. As for the peculiarities in the boy's speech, Shisui had long since grown accustomed to them. After completing their communication, Yen instructed Hikari to manipulate the group of unconscious clan members. Under the mental suggestion of the 8,000 spears, everyone was led to believe there was no doubt about their demise. Even upon entering the secret realm, they would merely suspect they had truly entered a land of eternal rest. Regarding his mother, Yen had informed her of the situation and even wished to keep her in the Rain Village. However, concerning his request for her to enter the secret realm alongside his father, leaving behind a message to take care of Sasuke, he simply passed through the entrance of the secret realm. 2 hours later, under Shisui's guidance, the entire clan entered the secret realm, alleviating Yen's concerns. Yet, one thing troubled Yen deeply. As the Uchiha clan entered the secret realm, the Rain Village was accompanied by thousands of projections, illuminated by the light of the giant figure, which ensured that the village remained devoid of night. Otherwise, at night, facing a multitude of invisible projections that could appear at any corner, it would be nothing short of terrifying. Even he felt a chill at the thought of using the restroom at night, fearing the projection of a clan member might appear behind him. Could these projections not be dealt with? At that moment, the returning Konan, with a frown, looked at Yen, her words laced with a touch of desperation. She felt that the good days of the Rain Village were coming to an end, and strange legends about the ninja world would surely begin to circulate. It's all right, Yen understood Konan's concerns. He pointed at the glowing Digga statue not far away. After all, it was daylight, and even if people saw it, they wouldn't be too frightened. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed once more. It was as if something peculiar had been triggered, and the statue Yen spoke of suddenly moved, soaring towards the shores of the land of water. The Rain Village, devoid of its light source, was once again plunged into darkness. At this moment, the village was intermittently filled with wretched cries. Our Uchiha clan has met a tragic end. Hearing the ghastly noise, Konan covered her face and sighed heavily. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke to Yen and Hikari. When are you two leaving? Chapter 88. Your companion has arranged a cave for you. Yen discerned the implication in Konan's words, his expression stiffening. However, Tainai exhibited no embarrassment at being urged to leave. Persistently tugging at his sleeve, her intent to depart from the Rain Village almost written on her face. Previously, he had indeed contemplated leaving the Rain Village. But now, with the secret realm bound to this place and the entire clan within, departing was evidently impossible. Initially, he had planned to join the Akatsuki organization after this outing, but he never anticipated that Konan would now suggest they leave. At a loss for how to respond to her, he was relieved when Pain approached and halted Konan's impolite behavior. Konan, let me handle this, Pain stated, gesturing towards the large tree at the village entrance. What do you think? This is the divine tree we unearthed from the secret realm. Konan, his tone resembled that of a child boasting about a newfound toy, and within his cold words lay a hint of pride. It seemed that in Nagato's heart, the Rain Village would soon become the most beautiful and desirable place in the world. It is the sacred tree, Yen interjected earnestly, believing Nagato's description to be somewhat biased. Smack. Konan and Hikari simultaneously raised their hands and slapped their foreheads, collectively exhaling a sigh. They suddenly realized that the bond between them was perhaps irrevocably entwined. Indeed. Pain nodded, unfazed by Nagato's words, for the naming rights belonged to Yen, who had brought him into the secret realm. Come. I will show you the core area of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato swiftly bypassed Konan's earlier suggestion to expel them, and had already implicitly acknowledged Yen as a member of the Akatsuki. He even intended to inquire further about the secret realm and discuss its development thereafter. In any case, seeing the hope of resurrecting his beloved friend, Nagato wished he could take Yin back for an extensive conversation spanning several days and nights. Perhaps sensing an emotional connection, Pain waved his hand at Yin, saying, "My companion." "After you." Yin, slightly taken aback for a few seconds, quickly responded, "My companion, you were too kind." Thus, the two exchanged words that were perplexing to the average person as they proceeded towards the Akatsuki base, leaving Konan and Hikari behind, questioning their existence. Indeed, if given another chance, they vowed not to let these two meet. Just look at the current predicament. Konan was even contemplating whether the Rain Village should recruit a few medical ninjas to assess their mental state. Otherwise, she genuinely worried that the entire village would soon adopt this bizarre style of the two men. After Yin and Pain departed, Konan began organizing for the villagers to plant the so-called sacred tree in the center of the Rain Village. Hikari, currently unable to accept the odd behavior of a certain someone, chose to stay back and assist Konan in completing the remaining tasks. Of course, helping essentially meant standing by, munching on snacks while watching Konan and the villagers relocate the enormous tree to the designated spot. "I believe you understand the principles of the Akatsuki organization," Pain remarked. His gaze fixated on the large tree as he spoke to Yin beside him. Understood," Yin replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Throughout the lengthy conversation earlier, due to Nagato's lack of high-level education, or perhaps because the entire ninja community's education was generally lacking, it resulted in him repeating the same few phrases. During their chat, Yin grew increasingly concerned that Nagato might get carried away and, before finishing his incantation, might raise his hand to unleash a devastating Shinra Tensei upon himself. It can only be said that the education within the ninja world has a long way to go. He had explored the core base of the Akatsuki, which was not as mysterious as he had envisioned, but rather a collection of buildings not particularly dilapidated. It was evident that the Rain Village was indeed low on funds. Yin had not received a uniform, as none were available in his size, but Nagato mentioned he would have Konan custom make a few sets for him. "There will be opportunities to arrange for you to meet other members," Pain remarked, suddenly pausing, as he recalled the man in the mask who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. His tone turned icy in an instant. "What Uchiha Madara?" Nagato expressed skepticism, believing that if that warlord were truly alive, he would likely have lost most of his teeth by now, let alone still working within the Akatsuki. He and Konan had never been fools. They had always regarded the words of the so-called Uchiha Madara with a grain of salt, reserving the remaining 97% for caution against that individual. However, one thing Nagato was certain of, judging by the eyes of that masked man, he was undeniably a member of the Uchiha clan. Considering this, Pain kindly advised Yin, "It would be best for you to disguise yourselves. Additionally, aside from me and Konan, do not trust anyone else in the organization, especially that masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara." Nagato's well-intentioned warning garnered much goodwill from Yin. To be frank, this self-proclaimed god, a rather naive young man, was quite endearing. "We will," Yin replied, echoing Nagato's sentiments, as it was indeed in their best interest to avoid premature exposure to Kaguya and Obito's scrutiny. Yin now desires nothing more than to settle down in the Rain-hidden village. While exploring the secret realms, he must also engage the ancestral leaders and the long-standing members of his sect to trigger quests. The two continued their conversation about future arrangements in the Rain-hidden village, with Pain exuberantly sharing his philosophies on peace and the exploration of the secret realms, his words infused with an almost feverish excitement. Yin, however, found the discussion tedious, frequently stifling yawns, and it was at this moment that Nagato realized the boy before him was merely 6 years old, given that it was around 4 in the morning. It was indeed inappropriate to continue their discourse. Abruptly concluding the topic, Pain swiftly arranged for Yin to have a residence in the village. "Return to rest for now. In a few days, once the others return from their missions, I will arrange a meeting for you." Beep, quest triggered. Retreat into the cave. Quest. As you begin to glimpse the secret realm, and on the verge of a foundational breakthrough, your companion has arranged a cave for you to solidify your realm. Please enter and meditate. Reward. Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. It must be said that he truly enjoyed spending time with Pain. Triggering quests with him was remarkably effortless. It wasn't that his grandmother was unkind, but she had a penchant for appearances, and when many people gathered, she often felt shy to continue the conversation. Pain, on the other hand, was different, sometimes even calling him companion in public. "All right, I shall take my leave now," Yin remarked before teleporting away from the rooftop. However, instead of returning to his dwelling, he dashed to find his grandmother beneath the village's great tree. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari sat atop a roof, seemingly detached from the lively scene below, as if she existed outside the world. Sensing movement nearby, she did not need to turn her head to recognize that a certain fool had arrived. Finished? Here. Yin tossed her a keychain inscribed with their new residence's number. This will be our home. If you grow bored, you can return first. Where are you off to? Uchiha Hikari halted, her gaze fixed on the key for a few seconds before looking up at the fool with an intense stare. Oh, are you worried? Yin began to tease, but his words were abruptly silenced by her hand clamping over his mouth. Shut up. There are so many people here. Don't act out. Hikari's voice was quiet, yet her tone brimmed with anger, as she clearly noticed the strange looks directed at them from the crowd below. As for Yan's earlier remark, she wished the fool would meet an unfortunate end outside. Worried? That's non-existent. Escaping her grip, Yin took a few breaths before speaking earnestly. I'll be back in the village for a few days to check on my foolish brother. Regarding the system's retreat mission, considering that in the world of cultivation, such retreats can last several years, he must arrange everything before entering seclusion. I don't want to emerge from my meditation only to find Madara has initiated infinite Tsukuyami, or that my foolish brother is frolicking in the Valley of the End with his friends. Upon hearing that he would only be gone a few days, Hikari's mood brightened, and a smile crept upon her lips. Get lost. Chapter 89. Why are you returning home empty-handed? In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage paced back and forth, a cigarette in hand, his demeanor unusually agitated. On his desk lay intelligence reports delivered by Umbu ninjas, detailing the assault on the rain-hidden village by several other villages the previous day, from the resurrection of the stone statue in the Land of Fire, which easily repelled the Reikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage, to the sudden appearance of golden lightning on the battlefield that decisively defeated several ninjas. The situation left the third Hokage deeply concerned for the future of the ninja world. Rumors circulated that the glowing statue was a powerful summoning beast from Konoha, and given the deaths of some ninjas at the border of the Land of Fire, this intensified the grievances held by several villages against Konoha. Of course, there were also strong sentiments against the Cloud Village. While Konoha may not be blameless, the Cloud Village's use of large-scale lightning techniques and their actions under the banner of the Akatsuki organization in Suna, Iwa, and Kiri were nothing short of disgraceful. The situation in the ninja world was increasingly dire, with relationships between the villages resembling a powder keg ready to explode. Coupled with Danzo's forces and the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage's worries only deepened. Kakashi, has Danzo returned yet? Not yet. Kakashi shook his head, letting out a sigh of regret. The situation at the site was dire. The area within a 30-mile radius was riddled with lightning strikes. There were no leads to be found. Is that so? The third Hokage's gaze grew murky, mumbling a few words to himself, suddenly recalling that fateful night when Shisui had come to see him. The long-missing Shisui had not only revealed Danzo's misdeeds, but also indicated that the latter had intended for the entire Uchiha clan to perish on the battlefield. The third Hokage had been furious at the time, had it not been for the village's diminished strength. He would have donned his gear and rushed to the battlefield to hold Danzo accountable. However, Shisui had merely left him with the words to take care of Sasuke before departing the village. With his hands clasped behind his back, the third Hokage slowly walked to the balcony, gazing at the faces carved into Hokage rock, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke. War. Is war upon us once more? This battle had cost Konoha dozens of elite jonin, the entire Uchiha clan, and his old friend Shimura Danzo alongside the root ninjas. To say they had lost half their fighting force would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps the fourth Reikage had anticipated this all along. The assault on the rain-hidden village was primarily aimed at weakening Konoha. Kakashi announced the casualties to the village. With a long sigh, the third Hokage gestured toward the battle reports on the desk, indicating for Kakashi to take them away. Understood. As Kakashi turned to leave, a flash of youthful libido crossed his mind. Learning of the Uchiha clan's demise beneath the lightning left him feeling somewhat unsettled. It felt as though he had lost the last remnant of his dear friend. But then again, was Uchiha Yin truly still alive? A question arose in Kakashi's mind. But as he reached the door, he dismissed it as mere overthinking. Fugaku and Makoto had gone to the battlefield, so it was unlikely that the boy would not follow. It was reasonable to assume he had perished there as well. After all, a 6-year-old child could hardly be expected to survive such overwhelming lightning. That afternoon, the news of the fallen was announced at the Hokage building, drawing a crowd of villagers to gather beneath the structure, regardless of their connection to the deceased. As members of the same village, everyone felt a sense of sorrow. Among the throng was a small figure clad in Uchiha clan attire. No, it can't be. Brother Sasuke promised me. Upon seeing the announcement of the Uchiha clan's demise, Sasuke felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His mind blank and his body trembling uncontrollably. He stood beneath the Hokage building for what felt like an eternity, his gaze fixed on the list of Uchiha casualties. His thoughts spiraling into chaos. When he had last seen his brother Sasuke, along with the root ninja's intentions to electrocute their kin beneath the power lines, Sasuke was convinced Yan's death was no accident. It was clearly the work of the root ninjas. Yet now, with the truth of Yan's demise still unverified and the targets of his vengeance, his clan and family, completely gone, the 6-year-old Sasuke felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. Sasuke, aren't you going home? At that moment, Naruto's voice suddenly called out from afar. He had passed by the Hokage building and noticed Sasuke standing there. Dazed for the entire afternoon. After learning from other villagers about the Uchiha clan's fate, Naruto had watched Sasuke from around the corner for a while. He yearned to offer some words of comfort, but Sasuke's state left him at a loss for what to say. The elder brother has only recently passed, and today, all the clan members and relatives have perished in battle. Naruto deems it best for Sasuke to be alone during this time, while he merely crouches in a corner. Observing Sasuke. As dusk descends and the streetlights illuminate, Naruto feels compelled to remind him, lest Sasuke starve at the doorstep. Sasuke turns slightly, his gaze vacant. Failing to greet Naruto as he wanders home, lost in memories of joyful times spent with his family. Even upon reaching the entrance, he is unaware of how he made the journey back. With a creak, he pushes the door open, resembling a soulless being as he mechanically shuts it behind him, dragging his weary body across the yard. Yet, as he steps into the room, he seems to catch a glimpse of Itachi sitting at the stone table, enjoying a popsicle. Oh, Sasuke, why do you return home empty-handed? Sasuke. Chapter 90. Sasuke, my earthbound spirit brother Itachi, sits at the stone table in the courtyard, perched on a stone stool with his legs crossed, still savoring half a popsicle. He is clad in clothing identical to Sasuke's, which he had rummaged from the room. It appears their mother had tucked away his own garments, so he resorted to wearing his brother's clothes. Remarkably, adorned in Sasuke's attire. He is nearly indistinguishable from him to the casual observer. The popsicle was purchased just moments ago, and due to his similar appearance and stoic demeanor, he has been mistaken for Sasuke by many while walking down the street. You all are unbelievable. Why have you put away my things? I returned home and couldn't even take a nap. Itachi expresses his grievances, glancing at the dazed Sasuke, and continues to complain, your bedding reeks of saliva. And how is it that there's nothing to eat at home? Sasuke, hearing Itachi's incessant rambling, feels an inexplicable chill in his heart. He truly longs to see Itachi again. However, having just learned of the massacre of their clan, he has yet to mourn at home. Pushing the door open, he is confronted by the sight of his brother, who recently departed, complaining about household matters. With every mention of the lack of food and clothing, Itachi resembles an earthbound spirit, a manifestation of deep-seated grievances. In such a scenario, Sasuke does not consider that Itachi has returned from the grave. He merely believes that Itachi's intense attachment has given rise to this spectral existence. Recalling the frightful tales Itachi had once shared, he remembers that when relatives transform into vengeful spirits due to resentment, they often cling to the living for eternity, sometimes even endangering their lives. The thought of these terrifying stories causes Sasuke's face to pale. Sasuke quickly steps back, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Trembling as he raises a quivering hand, eyes tightly shut, shouting in fear, Itachi, I know there are hidden truths behind your death, but you cannot return to harm your little brother. As he speaks, he recalls the news he received earlier about the Uchiha clan's demise, and sorrow overwhelms him, causing him to burst into tears. I am already in such a tragic state. Itachi, mid-popsicle, freezes in place, initially believing Sasuke to be speechless with joy. His expression shifts to confusion upon hearing talk of death. Wait a minute. What is this kid saying? When did I die? Itachi had come to see his brother primarily to discuss the Uchiha clan's famed demise and to relay the events concerning Itachi himself, whether Sasuke believes it or not. He intends to give him a heads up, averting any potential madness that may arise when Itachi eventually appears. However, while it is true that their parents have perished in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi distinctly recalls instructing their father to speak to Sasuke before he left. How could I have died? And what hidden truths are you talking about? This doesn't add up. Seated at the stone table, Itachi's mind races, oblivious to the melting popsicle in his hand. Sasuke continues to weep, recalling the loss of their entire clan and Itachi's departure, unleashing a torrent of pin-up frustration and sorrow. You died. And now father and mother are gone, and everyone else too. Why? Why is everyone leaving one by one? Just a few days ago, we were all together at the dinner table. Sasuke is engulfed in sadness and confusion, finding it hard to accept the suddenness of their deaths. It feels as though there were no signs at all, making it that much harder for him to process Itachi's passing. Now faced with this new calamity, even an adult would struggle to comprehend such loss. Itachi sits silently, allowing Sasuke to vent his emotions without interruption. Only after Sasuke has cried for several minutes, his emotions somewhat subdued, does Itachi finally speak. I understand you must feel bitter about dying at the electric pole, and it must seem very unfair, right? What? Itachi, wanting to be a good listener, finds it difficult to maintain composure upon hearing the details of his own death. Sasuke genuinely perceives Itachi as a sorrowful spirit and continues to speak, ignoring him entirely. It's all right. If you have any unfinished business, I will find a way to help you fulfill it. Wiping his tears with his arm, Sasuke speaks with a choked voice. He is reluctant to part with this bothersome figure, yet he recalls that those who have passed can only rest in peace after fulfilling their unaccomplished wishes. Itachi smirks. And as he lifts his face, the setting sun casts eerie shadows across it, creating an unsettling atmosphere. You still have your piggy bank, don't you? At this, Sasuke abruptly lifts his head, his eyes wide with confusion, curiosity, and a hint of anger. This familiar sentiment momentarily distracts him from his tears. If Itachi were not dead, Sasuke would swear he would draw his two kunai and strike this annoying figure repeatedly. What a jerk. Even in death, you're still after my pocket money? In that instant, the idealized image of his elder brother shattered, replaced by the annoying brother who constantly teased him and occasionally smashed his piggy banks. You're just as irritating whether dead or alive. Sasuke grits his teeth, expressing his disdain before turning to walk into the house. There is no helping it, after all. Itachi had previously lectured him about the reverence for the deceased. This child truly seems beyond saving. Itachi stands there, scratching his head, watching his oblivious brother, and contemplates whether he might have taken away the little intelligence Sasuke possessed at birth. Approximately 3 minutes later, Sasuke returns carrying a cardboard box containing 3 piggy banks, red, yellow, and pink. Originally, he had 7 of various colors, but one was smashed by Itachi, another was buried, and after days of expenses at home alone, only these 3 remain. Sasuke's expression is stoic, yet his eyes reveal a hint of pain as he gazes at the piggy banks. He tosses the box at Itachi's feet, then steps back, carefully observing the deceased Itachi, seemingly assessing whether this figure might suddenly transform into a fearsome specter. To be honest, Sasuke feels a twinge of fear. After all, Itachi's tales were filled with terrifying creatures, from man-eating demons to zombies. Among them were those notorious for preying on their kin. With a resounding crash, the piggy bank shattered as Yin struck it thrice. After exclaiming with satisfaction, he casually remarked to Sasuke, "Oh, by the way, this afternoon, I purchased a popsicle, 10 skewers of octopus balls, and 3 bottles of orange soda." Yin elaborated on his afternoon expenditures, recounting over 30 items before concluding his tale, momentarily stalling Sasuke's previously anxious demeanor. Confusion enveloped Sasuke. He could not comprehend why the deceased, Yin, would venture out to make purchases. Moreover, could a spirit truly roam the streets to indulge in food? I shall not take the coins from the piggy bank. You can use this money to settle the bill tomorrow. I made the purchases today in your name. Uchiha Yin.